Oh no, that's... Oh.
The B site has to hold up on its own, and Nilo delivers, no problems. Oh, he's on for the ace. Go on, Nilo. Hounds him down. All 5 for Nilo. He's here on a way quicker timing than they're ready for. Easy double for xCloud, and you were gonna go B, but with that kill coming in, 2 players on rotation, you might change your mind here. xCloud is just farming. But misses the follow-up. Bomb will get planted with seconds to spare, and another ace, this time for xCloud. I mean,
Why not?
surely doesn't get more exciting than that. JL, another on the Deagle. Oh, JL! What's Zelex really up to? Is he cooking? 1v5 attempt as he hides out. Oh, Zelex making it happen. How much further can Zelex really take this? Oh, got away from it. It was right there and up for the taking.
And it might get worse.
Oh,
It will. Famed, though, from... Now Modesty looking for the refrag. Backside has just enough time. Bomb plants. And now the 1v1 between the Oppers tries to bait out the shot. Confirms that he's there. He's going to sit on this position and end it through the round. 4 kills to his name. Nades go through. Yeah, they're going to charge straight in. Oppers blinded momentarily. Jinky, good first kill. Oh,
come on now.
No scope to the brains of the operation. A challenge into the lane, and that is a 2 versus 4. Come on, cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh, come on!
Oh!
There's still time,
Oh,
Fallen.
you can just cancel it.
10 more years.
Molotov in the way. Always going to be helpful. Looking good. Oh my, Hunter on the eco ace.
This man can't be stopped right now. 7-0. He finally should fall to the hands of Matty from long. Spot the shoulder. Smoke towards Moto. The bomb to be planted. Matty's is got something about him, and Neelan's ticked in the flames.
Indeed heard, and Matty's will take it down.
Molotov will force Payday out at the very least. He's now in the open in no man's land. But they're going to call upon him. Hang on a second. AW doing it all alone. He goes for 4, and it's all on the shoulders of 9-10 AWP.
Molotov in the wrong place, and Blitz is just hidden. Perfect spot. No,
don't do
now. Come on now. And he let him turn around as well.
In the meanwhile, Huns are going to be picking up the pace, but it's the same outcome again. Controllers is essentially just by himself. The counter plans are far more successful. He won't even get that. Donk just rips his head clean off. Did spot multiple players coming up on Banana now.
He really wants to lure them into this position for Luchov, and he's going to come out swinging. He did get Molotov.
And Nutter is going to be putting a bit of a wrinkle in this round. He looks to try and get closer. Flashbang is good, but Luchov holds his position.
Third player coming in. It's now or never for PARIVISION if they want a chance to get in here, but Luchov is decimating them. Another headshot, looking for another ace in this first half. He is 17-2, hunting for the ace, and he gets another one in the first half. Max might be able to find the kill here on Cisello, who's Playing up by the church position. Very deep towards church as well. Oh, but it's a bit of a sloppy fight at the moment. Runs out of bullets. Knife is out. And on the other side, too, it's all around knives. Okay.
Day 2 of PGL Astana kicking off. Here we are in Kazakhstan. We've already had an incredible day of Counter-Strike. We get more today. I love the fact that we have some of the top teams here mixing it up. No vitality means someone new is lifting the trophy, and that's kind of exciting. Prof and Blair are back with us on their comfy little couch. I like that we've shrunk it down, got you guys nice and close and together. Maui and Dust look good
Don't
there.
touch me. It's too early in the morning. I haven't had my coffee yet.
He's not ready. He's not ready for physical intimacy from you just yet, Prof.
I thought we were on that level, but I guess I missed.
Maybe later on, you know, maybe later on.
Yeah, okay.
As per usual, super weird for me, but we'll just move right on. Welcome to day number 2. Here's something that we forgot to do yesterday, right? And it is something that we love to do. And I'm not saying that Maui wanted a day to see how the teams were playing before he put his predictions in. I'm saying maybe we were just a little bit slow to get to this. But here we are, making a decision as to how we think the playoffs are going to go. We're jumping straight into this, boys. I want you to defend these decisions, Prof.
Oh, I mean, I'm just looking at everything, trying to take it all in. But for me, I think the biggest difference maker for me is I didn't pick MongolZ. I picked Monte to make the playoffs.
Gasp! How dare you?
That's me. And I don't know.
Can I ask why?
I don't know how much this is like realistically thinking they're not going to make it. Maybe it's just wishful thinking from my side, because I kind of have this fatigue with the team and a bit of frustration. We're also going to be talking about them later, so don't want to go in too much depth, but I just want more. This is just how I am. I'm kind of hard on everyone, especially Blake here a lot of the times. And I just want them to push it to the limit. And I don't feel like they're doing that.
Can you defend the Monte pick, though?
I don't think it needs to be defended.
You think they're that good that you don't even have to defend them?
I know, but I think they
didn't look good yesterday.
They've been proving a lot, but there's one card I have up my sleeve, and that is that Kakaf with their coach hasn't been there yesterday. And they definitely missed that. Some tactical timeouts.
Okay, yeah.
You know, things didn't really go well. I don't think he's going to be here today. He's going to arrive here today, but not for the game. And then the comeback starts.
When MongolZ didn't have a coach behind them, they still had a deep run, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but when they played any serious team, they got stomped and didn't win anything on the T side. Well, that kind of reminds me of Monte yesterday. Oh, yeah, it's kind of the same.
It's pretty much the same thing. I just noticed Dust's pick right there. He just picked all the top 8 teams, all the favorites.
Did he pick a PARIVISION? I think he actually...
He had a PARIVISION as well. I mean, buddy, you saw them yesterday.
I was going to say, did he have a PARIVISION? Because I thought maybe someone would have abused the fact that we were a day late on this and quickly...
I did not have PARIVISION.
Day 1 Andes.
Why did you not put PARIVISION in?
They look miserable, and it's also just the fact that, you know, if you look at Bucharest last time when they played right there, right, they look really grim. And coming to this event, I thought maybe they'd be shaking off whatever rust was happening over there, and obviously Dastan saying as well, this event means a lot to him being his home country as well. But yesterday just gave me absolutely no faith. In fact, I put 9Z in. 9Z have been an uptick. They look really good yesterday.
Can I tell you what I feel do you know what I feel really bad about? So I thought, when I was looking at that really quickly, that Dust had been the one to abuse the fact that we got to see some games yesterday and changed predictions because of that. But Blair, it was you. You did that.
I just gave my predictions yesterday. If you don't work with the data you have, you're an idiot.
Fair enough. Okay, well, there we go. The only analyst to say that we're not going to see PARIVISION in the playoffs. An interesting take. Dastan won't be happy with that. Let's talk about some of the new up-and-comers as well that we get a chance to see, because this is quite exciting. A lot of new players sort of popping up, and this is their opportunity really to shine, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, I found this interesting because I was looking a lot at K27 and Magic, because they have a bunch of these young and up-and-coming players. But essentially, HLT Prospects is kind of a new thing that we started, and every month we put out a list of 50 young players that don't have that much experience in Tier 1, and we just highlight the best, right? And it works in the way it works. So CobraZera is still here despite him being on MongolZ, because at the start of the season he didn't have any experience, right? But he's playing all of these top teams now, so that's why he's number 4, high on the list. Nota, kind of similar situation. But I think Zelex here, as a guy that's been on this list like every month, super high, is kind of a highlight. And all of the 4 guys from Magic and K27 lower on the list, but all of these guys are probably do do maybe a jump to a higher tier CIS team soon enough.
I think it's a pretty cool concept coming in, right? Because so many times over the past decade or so, we have these random players coming out of nowhere, and you're like, who the hell are these guys? You know, how do you really kind of frame the narrative and everything?
Yeah.
But I look at Zelix coming into Mouz. So before this prospect list, a lot of people wouldn't know who he was.
Yeah.
They'd be like, why you picked up a random kid out of the blue? But now coming in, even for myself as well, I don't really follow too much of a tier 3 or the academy teams. I look at that, I'm like, oh, okay, his stats look good. He's on the list. That's a good pickup. So overall, yeah, it's good to see how we have all these new young players coming up almost every new event that's happening. Counter-Strike's in a good place.
Yeah.
It is in a good place. Let's take a look at the results from yesterday, because for a lot of these teams, they're in a good place now, courtesy of some success yesterday. Some of them not so much. The PARIVISION one, we've touched on it. For me, that was the surprise yesterday, Prof. I didn't expect PARIVISION to go down, especially not to 9Z.
And the fashion in which they did it as well. Do you know that Kazakhstan is the biggest exporter and producer of uranium?
I did not know
Because
that.
9Z went nuclear yesterday. They absolutely wrecked them. Lukov, what a half that was from him. Like, I think that's the highest CD rated ever.
Hold on, how
I'm
long,
reeling
whoa,
from
Can we
this.
just stop?
This is not factually correct.
How long
This is
have you
factually
been?
correct.
This
How
is
long have
factually
you,
correct.
It's factually correct.
Okay.
Ignore the facts. How long were you sitting on that? Did you plan that last night? Was this like one of those things?
Nothing
where
just
did-
came up in my head. I'm pretty good at quizzing it.
I heard a story once that everyone who thought Sadekist's incredible original lines were so good, but actually what used to happen is he had a little book and he would like write them down,
Yeah.
and then during events he would like quickly flip the page.
But that's what everyone does. Every
You got,
caster does
you
that.
got a sneaky little
Yeah.
note there about uranium.
talking about?
You were holding that down? Okay, fair enough. There
What?
you go. All right, so other than PARIVISION, no real surprises with the results.
Heroic Aurora.
Yeah.
I think that was the first surprise of the day, actually, because for Aurora, like, you know, coming in, we prefaced the fact that they're your nemesis in the form of Na'Vi, and of course, you know, Vitality aren't there. This should be your event to at least go for a deep run. A dark horse, we called it as well,
Yeah.
right? And then just the fashion in which it looks so flat, the individual mistakes coming in, they look like they really haven't prepared a lot. They look like they were not in battle-ready form. On the flip side, Heroic, I think they punched well above the weight. Everyone is looking really solid. Youngster we saw with the op as well. Heroic looked like a much better team, much better unit coming in against a team who are supposed to be in the playoffs, or supposed to potentially make a top 4, maybe a grand finals or something. So I think Aurora was super disappointing for me yesterday.
Yeah, Heroic finally showing some promise, and honestly, we didn't really see them at top-tier events since Cluj, and that was early on, and with this whole situation with Alcaran not being there, and Youngster taking on this like hybrid opping situation. I don't even know what to call it, you know, temporary but not temporary, it's going on situation that they're in. And then Aurora, as you said, is just they have some limitations that we know of, but they weren't even doing the things they usually do well to a decent degree.
Even
So,
individuals,
yeah.
they were completely flat yesterday.
They just looked miserable as well.
Yeah, so
I mean, they always look miserable
No, but
most
they
of the
looked
time.
extra miserable
That's true.
yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's also
But
let's see. Maybe it was just day one jitters. I don't wanna. Go
I just
far.
want to say, you know, when Heroic and Aurora played yesterday, the best Turkish player was not on Aurora.
On Aurora.
Yeah,
It was
Xcloud.
Xcloud just kicking ass, right? So I don't know, man. I hope they're able to figure it out, because we know how it can cascade. It can just be this domino effect with a mentally completely crumble and just crash out of the event. I don't want to see that from Aurora.
Let's take a look at what we get to see today. So obviously on the B stream first, these are the matches that'll be taking place. You can see PARIVISION versus Fisher College.
Surely they win this one.
Imagine this is Fisher's one win. Wouldn't that be a fun story to go home and tell your mom?
A shout out to Korn, the only North American player on that team. He actually had a pretty solid showing yesterday, even though they lost against G2. I think he did a pretty good job overall.
I mean, yeah, but you look at Aurora and PARIVISION, as much as they have been upset very greatly on the first day, these are the freest wins you can get at this tournament.
Sure.
I think
Yeah.
these are the only two teams where I don't really have much of an expectation from. Magic, K27, these are their first international tournaments.
Yes.
But I think they've shown online and in local lands that they have something there, and that's not going to be a free win from Gentlemates or who are missing Monte.
I
think
agree.
They'll have like a tough
Monte's
opposition.
playing Magic at the end of the day, and I
Yeah.
think that's probably the banger match on the B stream. Let's take a look at the A stream now. We got the banger matches to start the morning. I love this. You're waking up with coffee and Counter-Strike. You can see there, obviously, I think Falcons got such a nice run against 9Z. I think that'll be a
fun game.
That'll be a fun one for them. MongolZ versus Spirit. We'll be talking about that later, but I want to focus in on the game we're now going to look at. Mouz up against G2. Now, we saw Mouz yesterday against Gentlemates. They lost a map. It was obviously the first new Mouz look that we had a chance to see.
Yep.
I feel like this is the real test now of what Mouz looks like in the server, because you're going up against a team that I rate quite highly. I don't know about you two.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a uphill battle for Mouz. I think obviously the name value of Mouz over the last year, you know, making playoffs, semifinals all the time, that's not where this team has been over the last 2 months, right? Crashing out in group stages. So, and all the changes that they made, as much as we were going back and forth, is like, is it a big change? Is it not? It's 2 players and a new IGL role on a player that's been there, and the full responsibility on exertion. I think G2 come into this as a team that needs to be winning, because they've been together for almost a year now. They've had that initial success, but not really, I don't know, put down their foot to be like a contender.
It's a weird situation with G2, because you look at some of the players coming in, even like Nerds coming back to the team, I think was a really good change overall for the lineup, right? But I look at these names, I look at the logo of G2, I'm like, yeah, this team's a playoffs team. But if you look at what the results have been recently as well, they've just fallen short. Sure, one event Hunter wasn't there, but surprisingly, they played pretty decent overall. Yeah. But for G2 coming into this particular event, this is you need to place top 4. Not just make it to playoffs, try to make it to top 4. That's a minimum expectation that I have for me. And for Mouz, I think we all agree, this is kind of like us alongside Mouz figuring out what they are match by match.
Blade once told me, just before Na'Vi actually won the Copenhagen Major, he spoke about the importance of rising slowly. So at the time, Na'Vi was doing very badly. There were lots of talks about Simple coming back, and he said, just give us till the Major, because he says you plan it so that your team, you try to plan it so that your team peaks at the Major. For me, I think Saw is a coach that understands that. And I do feel like this is G2's opportunity. Like you said, we want to see a good showing here because it will give them the peak just before the most important event of the season, right? And I'm looking forward to what they will bring here, because I do think that we've seen a steady rise. It hasn't been the G2 heavy hitter we've expected, but I've seen a gradual increase and improvement in their play.
And I think the good thing I've seen in the past couple of events so far is no longer just a Heavy God show, right? Heavy God's the quiet, non-flashy star of this team. He plays, you know, all the non-star roles, so to speak, but he's so consistent with his output. The problem is everyone else, right? You're looking at Mattis, is so up and down. Hunter, fragging IGL, he's also up and down. But the one player who has quietly started to improve, you know, has been Sunny P. My boy, Sun Pius, has looked pretty solid overall. You look at the numbers, you're like, these aren't like Monacy numbers and whatnot. He doesn't have to have Monacy numbers. He just has to be, you know, doing his job with the AWP. And the past couple of months, the one where, you know, Hunter wasn't playing Rio and all of that, I think he has been very, very handy. And I feel like we're seeing an uptick in his career, because it did look like at one point he was being the liability for this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when this team came together, he was really, really struggling, despite the fact that, you know, he's playing with his previous coach, right? And someone that utilized him quite well. But over time, I think even Hunter spoke about the fact that he missed out on Rio, and the practice that led up with Talk there, Stenden being there, you know, the rest of the team was taking in a lot more responsibility, calling a lot more. Hunter was just chilling in TeamSpeak and like listening to see what was going on, maybe helping with some bits. And he was like, okay, I can see you guys can do this, but when I'm calling, everyone's just relying on me to make all the decisions, make all the calls. And this is not really how this team is supposed to function, because it is really a team of really good, like balanced out. The IGL is not like some, you know, can't frag IGL. They don't have like some superstar that needs to everything to be catered around him. It is really much everyone on this team needs to carry their own and needs to be like adding to the whole team cohesion. So my problem is that they went to Fort Worth and it kind of looked good, but then they lose to FaZe in a game where I felt like they had all the cards in their hands.
That was such a big disappointment for
and they kind of let the game go into like a madness, chaotic situation, which is maybe G2 think it's their forte, but it's definitely FaZe's forte as well. I think now when they go against Mouz, it's a very different team. Mouz is a team that also wants to play controlled Counter-Strike, and I think G2 in this game go for it. Just go for it. Throw the playbook out if you want. If the game goes kind of close, I think in that situation, especially with Mouz being very fresh with all of these new pieces, they'll have the edge. But you know, Mouz have also shown some good things. I think it's just a huge challenge for them with everything that we've seen so far. Yesterday, not really impressing against Gentle Mace, right?
What did we think of new Mouz? Because we spoke about this a little bit. I mean, my opinion was when they were trying to play like old Mouz, they looked worse than old Mouz. But when they did something different and the team was allowed a bit of freedom, there was some positivity and some progress.
I think we can just touch upon what JL was talking about his team, right? A couple of things apart from this particular quote as well. Like, you know, I feel like Mouz previously has not been the best team at taking timings and gaps and understanding, which I agree as well.
This is all about the T sides that we often
complain about.
Saw, and it just looks like no one is really making a play. No one's putting enough pressure.
It's almost like they freeze up. They're not sure what to do. But also one more thing he pointed out, which was a very interesting quote, was when he said, you know, on Na'Vi, Alexi B, he's like, all right, guys, we're going to be hitting the A bomb site. And then the onus is on the players to be like, all right, I'm going to be smoking this. I'm going to be smoking stairs. I'm going to be smoking cons. On the other hand, on Mouz, he was like, yeah, Exertion's micromanaging and calling, which I thought would be more flipped in all honesty. I think Alexi would be the one doing more micromanaging. But considering the fact that Exertion is doing all the calling for everyone, moving all the pieces around, and also dropping a 1.5 rating yesterday, is kind of nuts in all honesty.
Do we like new Mouz?
I love new Mouz. Even if they put in any two random players, I would have loved new Mouz, as opposed to just a stagnant, rotting corpse of a team that we had for so long.
Tell us how you really feel.
No, I mean, I think it's cool. I think also what is cool is the amount of different. When you go on HLTV and you just look at the flags in this match, it's like, think about it 10 years ago, having, first of all, have 4 Israeli players, which is okay. That's okay. They always had some scene. But then there's a Hungarian, there's a Bosnian, there's actually another Hungarian, there's a Slovakian. All of these countries had no scenes at all. And it's a really like a modern CS team against team. Like just international lineups, bringing in all of these guys from like unknown teams and academy projects. I think that's also something cool to highlight, as well as just the Israeli 2v2 that's going on. I think that's going to be kind of a grudge match.
We had this question earlier in the green room, Prof. Like, are G2 just going to go for the usual ancient, or are they going to go for the dust to punish pick? It is a bit surprising for me, because I thought to just go with the strengths, right? You're going up against a team that's still very brand new. I'm assuming they saw what Mouz did on Ancient yesterday, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to give this map to them. Dust 2 is 100% a punish pick. For Mouz, Mirage pick, I'm not too surprised. You ask yourself, yesterday you got absolutely smacked by Gentle Mates, but still, you know, you learn from your mistakes, you figure out what went wrong, you stick with this. Ancient ban coming out from oh yeah, there we go. Okay, that makes way more sense. This, I feel like this is
could be going to overpass. Both teams have
to go to overpass, I'd assume here.
Is no one concerned about the Mirage pick? Mouz looked terrible yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'll get to that in a second. Okay, Inferno. Okay, both teams are.
They're like Inferno.
But this is kind of the thing about Mouz is like
they banned Inferno yesterday.
They banned Inferno yesterday. They had it open, and that's one of their better maps, if not the best map that they had. Very stable. So this is why we don't really know what to expect or how much they practice certain maps. And I don't know if you wanted to touch on this, but Mirage, for me personally, I'm happy to see it played, because I want to see if yesterday was a one-off, that, you know, they didn't really, you know, maybe Gentlemen surprised them with some things, or they just played bad and they're like, okay, but we know what we did bad and we're going to do better.
And it's a T-side. The T-side is absolutely atrocious, right? It's a map biggest star on the attacking side, and that's been the problem they've had so far, and that is something that Exertion needs to figure out. And I'm looking at JL, right? I'm assuming he's going to be the guy coming in with a second voice, so to speak, you know, try to bring in his ideas, because this guy's a major winner. He's been playing for such a very long time. And even yesterday on a few maps that he won in Mirage, he was a difference maker, honestly.
Yeah.
Let's focus in on Dust 2, though. Obviously, you called it the punish pick, Blair. Why did you say that?
Oh yeah, mainly because the old Mouz, they just struggled on this, right? I think they had like 5 wins out of 15 maps played in the past 3 months or something like that. And for G2, it's not necessarily a great map, but it's a solid map. It's a map they have in the pocket, the 3rd, 4th best map, so to speak. So yeah, absolutely going for this. Not too surprised. I would still like to see G2 just be like, we're the better team. I want to just play Ancient. I think that would be very interesting. But nonetheless, I think it's a map that you should be comfortable on. I'm looking at Sunny P. I think he's been looking very solid so far on this map. A map that he has struggled, at least for the most of the season so far.
Yeah, I mean, both CTT side, Heavy God is also like quite a strong player, especially like anchoring on the CT side. Nerds, I think what's interesting about G2 is like on CTs, they love to be very aggressive, like fighting for tunnels, fighting for top mid, and just like putting the pressure on Mouz. And I think knowing that Mouz is, you know, T sides can struggle, it's going to be a kind of a make or break in that, you know, the early rounds. I think that might actually help Mouz, because when they have the space given to them, they can kind of struggle to find the openings. And if you could just get early brawls, it's just going to be about like who's winning them, right? And then from a 3v3, you can close out.
I'm also kind of curious to see how the CT side is going to play out for Mouz, right? We saw, that's hypothetical, JL playing towards Jimmy's position, towards B, being that anchor right there. We have Zelix playing towards Long. It's kind of weird to see these two names and the positions they're playing, but that's what happens when you have no anchors in the team. So I'd be surprised, not surprised, I'd be curious to see if that mix it up. If they're like, you know what, JL, why don't you just play towards A side, right? Why don't you play towards short?
I hope that they mix it up, because I think the thing that we struggled with yesterday with Mouz was when they try to play the way they used to with the other lineup. Then it looked horrible. So let's hope there is a bit of a mix up.
Out with the old.
And out with, exactly. We want new Mouz. G2 up against Mouz. Hugo and Harry are ready.
Well, we're as ready as we'll ever be, Hugo.
Out with the old, in with the new.
Yeah, are you excited for this one, man?
Yeah, I think it's going to be brawly. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, right? And I'm also excited to see Mirage, as the desk was saying. That was just a shambolic map yesterday for Mouz in a series that was really positive, that had a lot of good takeaways, some great moments for Zelix, JL looking comfortable, quick in the server as well, against the G2 who didn't really get to play a proper game yesterday. They were beating up on college kids, Harry, over in the Fisher side. So G2 are going to get an actual challenge, you'd like to think, today.
Yeah, I would like to think so. And honestly, you know, I think folks were a little unsure how to feel about the Mouz win, because I know the Mirage was... it was really rough.
But they won the series.
And honestly, you know, by the time we rolled around to Ancient, it wasn't even close, man. There was some very, very positive signs, I would say. Exertion looking pretty good.
Sure.
Actually looking great individually. Also, Zelix was like a real nice surprise. JL Deagle hitting hard. I don't know. I'm hoping for a brawly game. We've got a bunch of guys who aren't afraid of a little scrap in this one. And so let's get into things, shall we?
We shall.
Dust2 to start things off. Mirage in as the second. Mouz, they believe they can play that map. How cute.
I like the confidence. Careful, Cyclone will have a word.
I know. It's a joke, Cyclone. It's fine, man.
It's fine. He's busy right now.
The new team has aura, I guess. If that makes up for it.
They were getting cheers yesterday when they came out, when they came outside in front of the fans. Now they're even asking me to sign things, so everybody's on the team. Mouz on the CT side, G2 running up long, and they've even got the lurk up top mid, but Nerds is getting messy in middle. Does take one with him. Bomb planted. Can G2 hold on?
Well, Heavy God, quite the guy to try and get past, and that's not a bad way to open things up. Follow-up dink put down range. It's Heavy God on a tear. Exertion closing in. Oh, Mattis, always good for a headshot, this guy. What's Exertion meant to do? Running out of time, player down in the pit, and Matt is still to worry about out at Gandalf. There should be no winning this for Exertion. His pistol round is over.
Oh, he takes one with him at least, but yeah, a lot of blanks being fired there. G2 getting it done. Man down round. Exertion goes down with a bomb, so no survivors here for Mouz. And G2 take that pistol round. G2's map pick here on Dust2. I'm expecting, you know, I wonder if playing a team like Fisher College, does that warm you up in a nice way, or does it get you overconfident, right? You just got to beat up on a very inexperienced team with a stand-in as well, no less. But G2 going to be getting ahead of themselves at times.
The thing that feels unfair to me is when G2 go and beat up a bunch of college kids, they get praised, but when I do it, I get a class action lawsuit. How's that fair?
That's not, Harry. Oh my goodness, Xertion. This is a 5v3 right now. This is long control for G2 only, as Mouz aggression pays off.
Gets ahead of the flash, but it won't matter because exertion on this AK is causing a hell of a lot of problems. Zelex is even closing in on the backstab. And so, honestly, he has to go no further. Like, don't worry about going in the long doors. Don't worry about looking for a fight. Just sit back and don't allow them to leave long. The rest of the team batten down the hatches in the A site. Oof. JL's Deagle still hits.
Yep, good check.
Dude, JL, man. I like this guy, right? He shouldn't ever buy a gun other than the Deagle.
Okay.
He would actually be the GOAT.
You're making a good argument. You kind of see yourself in him, maybe.
A little, yeah.
Yeah. Deagle player. Dude, he was hitting yesterday. He almost got that ace on B-side Mirage. And we said it was going to be a brawly game, maybe a scrappy game. Mouz certainly looking for that to be the case, just rushing lower, 2 kills, and JL cleans up with a Deagle. So big force buy victory here for Mouz, going to put G2 on their arse. Pistols and armor and a late long pop.
Oh, you don't love it though. You've been slowed down by this util. Come on, Torshi, get the ace, bud. Go get it. Give it to him. Give him the ace. Oof. Don't steal this. No one steal this.
Going back long, no.
AL, bro, you're off the team. If you steal this, it's Torshi's ace. Get them all.
Oh, good spot.
Man, this is grimy.
Would you?
Torshi. Mein Bruder. You know where he is.
Oh, he's coming to you.
Oh, yes. Oh! No one gets aces anymore apart from a bunch of them yesterday.
No, it could get weird with this. That smoke's isolated JL. It's AK, though. AK v Galil. Don't waste all your ammo. All flanks in. Nice kill for Nerd. Pistol out, but not to be. He gets an awful lot done in the 1v5, but it's Torshi's 4K that will take the headline. Mouz breaking G2 completely now onto Glocks.
I think I'm like in the early stages of being a Zelex fan. Like one game.
It's fair.
One game.
I mean,
all it takes.
That, yeah.
It's more like, actually, I'm a Zelex optimist.
Optimist, that's a better way of putting it.
Yes. Oof. Damn, some bias.
Full vertical.
Really going to do that to Torshi?
It's hard to not be an optimist after yesterday. Showed up, was set up a lot, delivered when required, almost 1v5'd. And thrust into anchor spot, so let's see what he can do. On this B site, all on his own, the pistol's running him down. That's a bit of a problem on this B site. G2 running in. Spinks needed more than 2, really, so did Zelex, as now this has given up the site. G2 getting a bomb down on an eco, no less.
Zashin and JL pulling up. Not a round that you were meant to be this worried about, but it's left down to a retake. Scout in at the door as well. Just a tag from Heavy Gob will make a world of difference. It's Hunter on the rifle.
Oh, they're in.
Made it out past him, did exertion. So what's Heavy God got for us? Smoke in the way. Gotta try and play ahead of this, and exertion won't let him in. So all right, things get recovered there for Mouz. It's a little more costly than maybe they would have liked. But it's a Mouz round all the same.
Kind of a handshake, you know. G2 get what they wanted, they get a bomb plant, they take some guns away, but Mouz still win the round as they should anti-eco. Now we've got to see what G2 can do, digging deep on this T side, because Mouz have started very strong. You know, if you look at the map pool of this series, it's a pretty unfavorable veto for Mouz, right? This is obviously the map we talked about sometime when it came back into the, or when rather Anubis came back into the pool. Mouz had to go revert to their old Insta-ban. They lost their best map of Train, or one of their best maps, and they had to start playing Dust 2 again, a map they didn't really like to play. It's been pretty poor results.
Thus far, Hugo, Mouz have been good on the maps they were bad on, and bad on the maps they were good on.
You're making a good argument there, but at the same time, this has still been a weaker map for Mouz, and we saw Mirage yesterday was poor, so safe to say, it could be a series where they swap map points. Could definitely see that happening. But regardless, without Dust 2, I think Mouz are in more trouble than G2 if they lost this one. 5v4 taken at long. G2, they are playing with fire right now, giving Torshi these wiggles. What info are you looking for? He's still here. Bomb outside of B. G2 trying to sell this, push up, denied, but there's still a B stack in play.
Yeah, Mouz have not moved a muscle. 3 players over here. Zelex with the spot. Now they know they're getting this B play, and it gets cooked. 3 players there, gun on in time. Heavy God on the other side of the map. There's no winning this. And so Mouz, stubborn in the call, don't over-rotate, don't bite down on that too hard. I'm liking this.
Yeah, I wonder what the tell was there, right? Because they saw 2 players, but I think when the AWP kills only 1 crossing, that only, you know, further confirms that it's not going to be the long hit. We've seen 2 players, 1's dead. No one's crossing right now. Hold your sight. Xerxia never moved out of middle, and that was the 3rd piece that lines up 2 kills.
We were saying, you know, I say we. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Hugo, but I was saying yesterday, I wonder if it's like this idea of, you know, the maps that you already maybe had kind of a solid foundation on. You go like, yeah, you know, we can use a lot of the old stuff there. It's Cyclone, it's Exertion, it's Torshi, it's all the usual names that were a part of the old, you know, Mouz squad with Brolin at the helm, like Mirage. I wonder if they put a bit more time into the
it would make sense.
Maps they were struggling on, right, as they try to rebuild their pool and figure it all out. I also think, like, if you're going to make this change and bring Exertion in, he probably did have, you know, opinions about how they could improve things on a map like Dust. So, I don't know, I'm really liking it thus far. See, Cyclone, we don't hate Mouz. Yeah.
Cyclone in the room with you right now. Harry, let's wait till the playoffs, okay, before we make any rash judgments, okay? Let's slow down here.
They got JL now. They're going to be fine.
That's true.
Big game player.
Big game player. Zelex.
Potential.
Big game potential.
Game yeah.
G2 are in the mud.
We're bringing back in the mud.
I never left. Heavy God, Hero AK. Gonna go late long here. No flash for this position, so Torshi just left. There's still eyes on for JL. Xerxia moving in closer as well. Nerds drops down, he hears this, but oh, the timing of the turn is really awkward. And JL caught in between positions, pistol out, could find Mattis, needs to find Mattis, but there's still the trade. G2 have the sight, they have guns now. And this is a very good position to be in.
I wonder if Mouz want to go for this, because in the past, I feel like they never would have. 2v3, locked out on short, but they do have money going forward. And I like that they're showing some interest here. Spinks and Zelex up through short. They've actually gained good ground right now. The Pious AWP over at long is a problem, however.
It's done.
And so they will go no further.
That's fine, I think. You know, you still poke
your head in. Gave it a look in, right? If anyone's fighting you, you get that 1 kill, suddenly the game's afoot, as Sherlock would say, I think.
Just don't think G2 are going to give that round over. Orb far away, nice palm position. G2 confirm it. But at least Mouz tried.
He couldn't kill me, so he flicked.
That was really awkward though. I mean, Exertion looking away because he hears a drop. That's kind of not his job to worry about that CT player. But maybe thinking that was the solo player.
IGL brain moment.
That is IGL brain.
You know, you're trying to do too much.
Yeah, need to hold your spot. JL between positions. Torshi with nothing. 4 long here for Mouz.
Good to see Hunter back as well. After missing Rio.
True.
Due to injury.
Tack was a very good standard. Held his own. Academy player, by the way. Imagine if we still had an Academy league. Those were days. G2 have harassed quite a lot. They've got all mid control, taking cat. Mouz spotted on default. And that's an entry somehow.
Yeah. Spinks deleted through the smoke. It's unpious. Showing up with some early openings for G2. Let's see if they can convert on this 5v4. They do have Torshi to worry about.
30 seconds. Can't dawdle.
I would almost have loved him to have dropped this flashback a little bit earlier in the round to JL. Just to give himself a helping hand. Exertion's won his fight down here in mid. JL scrapping and Torshi looking down the barrel of this all. Oh, that's a lovely flick.
Yeah.
Torshi, why stop there? Missed shot for Sunpius, and now Torshi owns the angle. Sunpius is living on borrowed time, and that time's expired. Another 4K from Torshi.
God damn, Torshi. It's a big boy play.
He didn't need the flash. He is the flash,
Wow.
apart from that other guy.
Sick shutdown. They had one shot to take him down. That was Sunpius with a very close miss. And Torshi just goes on to tear G2 out of that round. Seeing Mouz in really nice setups in these late rounds. They don't seem to be over-rotating, as we've already seen. Numbers in the right place right there. Giving up long, completely gambling. And it was a correct read that G2 had no lurker. Mouz with a good understanding of what they're up against in the majority of these rounds. G2, it's a bit of a slow start. No one really saving them. Gonna need some heroic entries in rounds like this. Trying to get tricky on the T side, but not really much firepower alive yet for G2.
I can imagine this is kind of shocking for G2 as well, right? Like, we talk about how teams are having to cope with or deal with the uncertainty that facing this new Mouz brings. But like in the past, this was like the freest map to play them on.
Yeah, true.
You know, you would just kind of show up, they'd save every round, you'd win the map. But this is a hell of a lot of fight put forth from Mouz.
G2 haven't won a gun round yet. Tech 9's out long, won the pistol. Okay, contact out mid, this is nice. Xertion caught off guard, but they're not going to hunt him down. They let Sunpius hold window with the orb, hoping for a mistake, it won't come in. Zelix now goes to clear window, but the resmokers come down, and so G2 have pulled back. They now have nothing to show for it on this default. Perhaps scared of a mid retake here. Mouz won't even go for it. Util dropped here, mid to B, getting set up by Heavy God. Ooh, that's awkward for Mouz, but they're going to swing into the orb. And a bit of a bash in middle, Xertion on his own.
Well, at least just to stop them spilling out through mid, it forces them back into tunnels, but Zelix can't hold on to that B site. They're going to try and flash through. They're looking for this mid engagement. Hunter up close, and when they don't get anything, they decide against it. Locked out in middle, and the B site lost so convincingly. This is a justifiable save, but for G2, their first rifle round, finally on the board.
Well, that one comes down kind of easily, doesn't it? It's a missed smoke from Mouz that costs them everything, right? They throw a mid-smoke that doesn't land, and then Spink swings in to an AWP. I'd be annoyed. If that smoke connects, very different situation. Mouz have more players towards B. Zelix isn't on his own. And safe to say, while he could have taken one with him, he did high damage. You do wonder if, even in a 3v3, Mouz would have gone for that. Probably not. B-side lockdown here for G2, getting their first gun round in the game on this T-side. Never too late. Very quickly, this can close up. Mouz buying down with 2 to 3k per player left. Gonna get
You
some more tries.
Great B spawns in this round for G2. And so a bunch of guys up into the tunnels to open this one up. So Pius also spotted. Spinks around these doors. Hangs around for a moment, hoping he can find the opener, but nothing provided. Right now, just to kind of give some Pius all these chances to look for the opening pick, and he's been pretty good at finding them. Whether it was on the scout right off the top of the game or the AWP now, been the source of some of these openers for the G2 squad.
Yeah, he's picked Spinks twice. In middle, and look at Mouz just rubbing shoulders here on ramp. Again, gambling, this time B-site hedging their bet. JL committed at long, Torshi AWPing the cross, and so Mouz trusting in 2 players to lock down A. Bomb is outside of the B tunnels, as long as they don't jump the gun at any kind of fakery. This should be a good setup for Mouz. They're getting aggressive on B though.
With a push in through the tunnels, really need results from this. Then again, you see the AWP, and that's actually enough, right? The fact that some Pius doesn't connect on that kill is a big problem.
And G2 have rotated.
Gets sent away. There's 30 seconds left here on a T-spawn rotate. You've got to move very, very quickly.
Oh, JL even hears him running down mid, but is this misinfo right now for Mouz? If I'm Mouz, I still think it's a B player. He might be right. Zelix pushes through the smoke. 3 entries come in the blink of an eye, and G2 have just bailed themselves out, or have they? JL big flank, double kill. Matt is in lower. He's not going to give up the fight. JL, you want to go for this? You've got to commit to this retake.
Torshi moving in to join him. It's an AWP in this retake. JL's got util if they did want to try something out through the window, but...
Wait. Oh, that was the chance.
Mattis, chance to punish as they look for the save. Backstab. Torshi can't save JL in time.
Uh-oh, spawn, there it is. Hunter's gonna drop the AWP, and yeah, there's still money here for Mouz, but that's an awkward round to lose.
It is, that kind of huge reposition out of G2.
I think Mouz, they were gambling B, but they still felt like that one was going A, I guess, after the tunnels push got spotted. Zalix is pushing through his own smoke.
They got pretty horny in that little B stack. They wanted the kills. They wanted the info. They got neither. There you go. Ah, we're so in sync, man.
We're back.
We're so in sync.
So are G2. Building into this game now. They could break Mouz's money in round number 10. All right, bro's got the lineup. Is it a fake molly? No, it looks good. G2 just going to walk down middle here. Got to watch out for these SMGs, but... She's got a Joker in the pack. Spinks hiding out at the back of A site. 2 M4s in position. Torshi with mid on lock. He's not been missing too much. It's 11 and 5. Standout player here for Mouz. Flashed, finds Nerds as well. Doesn't get better than that. They're going to try and scrap on this site. Hunter's out. They don't realize. Full blind. That's awkward.
Yeah, good jiggle there, good awareness, and a shutdown. Torshi, no scope, no problems.
Wow.
And it's on rails for Torshi. Whenever he gets to be involved, he is a real threat right now.
And that was G2 winning, 3 out of 4 rounds, getting Mouz on the tipping point, ready to break their money, and then Mouz come in with the round. Saving themselves, stopping G2 in their tracks, not conceding the lead, and look at what it's done to G2 after all these close rounds, all these clutches. Mouz control the economy, and G2 have pistols.
One thing we've noticed, though, Hugo,
yes,
is that T-sides have been, and this is maybe to be expected, a bit of the issue for Mouz, right?
Us too, though?
Yeah, right? Well, we don't know. We'll have to see. Don't lose to this type of a round.
No.
They've got one already against them from G2.
I agree with your point, but I don't know if you're mentioning it at the best time. I think this is feeling like an 8-round half for Mouz.
Exactly. No, but that
can't close on that.
That would be plentiful. That's what they're looking for.
How has Zershan gotten up here? Nerds. Oh, he's going to give his position away. Exertion tucks in. And Nurse just walks in, no idea. G2 storming alongside everybody home. Oh!
Let's get a little threatening with all these Tech 9s closing in, but Spink's able to shut down the first man. There is these trades still. Heavy God and some Pious. Tricky round ahead as they've got Torshi boxed in. In comes the support. Collapsing upon Heavy God at JL's backstab. Will uproot him.
Got messy, but it really doesn't matter at this point in the game. Mouz are in a position to find an 8-round CT side on Dust 2. This is phenomenal from Mouz. This is G2's map pick. It's a map that Mouz famously struggled on. G2 perhaps looking to punish on a comfortable map for themselves, and Mouz have put up one hell of a half. Can they sweeten the deal with 8 on this CT side? There's been no standout player for G2 in this game, apart from, you could argue, some Pious and his entries leading to a lot of round wins. But he's 6 and 8. G2, are they going to walk into B right now? Oh, yes, they will. Zelix getting punished. He has been the most punishable piece of this defense. Whoa, dear.
Rough for Spinks. Unable to stop that spillover through the tunnels. Mouz left with this feeling that they almost want to go quick, right? What with only 2 players in the site. Exertion has hounded down Heavy God in top middle. And a 3v4 retake that you're going to be trying. Last round of the half.
Let's see if Mouz can make this interesting. They have good utility. They're all here. There's a late player in tunnels right now locked out. Never say never. Guys, you can't save now.
It's a smoke in at the doors. It's a big problem, and it's just been replenished. They were waiting for that to fade. But now they've just got to go through the choke point in the window. Exertion can't find the opener. And G2 clamp down on that B site. Once you get set up in those post plants, so hard to dislodge. And that final re-smoke in at the door after all the waiting for Mouz is the big middle finger from the G2 squad.
Yeah, shouldn't really be a surprise, right? That's an instant B hit. You know there's going to be 5 smokes or 4 smokes up in that round for G2.
So, something we were kind of saying yesterday as well is, you know, we were anticipating that for a lot of squads, it's going to be kind of finding the uncomfortable player for Mouz, right? Because there has been some of these position changes. Thinking back to Ancient, for example, you had Spinks over towards the donut, kind of being that mid guy, you know, used to be playing over towards the B site. So I think in this map, obviously it was Zelix, the weakest link. Yeah. I think a lot of squads are going to do well to look for those 1 or 2 guys that haven't been able to take to these new positions and try and exploit them.
And it should be Zelix, let's be honest, right? This is an academy
least
player.
Experienced player.
Least experience. He's playing a site like Dust 2B, right there, had no support, and just gets popped on the entry. So, yeah, if you're banking on anyone to be exploitable on this Mouz CT side, it is going to be the rookie. So, nice solve of G2. By the end of the half, they just punish him in a couple of those B hits and manage 5 on the T side. It's not too bad. Just feels like it was a little slow to start for G2. Didn't want to gun round till round 10. Or round 9. Either way, G2 CT side now. Going to have to dig deep on this comeback, but we know Mouz have had their own T-side problems. Will that continue even with this roster? Torshi, man of the hour right now, 14 and 7, P250 on long.
I love that they've given him this. So tempting when you got the USPs to just hold on to this long angle, and well, Mattis shows us why it's so lucrative. Okay. There's the follow-up. Mattis loves a headshot, loves a tap. That's 3.
That's round. Bomb gone, 2v5, nothing left to win here for Mouz. And Heavy God is not even giving it up either. Yoink.
Now, Zelix, yesterday, 1v5, got it down to a 1v1 in the pistol.
Some Pious saw the demo, he's not having it. Peeking together, G2 avoiding disaster. No 1v5 antics today. Well, that is one way to get back
Not
in
even
the swing.
1v5ing in the pistol. He's washed.
That's both pistols for G2, Harry. And they're down a round. Mouz on the force on CT side. They'll take a conservative eco here. That's a little cocky.
Yeah.
It's a
You
bit
don't
much.
love the shift peek through the mid doors?
It's a bit much, I would say. I know it's Glocks, but Mouz are like, okay, well, why not? That being said, Harry, heavy got a B? Yeah, I wouldn't go there either. However, Glocks on long. What are we thinking?
I mean, in this type of round, you really do just think you're picking where do you die. As long as at least a nice open space.
This is the better choice.
Oh my god.
Oh, I feel like we better watch out here.
No. Some pies.
Okay.
Reel it in.
That's nice. Could have gone very wrong there.
Oh man, let's get the headshot. Yeah, only headshots for this guy. God, I do love Mattis for that reason. A real headshot player.
Don't get them anymore these days.
Right. 71% headshot percentage, top performer. Love that for him.
The only stat that matters.
It is actually the only stat that matters. I'm glad you said it.
Oh, Nerds has crept into lower.
That's why Scream was the GOAT.
Good recovery. Spinks is still gonna get that trade though. Sampire is still picking mid. Taking down Zershan, who's still all the way back in T-spawn. Torshi now takes the line, but it's too late.
I think that's awkward for Torshi is like no one has any reason to peek anything now in this round, right? You can just sit back comfortably in this 4-on-3. There's aggression out towards the long doors. Even now, G2 making moves.
Oh, that's ballsy. But it seems to be perfect as Mouz look away from the top of middle. They keep checking it, but he couldn't have better timing if he tried. Hunter can't die now, though. But it looks like it's all going to work out here for Mattis.
Go on, Mattis, keep it clean. There's one. Spots the other two. They will get past Hunter. This gets a little awkward now. Even though they had this great timing on the flank, Mattis only good for the first. Needs a follow-up, getting this fight. It's a big one. JL iced out, and that leaves Spinks alone. Low on health, boxed in, nowhere left to run. Spinks tries.
What?
Sampires denies. Flew too close to the sun on that one. And he's a deadly laser.
Oh my goodness, jumping no-scope with the orb. Sampires, a little bit of luck goes a long way in bailing out G2 from that clutch. There was something happening there for Spinks, not meant to be. Sampires, you'll take it. Oh my goodness, to win a round like that, tight margin.
A JL classic there. He always lets you know, like, the appropriate reaction.
Yeah.
You know, like, how the team's feeling.
Never too much.
Kind of done Kukli style. We're referencing all the old games today. Talk about Scream already.
Yeah.
Kukli, of course, less of a goat, I think
Yeah,
it's fair to say.
more of a POS.
How do you like the... Actually, I don't like it, but how do you feel about the Sunpire's pillow? It's always been the case. He loves a pillow.
How do I feel? I have questions more than feelings.
Okay.
Do you bring it with you? Is it the same pillow? How do you pack it? Is it in your hand luggage? Are you suitcasing it? If so,
Because if it's a hotel pillow,
it can't be.
We've been on many a hotel.
Yeah, my point being, there's so many different pillows.
Yeah.
Shapes, sizes.
They are at the good
thickness,
hotel,
firmness.
so there might be a pillow menu per se.
That's true, but not every hotel has a pillow menu, Harry. That's pretty crazy.
I'll have a little cushion to start, and for the main, I'll have the buckwheat pillow, please.
What's a dessert pillow? Memory foam?
Yes, delicious, delicious memory foam. Fiberglass pillow.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you have to bring your own. If you're that anal about what your seating position and the comfort, you bring your own pillow. That's annoying to travel with, Harry.
Okay, G2, you can have this one for free.
Okay.
Content idea: pillow talk with some pies.
That's good.
Yeah.
Now
There's something there, right?
in Spanish.
In Spanish, of course. It's a beautiful language.
Yeah. We.
Nice one.
Thanks.
It's good. It's a little tech pause right now, guys.
Yeah, we're getting more foam in that pillow.
Yeah. How do we all feel about it? How do we all feel about it, guys?
You asking me or the voices?
The voices. No, like, Twitch chat are the voices in my head, Hugo.
Oh, okay. Well,
And they're always telling me to do horrendous things.
Okay, don't listen to them.
But what if I do this one
No,
time?
we're live. You don't have time to think or listen.
What do you mean we're live? We ain't live, buddy. We're paused.
We're live on a timeout. Do you like them firm or soft pillows? That is.
I used to think I preferred soft, but actually as time's gone on,
You
like
grow
the
up.
tougher, yeah, exactly. Like you get out of this like youth mindset of like, ooh, I want to be comfortable, and comfort means soft. Like actually, no, you need support.
I need
That's what's
sturdy pillow.
yes. I
behind
want
my
the pillow to
heavy head.
spit on me.
Well, that's too much.
Anyway, we're back in the game. Tech pause over. And that was just kind of a little aside. That was Pillow Talk with Some Pious, everyone. The debut episode. G2 content team cooking that up.
All right, Spinks, close clutch. Going to pull the AK out into this eco round here for Mouz. And we are 3 rounds deep for G2 on this CT side. No alarm yet, but it could sound soon if G2 just keep flexing on this second half. Alex picks up the gun, but man, he has not had a great map here. 3 and 9. Can Alex find the form on this B entry?
Yeah, right now, Zell.exe has stopped responding. We've got to get him back in the game. And this could be his round. Heavy God up close with the util, but these Tech 9s are going to move in very, very quickly. Heavy God remains composed. No issues on the first. And the follow-up. Shut down at the B hit. No worries for G2.
Oh, dear. That one's going to leave a taste in your mouth, Mouz. Buckwheat. And Porsche not long for it either. So a 3K out of Heavy God, a rock-solid B hold. And when you compare that with Mouz's first half, woo, doesn't feel good. Another pause. As it's all kind of gone wrong in the Mouz camp, Harry. Nothing to show on this T side yet. And this is where it gets hard for someone like Xerxon, because yesterday we saw great games out of him, right? But you've also got to find this balance between calling your own shots, your own opening moves, still being that aggressive entry rifler, but also thinking about the rest of your team, how it's going to slot into place. And he has gone a little bit quiet in the second half so far. Understandably so. Only a couple of gun rounds in play here for Mouz. Moving on to their second now. And G2 showing us why they picked Dust.
If you like inverted the G2 score right now, what number would that be, Hugo? Like 180 degrees. Rotate that. It's like an IQ test.
6.
Get it?
No.
Anyway, we're right back in soon. Had a lot of nightmares last night.
Yeah.
I'm hoping this is one of them. I'm gonna wake up any second. Yeah, JL like that. JL like that. That's a real guy, man. He's loving this.
You like to...
Come on, JL.
It's a type 5 from
Yes, yes. He's always smirking, dude. I know he got in so much trouble in school.
Oh,
because they always thought he was like up to no good, causing mischief. He just can't help but crack a smile.
Funny guy.
Like, he's looking at the camera and it just makes him laugh.
You had him in the green room for one event, Harry. That's all we got, one event. Now he's in the player hotel. Gone but not forgotten.
I know.
And back, in a way.
Feels better seeing him in the server.
Yeah, for sure. Why? Want to expand on that?
Oh. Man, this is hard for Mouz. Like you say, he's
okay, you're just gonna walk
I'm just
away.
going to walk away.
All right.
Because you're dead on. T-sides have been the struggle. Their T-side does too. And that lead that they once had is gone. And so we all know what that means.
What does it mean?
Time for a timeout.
Ooh.
Little tack pause.
I mean, 2026 alone, 5 wins, 11 losses on Dust 2. But one of them wins being over G2, Harry. And it was a 7-round T-side. Not seeing anything like that right now. G2 playing very confident, right? We've seen long push out of Mattis. We've seen B push out of Heavy God. Nerds in lower. They've been all over the shop, to be fair. Very disruptive. And this is a versus a Mouz that had 2 fire starters in that first half. Torshi and Xerxon were big problems. But now Mouz regressing to the mean. Can this second gun round change the tune? 4 long for G2.
You can't keep that 4-man start over towards A forever, and they will shuffle up the defense. 2 guys taking middle. Mouz go and scale up through the short side. They've got space here. And a B-stack starts to take shape for G2. They went in with the early long clear and now have some Pius just on the angle. That gives you a big degree of freedom. Only other gap over here towards short, and Sampaius is a flash for a little bit later if he needed it, which we know he won't. This is about to be a mid-to-be into the stack, so G2 one step ahead on this one. Nice way to get the ball rolling from Nerds. Spinks needs this opening, can't get it. And now you look towards this tunnel side, it is a mow down. Everyone gun on. G2 running away with Dust 2 on the CT half.
Wow, when you consider how Mouz catch Nerd to a back turn with no one covering, window player dropping back in. To be fair, G2, despite the stack, are not in position to deal with the contact B tunnels, and they get through with only one casualty, and that's in middle. Excellent shutdown there from G2. Nerds recovers very well. And dear oh dear, Mouz are running out of room here in this T side. It's going to be a pop long to try and change the pace. That deep long smoke, G2 just break it open, fire through. It's JL's Deeg, the only bit of joy in this round.
He's 12 health, but he's going to get one more.
No, he's got a Galil now.
Oh, bro, pass it over to Zelex. He needs it more than you. Come on. Yeah. There we go. I know, man after my own heart, JL. Look at this. He wants that Deagle.
And you just feel so safe with Heavy God having B on lockdown right now. Resmoke comes in. Mouz throw one at the cross and G2 block as well. So even getting up on this long side is going to be extremely difficult. Through the smoke into Nerds, who at least finds one. It's not ideal, nobody said that, but Hunter's Orb is. And they just go fighting. G2 fearless on this CT side. Scout connects. Some Pyres. Eat a bullet. One more. Need to land. And Xertion's made it a 1v1.
Come on.
Where is Heavy God?
That's what you're worried about. You're looking over your shoulder here.
He's faking steps for Cat, or he's going all the way around.
It's a risky move, in my opinion. Gonna have very little time. Bomb dropped on the cross. This one's got to come down to the fight. Heavy God.
He knows.
He's deep cleared long. And now very suspicious about this short reposition. Headshot angle for Exertion, but he's got to nail it at the first time of asking and never even gets to fire a shot off. Heavy God, safe pair of hands indeed.
And it's just perfect for Heavy God. Active enough while he gets the info that he realizes Exertion has gone all the way around. If Heavy God's too passive there, if he's holding the long cross, he can get shot in the back of the head, but no, clears everything, realizes 20 seconds, there's no way he's scaling. He must be resetting. Heavy God, brains and brawn combined, and G2 just haven't stopped on this CT side.
Oh. Little attempt to charge out through middle for Nerds. Right into that Torshi Orb.
Maybe feeling like it was clear because his teammate did the wallbang, but didn't seem like it was even close to getting Torshi off that boost. It's meant to be for the boost. So Nerds goes right into the orb, and G2 have to do it from a 4v5. Their biggest challenge of this CT side. Just know Heavy God might be alone. Is that tempting? He uses his smoke at middle. Oh, what a gamble right now for G2. Heavy God crossing into a 4-man stack. Oh dear.
It's really rough. And now forced into this stack. Heavy God will get cleaned up. Same for Mattis in the blink of an eye. All the fights come through for Mouz. That's going to inject a bit of energy into the squad again. They break the streak that G2 were on. 6 in a row for G2 comes to an end.
You can't have called that one off there. Mouz run through the Molotov. G2 have 4 players fighting, and they even get the first kill. First 2 kills, and then Mouz just massacre them.
Terrorists win.
JL shocked they won that round. Like, oh, they're all
If
there.
ever you need to know how to feel about a round, just look at the JL cam. It's always perfect.
Oh, we won.
Oh, okay.
4 fighting.
Sure, I guess. We'll take it.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, Torshi going for the lineup. I feel like everyone lines this up and no one's ever in the right place. Look at him.
What do you mean, bro? If there's someone in that door...
I've not seen that work.
If Mattis was coming out of this door here...
Yeah. So strange. Right. Good break. Okay, Mouz pepping their step now. Maybe a bit of faith. Gotta have faith, but that is a bad long smoke. Huge gap. JL punished. Blade wouldn't have let that happen. He's not used to it. Oh, careful. Oh, good guy now. Spink's dead on the other side of the map. They can win this. 3 on 5.
They made it in with the bomb. You can see this cause some uncertainty for G2 when they see Spinks out through B. Actually took their eyes off of the A site for a moment, and so Mouz have been allowed to creep in, get themselves into a post plant. But it's one where they're scrapping, right? It's Torshi over towards long, left to try and clutch up if required. You need these guys in the site to get away with something. No jump shot today. Zelex hits the dome. Heavy God and Sunpius both cleaned up, and Nertz is just hoping to get out with this gun. They're trying to pump Zelex up, sending him in for the 4K. It will get denied.
Gotta run.
Nertz.
He's dead.
Oh, that one extra bullet. That one bullet's done him in.
Yeah, gone.
How's not forgotten.
Zelex triple out of nowhere. Needed that. He's been very quiet in this entire map. So big triple kill off the entries, denying that jump spot in the 3v3. That was a 3 on 5 that was going very, very wrong there for Mouz. They're able to recover in the post plant. Nice shots.
I mean, now you've broken G2's money as well. This looked like it was all over for Mouz. But they've got resilience. They had that one scrappy short side take, and since that point, they've been playing with real confidence.
Ooh. Careful. Still this lower fight that is not going on. Zelex is holding, but you'd like to think even if he goes down, he'll clear this corner against pistols. G2 hiding out in A. What's Hunter cooking? He's got something.
Yeah, it's the smoke. What's the...
New one way.
Hunter.
It's not going to get out there walking in. Oh, there it is.
Smoke just dropped him right there.
Little block, but Zertian walks right around it. Hello.
So quietly, so a real surprise to Heavy God that he's so deep. Hunter should have a kill here. No inclination from Exertion that a second man waits around that smoke. Still shouldn't come to matter. Mouz have the B site.
It's not going to matter, but it's guns for G2, and that really does make the difference. You want to give Heavy God an AK at this point in the game for his B hold.
And Mattis.
Okay,
headshot.
Good choice. Good choice of players. But do you think both of them drop them over?
No, good luck, man. Like, trying to get an AK off of someone when they've saved it.
No, it's Sunpius and Hunter, though. I think you could get both of them over.
Impossible.
No. If it was Nerds, I wouldn't be so sure. But Sunpius...
He will.
He can get an AWP.
He has a vested interest in not having it.
Do they have the money, though, Harry?
Well, you said Nerds wouldn't drop the AK. He's the guy who could bring an AWP in a play.
He'll make a trade.
And so you do the trade deal.
He'll make
it's
a good
tremendous trade deal. Like you say, I'll buy you an AWP. You throw that over here.
Yeah, I think that's okay. So, well, maybe Heavy God's on the A4. Let's see the trading that G2 do.
Yeah, no, neither of them get the guns they deserve.
Hunter keeps it. Love a self-assured captain, though. Backs himself. Nothing wrong with that. And G2. This game's slipping through their fingers right now. 3 rounds in a row for Mouz after an empty T side. It's never too late. They win this round, Harry. This is their map in their pocket. They'll have G2 broken in 23. Nerds with a fantastic trade, giving Sunpius the AWP. Gonna need to perform here. Only one kit.
I mean, all the pressure now, like G2 might be winning in terms of the score, but well, the pressure is very much on their shoulders. This is the round that costs you everything if it goes against you. That opener from Sunpius hits that much harder. And look at Mattis go. Oh no! JL with the turnaround. Mattis' flank gets denied. Oh dear, that could have been everything. Instead, it's given a 4-on-4 over to Mouz, and JL's quick to try and take the space. Look at him go out through long. Hunter denies that space-taking attempt from JL.
An easy pickup. Nerds waited the whole round, close middle. They never cleared him. Zelex finds out the hard way. 4v2 now for G2, despite this long push, in a commanding position to win out and find map point. Back in B site, Heavy God giving away nothing. Now he's even got support. Block at that B bomb site. Mouz might just feel like they have to go through. They are trapped in the tunnel.
And you could justify the save, couldn't you?
2 players with no money.
Yeah. Like
That's the worst part.
They're going to give it a look.
B is the best. This is the best argument. Try and get this clean entry. You can win the round off it.
Well, Heavy God got one to trifle with. Shuts it down, not even an issue.
2 mollies, neither of them really affect his position. Still gets to peak on his own timing.
And G2 breathed a little easier now, right? They were up for a reset at the end of that one. That's why we say the pressure was on them in that last rifle round, even though they're up in the lead. And now they've kind of done a number to Mouz's money. Even though you're still going to have some rifles at play here, you're still going to have the AWP for Torshi, there are limitations. You're working with less, and that's a challenge for new look IGL exertion. Then again, jail on... No.
You want the
jail,
deagle.
Jail, man. Don't do this. All right, let's see if Mouz can make this one OT or if G2 end it now. Putting a stop to that streak that Mouz are on, the attempt at the comeback, and it's hinging on a low econ round. Pretty decent buy, actually. Ignore me. For Torshi. Takes an early routing in through lower. G2 play for the anti-long rush. 3 players there with util. But now they own that half of the map. Mouz are picking up the pace. Walking a contact mid to B.
It's going to be hard to find this entry. Got to really commit to the swing here. They're going to wait for the smoke first. Zelex looking for Hunter.
This is bomb on Zelex too, as he's the first guy out through middle. Leading the charge, so it is this mid to be coming in at a pace turn. Heavy God deletes that first man. Turn around onto the tunnels, he can't pick it up. The bomb dropped out here in middle towards the window. That's a bit of a problem for Mouz. They replenish the smoke in its CT, and that will give Spinks the cover to get this bomb back. 3-on-3 now. Mouz in a post plant.
Huge move for Spinks there. He plays very risky to go get that bomb back, but it's bailed Mouz out. It's let Xertion lurk in middle. He's going to play late behind the doors now. Tech9 might hold him back, but G2 have a decision to make, and they walk away. Mouz have won it, despite Heavy God's excellent kill in middle. It's the inability to turn around and find Spinks on that lurk. So 2 picks in this B bomb site, and Mouz win the round. That's why you always give it a go. Love the call as well. Catching Hunter, starting triple long, going straight out mid to B dry, no AWP in position. And when you think about how many rounds Sunpius has started middle, gone for picks, tried to wallbang, that's a risky call for Mouz with no flash, but it pays off massively. It's kept them in the map.
A little awkward. They lost 2 players to the bomb.
Oh dear.
So actually, like, the buy in this round is very similar to what they just got to bring to the table.
At least 5 rifles this time.
Yeah.
But yeah, not ideal. It's going to have to be enough here for Mouz. They did the hard job. Now, into overtime. Said early in this series, this could be a game where both teams take their opponent's map pick. And the takeaway from that was more, I'm worried about Mouz's Mirage. At least they started Dust 2 strong, but G2 amassed a hell of a CT side streak, and now they have the chance to close again. Is second time the charm? Hurts. Crazy. And it's Alex alone.
Oh, had a rough map. Doesn't get better now. Exertion at least restores a bit of order with the 4-on-4. And look at Mouz go. They are just accelerating after that opener through the catwalk. They're going very, very quickly here into an A play. Mouz kicked things up a gear. This late in the game, round 24, final round of regulation. They try and go for the Hail Mary, and Mattis shuts down the first 2. Spinks and Torshi.
Wait.
Slower. Spinks answers back. Backstab for Torshi out here in middle. And now it's down to this. A 1v1 overtime or G2 close here and now.
This is a hell of a rotation, but the bomb is down on elbows. Torshi's coming from spawn. This is the last place Mattis should expect. Look at him walk in.
One shot would do it, and there's Torshi delivering overtime to Mouz. Him and Spinks with a 2v4 to get us into OT.
That was out of nowhere. That felt done.
And it's a more exciting brand of CS that we're getting out of Mouz. These are high-pressure, late-game moments. They're not playing slow. They're not playing scared. Their answer is actually pace in a lot of these moments.
Yeah, gotta respect these last 2 calls out Desertion or Cyclone, because Mouz walk contact mid to B out through the doors in round 23, and then they speed up off of that lower control and just clash on A. It's a high-risk maneuver for Mouz. It's paid off twice. Now we have some breathing room. Overtime. Mattis wins out long fight. And Mouz move quickly down middle. Are they just going to jump on the mid to be here? That window is closed. Some bias is on the line.
Nails Exertion, someone who's been such a nuisance, right? Always a source of these opening kills, or always taking space. He dies on that attempt to get out through middle. Pius even keeping the pressure on, breaking the smoke. Second break, and another for Pius.
Mattis is so aggressive in this CT side. Look at him go again. 5v2, realizing one's out middle. What's a chance he's being held? Low enough that he'll take the risk and take the whiff again. That's twice now. Luckily, doesn't feel like a problem. Spinks is low. Zalex is cordoned off in middle. There's 25 seconds as a reblock comes in. No more util left for G2, but surely no more problems. Did they spot him? No. But there's no chance today. G2 do close that round despite the missed shots.
Yeah, really well handled for Pius too, and the rest of G2 for moving in and helping him, right? Those constant smoke breaks just causing problems around mid as Mouz tries to get out. I mean, when you get into OT, you often look to the more experienced squad. Considering Mouz, it's their new lineup. FO leaning towards G2 having a larger cache of ideas, a bigger bank of things to fall back on. Because really, for Mouz, you know, one of the problems I think you have as this goes down the stretch is it's not like you can fall back on what you used to do. What you used to do didn't work on this map. So it's got to be off the dome for Exertion. Good amount of early control here, right? Minute 10 left on the clock. You've already taken short away.
And JL's watching long because think about Mattis in this game. How many pushes he's gone for, but in a 5v5, you're never going to see the long commit come through.
The fact as well that I think it was Sunpire's actually flashed into the doors for Mattis. I think that's just designed to keep a player looking over their shoulder the whole time. This is like the most reserved Mattis has been on long in a long time.
I was just say, forget long, go straight out mid once more. Mid to B smoke comes in, they can just go for this storm. Nerds and Heavy got again, and this B bomb site limited support. They need multiple kills, and the push through B again for Spinks. He has come through the smoke. His lurking has been very aggressive today.
Yeah,
it's caught G2 off time and time again.
Relieving to see as well, because you'd heard these ideas, you know, that we were going to see something a little different from Spinks, right? A little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive. I don't necessarily think he's delivered that in a lot of these games. I think it's been more of the same from Spinks, but here, since he's turned up the aggression, thinking back to some of the rounds earlier on, oh, bro, he's even in spawn holding for this reroute. But you know, like, thinking about some of the rounds early on, there was that really ugly one where he snuck all the way through B, only to like whiff on the backstab. Whenever it was slow, it was struggling, but as he's gotten a bit more involved, boy, do you know about it. That is a huge opening from Spinks. 2 kills on the B site lurk. Mouz love it. And that's let them tie this one up.
Yeah, great to see Spinks find these moments. Look at them. Back turned, Heavy got swing. Spinks still adjusts in time for second. He's had a hell of a game. Hell of a T-side, really. And that 2v4 to get us into overtime. Can Mouz find a winning half? We have double orb now.
Yeah, I think early days of this matchup, you were kind of getting Spinks at like 70, 60%. As it's gone on, though, he's really up the level.
Standoff at long doors again. But is it too late for Mouz to make this adjustment? This smoke on that long cross. That's his hideout in pit. They know he's there from the nade. Hunter's going to get reflashed in. Great flash. There's more than enough players to deal with it. Repeat comes in from the orb. Actually, burn out is JL. Sunpire's commits and hits his. It's just Torshi getting crazy mode, and Nerds will not let it happen. Shut down for G2 on the long side. No clutch today for Mouz, and G2 win the half.
All right, look, here's something Mouz is going to have to contend with. Zelex was getting exploited all throughout their CT side. G2 have a 1-round buffer. Watch out for those B hits. Yeah. Watch out for those B entries. Spinks at least is looking a damn sight better than he did in that first half, so maybe that gives you a bit more staying power, a bit more purchase over towards B.
Yeah, a lot of the problem was Spinks wasn't always there when they needed him, right? He was still hanging out in middle, he was on rotation, he was Joker back on A. Gonna need him to support Zelex. At the same time, Zelex knows he's been kind of bought enough time to show up in this game, so a 1 or 2 well-placed kills in this B bomb site this late in the game would, you know, remove all worries of your regulation play.
Yeah, you either kind of make up for it now, or it goes on to define this game.
Yeah, you can redefine everything in overtime. Mouz needing 3 straight rounds. G2 looking for a double. And you know they're going straight towards B.
It's what we were worried about. Sunpire's has the spawn on this AWP, and he's going to go looking for the opener. Spinks will start here, anticipating that they will exploit Zelex, if possible. Turns away from that util and delivers a double the moment G2 play their hand. Zelex falls, but Spinks still here, still fighting, and in comes Exertion to lend a helping hand.
Yeah, you don't need Zelex to perform when Spinks is in that position. Shut down on top of the box. He couldn't be in a more committed spot. He just read G2 like a book. Beautiful hold. absolute shutdown here. Overtime now with big questions for Mouz.
And again, back to B. The idea here, G2 kind of...
And they've read it right.
Oh, Zelex needs something from him. Gets his one, makes it a double. 0 to hero, 2 kills in defensive B. It's more than enough. That's his best B hold yet. And now it's down to a retake for Mouz. Zelex has done what he can. Kept them in a 4-on-3. But now it's down to the rest of the squad. Exertion and Torshi closing in through the tunnels. Eyes on for Hunter. Has Mattis up close as well. Smoked in at the front of the tunnels. Ollie in behind this lurk smoke. And Mattis gonna try and get tricky with it. They'll break that smoke open. Could overlook Mattis here, and that would be a big problem. Him and Nert's gonna kill a piece, and things go direly on this tunnels push. Torshi can't save him. G2 back-to-back B hits, and the second one lands.
I can't believe they have the balls to go for that call. The full send into B. That's not even contact. That is just a rush into the site. Zelex double kill. We were just saying he needs to do something. And even though he does, Mouz falls short in that post-plant. A very difficult retake.
Just as Mouz correctly read that they were going to go B, they were going to go back to exploiting Zelex, G2 then called their bluff. Mouz are telling themselves, there's no way they go back to B after we just destroyed them. And that's why it works so well for G2 when they go back to B.
Full punish, but now we're going to see a more standard round here out of G2. They've got the breathing room. They don't need to risk it all in a rush. Mouz did only start 1 player, but they have 3 on the B side of the ramp. So here to support. If G2 pop into that site, they're going to let Sampaius work with the AWP. He's had a recent string of great form. And in this map, he has performed on these opening kills. Committed for Spinks, Nerds finds him. 5v4 for G2. Spinks, who has had one hell of a comeback in this map, felled first.
One thing that's kind of interesting is Exertion's playing Joker in that he's over towards B, right? He just killed Spinks over here in middle. That might draw you back over to the B site. He's the guy you expect to be rotating. You want him to be that second guy over towards B. And so I wonder if this brings G2 back. Over towards that B site, over towards Zelex and Exertion. Doesn't look like it right now. Mattis alone in the tunnels. Keeps the option open. Time getting low, and G2 moving up the catwalk with this bomb.
Since the AWP, though, Torshi...
Oh, no, they're not.
Okay, drop back down. 29 seconds here for G2 to make this happen. They've got 1 more smoke.
Exertion. This would be his time to shine. Meant to be the unknown quantity in this round. Zelex in here alongside him. 3 players out through the mid doors. Exertion swings, only good for the first. Zelex can't hold on. JL's found 1 on the spam. That keeps this thing interesting. It's
5
a 2v2
seconds.
and the plant just goes down in
2
time.
volleys.
Gonna be able to slow the roll of Mouz on this retake with that util. Mattis waits up close as G2 look for that killing blow. Sampaius on the line, and it's not going to get easier for Torshi. G2 get it done in overtime.
Okay, so G2 wins their map pick, but I just want to say I'm pretty good at being self-aware enough to admit when I was wrong. And I was wrong. UMass looks kind of fun, man. This is kind of fun.
This is a fun game overall. I think for the biggest part of that T side, I would say, like, yeah, this is not looking good. But then they managed to figure out a few things, and that's, again, like a good sign, kind of similar to yesterday on Youth against Gentlemates. They were like, nothing's really working, and they're like, oh, okay, let's try this. And then it works. They get to OT. Unfortunately, you just see a few issues, and one of the issues is Zelex, unfortunately, on this map. Yeah. Not the role that he's used to playing. He's used to being a rotator. Now he's a B anchor. That's a huge change, and that's something that G2 exploited a lot. And even, unfortunately, in the end, when he got a double kill and did his job, they still lost the round. And
you hit the nail on the head right there. I think the story of this particular map, apart from all the heroics from from Torji, for example, with AWP, he was looking super solid for the side of Mouz. Some great rounds overall. But Zelex, he had 3 rounds in the first 12 CT rounds they had right there. That is just a rough performance from him. And also, again, you can see why this is a punish pick coming in. I'm quite sure Mouz really haven't had too many reps over here. They're like, Zelek's going to be playing towards the B bomb side. And he's playing such... Like, once you be hitting the B bomb side a couple of times, you know exactly what he's playing. He's either playing on the platform right behind the barrels or playing to his car position. Not much of variation coming out there. And there were a couple of mistakes as well, Prof. Like, you know, you could see Spinks with a couple of missed smokes. Yeah. Even though he had very pivotal moments in a few rounds, I think there were some individual misplays being made. And I think it's mainly because this is a map that Mouz really haven't had much prep on and also have struggled with historically.
But let's be fair, normally old Mouz on the T side would drop off like that and then they would just fade away into oblivion. They fought back. Like there was actual, I'm gonna say it, a little bit of aura, a little bit of emotion coming out of this team. Yeah. There was some spice. This was the Mouz we've been demanding for a while. I know they didn't win, but I've now drunk the
Kool-Aid. I'm curious how much that because the last few rounds when they started winning on the T side and managed to get into overtime, a few of those rounds were kind of gambles, pretty much. Reads, gambles.
Counter reads.
You know, playing kind of loose. All of these things are like, from the outside, we don't really know, is it like, okay, I know this is going to happen this way exactly, or is it just like, F it, nothing else is working, let's just go down mid, no contact, no flash, no nothing, and just do a B split off of spawn, which is, considering how G2 are playing, it's a big risk, but because they are pushing lower, they're up fighting. Sunpias obviously had a great game. He was fighting mid a lot and he was getting kills there. This is the round that they, you know, go 3 long, 2B, and there's this opening in mid that Exertion's call just exploits perfectly. So I like that. I like that, but at the same time, there's still some learning.
It wasn't
for them
the cleanest game for both the two teams, because even if you look at Sunpie, Sunny P, and good old Torshi, when they're having this op deals, I'm like, guys, like it's like watching two pug. It's like high-level pug going on. The utility usage was a little bit sloppy here and there. It was a very exciting game of Counter-Strike overall. But a couple of things I do want to highlight is Sunpie. He's a player I pointed out personally, saying that he's definitely had an uptick in performance, and he was finding a lot of impact, not just on the CD side, but the T side as well, floating around, getting a lot of opening kills. And I think he was very pivotal in getting a lot of these opening kills in some of those rounds, right? So it's really cool for us to see him step up and continue this particular form, because I was worried, he had a pretty decent Rio and whatnot. He might taper off, might kind of fall off, but he's looking solid so far.
Yeah, I mean, Mattis as well. Mattis had some, even though he's not really... He's an interesting player, but he's not really in star positions. But sometimes you feel like he is, or maybe that he even should be, like playing long on Dust 2. He found a bunch of timings when to push, and combining with Nerds. Feels like Nerds is more doing the early round aggression, and he's playing long. Obviously, you can't... It was so funny when Hugo said in the cast, it's a 5v5. Of course, he's not going to push. And I just think of to all of my friends that I play matchmaking with. It's like... These guys don't understand. I wish this was a concept my friends understood. You can't push long in a 5v5. Someone's going to be there. There are too many people alive.
Or double push.
Yeah, or let's go do something together. But Mattis understands that, when it's after the initial duels happen, maybe in lower, maybe in upper B, then he's like, okay, waiting like 50
He even caught a really good timing on JL, just got unlucky.
Yeah.
We got to point out Exertion as well.
Yeah.
And a losing effort. Yesterday, he was like, highest rated player for his team. Again, highest rated player for his team while calling, while micromanaging. And also, when the going got really tough at the very end, when it looked like, oh, this is going to be G2 closing it out. So very ballsy calls coming out from him, a little bit of speed as well. So even though G2 won, I just want to kind of praise both teams for what they pull off here.
This is where I'm kind of sitting. I know G2 won the map pick. It was expected. For me, I was just so impressed with Mouz and the fight that they put up. This was what I think a lot of us have been wanting from this team.
Yes, and again, there's going to be a lot of learnings, right? Clearly, this is a map, at least based on what we've seen so far, that they haven't really prepped a lot with Zeleks, right? And I think that, we, in the pregame, we had this kind of like the map positional sort of thing, where we expect it was JL who's going to be taking Jimmy's position towards B, Zeleks is going to be playing towards long. Instead, it was actually flipped around. JL was playing towards long and Zeleks towards B. And that's something where on certain other maps, on Nuke, I think was pretty solid overall. This is a map that they really haven't had. I don't think it's just about him, but I feel like they haven't really...
I mean, even Jimmy
worked in a calm, so to speak.
I think Jimmy and Spinks on B also weren't like a great partnership.
A great duo.
I just feel like Spinks is
the problem.
Let's say he's not the solution. Let's say like that. I think it's sometimes hard to play with him because he's kind of a baity player. and it's fine. Sometimes baiting is good for your team, but in these positions, when you're on B, you're gonna be the anchor that Zelex is now and that Jimpat was before. Sometimes you just need to be in positions that, if your teammate doesn't do certain things, are just gonna suck and you're gonna die completely pointlessly. And Spinks is not. I don't feel like he's the best player in setting up your team.
I feel like this might sound crazy, but like, I mean, it's not even crazy. You know, why don't you just try it out? It's a map you struggled with such a long time. Put JL there towards CT mid, right? Put JL over there.
Or even the B anchor.
Or even let Zelex play towards mid, right? Let them do this, because Spinks, obviously, I agree with you. He was always been, I feel like, the liability whenever it was Jimmy and him playing together. So, look, mistakes were made. They lost a game, but I think they made a lot of learnings as well.
I do think we need to put an asterisk in any map positions. I'm just going to say this with Mouz. We don't have enough data to know. They're going to try some things. They're going to turn people around. Like, that is going to happen. So it's when we do these map positions and we discuss it, we've got to go, okay, this could be temporary. This could change up. I want to focus in really quickly, though, on Mirage, because we saw Mouz yesterday and it looked dismal. It was not good.
Yeah.
Do you think that will be different now?
Against Gentlemates.
That was against Gentlemates.
It was against Gentlemates and they got smashed.
I was just trying to be nice. I mean,
no,
just add all the extra caveats.
I wanted to make sure that we know what happened yesterday. And it was like CT side. I mean, overall, the Dust 2 that we saw, Exertion, Torchi, amazing. CT side especially. Here, it's going to be Exertion, Torchi, Zelex again. That mid approach from these three plus JL joining in. Spinks was just kind of lurking A, so I can't really put any of the blame on him in this game. I think the three of them had no impact. Couldn't find any opening. Couldn't do anything. Comparison, I think Zelex and Exertion, the partnership on Nuke that we saw previously, and we saw on Dust 2, I think the two of them work together. They're kind of similarly thinking players. You have a more experienced guy in Exertion that's also the IGL. I think they should be doing better on this map.
For me, the surprising thing was because Nuke, like, everyone was kind of like having a pretty solid time overall, right? Even though it's a very close affair. It's just that everyone stopped shooting apart from JL. 2 out of the 3 rounds I won to the T side was JL, you know, one with the Deagle or something, and kind of like a half buy. And it was weird to see. It felt like they were so uncomfortable. Again, it's a map they picked. It's a map that they've been pretty comfortable on in the past. You just switched out a couple of players. JL knows his map. He was looking good. Zelex, obviously, you know, young academy kid player. He loves Mirage, obviously. But the fact that he picked this for me, Sam, it's like that they have faith in the Mirage. And yesterday was an anomaly, you know, that they're going to be fixing this stuff. But that's the thing. The T side, what we saw from Dust 2 was they were able to adapt, right? They were able to speed things. And what I want to see on Mirage this time around, a little speedy. Not just a super slow defaulty thing they did yesterday. Instead, try to mix it up a little bit. And maybe then we could see map number 3 coming up.
Let's recap exactly what you're watching right now. Day 2 of PGL Astana. It is G2 up against Mouz. G2 has won their map pick. Mouz is moving to Mirage. We've got to find out if they're going to equalize the series. But first, a quick break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
G2 are coming into Astana as one of our elite and top teams. I got Hunter with me, leading his way through all of this. I just want to ask you, right, because I haven't got to speak to you for a little while. It's obviously, you had your foot thing, you went in one event, out one event, you came back to it. How are you? Like, how's life? How is it all going, being the IGL and going through all this?
I mean, it's been a bit tough period, especially when I fucked up my leg, let's say that way. It was really painful at the beginning, and I felt bad skipping this FURIA event because I felt we were in a good shape, in a good mood overall to just play more, especially with nerds. And yeah, but I mean, this is how it is. I'm recovering still. It's not the best, but it's getting better. I'm able to play, that's the most important, and I'm just looking forward to play more. Yeah, in Dallas we didn't do what we wanted to do. I think we had some better chances to go until the end. But yeah, I hope this event will be better, and that's what we'll try to do.
Talk to me right now just about where you feel the team is at, where some of the peaks I see in G2, it looks good, but then some of the games you almost have in your hands falls away. What discussion is G2 having around what it could be? Like, what are you noticing in the game that maybe we don't see on the cameras? Because people will just say, oh, they threw the round. But what is it from your perspective?
Like that?
You're just throwing it?
Just like that. Like, I think overall we are playing good. When people watch us, I think they are happy with the way we are playing, and we are happy most of the time. It's just some small details, 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 rounds overall, especially when you play against top teams. I mean, MR12, if you lose 1 or 2 crucial rounds by making a mistake, or they are getting lucky, because against us people are getting so much luck, I don't know why, what's wrong with us, but I hope it will stop soon. But yeah, overall, it's just, if you play against top teams, you need to be focused at every moment, every kill matters, and that's what we need to work on, because I think individually and as a team, we can play anyone, and we showed it already, just some small details that we need to fix, and I hope that will be an event that we'll fix, and then for the major to be full ready.
Now, someone who is not missing at all at the moment is Pius. He seems to be in better form right now. What have you guys been doing to enable that? What has changed?
Nothing really special has changed overall in like how we deal with the game together as a team and how we are playing. It's just about him deciding to do some adjustments for himself that will make me more comfortable, and that will make team more comfortable. Of course, we talk as a team how to make everybody comfortable in the team and confident. And of course, if you want to be a top team, if you want to be a consistent team, you need Oper who is consistent, and that's what we are getting lately. And I'm really happy because of that, because he's the guy who really deserves that stats, I would say, that he has lately, because since he joined G2 he had a tough time, but he was working really hard. He was helping everyone in the team. He's always trying to lift up the mood overall, and we are all happy to have him in the team. I just hope that he will continue this way, and if he continues that way, it will be easier for me and for all of us.
When you say it'll be easier for you, does it also give you some more options as an IGL, how you want to play out around the call around, knowing that you can rely on him some more?
Definitely, especially because he improved a lot playing clutches overall, and doesn't matter what is happening, that you know that your Oper can clutch. For example, that's why MongolZ is one of the best, and he can win some unwinnable situations, not some, but a lot of them. Yeah. So yeah, that's Zaiwu as well. That's what makes difference, because you need to support some rounds, and if you stay at the end of the round, obviously 1v2 or 2v3, 2v4, that you are able to clutch those rounds, because those rounds are making big difference mentally for us and for opponent.
Do you see yourselves as title contenders, as a team that can challenge for that? Could this be where we see the good performance from G2, the one that you can be happy and proud of?
I mean, we didn't discuss too much about the goal of this event, like where we want to go. Of course, if we get a chance to go until the end, we will take the chance, definitely. But our goal is just try to improve now with Nerds. This is like second tier 1 event for me and Nerds together in the team. I didn't play Rio. So yeah, our goal is just to be better every day, to try to improve, and then to be 100% ready and real G2 for the major.
Real G2 for the major. Okay, you've got the plan, you've got the vision, you know what it's going to be. So let's see if you beat your expectations and go further than what's ever possible when it comes to this Astana.
Hopefully.
Hunter, thank you very much, and good luck going into the tournament, my man.
Thank you, James.
Well, a very tightly contested map 1, G2 able to edge it out on Dust. Now though, Hugo, we're going to Mirage. This was a struggle for Mouz. I'm putting it kind of favorably even in that. Yesterday, when they played the Gentlemates, they got wrecked.
Yeah, which is weird, right? Because they picked it yesterday. They got 4 rounds. They've picked it again today. Seemingly not what they expected.
Who do you think's better on Mirage, G2 or Gentlemates?
I'm going to go with G2.
Okay.
But it doesn't hold up day to day, Harry. It doesn't hold up. It's Counter-Strike.
Yesterday, Gentlemates were better than G2.
Possibly. It's not out of the realms of reality. No, I'm not playing your silly little game.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm just going to say, look, MongolZ have clearly picked this for a reason. They've clearly got reason to believe their Mirage is good. It was a strong map. If we go back to earlier in the year, back at Cluj, into Pro League, they had a string of decent results on. And yes, it's a different MongolZ, but at the end of the day, this is one of the most classic maps in Counter-Strike. You want to make it your mainstay. It already was in your map pool. And so I'm not going to harp on MongolZ for being confident in their map, but I do want to see if they can redeem themselves from what was a very poor Mirage yesterday. On the flip side, Harry, G2 clutch out that win despite MongolZ's best efforts. That was G2 taking a while to close the game. They had to come back on CT side Dust 2. They lost a 4v2 at 12-11. They still won it out in overtime with some very ballsy calling as well. So nice to see from G2 here in the series, looking to get it done in 2. And, you know, despite the optimism I'm giving for MongolZ, that's where this series on paper should go. G2 to take this one in 2. What do you think?
I think it was nice of all the teams to match the chair.
What do you mean?
Like with the jerseys, there's matching.
Oh, MongolZ.
Where does the chair
G2,
start?
yeah, okay.
But G2 are doing it too, look. But just inverted. It's like home and away kids.
Okay, yeah, I like it. Red and black on red.
Yeah, which is better? Don't know.
Up to you.
We're about to find out.
Yeah.
I mean, I say we're about to find out. You can see, like, Nez doesn't have his headset on. He's just remembered they have a game to play. He's having too much of a good time with Heavy God, which actually I completely get. Like, Heavy God...
It's a great combo.
Really, really just sound dude.
Vibe merchant.
I like him a lot.
Nice guy.
It was the most expected thing when he took over the IGLing for G2 when Hunter wasn't there. Because he is super smart.
Yeah, and he calls all their pugs.
And he calls all their pugs. Him and Nerds play together in pugs. And he's always the guy. The IGL.
No, Nerds is the guy.
Oh no, some pious has turned into an inanimate object. Oh well. I'm joking. He's playing great as well. See? Cyclone, I don't just say things about MongolZ.
Who's your favorite MongolZ player that's not JL?
No, I'm thinking.
The hesitation.
I'm thinking, Hugo.
The hesitation. You can't say Zelex because that's just crazy. You don't even know the guy.
No, it's obvious who the favorite is that's not JL Torshi.
Okay, sure. I'll allow that. It's approved. Sampias is back. Animated as ever. Better with the fist bumps. Everyone getting ready.
Heavy locked in. Oh no, come on, don't admit defeat. But you got to get this fist bump, man. Come on. Heavy God. There we go. And he changed it to a dap.
I love that.
Was really well handled, actually.
Yeah.
Really well handled.
Shifted the whole vibe. Love to see it. Because if Heavy God comes at you with a hand when you're going for the fist, Heavy God gets what he wants.
Yes. Now, for MongolZ, is it going to be a repeat of yesterday's pitfall of Mirage, or are we going to see why they've been picking it? I hope it's the latter. But as I said earlier, we're about to find out.
Yes, indeed. I don't think this is a shameful game to lose for MongolZ by any means, right? G2 coming in and looking really strong on Dust for sure, and it's a weak map for MongolZ we've seen historically. I think what would be a problem if MongolZ, have a similar game on Mirage to yesterday. I want to see a lot more from them here on their pick, remember. Map 2 of the series, G2 upper map. And MongolZ confident in their Mirage, or where they'll be starting on the T side. In they go.
Double CT setup. Heavy God, a couple of taps, just go astray. But in comes Hunter and Nerds to turn the tide. And well, can't win them all. Didn't win that one. That's what you got to tell yourself.
It's always a problem when you go for, you know, no double smoke on A, when you either molly stairs or you just leave it open. It's like someone's going to go over the top of it and pick you, and Mouz just get caught crossing into the bomb site. It was a nice setup for G2. Double CT drew a lot of attention, but then 2 players coming over stairs and connector. G2 just whittling away. A nice pistol from Heavy God puts Mouz on eco. Go B.
You take this little B pot, man. You've earned it.
Thanks, man. Just a deagle here for Torshi. Bunch of Glocks. That is Hunter. And as long as Torshi doesn't do something crazy, Mal's just playing with their food, trying to bait nades out, bait rotations, walking back.
It wasn't a B pot. I feel bad now.
They pranked them. I thought I earned this. You're going to take it away from me? And they get more G2 with the second round.
There you go. That's teamwork right there.
From me and you, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. Full buy coming out for Mouz. Take this go round, Harry. You deserve it.
Just the whole thing. It might get a bit much, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Guns out for Mouz, Hugo.
Oh, thank you.
And a little mid-take. Looks to be the order of the day for this Mouz squad. JL Luck over towards the apartment. Spinks taking up ramp. Popping in a fake exec over towards A. Won't exactly work, as G2 have already played deep up towards the palace and they don't hear any footsteps over towards ramp. It's a fake not accomplishing all too much, but right now G2 still paranoid about middle. Sees just one man over towards B. It's Mattis. Mouz wait. Are you smoking at the window? Maybe a mid to be brewing. G2 paranoid about the A play after that initial volley of util. That's been very quiet, so flash to get something back. It's Sunpius lobbing one over, and Nertz provides that entry. Now they set their sights on the B play, right into Mattis. Backs up, trying to stall this one out and allow his teammates to rotate over. Sunpius first to fall. Mattis now gets to play his hand, not for long. Exertion with the trade. Torshi takes it one step further, and Heavy God and Hunter are locked out of this round. Now stick the landing on a B exec. Thanks to some keen trigger work out of Torshi in the site itself, and Exertion a little later from that mid-split.
Yeah, Mattis conceded a lot of ground there, and I thought it was going to work out for G2 having a player dump a mag from market. It catches one player off guard walking into Mattis, but just excellent timing for Xerxen on short. He played a little bit later than his teammate, who gets full flashed and overwhelmed by the window player.
Let's fucking go, boys, let's go!
And then Xerxen baits just the perfect amount to still contribute on that B split. Nice hit there for Mouz. Fake A, take mid, into B. And G2 just not the players in place to deal with it.
Well, when you think about the old Mouz squad, they used to love these little A set pieces as well. I'm thinking about some of the rollouts they would do, rightfully so, right? That util coming in for Mouz made G2 very, very paranoid.
Yeah. Orb is out. Sunpire's back in spawn. Classic position. Mouz not getting threatened in middle.
Good discipline here, holding on to this util in a slower round from Mouz. Break on the smoke, but they've missed exertion sneaking up into the connector. They know there's blind spots here, so can't go fully overlooked. Exertion's just going to walk this. That's never took his eyes off the connector, and again, we're back at a B hit for Mouz. Hunter's in a weird spot here as Mouz move in. Eyes set on this B site. They'll get past him. Nothing done. JL with a follow-up. And now Spinks. Ouch. Locking down this market rotate. They can't get in. Flash for the peak. JL sent out wide. That's fed Nerds a kill. And suddenly G2 are very interested in this one again.
10 seconds. They just grabbed the bomb.
Got to try and get that planted. Missed shot for some Pius. Nerds not able to stop this, but will close in on Zelex after the plant. It's very claustrophobic here, and Nerds is ripping heads off. Fantastic round from him. That's 4 for Nerds. Starts off over towards the connector, ends it with a stellar 3K in that B retake.
Yeah, Mal's not really on the same page there. I think JL just tries to play off the flash, realizing, look, someone's got to go for that bomb, and that close kitchen player isn't moving for me. Alex was probably the best candidate to go for it, but they were all just trying to cover. JL takes matters into his own hands, loses the advantage, and then Mouz have nothing to show for it. They're just desperately putting in that bomb, allowing G2 to hunt down the final 2. Uncomfortable round for Mouz. It's going to cost them as well. Back to a pistol and a Galil on 2. And so, very close, but the clock doing G2 favors. Some Pius rotates after firing his open window. And Mouz just walked down the valley. Straight through middle. Are they going to go through this con smoke? Nuts is here. Timing missed, and he knows there's more than one in connector. That's a great headshot. Nuts getting threatened, but it's not a problem. He's got Hunter to back him up. These 1-2 punches here for G2. Mouz out cold.
And this connector is very, very quickly becoming Nerds' playground, isn't it? 10-2. Firm grip on the steering wheel for G2 in pole position.
And now pistols.
You know what I'm going to say. Oh, keep your eye on
a little JL Deagle.
Keep your eye on a little JL Deagle.
Watch out.
It's always good for something.
A ramp fight.
Problem with having a good Deeg player is like everyone wants to be one when you get one. Oh, Torshi is!
Go on, one more.
Do it again. Oh, they're all good with the Deagles. It's working. It's rubbing off on them.
This is Eco. You've got to go for this G2. Oh. Stop it in his track. JL living is enough. Torshi getting
Still
out.
Still 2 on A though. This is kind of awkward.
This is done.
Seen the A players as well. You know, you got a 3-on-3 in the site itself, but a smoke dropped over on short. Zelex takes his time lining up that one.
Dude, 3-1 Deegs.
Oh! But a problem for who, man? When you got a good Deeg player, everyone wants to be a good Deeg player.
And everyone is.
And everyone is.
I've never seen Mouz win around like this. Hey, well that's one way to get back in the game, Mouz. And an AWP taken for Zalex at the end, so 4 1-Deeks connect. And JL is not one of them. Mattis has played that round that position a couple of times on the edge of bench, so Torshi has either seen it in this game or in a previous. Great pre-aim. Who is looking there? Tell me. Zelex, best round of the series. Might just be there. Actually, no, you got a 3K on a gun round on Dust 2. But points either way
Everyone was so quick to give up on Zelex after map 1. Real ball knowers know that he's just not a Dust 2 player. Well, not a B-side Dust 2 player.
That's fair. Triple nade and connector here. Notice it's not down bottom mid. G2 have not been fighting for mid control. They've been fine to just let Mouz have it. So nades do nothing and Mouz take mid contact. JL holding B push. Seen among all these extremities. It's this deep position.
Oh, look at how much JL's talking. An exertion with a bit of an exchange here. JL hears a lot from this lower tunnel's creep. And so trying to make this one come together out in mid are Mouz. Tag, but all right.
What?
That only pissed him off, apparently.
Ollie's a problem. No heavy gods here. They're going to clear this properly. Oh, that's not proper. Nade out for Xertion, doing too much. Spawn control, taken back, and JL fighting for this round on low health. He might have the perfect angle, though. Hunter felled. Matt is big flank from that B push, but he has good timing. They haven't put that bomb down.
Fantastic timing, yeah. And if you could find Torshi, the one guy with health, suddenly you're looking at JL 6 HP to try and clutch up. What if it's even better than that? What if, because he's here so quickly, able to get them both? They'll get eyes on in time, but Mattis is clean with the taps. And the nade could do it. No health on JL. Nothing but net for Mattis, and G2 steal that one away. It's a hell of a 1v2.
Yeah, really good timing there. G2 just throwing everything they've got into that bomb site. And somehow Mouz put it in a 2v1, but they can't be ready for that kind of flank so quick. A sigh of relief perhaps for G2, who already just dropped the ball via Eco, needed that round to stay afloat. Otherwise, we'd be talking about Mouz building a T side of their own. On a map, they only managed 3 first half T rounds against gentlemates of all teams.
I know that low-key, Mattis is a little pissed because getting the nade kill tanks your headshot percentage. The only stat that matters.
You know what? I think he'll be fine.
Did he look happy after winning the 1v2? No. And that's why.
All right. Got Heavy God and Nerds both with 10 kills here. Some pious miss as they dry swing mid. Could have been a big 5v4 here for G2. Instead, Torshi gets the line. But as we've already established, G2 are not interested in middle. They're taking space elsewhere, push down on ramp. Mattis has to ready himself for this B hit. Torshi is a lurk AWP right now. Gonna get... Oh! Somehow he just picked Hunter. Good luck, Mattis.
Oh, they're out. They're all around him. JL, clean entry, and this is already enough for Mouz, surely.
Yeah.
There's 2 players flanking, but Torshi in a good position just to stop Nerds.
Nice shot.
And that's the round.
He's going to hunt the AWP. That's actually a good call for Heavy God. We'd rather take this AWP out than anything else, but yeah, I think they realized that player got past. So Xertion goes back and cleans up as Torshi was holding anyway. That's not just a round, that's a flawless round here for Mouz so far. So Pius will take one with him, but not going to be a problem here for Mouz. Don't know how Torshi picked Hunter. There was a smoke down on short. But that was the first domino to fall, and Matters, even a multi-kill, would leave them really out of position. With double flank for G2. They knew what was coming, they just couldn't stop it.
This B site has been the way in for the Mouz squad. So a timeout now for the G2 camp.
I mean, on paper, Matt is overqualified B player, but has been unable to hold his own in any of these rounds. To be fair, he's been left alone a lot of times. Hunter's been getting picked. Hunter in an active position, as you'll see in-game leaders on this map, right? Some of the best in the world. Apex is over in connector. Hunter's over on short. You want that information. You want to know what's going on in middle. You don't want to be locked in, jump spotting B. How can you call from there? Great flash and even better shots. Double headshot for Zelex.
Again, to show us what I said coming into this, that I was kind of optimistic on him. It's all right,
Right, bubble boy.
Yeah, right. Shut your mouth. Everything's going to work out, dude. We're going to be fine. We're going to get through this. Oh, they're bringing the bomb back to A. Into the stack. It's only 3 players, but an AWP is among them. Among us. And so Sampius might still have an important role to play here.
You wouldn't, would you? 3 on 5.
The bomb is retreating. They're starting to worry that they're going into this stack, or at bare minimum, just that AWP.
Zelex just ran away too.
That's a good awareness for Mouz, right? You get the info, you insta leave. Get away.
Win the round. Nobody home here, JL clearing, and I think G2 just going to think about getting those minimal upgrades available as a gun on ramp. Still Spinks and Palace, 0 and 6, but yet to feel like a problem. 1 upgrade is nice. And he spots them. But might just focus ramp here. That's where the AWP was, and still is. Right.
Oh dear! Come on, Spinks.
Free fire it.
Come on. There it is. AWP denied.
Perfect. That's really annoying.
Guys, 1 weapon sleep and eco, okay? Yeah.
Much better for Zelex here. Do you think it poses like an interesting question for the Dust 2 of Mouz? Like, do they keep him as the B site anchor? Clearly he is just kind of uncomfortable there. But these are things, you know, these are the teething issues with a new squad. We seem to get a lot more mileage out of Zelex on the other maps. There was always going to be some issues with changing positions. It's just this 1 rifle for Heavy God in this round. And he's taking it in towards the apartments. JL waits for him.
I mean, I like the call here for Heavy God because it allows you to 4-stack A with pistols, but also Mouz have been abusing B. So what are they likely going to do in this round? Go back for it.
JL's been getting so many B entries. It's insane.
It's really annoying. You've lost a round off that kill here for G2. You would have banked on Heavy God holding his own for better than that. And Zershnu's always been in the connector. Even in those old Mouz games, would just be lurking up here on his own while Mouz go for B hits, and well, that hasn't changed. Bomb gonna go down.
Bomb has been planted.
Zershnu could even go for that M4 if he wants, get a free upgrade, and Mouz have recovered this half very well. That's 3 straight rounds, up to 5-5. G2 with an integral gun round. Mouz already besting their map performance against Gentlemaids.
Yes. I mean, the B site has been the cure, the antidote to the Hunter virus, and now they're on cruise control.
Oh my god.
Mouz.
That's crazy.
5 all.
I hope that ages well.
It won't. 5 apiece. And a chance for Mouz to break G2 in this final round. Not final round, second to last, penultimate round.
Yeah, there's a word for it.
And if they do that, Hugo, they win out the half.
That would be nice for Mouz on a T-side, Harry.
Yeah. Crazy to imagine we're here. But here we are.
So just keep Smack 10. Okay, explain this one to me. Is Bomb going under on Torshi? They've got 3A. Bomb is B apps. Exec coming in. Is it just a double fake? Fake B, fake A, go B? We'll see. Sampire shuts down that B rush and Torshi is rotating with the bomb. Okay, back around the world into this A site. Heavy God, MP7, but he's a master with this weapon. Oh, so blind.
Oh, very masterful.
Shout out.
Nerds. Oh, so blind. Everyone's been blind. Oh, he's blind again. Zelex with the swing. And he's on for the ace. Go on, Zelex. Just this once. You can risk throwing the 3v1.
4 frags.
That was sick.
Yeah.
And honestly, great util. Like, don't get me wrong. Really well handled for Zelex, chasing down all those kills, but my God, did Mouz set him up for it.
Well, this was some of the case yesterday on Nuke as well, on T-side on Ancient. It felt like Mouz are really setting up Zelex for success, right? Be it he was second in after Exertion, in strong positions to perform, but here he's just been getting flashed in for some monstrous entries, and that is quite the combo for Zelex. Quad kill on that A site. Beautifully done. See a lot of transfers as well. Loving what we're getting out of the Mouz Academy upgrade. Last round of the half here, that chance at a 7-round T-side for Mouz. Who could have expected it? Only Mouz could. They picked this back-to-back days. We're starting to see why.
Right in towards B. A tried and tested bomb site. They lose JL. Sure, he's been a real force of nature in these B hits, but in come the rest of Mouz, and they'll more than make up for it. Nertz and Heavy got 2 top performers for G2, and Nertz has slipped the net. Darts out of there once he's denied the plant. They want to give this one hell of a swing. 2 on 3. Heavy God spotted over on short, but Exertion can't close. Round very much alive.
Pushing.
Zelex going to try and play it forward. Goes looking for this kill in market, and that is the last thing Nertz expects. It's a 2v2. You're thinking they're going to be nervous. You're up against one of the new boys, and Torshi on the AWP. Zelex closes in on this market position and leaves it now just on Heavy God.
They've realized.
Piecing together where he's ended up. No more footsteps out on short, and it all becomes clear. Time ticking away, and Zelex has his number. Another big multi-kill from Zelex sees Mouz through to a 7-5 T-side.
It's a great move for Zelex, man. Not just the aggression, but the reposition back to short. And again, it clears out the other side of the map. You realize Heavy God has to be resetting apps or market, and Zelex has his teammates cross. It's a perfect setup in that post plant. Loving the little moves we're getting out of him. We're seeing some brain as well on this young player. And I gotta say, man, that was one of the worst halves I've seen from Mattis in some time. Could not even take one with him on B at any point in this CT side. I literally don't think he took a player with him. Really, really rough defense. Mouz fully abused him on that B-bomb site. And sure, there were times where he was left alone, where Hunter was picked, where there were A stacks in play. Still, think about that round. If he takes one with him on Van, suddenly it's a retakeable round for G2. Exploited on that B-bomb site. Mouz come up with a 7-round half. And the last 5 in a row. Getting to see the Mouz Mirage rear its head for a reason today. G2 not an easy half to replicate. Lots of nades in this pistol.
Out, but Zelex has eyes on. Ooh, good for his double. You'd like to think that's enough. Sampius has complicated matters. As the plant will come in for G2. Fast around in the CT for the rest of Mouz. JL looks to claw it back, but can't. So now it's just exertion. Eyes on that smoke for Heavy God. G2 aren't letting off the pressure. Not going to go quiet into the end of Mirage. They're still in with a fighting chance now. Pistol round secured. They're going to get to close the gap on Mouz.
Heavy God just gives you, faith even when you feel like it's dead. Big multi-kill from the big man in the pistol, despite 2 excellent Julie kills out under. Heavy God giving G2 life into their T side. Mouz coming with a force buy. Not looking to give this one away easily here for G2. And that's awkward for Heavy God. Barely connects bullets to the back of Palace. This is how it starts. 5v4 on the force. Upgrade taken. G2 feeling shaky. And even Nertz's move denied on B. So Mal's not offering up a way back in just yet.
Anticipating the B play, they've already brought 3 players over. JL, the guy entrenched in the site, but quite soon so is Zelex. Torshi right here, ready to lend a helping hand. So G2, they've got to brave this stack. Caught on the cross, Zelex finds damage, and there's that JL Deagle. Say it's always good for one, and that's all he manages here. Missed shot for Torshi. G2 will get in. And now a decision for Mouz. It's a 3-on-3. Do they want to give this a go? Flash just to get Mattis out of danger. Oh, that should have been a tag for Torshi.
There's no need to re-swing here, Mattis. He's in a strong position to win this round. That's a lovely kill. Facing the scout, takes 2 with him before Torshi even connects a shot, and it's too little too late here for Mouz on the force buy. From 4v5 into the B hit, 3 strong, G2 endure. And suddenly, no easy win for Mouz. They're going to have to earn it later in gun rounds. G2 with a lead, staring them dead in the face. It should be pistols now for Mouz. Nice entries for Hunter off the MP7. G2 staying locked in here, even game. Chance to 2-0 this series. Need a strong T-side ahead of them. When G2 have played at their peak, their T-side has been the most enjoyable to watch. JL Deeg.
Uh-oh. Cover here at least. Hunter's down with Eagle as well. He made it a fair fight, and they will get past him.
Heavy God's got it.
But the bomb's going B. Mouz are not there. Still, they've gotten away with a bunch of kills over here in middle. Jump up for Torshi. He's got the movement. He gets the AK. That's how it works.
Quick here.
Fast to arrive over on the short side. And steals himself away at the bench. Strong position here for the AK. No armor for Mouz. Aim punch is a problem at this range. Got to be clean in dealing with nerds. And they're not able to do so, so just a shut down. Torshi has tapped one back, and the spot on Pius. 8 shots left in the AK, but he didn't see Pius cross out, and now losing his bearings, this becomes a very tricky 1v1. No time in this for Torshi. All the kills, but none of the glory. It's still a G2 round when all is said and done. An expensive round nonetheless.
Oh my goodness. Mouz are making the most impossible rounds feel doable.
And dude, it's just so good. Like, they're always down to give it a look, and they're always down to give it a try. We always used to say with Mouz, like, they're so risk averse.
Yeah. Too many saves, too many conceded rounds.
And honestly, you know, I think short term, you're either going to, like, find a lot of joy in taking the risks, it's going to work out, or you're going to have to, like, figure out where the appropriate level is. But it's great to see Mouz so down to clown.
Yeah. I mean, those rounds have impact, right? Even losing rounds, you can have massive impact on the economy, take guns away. You know, it's one thing to save a bunch of AKs, only to save them in the gun round anyway. So at least Mouz threatened G2, and that sets him up well coming into this first gun round. Could put G2 very swiftly onto pistols here. So there is the benefit of damage. Mouz with an orb, G2 with not. Zertian flashed into middle here. Spink's playing quite aggressive as well. Mouz on a tussle. G2 going pretty quick in this one, just going to contact B. So it's really the commitment at 125. No, forcing nades out. Spink's a far quieter game. Gotta be careful on this B-bomb site. JL is here. Oof, triple dink.
And felt like a Glock in that one.
Yeah.
But Exertion still finds that opening all the same. That was the two captains clashing out towards mid. Still kind of getting used to it, but that is what just happened. Exertion, 5v4.
Audacious. And now G2 just force into this B hit. 30 seconds.
Into JL's bomb site they go. He's got support nearby from Spinks, and Exertion's actually moved over at the perfect timing as well. Again, stack here. JL was not prepared for that. It's Exertion or it's nothing. Out in the open, they're closing in on him, and no road left to run for the Mouz captain. Torshi.
No. Okay.
So close. Fires on the flash. Milliseconds off the mark. If he gets that, round is still live. When it doesn't come through, it might just be a reluctant throwing into the towel from Mouz.
It's a reasonable save here. There was no kit available. G2 had strong positions. That was not even Pius trying to take the fight. He was trying to get a better post-plant position over towards bench. And the flash allows him to do so. Love that clear on the balcony onto JL, right? Realizing G2 walked all the way deep into B. They saw absolutely nothing. Zertian is triple B, but he's missed the timing on window, unfortunately. So G2 realized that there's only a few positions they can be right now, considering how far we've walked in. And they get free kill on JL just by checking him from the balcony. Really nice entries. G2, that was a difficult round to win. They get it done nonetheless, and Mouz saved just 2 weapons. That was 4v5 into a triple B. Mouz will keep the buys coming. But G2 are gunning for a 2-0, 4 rounds in a row now.
Something that's really helped G2 in this game, right, has always been these strong starts to the second half. It was the same story back on Dust 2. They went on a 6-round streak there before Mouz were able to break through. Looking to repeat that here and now. Mouz will have another buy before all is said and done, but they're going to show us what they've been cooking up in the secret lab all week. AXA. G2. Last time they've dealt Mouz one of these, but 3 players here waiting to respond. Spinks and Zelex get out with a kill apiece. Still G2 have made it in, and we'll have a chance to get this bomb down.
So Bias drops it, he says, you plant, I'm taking spawn. Up and over, and it's almost perfect. Loads of damage on these two. They can't plant, they choose to fight. Works out for G2 for now. 2v1, Torshi with a good grenade. Could be a problem. Hunter backs into it. And now Heavy God, but who else would you want in this clutch?
Torshi does have util to make this one interesting. Smoke double flash. Chance to smoke on this bomb. Apply a bit of pressure, but it's just a tap, hoping he can bait Heavy God into the swing. That molly can get extinguished. Going to give Heavy God a bit of nerves here, hearing that second tap and the smoke down on the bomb, but he's called his bluff. Heavy God, the right read, the right move.
The right man for the job.
Always just such a safe bet in the clutches.
And Torshi dies at the bomb as well. They don't even get the AWP out of there. That is 5 rounds in a row for G2. That is an ice-cold clutch for Heavy God. I love the trading there for G2. They are really wide on spacing. Mouz get 2 kills on their site, right? Sandwich and default, and still G2 never line up. They are just late enough to the trades. The Mouz just have to sit in it for at least a second in their positions, not knowing where the next fight is coming from. Lovely execute and even smoother clutch here. Torshi hating to lose that round, knowing he could have just sat the bomb. Careful. Clash for middle. Whoa!
This new Mouz do this a lot, where they just suddenly win in a flurry of kills. Thinking back to some of the Dust 2 rounds, where it felt like G2 were right where they were supposed to be. And then suddenly all the Mouz down for a scrap. This would be a flawless round to break the streak of G2.
Yeah, don't speak so soon. Heavy God's taking someone with him.
To be fair. A dink.
He is definitely taking someone with him, that's for sure.
Well, not shy of targets. 4 players ready to face him.
Nice setup here for Mouz. They can swing off Spinks. Oh, careful with the grenades, my friend. They come gunning for him, and Heavy God, it will be flawless. Nothing done. Mouz run up top middle, and they catch some Pius in the corner. It all just comes crumbling down. And this is kind of what happened back on Dust 2, if you remember.
Almost identical, right there. 6-round streak, and then you had an inexplicable like flurry of kills in the round to break through for Mouz. It's exactly the same here. This time only the 5-round streak for G2.
And, you know, sure, they lost the map ultimately into overtime, but CT side Mirage.
Also goes to show how close some of these rounds have been, because it's the first in 5 for Mouz, but the money is instantly broken for G2. They come in with a 4-spy. Line up in top mid, but Exertion can't get out with more than 1. He's also given a gun away to G2. So a chance to arm themselves here.
B-side hit. Torshi still hanging around at the window. So Mouz, 2 players as they go to clear middle. The sooner they do this, the sooner they can replenish B.
I mean, the clear has arrived at a perfect timing. Now they're bringing Torshi over as well. Won't get there in time to set up on the window, but it doesn't matter. JL and Spinks gun onto the apartments. Leaves it all on Hunter. Missed shot sure from Torshi, but living on borrowed time is Hunter back in the apartments. Mouz bring it down to a 1-round game.
And it's now clean rounds here for Mouz. Back-to-back clean rounds.
Yeah, 9 alive out of a possible 10 in the last 2. Money building up quick for Mouz. Suddenly, this is a very tall order for G2. They've also got an eco to follow, so a chance to really sweeten the deal, and that just sets you up to never get broken down the end of this game. That puts Mouz in a very strong position.
Yeah, both teams showing impressive resilience, right? Like the fact that Mouz have such a strong T side on a map that has, you know, on a half that's been difficult, on a map that struggled yesterday, only for G2 to pull it all the way back. And right when you're ready to ride off Mouz, perhaps, after some really difficult post plants and clutches going the way of G2, Mouz now look to level out at 10-10, essentially making themselves favorites for this map. G2 catch their breath, chat it over, because even they know in their heart of hearts this one is a done round. 5 Glocks. Can they solve the puzzle? Put the pieces in their place. Bomb plant is the goal. Feels unrealistic. Ooh. Odds went up.
Odds go down.
Straight down. All right.
To a mid-brawl. Big problem for G2 is just the money. So quickly you can go from winning this game to losing it just on the basis of Mouz's economy swelling out of control and G2 struggling with buys. This rifle round is massively important and you've already lost Mattis to open it up.
Mouz's mid-reclears have just been so well timed in this CT side. They're going to do it again. Catching Hunter on his own. Oh, but he's found a pick and he can leave. It's the right call for Hunter, evening up into a 4v4. And Mouz don't really necessarily find what they're after for in middle. They don't know what's going on. The A-nades will announce it. G2 coming out. Smoke on the cross. Torshi back in spawn. He can't afford to miss this one.
Flashes will hold him back, but for now, Exertion has kept the advantage for Mouz. Takes a more passive line and waits for the push. Nertz offers one up. Torshi even plays it forward. Hunter low on health and low on time as well. This is now an impossible 1v3. We need both these kills out towards the spawn, but there's the cover. Mouz on a streak of their own, and G2, no bomb plant. Money problems continue.
Yeah, 4 straight now for Mouz. They could exceed G2's streak, exceed their own streak from the first half, and close this map out right now. No bomb plant, as you say. G2 in hot water.
That's why the chase from Torshi is so big on that orb. And that's really been the story of this one. You know, rounds are like fast food. You're never going to say no to it. But ideally, you'd rather it's clean, if given the choice. 5 guys type.
I like that.
5 guys staying alive.
Mouz have just been such a nuisance in middle. They've always had info. And had those B stacks plentiful in this CT side. Now this time G2 have gotten a lot of space without Mouz realizing. Torshi's about to find out, and he'll deliver bad news to G2. Zelek's close on A. Xerxon going for a dry swing. He's had enough. Gets more info, but Torshi just got this on lock. They're jumping through hoops into the connector, and he is dunking them with that nade. That is Mouz all the way onto map point. One more will do it. And Inferno is our decider. Can you believe that Mouz have dug this deep?
I mean, we wanted them to show, you know, why they picked this map twice over after the dismal results yesterday. And I'd say they've done that. Able to keep the early streak of rounds from G2 competitive. You know, not getting swept, none of them clean rounds. So it didn't take much for Mouz to suddenly get very, very threatening, despite initially playing from the back foot in this second half.
Naughty, aggressive Palace push with a fake molly. Mouz staying so active. Heavy got on ramp. No idea that Zelix has begun a flank, and he looks like he wants to go all the way around. Will that leave him out of the action as G2 eye up a split? Zelix holds off for now. G2 get up towards the connector, but Xerxon eyes on. Molly out, gonna have to give it up, but he sees 2 players coming up, and so G2 pushing in. Mouz know what's happening. Zelek still has flank timing.
Yeah, very good timing at that. Torshi causing more chaos, only conceals Zelek on this backstab. Plant gets denied, and the cleanup crew arrives for Mouz. One hell of a turnaround on Mirage, one that they can be proud of, because now we're going the distance all the way onto Inferno, another new map for this Mouz squad.
Okay, so Mouz takes it to the decider, as Harry and Hugo have just said. And so, both of you were here yesterday when we saw Mouz on Mirage against Gentlemates losing.
Yes.
Very different Mouz today. What did we think?
Oh, ye of little faith is all I'll say to you, Sam. Look, right, how to bring it up. Look, I think that was just a great overall T-side coming out from Mouz, and I think it's a tale of 2 things. Firstly, the activation of Zelix on his T-side. He seems so much more comfortable on T-side. We saw that yesterday as well, and I think Mouz overall did a very good job just setting him up, right, with some flashes. We saw it early towards mid as well. We saw this round towards the A-bomb side. And then one thing they did pretty well was just kind of abusing Mattis on the B-bomb side. He had a bit of a nightmare of a round right there. But then you see G2 grinding it back. You think they're going to snatch it back, they're going to win it 2-0. But again, credit to Mouz, and this I feel like is the difference here. Late in the game, when it looks like the chips are down, they suddenly wake up once again, take the fight to G2, and they closed it out overall in a pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, Zelix was fantastic. What a difference maker on this map, and what a difference from the first map that we saw play. And I think the game plan was slightly different from Mouz, where last time it was a lot about trying to take mid and go through mid. Now it was more like having mid presence and maybe finding a kill if it gets offered, but actually just finishing on B a lot of the time.
Yes.
That's where you mentioned Mattis. He went 0-5 opening kills, just struggled individually throughout the map, and especially on that CT side where it felt like they gave away too many easy rounds, even when it was kind of like, oh, okay, we know they're probably going to come B, and players were there in positions. He just died for nothing, like 0 for 1, holding the B bomb site, and that allowed Mouz to just get so many rounds on the T side and eventually mount this comeback, despite that G2 started super strong on their CT side.
This is our standout player. Obviously, he's on the screen now. I want to say the difference maker for Mouz, because when he is allowed to pop off, it looks really good for them. So that's got to be something that they're going to be putting an asterisk on, going, okay, how do we position him to get the best out of him?
And I think right now, especially when he's such a young player coming in, playing at this level of Counter-Strike as well, you could see on the CD side, that's where he's been struggling quite a bit, right? Even, sure, you can talk about how Spinks and him weren't quite working together in tandem on the B bomb side, but even yesterday as well, I felt like he was struggling anchoring a couple of bomb sides. But on the T side, when he's working with the pack, when he's being set up with utility, he's showing why he is, I think, 15th in the prospect list, why he was picked up for his team. Very sharp aim, just great mechanical ability overall, and not afraid to go for the plays, because when there's a plan behind him, like, you're going to be going in here with the flashbang, he's all in. But on the CD side, when he's got to make some individual decisions and, kind of take the responsibility of whether to peak or not, that's when you see the bit of inexperience coming through.
Yeah, I mean, I really like him when he's paired up with Exertion or someone else on the map. I think that's the dust to him and Spinks. I don't think Spinks is that guy that can help him develop as much as he needs to, especially this early on in the team. But this is also why this Mouz, I see this as a test. This is a test run. These 3 tournaments, this CAC and then the major. I just think they're going to be trying different things, because we see this guy has a lot of potential on the T side. On the CT side, not only is he in these harder positions, but it's also positions that are not his strong suit. In Mouz NXT, he was the rotator, right? And as much as it's a different ball game, it's much worse to be like, okay, I'm now just anchoring some of these super hard bomb sites where you don't have any flexibility. I think on Mirage, on A site, you have a lot more options than on B on Dust 2, for example. So if he's going to be anchoring that, then okay, that's fine. I feel like you can play off your teammates a lot more. On Dust 2 is just, it's a different.
I do want to also quickly touch upon one player who kind of flew under the radar on this particular map, because he wasn't really lining the scoreboard up. But I think JL, especially on the B bomb side, we talk about how Battis was struggling quite a bit. The big reason was JL. He was so annoying, just being this lurky B player, just playing the smoke perfectly right. And when Mattis was trying to be aggressive and trying to get back a little bit of control, JL just like lying in wait. And JL was just like 5 steps ahead of Mattis. And I feel like he was, he didn't have to get too many kills, but the kills he got enabled him to win all those crucial T rounds.
Guys, come with me on a journey. I'm so sorry, but my brain has gone somewhere, so I'm going to ask. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. The first is, do we presume Zelix is in a long-term contract with Mouz now?
I mean, he was in the academy.
He's an academy player, right?
So he's going to be, I think, not only on the contract, but just in general for this team. I think between him and JL, and I would even expect his exertion spot to be less safe than Zelix's.
Because all I'm saying is, think about this. You take this young talent, you're now testing him.
Yeah.
What you're really doing is giving him a bit of experience, and you're kind of showcasing him to everyone else, right? Because if there's other teams, we all know there's going to be lots of roster changes after this major, because everyone's trying to figure out how to beat Vitality. You're basically putting him on display. People can go, oh, you're testing him at a top level, putting him under pressure, and now come the end of the major, you don't think people are going to be like, oh, well, here we go. He has a little cheap option for us to run in and steal from Mouz.
I don't think, firstly, if they're going to be putting up at the market, I don't think it's going to be cheap, right?
Well, I don't think that. I think that someone will try.
But I don't think they want to let go of this. I mean, Mouz, you got to remember, again, you got to recontextualize everything. And Mouz, if Vitality didn't exist last year, they would have been the best team for the majority of the year, basically, right?
And if my grandma had wheels, it'd be a bicycle, maybe on a car.
All I'm saying is they haven't offloaded Brolin and Jimmy, right? So they're sitting with 2 players ready. If someone comes wanting to buy Zelix, and you've got to rebuild this team, and you can't get rid of the 2 pieces currently on the bench.
Yeah, but I do really think that Jimmy is going to be the prospect that they're going to be selling, despite his form kind of dipping. I think he still has lot of qualities that for the right team and the right spots, he's going to provide a lot of value. I think Zelex is an investment from the future.
Yes, 100% agree.
From the past.
And this is something beautifully said, beautifully put.
All I'm saying is he's an investment for another team as well, and you get to see.
I actually disagree with that.
I think that what I want to say is I think it's more likely that Exertion leaves this team because they figure out like, oh, maybe the calling's not
crazy thing to say
we
this
get
early
like a Kixan or whatever, and then that they would sell Zelex, because I think he's just a talent with so much room to grow. Plus Cyclone and all of this like academy prospect pipeline that they have is just kind of how Mouz has been functioning.
Yeah, it's a classic Cyclone thing, right? You know, whenever they put in a player coming in, it's always found success altogether. And I think that's always been a formula when they need a new player. They just, you know, when JDC got cut, for example, back in the day. I think the Broland thing was a big surprise, right? Because we didn't expect to immediately win an event and hit all these finals altogether. But I feel like in this instance, I 100% agree with Prof that I think Zelex is going to be that fourth player. The fifth spot, that's in flux. We don't know about that yet. Maybe Broland comes back in and, you know, replaces JL and, you know, they keep Exertion as a caller. There's so many combinations possible, but Zelex, I don't think they're selling this kid.
That was just fun. I just wanted to go down that avenue.
That was a fun journey.
And also, obviously, if they do sell him, like, it's cool. I'll come back and get this clip and be like, I'm a genius. If they don't, no one will remember. We're great.
I will remember.
No one watches the desk, so we'll be fine. Let's talk about the third map, because this is the decider now for Mouz and G2. We focused a lot on Mouz. Let's talk about G2, because they can't be happy being in this position. They're not. Yeah. This is not where they want to be sitting.
Yeah, that Mirage, I feel like they didn't. I don't know. When I think of them, I think of CT aggression is really their forte if they do it right, if they do it in packs and nice setups. And I think on Mirage, they were kind of waiting back, looking for picks more than actually taking map control and like overwhelming the opponents. And that's not something they can also do on Inferno too much, aside from obviously the banana fights that are going to be happening all the time.
Again, Inferno for me, we have no idea how Mouz is going to play, right? We have no idea. Two pieces.
Kind of fun, right?
It is kind of fun.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying I'm just excited to see Mouz every time they play a map they haven't played at all with its new lineup.
What now?
It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. JL is here. He replaced Jimpath, but I don't know. I feel like he's more going to be towards B.
I would like him to be kind of like a rotator player, right? Honestly, or maybe towards B. You know, playing alongside one of these. One of the guys over there.
But also Zelex and Exertion, maybe them together on B, that would be a nice combination. I don't mind that either. Like either of those options are fine for me. Zelex, sharp aim, you know, get him stuck in on banana.
I mean, the trend so far we've seen has been that the small side anchor has been Zelex throughout, right? Yeah. And Jail's kind of like the guy kind of filling in, so to speak. Dust 2 comes to mind, where Zelex playing towards B. So I think I agree with you. I think he's going to be playing there alongside Exertion, the IGL, you know, with the new star combo duo. Block, I think that's where I put my money in.
Do you think G2 struggles in coming into this map because they're in the same position we are, where we don't really understand what Mouz is going to bring to the table?
I don't know. I think it's one thing to say about G2 is they have had nerds only for a month, so that is something we need to take into account. But they've also played so much in this month. They did some of the tier 2 lands. They played some of the games in Rio without Hunter, then Fort Worth again. So they've been grinding a lot. They've been one of the teams that played the most out of, like, let's say, the top teams at this event outside of the Magics and K27 grinding online and these smaller lands. So I still feel like they're in some ways finding themselves and finding the balance between all of these players. And, you know, Mattis, he's a pretty aggressive guy. Nerds kind of took over that mantle of the main aggressor. I think that maybe put him a bit off of his game, but I think they have so good pieces, and Inferno has been a good map for them that it should be still good.
I still think G2 will be taking this series. Like Sunpice has been pretty solid overall. Heavy got, again, consistently delivering every single map. And Mattis, I've rarely seen him have like 2 off maps back to back, right? So as long as he delivers at the usual level he does, I think they should have this one at the back.
Do they excite you, G2, as a team?
I want to be excited.
I feel like they excite me and then they let me down at the end, just like in this map where everything was kind of like going in the right direction.
It's like my last relationship, basically.
That made me feel so sad. Poor Blair. Okay, we're gonna after the break we'll unpack Blair's sad relationship that he's obviously left. I don't know what is going on here. Let's just cut this one.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself. I amaze me.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Arrived at the closer, Inferno, the third and final map in this series, and a new chance to see Mouz on a new map, Hugo. Seen them look to show off their pool thus far across the event. Inferno, though, pretty tactical map, as I recall.
You do recall correctly, Harry. I think, it was a good map for Mouz anyway. It's been hard to follow, in the sense of yesterday it was a case of the weaker maps were good, their good maps were weak, but I think they bounced back pretty clearly on Mirage today, so I'm open to a Mouz victory. for this one. G2 going a bit cold near the end of Mirage, going to have to pick up the slack here come a third map. And yeah, right now, Mouz looking impressive, G2 looking regressive.
Winner of this ends up in that lovely little 2-0 position as well, just a series away from the playoffs. So...
And I think those are where the big questions appear really for Mouz right now. It's not just the fact that, I think we still expect them to get out of the groups here, especially in this kind of format, but it's, how do they handle pressure? How do they handle a playoff? Zelix as well, young player, including JL, great in those arenas. It's hard to know what we're going to get from Mouz. That's when we're really going to judge them. These are warm-up games, Harry. These are, acquaintance games where these players get used to playing with each other, where they figure out how they want to, deal with a veto. And I think Mouz have been pretty clear in their want for Mirage in both of these games. Well, now we understand why. Inferno questions still, but I'm excited to see if Exertion can keep up his form. He's looked strong individually while leading this team.
That he has. And we've been able to dodge Inferno somehow in our first couple of games. It's a favorite map of yours and mine.
True.
Kind of the goat of being the worst.
That's crazy.
For G2 here, what are we expecting? You thinking they're going to bounce back? Because Mattis did kind of fall off a bit of a cliff. He was so electric to open things up. Really hit some struggles by the time Mirage rolled around. Nerds at least is showing some good form across the entirety of the series.
Heavy God is...
G2 have a lot more to kind of fall back on here, I think, on Inferno.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the second half than the first, because G2 on CT and Mouz calling the shots, right? Heavy God's a bit of a rock on this map, but if I'm Mouz, I'm just
He's a rock on every map.
He's a rock on every map, it's true. If I'm Mouz, I'm just going to try and abuse that B-bomb site, really.
Let's see who's playing where. There's Alex over here towards A. Torshi with him.
Spinks rotating still. Oof.
Love that for Exertion. And a B play looming. G2. Got the util to make this one happen. 2 smokes ready to go down. You can cut off the coffins. Cut off CT. But they've been blocked at the 50-second mark.
Gonna let it bleed. Double smoke comes in. Molly, flash, and they're gonna just hit this one. So Spinks is moving into position. JL flashes him through. And this smoke is still up right now for Mouz, weirdly enough. So G2 popping through it on a second timing. It's a bit of a bloodbath. And coming up in Mouz's favor as they go flying. Torshi follows up with another flash. And that is JL with a bang. Weird to see G2 actually commit that exec while the smoke is up. Right? Julies are very common. CT flash gets even more effective there. G2 can't see it coming. Feel like they made that a bit hard on themselves. A few more seconds might have saved them.
Ooh, all right.
Hello.
Heavy God, lovely Deagle to this round rolling. But should it get much more exciting than that? Mouz will tell you no. Let's see if G2 can go against the grain on this one. JL just gonna hop, skip, and jump away from that deep banana push. And then P9 Bulldozer still emblazoned with Na'Vi stickers. So a nice clean anti-eco. Jobs are good and
slow and steady.
I think there's a flash in this round for G2.
Oh, that's going to make it difficult, isn't it? 3 smokes and a Molotov after initial util. That's going to try and take top banana with that one molly. Nothing comes easy. Needs a nade, and Mouz have more than enough util to push him back. You almost feel like you have to just go for B smokes here, but right now hoping for a kill. Mouz are giving nothing.
Madison, Hunter, they're like Corey and Trevor. They got the smokes.
That's still selling B. Bomb gonna come back and join him. The late arch smoke has pushed Mouz back into a safer setup. If Spinks gets aggressive, he can re-clear middle and set a rotate as well. We have B smokes coming in for G2. 1 Molotov.
Flashes here put to work by Mouz. Exertion can't double up, but still gets his 1. What does JL want to do here? Spam won't come through, but Spinks has secured 1 through that CT smoke.
Still no kit.
Well worth keeping an eye on that. You've got to get these kills cleanly. Thankfully, G2 haven't been allowed to get comfortable, so this is a scrap. It just means Mouz have got to go quickly, go early into this retake. Trying to battle for the Ruins control, but it won't happen. Mouz convincing retake there. No issues in the early stages of Inferno.
Yeah, nice round for Zalex as well. Torshi flashing him in. We're seeing great utility for Mouz across this series, really. Getting popped into short, re-clears the lurker, and even comes up with 1 more on that retake of B. Mouz playing off each other really well. Some unfortunate spam for G2, but really it felt like the buy limited them from the get-go. Having no flashes to get B cleanly, cost them 2 players to enter. And just hoping they can trade out clean at Coffins, unable to do so. Mouz 3-0 lead. Back to pistols.
If you're Mouz here, you'd love to keep this clean. It's still an investment for G2 with money left over to buy in the next. So it won't be easy to get out with multiple guns alive, but if you can kind of set yourself up in the early game, that'll go a long way to helping you out on Inferno. Early triple B stack, but it looks like G2 interested in a top mid duel. Molly, that's going to force Nerds into the waiting guns on the banana side. And with 3 players here, Mouz are down to scrap. It's a sentence we're saying a lot about this new look Mouz roster. Very, very keen to fight at all stages of the round.
Got to speed up now, G2. They've realized they've lost banana. They need to take space back before Spinks' rotation hits. That's awkward. Bomb loose in alt mid. Zershin just fighting on his own. 8-1. He has had enough. Can't wait to see that T side with what we're getting out of this first half. It is hyper aggressive from Mouz. Zershin is in their face.
Yeah, and you know, now you're making all this moolah early on. You're feeling good. Mouz are dripped out.
Yeah.
Da Vinci Code.
Can't put their foot right yet. see something. Oof. That is hung out to dry there.
All right, this boost, I feel like it either works really well or really bad. 50-50 chance, just like unboxing a knife. Now it's moving in, some Pius there behind him. Hunter even in tow, 3 players out through top banana. JL will answer the call with that first, but now they try and hound down this boost. Now they've got 2 players trapped at the back of the site. JL overran. Smoke might be there for exertion. He spammed right through it, but in comes Spinks with a huge multi-kill. Out towards CT.
Would he dare?
And he's giving chase. No bomb plant today.
That's not the Spinks I know, but it's a Spinks I love. Coming right through that smoke. He knows you don't expect the swing out of Spinks. But pushes in, denies the bomb plant. No bonus money for G2, and that money would have allowed a bomb plant. So it's a perfect push for Spinks. High risk, high reward. G2 still on pistols. Love the Spinks we're getting. He's feeling reinvigorated.
Yeah, dude, even different to the Spinks we had in the first half of this series, right? Like, he was kind of more like his old self, but as the game's gone on, been a lot more aggressive. And he's looking all the better for it.
And to be fair, Mirage was poor for him. Like, across the board. I don't think he ever really recovered. But yesterday he was great. On Dust 2, he certainly had his moments.
I think it's just very, very promising as well that this new look Mouz team, after such a relatively small amount of time, can come into this event and look threatening versus established teams. Like, sure, the Gentleman's game yesterday, I don't know how much that told us, but here versus G2, ultra competitive Dust 2, usually like a really rough map for the old Mouz team. Looking good on Mirage, and here dominating Inferno to open. And they're just going to chase. They're going full chase. Again, no bomb plant, no money made. 6 rounds in a row for Mouz. Because, you know, like this is a full roster revamp. It's not the case where it's like 1 new player. Hell, I would even go as far as to say this almost feels like 3 new players. What with the IGL change, swapping Brolin off, getting him out of the roster, leaving it to exertion.
And it's risks across the board because it's not just promoting a rookie who hasn't played at this level other than that one.
You also bought an old dog out of retirement.
Yeah, a guy who hasn't, you know, he played for Liquid, a few officials, but for the most part, we haven't seen him for some time. So it's risks on risks here for Mouz. And I don't want to go as far as saying, like, jumping the gun and saying, oh, it's paid off immediately, right? We still have to see in those high-pressure moments.
But it's certainly positive that they are looking this convincing versus an established G2.
Yeah, G2 that have, you know, been on a string of decent results, getting into playoffs back at Rivals, sure, falling to phase, a bit, you know, underwhelming in that sense. But they got a map off of Vitality at that very event. Did the same at Rio.
All right, Hugo, wrap this one up.
It's been a great series here for Mouz. Here in the third map.
Come on, G2. I'm poking them with a stick right now. Do something.
It's about time, isn't it? Like that, but no kill. Smoke's ready at the B site. JL holding nades. Vigo calling them back. Will they try and find an entry here on A? Well timed nade. Nerds 0 and 6 in spot of bother towards B. 40 seconds as they decide to go back. Weakness here is the short side. If they can block Torshi quick enough, Zalex is on his own.
Yeah, he would have a lot to be responsible for. Worried about the apartments, worried about short, so you need this long hold to be able to withstand it. Torshi gets his, comes back to help out Zelex and tees him up with that flash.
Hello.
Gun on the apartments, misses for Zelex, but Torshi makes up for it. Nerds clutch. Let's wait and see. Rotates arriving. Nerds, I'll be able to cross on out. Oh. What about the change? Stays on the rifle. Exertion closing in. Footsteps made out on short, and it's just a wide swing straight away. Not overthinking, not overcooking. Brings the fight to Nerds and stops him in his tracks in that clutch.
Just simply done. No stress, no cause for concern at any point. Torshi does his job. Zalex takes 1 for 1. Maybe could have had a double, but doesn't really matter when the clutch is denied that easily. These A players not really having to play in too much. Spinks has had more value at B.
Look at the ADR on display, man. Spinks, 100. How's there even this much ADR to go around?
Yeah.
150 ADR for Spinks, 162 for Exertion. JL, 102.
How? G2 just walking behind this Molotov. Are they going to keep it back to basics? Just go for a punish on B. They know they've got Exertion trapped out right now. Molly is good. Smoke coming down. He jumps up! Mid-air headshot! Stinks punish, but Exertion's had enough! Absolute destruction! 4 kills in the blink of an eye.
Nice, Sonny. Let's fucking go.
Shut them down on that B hit.
I killed the guy jumping, by the way.
Despicable.
What did we just see?
Mid-air into the 4 headshots. What?
It gets more ridiculous when you see it from his POV. That's madness.
You can't stop him. 8-0. Xertion 15-2. B is closed. Yeah, show me that ADR now.
It's never been so over. That is crazy. Never seen anything like that. Yeah, let's just do it again for old time's sake.
It's like old school. Dude, the mid-air, no vision
But
shots.
then, like, the round, by the way, could still, like, it would have just been a sick, like, 1 kill, but if he dies, it's a B play. Oh, G2 are on the board. No, he swings out and absolutely nails them.
Triple headshot, well, 4 in the round, and Torshi's
now they're all
eager.
feeling it.
These guys suck, say Mouz. I'ma just peek mid. What happened to G2? They can't even get in the game. I wanted to see Mouz's T side. We're not going to get to. If this keeps up. Not again. Not again!
Oh my god! He's running it back! Another 4K right here for Exertion.
He knows. He's coming in for the 4th. Both rounds back-to-back. Xertion stops them in their tracks.
They say the sequel's never as good, but right now I'm loving finding Dory. This is crazy, man.
Nice.
2 times over, 4K slaughter, top banana, Mouz. Smiles all around. It really doesn't get better than this.
Well, G2 found him. They're running away. Swimming away. Back to that A side for G2 because you're not getting in through banana. 19-2. Yo, Lukov set a record yesterday for a first half performance.
Let's
it was
go, Exertion.
27-4. Can Xertion match it? I think he's going to have trouble doing so now. G2
He just needs 2 aces.
Yeah, they're going to stay away. Unreal. Okay. G2 picking up pace. Alex got to save this one. They know where he is. Oh, this has gone wrong for Alex, but he could recover Matty's crucial headshot. A is lost. G2 looking for their first. And they've got it. Wait, I speak too soon. Xertion's still alive.
Yeah, bro, like, the main character of Inferno is still in this.
He should be dead here.
Well, we said he needed 2 aces if he wanted to break the record.
Okay. No!
Dude.
He wants the AK.
It's honestly...
It's actually okay.
It's fair.
I'm actually allowing this. Keep the AK. You have 16
Been
grand.
signed off on.
Keep the AK. It's fair enough. He's 20-2. This is actually reasonable. I'm sad. I'm still sad. A little bit. He's going to try and get those kills anyway, Harry. He still wants that record breaker. Oh, don't lose the AK. Could have gone for it.
He's got one.
JL. What? No! All for nothing. Okay, 2 rounds to get 8 kills, Harry. If he gets 2 more 4Ks, he beats the record that was set yesterday. Mind-blowing. Well, I feel like G2 are going A.
It's a sound observation. B has been an absolute slaughterhouse, so another fast A play. Zelek's just good for one. It's a stellar set of entries for Mattis.
Sometimes you've got to throw the game plan out the window and rush apps.
I'm no scientist, but sneaking here feels like you're going to be too slow. That said, everyone knows that Mouz love a save. It's Inferno. Maybe they're going to go for this super late.
Oh, this is really late.
Like mega late.
This is too late.
Arguably way too late.
They're just going for kills here.
Respect.
Everyone can die.
AD player exertion.
Oh, he fell off, man.
Oh. All right, G2 helping themselves to the scraps. Getting whatever they can at the end of this half.
Mouz. Gonna leave exertion on this B site. And leave him alone because fair enough, G2 are rushing middle. Gonna cancel with the molly down. Zelek's playing a new position. Been 1-for-1 every time.
No. Like, it can't happen again. This would be lightning striking thrice. That never happens.
Third time's a charm, though. He's got all the nades. He's going to play it proper. Block this site. Keep G2 on the clock.
She gets his. And this A play, this time Mouz 3 strong over towards his half of the map. Spinks is dead without even firing a shot. It's closing it now on Zelek and Torshi. Rotates, starting to make their way over. JL will be first on the scene, but might not even be a requirement as Torshi lays waste to the A play.
Oh, it's just symbiotic now. Everyone's doing it. Showing up with massive multi-kills. It's contagious. Mouz shutting down this game of Inferno. We wonder what this map would have in store for us on the T side. We barely get to see it. 10-2 on the half. Mouz with a shutdown. G2 came back for this.
And just what an exciting series it's been. Like, we're having a lot of fun, Hugo. We're watching Mouz. That's proof it's working.
Not even talking about JL. It's not even about him right now. He's on the team, sure. But it's the Xertion show.
20-4, but it's not even the numbers, it's the sequences that matter.
2 back-to-back massive 4Ks. G2 have won. Oh, okay.
Literally everyone's doing it. You weren't wrong.
Yeah.
Like, they've all seen what Exertion can do, and they're thinking, yeah, I can do that too. Maybe this is the easiest game ever.
G2 won every pistol coming into this map until Inferno. Now it looks like Mouz delivering some bad news back their way. The most important pistol is the last, and this is going to be that. Mouz with 3 kills to just push them over the line. Good luck.
It's got to be a Nerds multi-kill, and he only gets out with 1. Is that like sent in first, sacrificial lamb, but the trades straight away. And for Mouz securing this pistol, they are on a fast track to one hell of a series win, with Exertion shining. Not just as the star, but as the new captain. Looking to redefine just how hard a IGL can hope to hit. Oh,
wait, what?
What? Some bias with one hell of a sequence, but there simply isn't time. What's going on in this game?
It's a fever dream match, isn't it? No kid, unfortunately, but...
You know, for a moment, all of Mouz thought, oh God, we've just thrown this.
What have we done?
Oh. Okay, breathing in a sigh of relief. No kits, no problem. Mouz still get to 11.
It's AWP money, but you might not get the chance to pull it out. So it's M4 money in that second round of the half. No helmet, and a bunch of Khalils and Mac 10. We might just see pace for Mouz because they have the breathing room to do so.
I'm so nervous for Nerds. Okay, it's fine.
Just wondered if we'd see B abuse in this T side here for Mouz. I feel like when you're this close to the win, it's the most simple way to end the game. Dangerous for Spinks. 1 AK. And a naughty setup for G2. Finds a kill. Back to B they go.
That's flashed in. No, surely not. Shut down and top banana.
Everyone's doing it now.
Can every Inferno be like this? This is awesome.
Forced by win for G2. Suddenly, a chance given the way of the comeback. That's all I'm going to give them. A chance. A very slim margin.
Slimothy margin to you. Torshi Deeg. Dude, the Deeg rounds for Mouz have always been threatening. It's not even just JL anymore. They really want G2 to peak for info, but that's not happening.
Let it breathe.
This will be an A-side finish. He's got a flash for exertion as well. Try and get them on their way.
He just cleared middle. He's going to rotate. They don't think it's A.
Oh dear. Only two players here. Hunter, Heavy God. You know, we were saying coming into this, Heavy God's a bit of a rock. Well, he's got to be now. Down here in the pit, it's a strong position to deal with the short wrap. Rotate's starting to move back over. And Heavy God gets his. Torshi double Deeg does lend a lot of intrigue to this one, but time is running low. Exertion's got to get this bomb planted. Able to get himself concealed from the pit positions. They've still got Heavy God always looking over their shoulder. Exertion and Torshi, two of the vintage Mouz players. What do they got for us? The Eagle Blaze trying to set the world on fire, but the backstab comes in. And G2 dodge the threat of these Mouz Deagles.
I love how Heavy God does that, especially on anti-eco. He's always the guy to get his and then live by so much time, because crossing into pit without a moto smoke on an eco like that, it's just not realistic. Mouz may get their bomb plant, but there is nowhere to go past that point. They have to predict the next peak, and G2 shoot them both in the back. So nice retake from G2. It's hard to consider a comeback at this point, but round by round is what G2 can tell themselves, and round by round they fight on. 2 in a row. Mouz on eco. Straight at Banana. Nothing to lose in jumping through this smoke, and it's so early. G2 are barely ready. Careful dumping mags here. They're through the smoke. Close side. Matis. Eagle out. Gonna deny it. Shut him down on this B side again. Just multi-killing everyone in Banana. And so worry averted here by G2.
And we might have a new gold standard for an action-packed Inferno on our hands. Nothing quite like this one. Another multi-kill over towards Banana. Guns now make an appearance again for Mouz. Early triple B start. Keen to fight this. Matis hanging around aggressive. Teammate alongside him. They're going to swing in along with this util. That's a Matis kill apiece. Exertion even brought down low, but it's always threatening. Restores a bit of order with that 3-on-3.
That's what hot hands look like. Ready for every fight on every peak, and that crosshair couldn't be placed better. G2 panicking with double B right now, leaving some Pious with the AWP, but he has a lot of positions to watch in pit. Bomb's still committing to B right now. They have good utility. Are they going to just play bait and switch?
They're playing bait and switch, but it's, you know, double at the sandbags. There's still a molly here on Exertion and Zelex.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird setup when you have smoke nade molly. Would kind of like to see them. I feel like they're going to move. Eventually, you got to do something. So Matis goes clearing. Exertion's still got hot hands. 8 health. Careful, you can't get out.
That molly!
Oh my goodness, it takes him.
Just got away. Still, they're dodging the stack right now. They're going into the Sun Pious Orb. All alone down here in the pit. Got to nail every single shot. First one lands, but that's the low HP exertion. Now the Mouz util bears down upon Sun Pious. And it's been a bit of a struggle to get on to match and series point. This is the best spot Mouz have been in for some time. 2v2. That earlier dink onto Mattis feels huge. Heavy God bearing a lot of the responsibility for this retake, with Mattis just a shot away from death. Fast through the apartments. Spinks saw something. Got a whiff there, a Heavy God. Good catch for Mattis out on shore, and Heavy God time is quickly running out. Trapped by the player down in pit. Smoke dropped in, but surely not. Heavy God needs this defuse, and the spam connects. Zelek shuts him down. Match and series point for Mouz secured.
Nice reaction from Mouz, right? They go quiet, they let G2 pick a setup, they fake out on B. They never even saw the second player, but they knew all of the ruckus up and on, all of the damage to Mattis would have forced to rotate if they already hadn't. Speed up into that orb. Great trade, and Mouz make it happen. Look at them go, 12-5. Just a brief 3-round interlude for G2 before they call their final timeout. And Mouz haven't even touched theirs, because why would you want to stop this? A huge streak, 9 rounds in a row on that CT side. And now just one more to close out this series and go 2-0 at PGL Astana, putting them within sight of the playoffs. Team that feels destined for it. With the new in-game leader just charging forward.
All the memorable moments of this game have been over towards this B site, and it looks like that's where Mouz want to end things. No presence in the apartments, no presence in top mid. Footsteps heard by G2, and you're not mistaking the sound of 10 feet coming your way. Nerds picked up without a kill, and a chase for JL finds Hunter back in the spawn. Mattis playing through the smoke, needs his hero moment, wrestles with the elbow. Mattis knocks him down. G2 is still in this thing.
How the hell are we getting these multi-kills? I've never seen anything like it. 4 huge frags for Mattis through the smoke. He is above and beyond anyone in the server but Xertion. And just a beautiful transfer with the final bullet to seal that deal, and no celebration because G2 know just how hard this is to win, how far they are from it. But again, they've broken Mouz. That is shocking for Mattis.
Don't need to make a highlight video for this third map. Just drop the VOD. Every round has been something new, something exciting. And it just leaves you wondering, like, who's next? Who's next to have the crazy moment? Pious really took his time getting that, and with good reason. Made sure he could just nail it. They have made it past into the spawn. Are we getting this Pious multi-kill round? It feels like it. In comes Hunter to help him out. No issues for G2 up against this eco. And the game continues to close up. And at this point,
No.
I hope we get OT.
Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, I'm sure that's a Mouz timeout now because finally G2 have shown a bit of fight back in this game. Just unfortunately, it's up against the wall after a 10-round CT side. So G2 not a second to breathe here. As Mouz try and close out what should be easy with some of the players they have doing the things they're doing. Bersertion has cooled off, Harry. He was, what, 20-2?
20-4, I think.
I think he was 20-2. And then he died the last 2 rounds of the half.
Can't all be exertion, Hugo.
No, I know, but, you know, 8 deaths, 1 kill. Someone else has got to do it.
Again, the scrap over towards Banana. Sampires hit the tag, so the molly burns out JL. Hot under the collar here for Mouz. As they're worried this one is getting away from them. From a game it felt like they couldn't do anything wrong in. Every move was working. No play felt too audacious. The scoreline started to shrink up, and with it come nerves.
I like that, you know, when you're on a game like this, it feels so unwinnable. You'll play a little looser, you'll play a bit more aggressive. G2 taking risks, not really fearing anything. Sampires pushes ahead of that B utility to get the 5v4. Mouz have reacted quickly. They're crawling up on the short side right now. G2 haven't actually got full info. They know something's coming, but that bomb is committed right now. Heavy God and Matt is in pit. Mouz pull back.
Amidst all the chaos, Spink's going to try and play out through the apartments. 2 players down in the mini pit running a bait and switch. Will be hard to clear this. Really hoping that Mattis goes overlooked. They have Heavy God facing first. The entries come in. Mattis, another mowdown needed, but this time only gets out with 1. And is this the final push from Mouz? They get into a 3v2 post plant. No room for error here. This is a fantastic position to walk this game over the line. Nerds and Sampires, are they up for the task? Orp leads the charge out through short. Nerds tiptoeing in behind Sampires, who's being very loud. Hoping the Nerds goes overlooked. That's that second man, but into the crossfire. It's brutal. Mouz with the victory. One of the most exciting Infernos I think we've ever seen. Filled with plenty of moments. Mouz continue this upwards trend, and I'm excited to see what they have to offer. They now find themselves 2-0, a series away from the playoffs in Astana.
I just want to point out, Harry said Mouz and exciting in the same sentence.
Talent.
That has not happened in a very long time.
Talent and Cyclone's good book, finally. Good book of Cyclone, Harry. Bad book, everyone else.
Look, I made a tweet yesterday saying, have they got the aura back after 24 hours of Counter-Strike? It looks like it is. That was a fun map. I 100% agree with Harry right there. It did look like who's going to get a multi-kill in a B bomb site simulator, but in all honesty, when Exertion was 20-2 or something, and they were like 10-0 up or 10-2 up at that first half, the writing was on the wall. Nice try from G2 to try and bring that one back, but it looked like, even though Mouz kind of struggled a bit on the T sides, 3 rounds, they got it done.
No, that was just an insane half from Exertion. I mean, you're right. 22, 9-0 up, 3-0 in opening kills. Actually, he kind of cooled off from that point onward. He didn't do much in the rest of the game, but that was such a great start for the international side and for the IGL. That's proving that, I mean, there's no other IGL fragging like this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There's no other IGL fragging. Is he the best IGL ever? Probably not. Maybe never will be. Maybe he will be one day. But what is most important is that he is fragging.
Well, Krabeni is not playing this tournament, so I can give him that. Also, shout out to Harry for the light of the tournament, if you ask me. He's like, I'm not a big fan of sequels, but this is the Finding Dory I wanted to see.
Yeah.
And absolutely it was.
I mean, Dory is finding himself. Exertion, that is. That's his name. I can call him like that because we're mates like that. But no, he needs, this is not even just about like, oh, he's a really good fragging IGL. In Mouz for this year, he wasn't doing that.
He was not doing that great.
He was just 104, 105 when he is in star positions as the rifler for
This is so
Mouz.
ridiculous, by the way.
And yeah, I mean, any round. Why is he flying? Why is he killing
the flying fish, flying Dory?
I mean, we were also talking about the positions and where maybe Zelek's gonna be here to help. Zelek's on this CT side didn't really have much. He wasn't fit. It's JL and Exertion playing only towards B, and this was such a like pit player experience. It's like you just seeing the kill feed, like 4 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills. It's like, okay, I guess I'll be chilling this
It just reminded me of that. There's a meme on Instagram and TikTok. You know, it's one guy's like playing and sweating, sweat pouring out, and the other guy just selling. Yeah. That was Alex over there. Like, but yeah, I mean, we didn't really. That's the thing. It was so dominant. We didn't really get to see much apart from all these frag highlights. But I do like the pep and the step from Mouz. And also, most impressively, you got to remember again, this is a G2 that we're excited about. This is G2 we feel are kind of finding themselves, looking to finally head this upwards trajectory and become a regular playoffs team. And from Mouz, 2 big changes coming in, new IGL, and yet they destroyed them on a deciding map. I won't lie, I said G2 are the favorites in map number 3. We all agreed on that. But Mouz, pleasant surprise.
I do think G2 is going to be megally pissed off at this, though.
Yeah, for sure. I think like what they tried to do on the T side, I don't even know because they didn't really get to. I feel like they had a game plan that revolved around maybe, you know, going B a lot more, executing, and then, you know, having that as something to play off of. But realistically, most of the times they didn't even get car control. They just died before even
half wall.
Half wall, dying before they could even get towards B and exit, because that's very strong on Inferno. But they didn't get to do that.
And also the tragedy is we did also preface map number 3 saying, you know, rarely see Mattis having 2 stinker maps back to back, and he didn't. You know, he had a pretty solid showing overall, but individually everyone else not quite clicking. I don't want to say individual struggle. I think, like Prof pointed out, right, they were just getting mowed down, and yes, I mean, looking a little rough.
Good rating in the end, but I don't feel like Mattis really did anything on the T side either. Like, I think there was a rotation of Mattis, of Nerds.
It was more the CT side on the B bomb side. Yeah.
Later he had a few rounds, but like the first half where all of these players tried to get these openings on B, all of them pretty much failed.
That's just an insane sequence. He just gets 1 kill on the T side and still ended a 1.5 rating. What are we watching?
I kind of love it. I do. And I love the fact as well that a lot of the maps that we're seeing Mouz pop off on, and again, we've only got 2 series, but they've played 6 maps, are maps that they were notoriously not very good on.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno, I feel like it was always like a good staple map.
It was a question mark rather, right?
Yeah. So I feel like that's fine. And again, I wish we got more to see of their T side. I'm just like, I'm not hate watching Mouz anymore. I'm just.
We've actually seen like 5 maps being played.
Curious watching.
Curious watching.
Yeah, peculiarly curious about this team.
No, we went from hate to curious.
Yes,
that's an improvement. That's a massive improvement. Look, I'm enjoying it as well. But now we've seen like 5 maps in 2 series being played by them. I think only apart from Anubis and what's the other one? Anubis is a ban, obviously.
They played Dust 2,
Nuke, Mirage, Overpass they haven't played. So Overpass is the only map we haven't seen from them so far. And I feel like the deeper they go in this tournament, and I really believe, for me, they're a playoffs team, right? I feel like we might actually see the evolution of what this Mouz is going to look come maybe the next event, for example. So yeah, exciting times for the Mouz side.
Exciting for new Mouz. 2-0 is where they're sitting currently. We'll see how that plays out as the tournament progresses. But right now, we need to take a break because when we return, we have 2 new teams taking to the stage and we get to watch Spirit and the MongolZ after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. You're watching day 2 of PGL Astana, and we're moving into our second game of the day. It is the Mongols up against Spirit. How are we feeling about this particular matchup? I have so many thoughts on both these teams, but I'm not an analyst, so I'm going to keep them to myself.
Oh, that's a new one.
I know. I've decided to change.
Crazy.
I want to be better. The world is
But
healing.
Mouz winning games, gaining aura, not giving opinions, crazy shit. Listen, I'm curious about this matchup. I think curiosity is a word of the day here, because Spirit coming in, I saw this tweet and it's a quote of Donk being like, we haven't had a day off, practicing non-stop, grinding it out, coming into this tournament, it means a lot for us. And in the meantime, Cobra Zero's like, we had a great time off, we didn't do much at all, spend time with family. So it's basically teams just battle ready. And of course, MongolZ, who've just taken a break and barely practiced.
Why is Zontic so cool, though? Just have to shout out to him one time. Came into this just talking about Spirit. I think their start of this year kind of ass. Not really what we expected from the lineup, despite the fact that they're just bringing back these players that they had before. Nothing that crazy, but recently Rio was a really good tournament, and it was a tournament that, interestingly enough, they are playing without Halley. This tournament they're also playing without Halley, their coach, this architect that's supposed to just have the game plan,
Don't they look
ready.
so much better without him?
They look so much better, but there's some nuance to it. How much is it playing a bit freer, having Magic? He said, I'm taking on a lot more responsibility, I'm doing things I didn't do before because the whole game plan and everything was Halley. Now it's Magic's together as Softic.
Look, I know Overdrive said like, oh yeah, he might take 2 years to get better, but yeah, I think even Magic's like, no, I don't have 2 years.
No.
I need to really apply myself. But you bring up Softic, and I remember an interview from Tanir, right? And he said like Sofic's really working with him to try and really elevate himself. Because ever since Tanir's joined, and when he joined in, everyone's like, oh, this guy's going to be the right-hand man for Donk and all of that. He really hasn't lived up to that particular promise. And then in Rio, he had his best LAN tournament ever with a Spirit jersey, which is such a big performance coming out from him. It wasn't crazy, obviously not like Donk's numbers, but he's looking good. And for me, yesterday, sure, it was a bit of an easy matchup against the Huns and whatnot, but the fact that he was able to pop off and continue his form, for me, I think his upwards trajectory just goes hand in hand with how Spirit have looked very good recently.
Just to back up what you're saying, I know I said I wasn't going to have an opinion, but I'm a woman, so I've changed my mind.
I didn't say that.
It was Tanir. When Spirit signed Tanir, I was so excited about that.
I think everyone was.
I thought, damn, this is good. And then what happened was just me going, what are you doing? And just shocked at how they utilized him. And I feel like that's now changed. And it's looking like they've finally gone, hey, this is actually this is a piece that we have. Let's use it.
Yeah, let's use it how it's supposed to be used.
Yes.
Because he's an interesting player. He's not necessarily like star rifler. He wasn't usually that back in Heroic. He has this like hybrid between some anchors, some like lurking positions, some more active positions, but he's definitely a player that is gonna find timings. He wants to go and find timings. He wants to go and take duels. And obviously you have Donk, who's like the main guy for that, but he needs to be unleashed and to make the most out of it. And I think this is something we saw Halley bringing in his way earlier. He was kind of a similar player in many ways to Tanir. We saw him come into Spirit, not really be able to deliver. Here and there had some good like CT side holds and stuff like that. But on the T side, that's where we always talk about Spirit are missing something because it's too one-dimensional.
Yes.
And in Rio, it definitely, no Halley there. He's kind of off the leash. He was kind of doing his own stuff. Some of it was kind of random. Some of it was kind of maybe too risky and can't be repeated tournament after tournament. But we finally saw this charisma of this guy, the aura. be on the server, not just outside.
You used the word, Prof. You came to the dark side.
And it's also about, like, you need to be, when you have a person who's that versatile, right, you don't want to completely leash him in. Like, I'll give an example of one play, like MongolZ, when he came in, he was going for super crazy, swings and re-peeking and whatnot. But textbook Counter-Strike, don't go for his re-peeks. But what Fallen did, which I really liked, and allowed MongolZ to grow and evolve as a player, was gave him that freedom.
Yeah.
You learn from mistakes, but don't be too static, don't be too predictable, so to speak. I know it's a bit of a weird comparison, but I feel like Sotfik having this bit of a stay for a couple of events is really going to help this player evolve and grow in the lineup. And also when Halley comes back, he's like, all right, now I know how to handle you guys.
So the vetoes here, I do want to touch on MongolZ though. Like, what is going on here? Why must I always hear about how we don't practice? Are we okay with just finishing 4th, 5th, 6th every event?
Their latest now from the Cobra Zero interview is like they practiced in Asia. They're in Mongolia.
Which is
they're
the
practicing Asian teams
dumbest thing you can do.
For like 10 days.
When you practice for 10 days against Asian teams, you see what we saw from them yesterday against Magic on Mirage, where they went to quadruple overtime in a game they should have easily won a long time ago. So instead, what I feel like they should have just come a little bit earlier to EU, maybe a week prior, got some reps against some of the better teams, so to speak. But look, all said and done, yesterday, labored map number 1, easy map number 2. And the last time these two teams played, it was a MongolZ running away with the win over Spirit, if memory serves me right?
2-0 and Blast opened Rotterdam. It was overpassed.
But now Spirit are a different team. They're a much better team. We were talking about the veto earlier, Prof, and the surprising thing, when is it a surprising thing? Spirit going for the Comfort Dust 2 pick. MongolZ are happy to play it as well. What is a little surprising here is MongolZ have been so predictable with a Mirage pick every single game, but now they're switching it up a little bit. It's either Nuke or Mirage, but it seems like they're harkening back to the older days when it was Ancient and Mirage coming in. This is going to be interesting. All 3 maps are kind of comfort maps for both the teams here.
Yeah, not really a huge difference either way. I think it's just about like how these teams are going to play. I mean, just kind of circling back to what you said at the beginning, it is 2 teams that have a very different approach. One is that one has, individual skill best player in the world in Donk, right? And they, regardless of whatever anyone says about the roster changes, this is a team that needs to be winning titles, competing for titles. I have a fun fact for you.
I do love a Prof fun fact. We introduced these in PGL Bucharest. Let's go.
265 days since last Donk MVP. That's insane.
Well,
I love the timeline we live in. Like, think about it, where Donk, who is a generational talent, arguably the best player of our generation, he's not winning MVPs because of vitality, and that's just mind-blowing.
It's also because of Spirit.
I was trying to be nice, man.
No, don't have to be nice.
I tried a whole new thing. No opinions, being nice, and I just got shot down. Harry, Hugo, I'm done. I'm finished.
Well, that's fine, because we're just getting started. Yes, Team Spirit's battle versus Mongolia continues, right? Able to run over the Huns yesterday, but now they face the Mongols. Hugo, any kind of immediate reactions to this one?
2 very different days yesterday, right? For the Mongols, it was a grind. It always tends to be for this team, but they did come back and they did shut down, an upcoming CIS squad. For Spirit, it was the opposite. It was a walk in the park. This is definitely going to be harder, though, right? Mongols with or without practice, shooting better than your average team. And now we go to very firepower heavy maps in Dust and Ancient. So excited to see if Spirit can replicate what they just showed us back in Rio, a grand final berth, of course. And only losses to Falcons of Vitality, one of which they found revenge at least on in the playoffs. Team Spirit with an uptick from Tania. Time to answer some questions today.
Zinho living on borrowed time, but he's got support. Oh, is meant to. In comes Donk with the dualies. Brazera's turn next, and he does not fare well. And so Team Spirit rested the pistol, meant to just be a formality. It's a 4v2. They've got the spot on 9-10 out in top mid. That bomb is going into B, and with Blitz dead back at the spawn, there should be a Spirit pistol signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, and call Mongols what you want. You cannot call them risk-averse. They're happy to take them. They're happy to get down in the mud, get dirty with their opponent, and, well, Spirit will meet them there, punishing all of those repushes in this first round. Very dangerous little jaunt out through the mid doors from Cobra. Donk's Julies are good for the job, alongside Shiro's PT50, kind of fame on this team. Crazy stat from Prof, though, 265 days since an MVP, but, well, hey, a year ago, add another 100 days, and it was an MVP for Donk at this very event.
Yeah, they're the defending champions in Astana.
But a very different level of competition this time, safe to say, right? That was a grand final against Astralis. Playoffs featured a FURIA with their first outing as international roster. MongolZ, of course, as well, making the semis. But it's going to be harder for Spirit this year around if they want to defend that title. That being said, feeling like one of the better frontrunners to do so. FURIA certainly stormed through their first game yesterday, though. I think everyone is jumping at the opportunity to win an event without vitality. Donk dead in this round. Up cat they go. Shiro, lovely double, and he drops in, going hunting. Low ammo. MongolZ will concede. Spirit have won this round. Just about kills now. These are, without a doubt, two of the four most popular teams at this event, though. Two teams we'd love to see in the playoffs. Coming up later, we have the other two of those four most popular teams, FURIA, Heroic. Well, one of which, FURIA, and of course Falcons, who are taking on 9Z later today. Blitz getting involved, and that is one way to kick it off. No more.
Now to make it surprisingly costly. Chance for even more with CobraZera having hit this timing to get past Zontix. And of course he clears it.
That was close though. Spirit playing safe, gonna group in the 3v1. Techno left, lost in middle. Doesn't go for a gun in lower or top mid. He's just gonna go for the fight with Deagle here. Go on, do it. Oh, close. But you need to nail that first jump shot. Instead, Spirit get it over the line with ease. Zontix triple. And MongolZ coming in with the full buy. I like your fake molly deep. They're going to go right up through it. Oh, Magic's not believing, but yeah, right behind that Molotov, they move in. This is really quick timing here, and Spirit are almost certainly going to commit off of this play. 9-10 is ready, but how ready?
Gonna need a great sequence for 9-10 on this orb. First shot lands and always does a lot to alleviate the pressure. Means he can be a bit more considered in this second fight. Smoke even dropped in, gives him way more room to play with. Lose blitz over towards the ramp. 9-10 takes up the position of his fallen captain. Meanwhile, Mazinho with a rush down out towards the long doors. That now frees him up to come back. 9-10 collects on the collateral. For Shiro, no winning that one in the 1v3. I know 9-10 hit some blinders, but I want to say credit to Mazinho there on the long doors chase. Just a great knowledge of what was meant to happen in that round for Spirit. The idea that they would have that late long lurk for Zontix while all the attention's on Catwalk.
It's
a lot of players there, you know, you kind of get stuck between two minds of looking for that kill or waiting at long to see if it's presented. He just goes and rushes it down.
You also don't know if it's clear, right? Like, you can presume there's a lurker there, but sometimes there won't be, and you're not certain. That's a great way to get the answer to your question. Full clear it. If it's empty, he can go back, he can flank. But instead just forces the frag onto Zontix, and Spirit gets shut down on short. Nice collat for 9-10. Cobrazera joins him on a second orb. I gotta break this mid smoke again. Spirit are just peering into top mid now. Donk is lower, safe from the orb. Shiro hits his, and seeing Cobra in the kill feed. Spirit know there's one more likely on this A site. Shiro 9-2 beginning to this game. Liz just caught a whiff of someone up on Cat. No kills getting presented here to MongolZ in response. Pressure on B.
Only one man here. Techno unable to hold on. Donk with the running gun. Shiro's orb. Causing a ruckus out towards mid. It's a flawless round here for Team Spirit. No issues as they promptly answer back with that B play.
It's just so early, that exec, that commitment, right? Tanir's still faking Cat, he's making some noise. Him and Shiro covering each other in middle. MongolZ aren't ready for just a straight up beat down on B. Donk and Zontix run in. And that entry decides the round. MongolZ so focused on middle. Nice pacing call here for Spirit. And they will take all the kills. No casualties. 4-1 lead. And Shiro with a triple kill as well. Defeating those AWPs. (4-1) and Spirit looking ripe. Plucking these rounds.
Okay, he was able to get them back. We're all good.
Or was he?
Ah, well.
Oh.
Not ideal.
They're out. They're running. Pressure on Cat. Where do you stand here, MongolZ?
Blitz alive with an M4 out towards the car. Goes unaccounted for. Had to be the lineup, had to be the mowdown, and when that doesn't happen, leaves you in this 2v2. Bomb makes it across. Singo's walked the smoke. One tap could do it, but actually 9-10's beat him to the punch. Tanir's also lost in this smoke, and oh dear! Not a round the MongolZ was supposed to win, but they get it done. 9-10's AWP with some important kills. Mazinho smoke walks while Tanir's lost in the source.
There were 3 smokes down on that cross there, all over the place, in front of car by elevator. There was nowhere safe to go. That is a shocking round to win when you consider MongolZ had no cat control, had no long control, were just locked into CT spawn. Somehow, some way they do it. 9-10 waiting for that smoke break. Cobra has the cat jump up as well.
Makings of a mid to be on this one. Well, where they changed that. 3 players out in middle. Flash to go and take short control back, and that will at least keep the Mongols far away from mid if you want to commit to this mid to be. That one flash and the footsteps on short have put the fear in them, and so they went back into a AAA setup. This is very much a kind of restricted 2-3 setup here, where rotates won't be able to come through if the B site doesn't hold its own.
Now they know. Taking with that break from his teammate, it's excellent work, but they still hard clear Cobra backside, and that's sometimes all it takes. B side falling with just a single kill. Now, unless Shiro dies here, tempting Mongols back in, this should be a done deal, and he goes swinging for the kill, but they've already pulled out. Team Spirit bomb down, lock in this round. I like the idea there for the Mongols, but as is often the case, you need multiple kills on your B defense and no teammates nearby to help out. Cobra starting very slow to this game, and Spirit punishing on this B bomb site again and again. This is no donk show right now. This is a team effort.
Well, or a Shiro show.
Yeah, he's playing great too, but nothing in that round. Didn't matter.
Timeout called in for the Mongols. I think for Spirit, expectations fairly high here in Astana, not just because they're the defending champs, but you touched on it earlier, right? The idea that all these squads are chomping at the bit with Vitality not in attendance. I think as well, Spirit obviously just faced them out in Rio, where they tried to deny the Grand Slam. Weren't able to do so, but they want to feel like they keep making moves in the right direction. This is all on the run-up to the major as well.
I liked how Magic's talked to Banks as well in his interview about that feeling, like reminding themselves that, hey, it was everyone enjoyed going to a final, and if they really enjoyed that, well, I can assure you winning is better. And at the same time, you know, this is the team with the most proven form right now, if you count if you consider Rio, right? Falcons aren't necessarily proven, given the in-game leadership change, although expectations are still high. It's a different level of expectations. FURIA have fallen off recently. This is, right now, the front runner in form.
Yeah, you know, especially if they want to kind of be one of those teams that try to contend with Vitality, looking to tournaments down the line, looking at the major in Cologne.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that have made games close or taken maps, right? But to be fair, that grand final for Spirit, there were chances to win out maps, weren't there? Dog getting pressured here in the smoke. They come right through and they find him, but the team bail out with quick trades. 4v2 for Spirit. This looks like a lock-in. Mongols are still interested, and for good reason. They fought their way back into this round. Techno close, not known, but Zontic clears, and that's the round coming up for Spirit again.
Also think it's kind of sick because obviously in Rio we had Spirit, you know, taking a series over the Falcons, which was famously always an impossible task. That was what got them into the final. Then I think the Carrigan change actually makes that a potential sick matchup in the future because he's got his own separate history with this squad. Thinking back to the early CS2 days where they were in every final. Katowice, the dawn of Donk, when we very first saw him, taking them down in a very one-sided final, beating them in Shanghai at the major there. So a lot of history between the teams, the new individual. Two squads that are kind of front-runner teams to try and bring the challenge to Vitality.
It's true, right? It's for Falcons, it's just been potential, just untapped potential for the longest time. At least Spirit have realized it. Just a waning form, but looking to come back. the top of their game. And this would be the perfect event in the lead into the major for Spirit to pick up to remind us just who this team is and what they can do. Especially considering, you know, when we talk about Rio, it came off the back of other players stepping up as well. Sure, Donk had his moments, he always does, but Tanir with a great tournament, you know, taking more opening fights than ever.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting when you think, like, on the timeline of it, because, you know, almost early on, for a lot of teams, there was kind of this arms race to put together squads that were capable of besting Donk within Team Spirit, just how terrifying he was as an individual. And in a way, it was like his uptick that led to the downfall of FaZe, which then allowed Vitality to go on to get ROPS, which then, you know, they were the team that won that arms race. They went on to become like the most dominant team in Counter-Strike.
I like that.
And so now, Spirit rejoin an arms race of their own, but the idea now isn't building just around Donk, it's having a really solid team that can hopefully rival Vitality.
Oh, I do like the way you frame that, though. Spirit causing their own issue. Everyone's issue now. Seven rounds on this T side. It's a damn good start. I say start because Spirit with no intention of slowing down. A kitless round here for the Mongols. Great grenade though. After mid-spam from Cobra, Blitz will dunk the in-game leader here for Spirit, and they still move up short. Orp on the line, block comes in, Spirit may be saved by that. Push themselves into a mid to B. Zontic just eats the flash, doesn't reveal position. So Spirit still going for the cat take. And Blitz hanging out on the edge. 910's gonna flash him in.
Good catch for Blitz, and then just darts on out of there, extending this advantage. 20 seconds left, boys. Time to get a bit of a move on here.
What, back to T-spawn, you mean? This is done.
Just shut down on short. 2 kills is all it takes. Both of them coming from Blitz. It's all right. A flawless round for the Mongols as the save call comes in for Spirit. Just kind of lost the bulk of the pack, and then the round was dead in the water.
Some good B spawns. Might tempt Shiro for a pick here. Fighting forward, smoke comes down, he goes right through. Full B rush here for Spirit off that smoke bloom. No assistance needed. Cobra is here, but is he here in time? That door smoke is coming down. He might just have to throw himself in.
Oh, tried it, but Zontic's gone on. They know where the next fight's coming from. They know the only hope for the Mongols, try and stop them before they cross on in. And Shiro continues just this tear that he's been on from the word go. A smoke shot to really seal the deal on this round.
I love that idea though, right? They throw the molly, Donk's fighting in front of it. As soon as the smoke lands, he just rushes through. Hands busy. No one standing in front of that tunnel smoke. And even the trajectory of it reveals the position of the B player. Punish on this B bomb site. Maybe a kill here for Magix as well. On the right side of the door. Oh, lots of damage. Both of them low. Come on, get them. Oh. Those kills would have been really annoying coming into the last round of the half. This has been a one-sided affair.
Yeah. Would have been the AWP out of place, so 9-10 at least has that to hold on to. Likely would have cost them an extra rifle as well. But just off the mark. Final pause. Oh, sorry. Second pause burned out by the Mongols. As they desperately try and scrape together something on this CT side. 9-10 knows he's kind of lucky to still have this AWP in play, so want to see him put it to use. But then again, I think so does Spirit. They've got 2 AWPs here. Long spawn on one of them. And a B spawn on the other. So gonna go and seek these peaks on the, or these picks rather, on the AWPs.
Oh, he wants the break. He's going to get it. There he goes deeper, though. Magic's offered no pick. 2 AWPs committed as well, right? There's an AK back in spawn, but he is yet to go back for it. Spirit of playing this one out. Double T-side AWP. Donk eating grenades. Maybe hand him that. No swap. Bogdan died for this.
Donk's gone and taken a very passive position out towards the long doors. He'll hope to come into play a little bit later. Mid-pick there for Zontix, and that has shuffled the defense around. Blitz gets out of the bomb site, but Spirit are going back. This leaves Donk largely out of the picture.
Techno can't get multiple kills. It's done. 15 seconds, though.
Time low. 1 for Techno. Needs more. And Magic's just charging in on the Tech 9. Got to get this plant, boys. Time's low. Magic's just gets it down in time. And Shiro's here with the cover. Now Donk gets to play.
Oh!
In 9-10 wallbang. Magic's AWP still standing. And now he's looking for Donk. Chasing Ghost as it's a backstab for Donk.
Oh!
Shut down. Team Spirit collect. Tagged right at the start of the round. Donk plays it late out through middle.
Oh, he arrives right on time to save that round there. They had an inkling. They pieced it together. But Donk just nails that headshot. What was that wallbang kill with the AWP? Did 9-10 see something? Or is that just a feeling? On top of the box. Perfect kill. Onto the AWP. And some fantastic AWPing from Shiro and Magix right when required. My oh my, Mongols meet their match. That is for sure. 9-3 half. And Shiro at the forefront of it. Zontix also a lot of key entries in this game. Or kills on extremities. I mean, it's that frag out mid to B that pulls the entirety of Spirit back with only 15 seconds into that B bomb site. Nothing to complain about here for Team Spirit. Mongols slow to start, but a team that are known for their comebacks. They did it just yesterday. 9-3 down against Magic into overtime, many overtimes, and they won it out, so let's see what a pistol has in store.
Did it versus Magic, but can they do it versus Magix?
Remains to be seen.
You can kiss goodbye to any hope of a comeback if you don't win this pistol round. It's low and slow, the order of the day here. Mongols led by a very interesting player in Blitz, someone who so often looks to speed to be the solution, loves an aggressive round. They try going slowly into this pistol, what with how important it is to any hope on Dust 2. They're met with nades and resistance the moment they get out through short. Mazinho, long wrap, will convert on that second, and so the kills come in for the Mongols. Still have these dual Berettas closing in on the short side. Donk's dualies, not to be trifled with, don't underestimate him. He's foolish for doing so. Zontix moves in to link up with Donk. Fake flash. Does take eyeballs off for a second, but then the peaks come out. Mazinho swinging, fighting every step of the way. Just been a bit of a master of those long doors. CT side had some good solutions to the lurks that Spirit were trying to lob in. His lurk finds great impact.
Yeah, it's a surprising round win for Mongols when you consider Spirit have the positions, they have a smoke down, they have the 5v4 as well, but some banger headshots, look at those, from Mazinho will get it done, forcing Spirit's force in this second. Mongols a lot of fun to watch on the T side. Will this be their T side? So we still have a couple of players yet to really wake into this game. Techno and Cobra, 2 and 3 kills. And as Spirit did, Mongols will do the same. Contact up catwalk, nade at the ready for Magics. Nice damage again, as was the pistol. Mongols look like they want to commit. Oof, nades, problematic.
Just been getting away with great damage on this util. Have Team Spirit still needs something from the pistol. Shiro Deeg delivers a double, and now all of a sudden there's hope. 9-10 gets rid of him, and in comes Mazinho. Brushing aside the two defenders. Body shots would be enough on 2 of these players for Zontix, and that nade. That's Mazinho out of the picture, but he doesn't look interested in this. Reroute into CT. Has to be loud on the approach. Oh, Zontix onto something now as that's blind a hit. Can he follow up? Head spotted on 9-10, but it's the Khalil. The spam could come through. 9-10 had to take that swing. And a massive clutch keeps the Mongols in the conversation.
I mean, that's Mongols' DNA, taking every fight in the post-plant. That was so losable. If Zontix hits that last headshot,
he was given ample chances.
He got 3 bullets out. If one of them hits, he has time for that bomb. So Mongols' high-risk round, to be honest, maybe too high. Fighting on the lip of default. Letting Zontix in, but it's not a round win here for Spirit. It's one that can be forgiven for now. That is a scary round, though. 9-5, and the eco for Spirit. Business as usual for the Mongols. Wielding Deagles. Trying again. Shiro on the edge, takes one with him. Frustrating kill, if nothing more. I like this, break the smoke, they just want the fight. AKs are plenty here. Flushing out Team Spirit. Now Donk with a little deagle.
Bomb has been Gets a lot harder now that they know where he's coming from, and yeah, everyone just ready to fight him the moment he arrives on shore.
God, say what you want about Mongols, they are just not scared, are they? They do not turn away from a gunfight.
Really not a part of their DNA with how blitzers always like to lead. If you find yourself playing scared, you probably shouldn't be in the Mongols.
Yeah. All right, Shiro's 19-8. Here's his first gun round for Team Spirit in the second half. 9-10 sees 2 rifles cross. It's Shiro's Orb supporting on long.
Been a really solid start to the tournament for 9-10 as well. One of the things we were saying at the end of day one was that a lot of AWPers hadn't really taken charge of the server. Well, that's changed massively here. Even just looking at this series, Shiro is the main focal point behind Spirit's success in that first half. 9-10, top in the charts for the Mongols.
Oh, that lurk smoke fails massively. So Spirit can laugh it off. They're not worried.
They're very happy with that. They're saying, okay, the Mongols have just blocked tunnels, guys.
Free smoke.
And now they lob in one of their own. That's a huge problem with 40 seconds left in what was going to be a mid to be. Still might have to be for the Mongols.
Just focus mid.
Donk dead after one. Mazzinho with a key trade. And Fontix can't hold on either. Break on this smoke, but Mazzinho doesn't play out in the open. Oof. And Tanir was the guy that really had to deal with him if you wanted to even think about this retake.
That's a round the Spirit should not be losing, to be honest, right? They did the right thing. They realized the lurk smoke failed. They reblocked. They fight mid to B. Donk gets one, then just falls out in the second fight. Zontix can't trade. Absolute whiff on the tunnels push. And Spirit get 1 for 2'd inside of the B site. They got given a free smoke. It's a bit of a disastrous hold now as Mongols from 9-3 down are suddenly within reach of this comeback. We just said they like a comeback, and here they are.
Terrorists win.
Suddenly that first half completely forgotten about.
I mean, I think this is also like one of the, in terms of this series, one of the sick things about the veto we've ended up with is it's comfortable maps throughout, right? It's not one of these kind of one-sided vetoes where you're expecting teams to walk away super comfortably with each of their map picks. That's 2 to start. Ancient up next. By no means a stranger of a map to Spirit. Mirage is the decider. Yeah, this is the potential to be 3 very tightly contested maps. And you were ready to write the Mongols off here only because of just how one-sided that first half was, right? Nothing but these one-and-done rounds, as you can see. They get onto the T side and they're hitting very, very hard. Even a force around those saved guns here for Spirit. Good opener for Shiro. Always have to keep a watchful eye on these mid doors. The Mongols, no strangers to going for these fast contact plays out through mid. And a layered peek into the tunnels. First 2 players that are sent out as feelers for the Mongols come up short.
See Donk A4 every day. It's going to get tested in this B site. They go out mid to B. They know that both players in this site. Donk has a cross cover, but he's blind, and Zontix gets hung out to dry. It's Donk's spray to save this round. 9-10 trying, but they're coming through that smoke behind him. Can he pick Donk? Oh. Yes, he can. To near 1v1, and 9-10 prioritizes the bomb.
You got a whiff of him there on the cross. 9-10. Heart's racing, but 2 kills to the good. Is he going to stop now? Out towards the window. Hunting for Tanir. 9-10 with a glorious 1-on-3.
Mongols are winning rounds almost 3v5. They have 2 players on 3 kills right now. I guess Spirit, almost a similar situation. But what a comeback in this game. Mongols 1 round behind, breaking Spirit again. Donk multi-kill, not enough. as he is flushed out by that patient AWP. 910 just shotgun AWPing. Yeah, Donk hero M4, Zontic's the same. But look at this control, crazy from Mazzino, just spraying and running, still traded by 910. Not missing a beat on this AWP. With a snatch and grab. And Zontix peeks up top mid, sees nothing, so they should know this AWP is not alone.
Yeah, Zontix is doing a lot in this round, right? Like, not having any fragging output, but just the info he's gotten for Team Spirit is massive. It's allowed them to keep the three-man stack here. He was very proactive in his move to go and clear middle, clears out the tunnels, confirms the suspicion of Spirit that it is the A play, and might even be able to find Blitz as he looks to move in through the catwalk. So Zontic's huge impact here with the info gained, the one kill to stop the lurk from Blitz. Is this the streak of the Mongols about to get broken? 910 dead. Techno, that's his 4th kill of this map.
He's going for it then.
Oh dear. Magix tries to go through. Hands that kill away.
Oh, he doesn't have time for this move. Is he going for both kills here? One's on Cat. This is a lost round. Even if he gets this kill, 6 seconds, Shiro can just run. Shiro can just live. 3 on the clock, he falls down. That was so close. Shiro was committed. Shows his shadow, a middle finger to finish as Mongols fall just a kill short. Nice try from Techno from the bottom of the board. Scariest thing was there were no grenades left for Spirit. That was a bomb plant available for Techno. Maybe fearful that they were playing for utility. But damn nice try. Takes it down 1v1. Shiro, no AWP saved because of the throw out of the map. But he can buy one still. This is tense, but Spirit just broke that tension with their first round.
If they want to make it easy for themselves, this is the time, a chance to break the Mongols' money. Clash of the Titans here over towards mid as the 2 AWPers scope up. Shiro and 910 neck and neck. Shiro able to just edge himself out ahead there, deals with that swing out through suicide from Techno, and Donk even survives the skirmish there through the mid smoke. The scoreline, this top heavy on the leaderboard for the Mongols, though it's come down to a lot of these clutches, a lot of these man disadvantaged situations. So the pick on a Techno's nice, but it by no means guarantees you this round. Sinyo crossing in, dodges the shot from Shiro. Tanir with one hell of a reposition, gets out towards Goose. 910's found one in the downtime. Flash here to try and get them past Tanir. Mazzino finally commits to that fight.
Donk and Shiro against the world. This bomb getting delayed.
Might just
right
have
now.
to be a save. Like, next round, you get out of this one with an AWP, an AK on Donk. You still have a fighting chance. You know, these are your 2 heavy hitters.
Looks like that is the case. Spirit pulling back. Donk very low from that mid spray. And Mongols just intense tenacity to pull back every one of these man down rounds. Shiro is 5-0 in openers. Donk is 4-2. None of that stopping the Mongols.
Terrorists win.
Attempting their own top-heavy game. 9-10 rivaling Shiro. Mizzino Donk.
Cobra to Magics. How long do we keep doing that?
Tanier to Techno.
Yeah. No, it is an odd little 3v3 game of Dust 2. And will it stay that way all the way to the end, or will the victor be whoever can get players 4 and or 5 switched online first?
Cobra's in trouble. I feel like they know he's here. Look at this. Flash coming in. They're going to hard clear this, aren't they? Jumping in, Zontix. He knew for sure. AK upgrade, and B is lost by Mongols. See if they react quickly, or if they want to go back and clear this. Blitz is checking upper tunnels. The block on A. And Mongols, hey, it wouldn't be their first 4v5. It might not be their last, but it could get worse. Shiro hits a second shot. 5v3. This has got to be enough for Team Spirit.
Awkward around that mid-smoke. Mizzino able to get around Zontix as they both make similar plays in the same moment. And that's opened up a route into this mid to be. Shiro's been surefire on this AWP, but not in this round. Mizzino's past him.
3 on 5. Nobody home.
Oh, 9-10's even covering that smoke push out of Donk, and yeah, Spirit, they can't go for this.
Oh dear.
10-all after a ludicrously one-sided first half. 9-3 in Spirit's favor. Mongols just continue to impress. They're not getting the openers more often than not in these rounds, and it's not coming a matter.
Five rounds in a row with Spirit finding the opening kill, if not 2. Only winning 1 of those rounds. That one's even more shocking though, because Shiro missed shot. He has just been on fire all game. But that miss remembered more than the hit. And Mongols are just grabbing this opportunity by the horns. 9-3 down, said they like to come back, did not envision it like this. And Donk, all in all, struggling to really find impact in this CT side. In this game in general, he's had a couple of nice rounds early, but haven't seen that same takeover of the map that is so synonymous with Donk. Multi-kills coming in lost rounds. This is Mongols full control, make no mistake about it.
All the time Spirit have had Mongols close to getting broken. It's not come through. Mongols do it to Spirit. Zontix and Donk double up and they find that opener. That's also the bomb tumbled out ahead of the side take. It's a big problem for the Mongols as the smokes fall into place. Gonna be a lot of spam on this. You know that they have to get this bomb back if they want to reset in the 3-on-5. If you're not able to retrieve it, well, that means your hands are tied. You've got to commit into B.
We've seen some crazy rounds. This one should be impossible. Only benefit is the lack of smokes. Shiro's got the last one on Cat. But do Mongols even want to go on this retrieval mission? That's the big question.
save makes the most sense, and that's what they've committed to. No money for CobraZera, not a lot for Blitz in this next round. But a flawless one for Spirit. They breathe a little easier now, right? It was them with the reset kind of looming over them here this late in the game.
Good high-low for Zontix as well, right? Kind of wider than you would expect on that big box. The real shame the bomb goes first for MongolZ. I feel like if it doesn't, they give that 3v5 a go, given some of the rounds they've won in this map. But it's too far gone going through that choke point into multiple players. And so Spirit get back in the game. Second round of this CT side. Would be almost comedic for Spirit to just close it right here and now after all of the comeback MongolZ have given us. Is it going to be that easy? It really is.
Got a lot of control out here on the catwalk. Again, some potent nades for Spirit. Just to do a bit of damage. Blitz brought down to half. Smoke now at the 50-second mark. Spirit with 3 players out here at the A-bomb site. Or Pashiro gets to be a part of that. Almost hoping that the MongolZ do commit to this short take, but that doesn't look to be the goal. Dropping down, changing this one on the fly into this mid to be. Tucked in close. Who else would it be but Donk? There's the lineup. Mouz down 3. Last time the multi wasn't enough, but this time Spirit have got Donk to thank. Breathing easier now on to map point after it looked like they were going to choke this 9-3 lead.
Whoa, just a sigh of relief here for Team Spirit. Donk and Zontix shutting down with all 5 kills there in middle. Scary round, but that drop into mid gives it all away, and not just it's Magic spamming that smoke, Zontix is even out of the B bomb site. Spirit full fight middle and push it into a guarantee of overtime at worst case, but really this should be Spirit trying to close the game here and now. We have a broken, brittle buy for the MongolZ. 1 AK on 910 who's put in a hell of a game. But perhaps all for naught. As Team Spirit just sit seconds away from collecting their pick of dust too. An arduous task. It's not going to get easier. And you are praying you can force Shiro to miss shots if this is going to be a cat play right now. Magix is even backing up. 910 could bail on a mid to be, but right now it's feeling like this A hit. Perfect timing Molotov for Tanir. 40 seconds. That makes it even clearer. Blitz is going to get into spawn, but he could just be null and void.
Nade's really solid.
Miss.
Shiro lands a tag, but can't convert upon it. It's Magix to catch him by surprise. And now trying to close in. Knows that they might just look to fight him here while they've got him trapped all on his lonesome. It's one hell of a chase from 910. Zontix and Donk been the heavy hitters. It's Donk left in this clutch. MongolZ trying to piece this one together. They want to swing him together.
My God.
Cobra might get tapped out, but 910's not going anywhere.
How are they here?
looking for overtime.
How do they win that round, dude? I mean, it does come down to what I said. It's the missed shots from Shiro. Sure, he hits a leg, but I think he got 3 shots off, and he took 1 tag from 3 shots. It's not enough on that cross. Somehow, some way, crumbling down. Tanir, not enough done on that A site, and it has looked exploitable, right? When he's on default, when he's on ramp, been getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, I mean, as we say, right, this game feeling like a 3v3, and you look at the struggling players for the Spirit squad, and 2 of them are over towards that A side of the map. Feels like it could be a way in, especially with the streaky moment there from Shiro out on long in what has otherwise been a really good map for him.
I really like how Magic's played that, right? Just trying to survive rather than just take a risky 50-50 fight up on the ramp. But he just gets overwhelmed. MongolZ realize how important chasing that kill down is, and they go right above him. They throw everything to take down Magic's, locking Donk out of a clutch. A 1v1 secured by the MongolZ to keep this game alive. That was 3 pistols. Now they have almost everything to fight for this finish. Donk joins Shiro on an AWP.
It's freedom that comes with those 2 clean rounds on the build-up to that last one. Yeah, it's allowed this double AWP to come through for Spirit. Something different in an attempt to close out this game. As mentioned, it was 9-3 for Spirit on the half.
0 long control rounds here really for the MongolZ. Late in this T side, Tanir is left holding ghosts. Magix is considering the mid to B. An uncertainty here for Team Spirit as Shiro is alone on the site. Let's find nothing. MongolZ don't jump. Donk locks down close speed with the AWP, but having this info so late in the round, seeing nothing in tunnels should be a bit of a sign to Spirit. In come MongolZ with 30 seconds.
This is great util just to continue slowing the hit down, right? You force the MongolZ to commit to this in the final 20 seconds with the mollies, with the nades, the flashes, and now you've got to hit your shots. Shiro, high flash. Hopes that Magix can get set up on the back of it. MongolZ are really taking their time here, and time is a big problem. 10 seconds left, 1 kill in the right place.
That's it!
And you could win this! Bombs made it in, just goes down with seconds to spare. In come Team Spirit to walk home, Dust 2. What a wild game, 9-3 up, choke dodged, and a nail-biter of a final round.
Okay, so the question I should ask as the host is, you know, how did Spirit lose that lead in the second half? How did they come back? I don't want to do that. What I want to do is talk about Blair's relationship with the MongolZ, because one of the things I've noticed during this map is I think you may be in a toxic relationship.
It is a toxic relationship. It's a toxic relationship because when it's good, it's great. You know, I feel good. You know, my happy chemicals in my brain, they spark up.
Yeah.
The oxytocin, my cortisol levels are low. I'm calm. I'm happy. I'm excited. And then I see this from them, where it's like, I feel so bad for 910 because we've always spoken about 910 being the guy now. He's the guy after Senzu left or removed or whatever the hell happened over there. He has stepped up. He's been so consistent.
The weight on his back is insane.
He was the best player in the server with Donk there as well, because Donk didn't have 2 dead weights on his left and right shoulder, which is Techno and Cobra Zera. They had a combined.
He had Tanir and Magic, so it was kind of similar.
Not really, bro. They had 6 kills combined in the first half, 6 kills combined in the second half. And sure, it can be like maybe you get unlucky here and there, but they were just getting bullied, and all they needed was like a couple of extra rounds, which should have been theirs in that first half. And suddenly we have MongolZ pulling off an upset win on Dust 2.
I'll kind of disagree with you here. I think just overall Spirit were the understanding on the map, what was going on. They're in the position in this CT side to win most of these rounds. And somehow, just also similarly, based on like individuals, Magix and Tanir absolutely sucking on the A bomb side most of the time, and then, you know, some magic from 910. That made this game go on for so long. On the T side, Spirit were getting entries very easily. And then they were finishing on sites that were usually understacked. Like the calling was really good. From Spirit, I want to say half of it was they're just so passive. They really weren't doing anything. And we were talking so much about, you know, Tanir having this freedom. What did he do on the CT side except being parked on the A-bomb site and waiting for them to execute on him and just die together with Magics? Not much. And Shiro, as much as he is on the top of the scoreboard, I think his CT side was also pretty underwhelming until that like double kill at the end. And this is just like, why does Donk not have an MVP for 7,000 years? This kind of maps.
And it's also like the most frustrating thing watching from both the sides is, yeah, I agree with like there are mistakes being made, but I see one particular on the T side as well from MongolZ, right? When this is the side where they mounted the comeback and they were winning it as well. There's one round just like, all right guys, we're just gonna go hit and beat. Why is the bomb guy just running out first? Bombs drop, and I'm like, well, great, that's pretty much the round. So honestly, the calling overall, I think was pretty rough from both the two teams, but the individuals shown and some shot the bed. That's pretty much the story of this map.
Just this T side from Mongol. So they win the pistol, you know, convert and all of that. Then we have the 9-10 1v3.
Yeah.
He's literally in the middle of middle. Two guys on one side.
middle.
One guy on the other side. Somehow he managed to isolate 3 fights. He did a really good job, but still a bit questionable because
should have been traded.
Tanir was behind the smoke. Could have come out at any point to go for that trade whenever the other player does contact. He didn't do that, and then he let it come down to a 1v1 against the op. After that, they have a 4v2 Spirit. It comes down to a 1v1 that they barely win. Then they have a 5v4 that they lose. Then they have a 5v3 that they lose. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, what is going on here? Yeah. I'm like, a lot of the things that we saw good in Rio, not really
it's
this
the expectations were high for Spirit, and expectations were kind of lowish for MongolZ.
Yeah.
What happened there was Spirit, the second half, I agree with you. You know, it's like, what are you guys doing? Why are you regressing over here? For the MongolZ, it's more about, if it was a 13-4, 13-5, I'm like, forget about it. You know, this map is kind of like a done deal. But just watching 9-10 single-handedly, and Mazzino as well later on in the game, kind of stepping up individually, and plus chipping in as well. Just the fact that, but you suppose it's star player just completely absent, so to speak, in Techno as well. Because in a game like this, sure, it's messy, but just missing those couple of pieces really does hurt. And in the end, you know, it got messy in the end, but it also a messy end. The penultimate round they won was complete BS by MongolZ running to the A-bomb side. Try the same thing again, and this time it's Shiro and Donk with a deagle, 2 kills.
Yeah, I don't also understand the double op pull off. The Spirit brought out the
Why is Donk with the op?
Why are we double opping? This going, I don't know. Like, honestly, Donk was doing everything perfectly fine on the rifle, getting double kill pretty much every time someone come close to him. It's like, why are we not putting him on the op and not actually having him go for any play? They're still let him take mid, short, lower tunnels, all of this. Just do kind of whatever you want. So I don't know. That was it was a game.
It's a bit. Compared to the Mouz game we had earlier, we were like, man, this is some fun stuff to watch. It was just frustrating. And sure, we had a couple of layers with the 1v3, the Donk 3K, 4K in mid and whatnot, but there's a frustrating game overall, even if you're a Spirit or a MongolZ fan.
Just to continue the relationship bit, I've just realized what it must feel like to be a shrink. Because I sat here, it's like having an old married couple just disappointed in their partner. You were disappointed in Spirit, you were disappointed in MongolZ. So I'm going to try some psychological BS. I don't know if this works. I've never been for therapy, but I watch a lot of TV, so let's try.
You're going to draw something and turn it around?
I'm not going to do that, but I am going to ask you, can we get one positive thought about MongolZ and Spirit?
I'm doing Spirit?
Yeah, because you were pretty mean about them.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Donk's pretty good, right?
We'll wait.
That's not really. I think the macro and early round was really good from Spirit. And then the T side, I think, was really good, even finishing the rounds. But just the CT side, mid to late round, was not. It was just too passive, and honestly, even some of the towards the later halves, they would get the entry, then they would chill way too much and give too much space to not go for some like proactivity later on. That's what needs to be better. It can be better, I think.
Positive about MongolZ, Blair?
There's nothing positive about the MongolZ. I'm kidding. All right. I'll give you one thing, though. Considering
Zera can't play much worse than this.
He surely can't play much worse than this. And also, by the way, they do have this tendency where, you know, even if the chips are down, they always do never give up in a way. Even though it might be ugly, even though it might be rough, they always manage to bring it back. But the positive, and I'm going to keep repeating this because there's not too much, 9-10 is a positive. This guy, let's just, you know, zoom out couple of years, right? When he came in alongside Mazzino, he was the player who was kind of like on a chopping block, so to speak. People like, surely you can find a better opera than this. And even this conversation saying there are no real good operas in Mongolia. But over the years, the ascent of the Mongols went alongside ascent of 910. And right now, when you lose Senzu, there are big question marks as what's going to be happening with the team, where Mazzino is kind of, iffy. Techno is up and down. Blitz is struggling as well. Cobras is a new kid on the block who's the guy who's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to put on the big boy pants and do my job. 910. For me, is a shining star for them.
I mean, for me, the question is like, even if you think about like top 3 operas at this tournament, you want to say m0NESY, obviously. You want to say probably Shiro. MongolZ's form has not been that good.
MongolZ did, completely wreck.
Torzi's form has not been that good. Like, you might as well just say 910 is probably the top 3 operas at this tournament.
I'll let you ponder that.
I'll think about it, yeah.
You have a think about that. We'll circle back. Let's chat about Ancient now and the future. The future of your relationships with these teams. How does this map define those relationships?
I like how he just tried to force us into be an arbiter relationship. It's not a relationship. Look, here's the thing. Last time these two teams played Ancient, they didn't play it, right? I think it was a long time ago, and I think it was
last time they played it.
They didn't play it.
No, I mean, last time these two teams played each other. Sorry.
Okay.
My brain is just spiraling out of control here, Sam. But
I've heard that's what therapy does.
The thing with Mongols, it's a map that's stopped from being one of it used to be one of their bastions, right, alongside Mirage, right? But it's a long time ago, and I feel like it's kind of fallen out of favor for them. But it seems like they're trying to bring it back alongside Nuke. They're trying to be kind of refiguring out their map pool, so to speak. But for the side of Spirit, they've been looking very, very good on this recently. The last few results have been pretty solid overall. Although initially at the beginning of the year when Magic came as an IGL, it was kind of rough initially, but I would 100% still favor Spirit here on this map, despite it being MongolZ's pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map where Donk is such a relentless force in mid, and he just
bring in any map.
But this map particularly, I just feel like nothing stopped. No matter like how much utility people are throwing out, he's just going to be there fighting CTT side. I think that's something that suits him quite well. And aside of Astralis, one of the best teams of all time, but not that lineup that you're thinking about, no one, I don't remember anyone like completely locking him down on this map.
And also Tanir, by the way, last couple of times they played so far on this map, he was an absolute force to be reckoned with on the B bomb set especially. So hopefully a different Tanir from what we saw in Dust 2 here.
There's hope. They are committing to Spirit. They believe they're going to 2-0 this series out. We'll find out if they're correct after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my bitch going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I'm dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Joining us here in Astana is the Mongols. I think it's your favorite players, favorite team. That's how I would describe these guys. I've got Blitz with me here, the IGL of the team, going through it all. Blitz, you had a bit of time off since Bucharest. Last tournament you guys played, you got 3rd place there. I want to just start by asking you, how do you feel so far with Mongol's performance this year in 2026 overall?
In this year, maybe we did not make it good because we just reached all the playoffs and no trophies, and maybe it's not good, but not bad. We just made it to so many playoffs. It's not bad.
Do you feel like, say, Krakow, I know you guys did not practice before that tournament so much. It was like a harder one to go through. Cluj-Napoca, was some very good teams there. But Bucharest, PGL Bucharest, that was an event where it looked like you could be a team that could win the whole event. What was missing? Why was this not possible for Mongols to go further?
We lost to Put. Maybe I just overthinked them, but yeah, it was my mistake. I just played default Counter-Strike, but they not. Maybe it's maybe IGL difference.
Okay, so you're taking it on yourself about not reading the game?
Yeah. I just played bad and I just read bad, I call bad.
What do you think right now, inside the Mongols, you guys have the biggest problem with that is stopping you from being able to lift the trophy or make grand finals again?
We made some changes. It's about a chef and our doctor. It's a new member of team, and they also come here with us.
Wow!
And they are helping our food and also our health.
Awesome.
Yeah, we just made a little bit things, and they are helping us so much. We are so comfortable here.
Now, what are your expectations for this event? You should make playoffs, you should have a chance to lift trophy, or where's your confidence at?
In this event, maybe we will reach the playoffs easily, I think. And I think we must reach the playoffs. And trophy chances, I think 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, 50% is good for us, I think, right now. Right now, there is so many good teams, and yeah.
All right, well, we'll have to see how it goes for you guys. Blitz, thank you very much for the insight. It's really cool that you have some new support staff here as well helping you. And good luck in Astana. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Blitz says they must reach the playoffs, and the winner of this series just a game away from doing exactly that. Right now, though, the kind of inspiring comeback from the Mongols denied on Dust 2. That was Spirit's map pick, narrowly closing it out, a 9-3 half that ends 13-11. Now, Hugo, we get ready to head to Ancient, the Mongols map pick, as they look to try and make this one a 3-mapper.
I always enjoy watching Spirit on T side because it's nice to watch other teams try and counter their mid takes, right? Donk often coming out on elbow, being very aggressive, right? We see MongolZ the same on Na'Vi, and the way that teams try to deal with this player. And, what have Mongols got up in their pocket? Why are they, how are they going to prep for Donk in this second map of the series? It's the Mongols pick. And so they knew it was coming, trying to move away from Mirage, which is our third and decider should we get there. And yeah, it feels silly to count out Mongols from a potential map in their pocket here, but Spirit showed it yesterday against the Huns. They absolutely destroyed them. They're on a bit of a Mongolian run right now, our team Spirit, as they seek to defend their title here in Astana. getting ready for a pistol, and it appears that Team Spirit are on the CT side. MongolZ going to have to see that second half to wait for our answers about Donk out mid. What have MongolZ got to show? Slow starts on a couple of players. 9-10 and Mizzino looks really good though.
And they did. 9-10 in great form to open up this tournament at a good day one. Day two might even top it if he can keep up appearances. This would be versus trickier, harder opposition in Team Spirit. He's the guy at the front of the pack in this pistol round, and the A site is wide open.
Nobody home indeed. Blitz has Donut covered from the back, so it's all CT retake here for Team Spirit. Zontix is alone right now. Shadow might give position away, but he still gets his headshot. Spirit coming together and flooding out of Temple and CT. It's going to be a messy round. Donk, another kill. Zontix will fall. Donk is just having a moment here in this site. Triple headshot out of Donk, and Blitz is too late to the party. Spirit have already eaten the cake. There is no way to save this from Donk's grasp. 4 headshots, lock in a pistol for Spirit.
And wow, you know, we were kind of waiting for Donk's impact across map 1. He finally found it by the end of Dust 2. And he's brought that into Ancient. Hell of a pistol round. Let's see these from his POV.
Clean as ever. Force for the MongolZ, should be no surprise.
For the MongolZ' sake, you hope that's not a sign of things to come.
What, Donk playing well? You know what? I think it might be. He gets nade stacked in this round. So already a punishing start for Donk, but MongolZ only have 1 rifle here. An effect of the single kill in the pistol.
A is wide open again.
We'll retake. Or we won't. Magic's ready with a block.
You blocked me with cave smoke, and now you're going to die. Team Spirit able to slow the roll of the MongolZ. I mean, no control over towards A. I feel like they are shoehorned into committing to this B play. Second smoke in their face.
Just feels a bit obvious now, doesn't it, right? With how long MongolZ have had to wait behind this utility. Exec coming in.
Site just gets blanketed in fire, but Spirit aren't playing anyone ahead of these smokes. So chance of the bomb plant here for the MongolZ, and it will come through. Leaving this one down to a retake.
Nowhere to hide here. Got to fight for this long control. Smoke fades. Spirit coming in all together.
3 out through the long side. Damage put down range by the MongolZ, but yet to capitalize. Can't follow up on his Zontix either as he storms on in through short. So no issues there, leaving B down to the retake for Team Spirit.
Yeah, first fight weighed so heavily there in that post-spawn, and Cobra Sarah turns away from long as the smoke fades, so couldn't be worse timing. That is the problem with those B-side post-spawns, right? Obviously the guns are lacking for MongolZ, but they just have no position. There's nowhere to stand. You're locked off in cave, you're back at ramp. These are not favorable positions. So the exit comes at a cost. And MongolZ buy again. It is so MongolZ, isn't it? Coming in with Galils in the 3rd round. Not a single AK, barely utility, but the entry does come in. You weren't expecting that buy, were you? The surprise hits hard, but now known about. B is very weak. Careful, Magics. Yeah, Khalil spotted. So back he goes. Donk is also on the site. Not for long, though. Couldn't be a better time to walk up ramp.
Yeah, Spirit seemingly having misread this one. Magix will get the spot and a good chunk of damage put down range, but B is conceded.
This is nice, though. Full retake.
Last time able to do it pretty convincingly. CobraZera's got space over on long and looks to chase down Donk. Good backstab. Smoke broken open. One more back for CobraZera, but job's just starting. Now going to try and clutch up. Had a really, really rough Dust 2. Did this guy. Well, now they need him to offer up an ace clutch. If the Mongols want to come through with this unexpected force win, Nade does chip damage, but he can't complete on the clutch. Magix seconds away, just steals that defuse and denies Cobra his time in the limelight.
Oh, sigh of relief there for Magix. This is Cobra 1 kill below his entire last map record in just 3 rounds, but that's not enough for the clutch. How the hell does Donk get a double on short there? They knew he was in position. Cobra ran him down. Donk in the open gets 2 frags. That's one of those moments of miscommunication where you can see Cobra just running for that kill, but 2 of his teammates peak default to fight Donk first. Would love to see them just give Cobra that little bit of room and time to find that free kill. That would have been a Mongols round off of the Force, and of course they buy again. Donk goes up heaven with a vengeance, takes an early kill and departs with ease. Flashing the smoke, Magix is ready for it and even sees more players. Info on 2 of the 3 right now. Team Spirit just taking fights all over the shop. Blitz running a Molotov. It's the classic Mongols. They are just throwing everything out there right now, and it's not doing well.
Oop. Nice double for Techno, but won't lead to much. Magic's nearby, ready to trade. No issues for Team Spirit. Starting off on this CT side of Ancient.
Definitely feeling the frustration for the Mongols right now, because Spirit are playing a dirty game. Let's be honest, right? Donk running up heaven, lots of retakes. Magic's rushing cave. It's a very aggressive CT side right now for Team Spirit. And Mongols are just taking some serious risks. Blitz, full W's through the molly.
Yeah, this is where Mara's called in the early timeout. Often you'll have kind of Blitz call some absolute crazy out-of-pocket stuff, and then in comes Mara to kind of lay down the law. Maybe something a little slower here for the Mongols. Said it on map 1, but for Blitz, a man whose brain seemingly only capable of thinking quickly, pace and speed often the answer. Or the guy who looks to restore a bit of order to these T sides, or it's going to be another pacey round.
Well, they bought for a 5th round.
It's another pacey round.
Keep them coming.
Let's go. Nades find big damage. Oh, magic. Great sequence. Oh.
Shiro kills him. Should be fine. Donk runs in. I will say, Mongols playing crazy, but I like that Spirit are A, matching it, but B, just playing super retake on B. That means you can rush, you can have the site, but you're getting nothing from it, right? You can feel how desperate Mongols are to take advantage back. They're jumping through cave smokes, they're running through Molotovs. Spirit is just giving them bomb plants, giving them bomb sites, and Mongols just keep buying. Finally, a half comes in as they don't get a bomb plant. But it already feels like Spirit have, dare I say, won this already. They've thrown Mongols through the ringer. .5-0 starts. Oh dear.
Oh, well, it's fine.
They got one. Glock comes out. Cobra 1v4, and they leave.
Something I found impressive here was, considering the rounds we've had, Spirit did a really good job of like not burning all their util straight away, right? Able to kind of lay that down a little bit later in the slower mid-take out of the Mongols. Also means that they've just cheapened the investment here by holding on to a bunch of it, building up a serious bank account and a cache of early rounds. Donk in full swing ever since the pistol. And a fast mid-take.
Okay.
Blitz gets out with one. Continues to try and run it down through middle. He's got Cobra here backing him up.
Oh, Magic shying away from the fight. What comes in? And a man down our Spirit, so let's see how they solve this puzzle as Mongols don't need to rush. Get their ducks in a row. They have Cobra very low health out middle. The rest of them surround this B bomb site. Shiro orbs from the donut, and Spirit look like they want to re-clear middle together. Magic's in a naughty position, but one that leaves gaps. And a big gap is Cave, one that Mongols are taking as I speak. Oh, they just got mollied red.
Timing on that's perfect, because Cobra shot away from death. Able to link back up with his team for the B hit.
They need this round.
It's the best spot they've been in.
Magic's time this spam could be problematic. Break on the smoke, bomb in the cave. It's going to go down. It's not shameful to save here, but let's see if a kill gets given over.
It always is.
Okay. Shiro's just boxing them in. That is the round done, unless Tania is on his own in this site. And so no harm, no foul here for Spirit, walking away, hoping that smoke spam did them a little bit better, but here's Mongols who take it slow and steady. Oh, that's a leg. Bomb might do it, if the molly doesn't. And there it is. No orb saved here. Bit of a disaster on the way out. So even when Mongols win, in a way they also lose. There's going to be Galils in this round.
He didn't have any issues with that in the first 5 rounds, Hugo.
Well, I'd say from the score they did.
Yeah, okay, it's been wrecked, actually.
Donk sending it.
Oh, flash good. Donk evades.
And now he's on B. You know what? That's just fine.
Crunch down on the lane, backstab for Magix. Won't connect a thing. Replay going. And it's gone. Mizinho, double entry, 1 health as he survives that skirmish up through ramp.
Oh, Tania needs one there. Tania really does need one. Had the drop on them on default as well, but excellent double out of Mizinho on no health. Shiro save. Mongols finally just waiting for Spirit to make the first move before they commit to anything, letting them initiate on Heaven.
Terrorists win.
So let's see if we get similar pacing. The AWP will certainly help that here for 9-10. To set up and cover these Donk Heaven pushes.
Re-clear over in middle. Smoke to block. You got to be worried about that heaven climb up.
Oh! Okay. V3 here. Spirit with a far more passive round, and MongolZ 40 seconds to make up their minds. Are going to walk out in together, but everyone's just evaded capture. Donk has been spotted in the red room, but they're just getting pulled apart one by one. Donk re-peaks for a 14th kill. He is having a great map right now, as Techno is left, hoping he can save. And save he shall.
Counter-terrorists win. I wonder if there's going to be much put in around this AK. Look, man, with a lot of teams, you wouldn't even ask the question. You just say, yeah, they're going to eco. See what Techno can do on the hero gun. And when you know it, the MongolZ are doing exactly that.
AK just dry fighting. They know they can get the site. It's just about what do you do in the post-spawn. They would love some kills before they get there. Spirit of Fine and Dandy playing these 5v5s in the retake. Oh, nice shot. Can they cross to get the gun? Do they even want to risk it? Donk jiggling donut, double cave. Smoke onto Donk's position. So now he can tuck for his teammate. And it's back to A for the MongolZ with 40 seconds.
Yeah, you're dodging the stack, but that's really where the upsides begin and end, because you're going into Donk at 14-5. Spot, change the burst. Screw it, why not just deal with all of them? Hell of a game from Donk. Cobra's been spotted. Back in the... Looks like we're back in the COVID era. We got Barys at a Cobra meeting. And Spirit running away with Ancient. They're looking for a 2-0 here.
Yeah, this is
now, look, 9-3 it was enough, but it nearly wasn't enough back on Dust 2.
It feels like a different game, though.
Does it?
It does.
It's still the same game.
Okay, it feels like a different Donk.
Okay, that's fair.
It's like, they can't trade him, man. They can't trade him at all. The Spirit are playing with wind in their sails right now, just everything going to plan. Can MongolZ even find that third in this half? Right now, I'm doubting it. Final proper full buy here in round 11. Got the pre-smoke down, so Shiro doesn't get mollied out of cubby, trying to stay ahead of what the MongolZ might do, but this just looks like a B smash. If they can get long control, MongolZ have a shot.
Every time they've gone in, Magic, it's always been a nuisance from this cave side. And now back down to the retake. Spirit have been more than content to play for it. All of them arrive.
Yeah, they play for Cave instead, but Spirit, yeah, they have players here. They're setting up retake utility. 4v4. My money's on Spirit.
Blitz tries to block that. Nice. Replies with a spam through the smoke.
Gotta go quick.
Donk approaching 20 kills. Dead on the long side, and with it, the retake. Shiro might get one. There just simply isn't time here for Team Spirit. So the Mongols finally breaking through on one of these B hits.
A little bit too slow there for Spirit, but hey, nice exec for the Mongols. Finally getting it done. They had some room in the post spawn towards Cave. Still good utility and a well-timed peek onto Donk that feels like that was the round-winning kill. I think 9-10 out Cave. Catches him looking ramp side. Or Mazzino, rather. So Mongols find that fabled third that was, as you said, almost enough. So 4, by that logic, would be fine. They go back to what just worked. Outside of ramp, ready to burst. But Shiro, oh no, is there a lineup here? There's certainly a trade. Tanir fights behind him. Grenade could be good. It's a little delayed. High flashes as Mongols are getting dirty on this ramp. They decide against it. Good molly and spam. And they can freeze in the 3v3. Let this AWP work. Let Spirit think. Ooh. It's not the best smoke. Nobody's saying that. But Donk refuses to overplay the flank. If he wants to go T-spawn, it leaves a gap to escape. It's just a gap the Mongols don't know about, and Donk would rather patrol the backline, ensuring that Mongols cannot depart from this B hit into the stack they're forced.
Magic's been sharp in these B holds. If you're Mongols, you need to get past him cleanly, and they managed that on the back of the flashbang. So now you're looking at Donk. Side, ran through.
Bliss just jumps him.
What's Untic's got for us?
Got 20 bullets.
Ready for the Cave re-swing, but Blitz doesn't give it to him. Instead, looking for the 9-10 AWP. Dink down range, but low on health from that fight, and Blitz blindsides him out from the Cave. Said that 3 was almost enough for the Mongols back on Dust. Well, how's 4 sound as they do somewhat recover on this T side?
Well, you know, got to give it to them there. That was 6-0 up for Team Spirit before Mongols got a couple of rounds. They end with a measly 4 on the T side of their map pick, but we've already seen the tenacity to come back many a time from this team. Yeah, Donk's shocked he missed. I am too, but that was Blitz jumping into Cave. Hard to get past. So Mongols found their answer, and it was towards the B execute. You wonder if Spirit gave them almost too much respect. They started losing when they stopped, you know, going for heaven climb-ups and getting aggressive. Spirit were trying to stay ahead of an adaptation, but Mongols just kept going for 5B out of spawn.
I think it's one of the things that's always been the case with Blitz. You kind of tell yourself there's no way they can keep doing this, right?
Most stubborn.
It really was just a game of B hits out of the Mongols.
Extremely stubborn. All right, this is the half I waited for, though. Straight up the ramp, Shiro fell in the middle. His shots for Cobra Zero, Spirit storm forward.
Ooh, Techno. All right, we'll convert on one. In comes Donk, might be low, doesn't matter.
Ow.
Surely it can't be another 4K. That's how he started off here on Ancient. 2 kills deep already with a bit more still to do. In come Mazinho and 910. Waiting for this smoke to fade. 910 rips the head off of Tanir.
Oh.
And the killing blow dealt the way of Spirit. Defuse grab. The Mongols with a pistol round. Donk's multi-kill proves to be in vain.
I mean, it was, you know, from the back foot, really. Mongols got a lot of damage on the cross. Donk was low. Teammate was killed through him. And then he bails out his team on long with a crazy double, but Magix was trapped on default, couldn't escape. 910 just goes straight for the AWP in the second round.
It's a risky move, in my opinion.
It's audacious, isn't it? No helmet AWP. And Harry on a retake. Spirit are going for the execute right now. Mongols have 2 players nearby. How hard do they commit? Molly bounces off them. Blitz can't stop them. Maybe Mazinho can. Through the smoke, 1-for-1. Donk happy with that. Blitz also making a play. Chaos, but Molly pushed back. And here's the AWP moving in.
Connects on Donk. Follow up there. Magix rips his head off. This round still alive with Tanir battling back out towards CT. And now the spot on Techno over here in Donut. They know where these players are coming from. They know where they both are. It's down to Magix to try and clutch up for Team Spirit. Can't get it done. Go grab that AWP Blitz.
It's a brutal kill for Blitz there. Full running with the MP9. Even got a smoke spam as well off the planter, so Mongols can breathe easy despite that bomb going down, and I'm not sure that Spirit are as tempted as Mongols were with those incessant force buys at the start of the game. Let's see. Will it just be a more reserved call with light upgrades, or has 3 kills tempted them? It is the former, just a little bit here for Team Spirit, wanting to get their rifle out as soon as possible. This fake draw 910 out of position.
Oh, it's triggering a heavy rotate here for the Mongols. 910's AWP still in the right place, but a miss could be costly. On plant for Team Spirit. And a little bit of time to get comfortable here. Heavy CT rotates as well, so Donut wide open, and Magix has been able to confirm that from heaven.
So dangerous. No kit.
Okay, Techno gets his one, but you got to go very, very quickly here, as time is a concern for the Mongols. Another for Techno. Dongsteeg starts to reply. Counts down 910. Can't quite find him. How will Shiro fare? Time is a big problem, and Shiro's only made matters worse. Team Spirit, Tech9s and Deegs get the job done.
And that's where you buy a kit, boys. That's a full gun round for Mongols with no diffuser. Big problem on that post plant. Sure, there's missed shots, there's missed opportunities, but that is 4v3 coming in. If anything, 4v2 before Donk lands this. And him and Shiro shut it down with just Eagles. Devastating round to lose there for the Mongols. Meant to be your freebie. But a little fake from Team Spirit goes a long way in this round.
Just a frustrating one to lose for a multitude of reasons, right? Because you highlighted the problem with the kit. They had money to get them heading into that round. You even kind of feel annoyed at yourself that you bit down on the fake so unheavily. You saw frustration there for 9-10 as well because he had the chance to open up the round on the AWP.
He also reduced his shots by 1 because he was big box and then the fake comes in and then he moves
out to Temple.
And sure, he missed it as well, but that would have been 2 shots safe enough from big box to Temple. Instead, he gets nothing done. And Mongol's full eco. Sign of the times. If you're Spirit, you're expecting the buy here. Just because of what you're up against. But I actually like this call for Mongols. Getting a 4-gun round in the next. We'll be conceding 10 though, and Spirit just keep hammering it home that we can have the A site whenever we want it.
One team only go A, the other team only go B.
Who wins?
You decide.
10 score here for Team Spirit. Better run. Seems like it's all going to plan for Spirit right now. Despite the lost pistol, picking up a 4-spy, converting, and now this gun round really decides whether Mongols are going to be competitive on their map pick. Without this round, this is Spirit running over them 2-0.
Okay, Mazzinho, full running, full blind, still good for his.
They saw 3 mid, so maybe not expecting a 4th guy in A main. Yeah, sure it doesn't check it. That's off the back of just seeing this heavy mid control round and expecting 2B. So Team Spirit, who called the bomb back, just lost that A main control. Nice setup for Mongols to start off this integral gun round on their campaign to come back.
Two v4 attempt, Magix and Tanir, brothers in arms. But this ain't no Catalina wine mixer, Hugo. They've got to try and... Well, they've at least identified the weaker site. So that part's pretty good. Surprise, surprise, it's A. 9-10, power position out towards CT, gets his one, and that's more than enough. Tanir even getting hounded down. Fake plant, they're closing in, and 9-10 pulls the blade.
Only the Mongols do that. Silly guys, having some fun with it, and doing a bit of mental damage as well. A knife of all things to keep the pressure on. Team Spirit not out of the woods yet. Said that round was a requirement to continue this. And so game very much back on now.
Gap continues to close. Donk again, tries to run out through middle. The Mongols more than willing to meet him there. Mizinho has been his kryptonite in these last couple of rounds. Again, they're out on A, but this time the Mongols have got 9-10 out towards the spawn.
That knife paid off. He's got the orb.
They are trying to take Donut away from the Mongols. Will Blitz let them have it? No, 9-10 here to help him out. Smoke spam connects.
Okay.
9-10 ain't missing.
Can't even see him in Donut there. There's no way. He's just shooting right through that, bailing out his teammate. I like the reroute for Spirit there, chasing down those mid-rotations, but yeah, 9-10 has your back covered. And maybe the donk sacrifice in middle felt worth it for a moment, but with that open spawn, Mongols don't even allow bomb plant, and Team Spirit now are back to Glocks. And you know what? Right when you're ready to ride off the Mongols, they pull you right back in.
And they made it close back on Dust 2. Will this be another swing and a miss in the final stages, or this time, can they complete the comeback? Can they come down to a one-round game?
We know you're there, Magix.
Yeah, but he's saying I'm not here. Oh! He gets his.
Laugh it off, but it's still a one-round game. It's still a late-game recovery here for the Mongols. An 8-4 half. Spirit would love to just relieve the stress and shut this down here in a second map, not take it to Mirage against Mongols of all teams. Especially with the trouble the Spirit have had on that map at times. Pre-smoke down on elbow? Is that missed smoke? Double smoke? Yeah, both CTs.
Got to do the second one in case anyone's 6 foot.
Or is it to stop the molly?
Yeah.
Puts out the smoke that allows your elbow smoke. How deep are we talking? Mizinho, double headshot.
A menace out here in middle. Cobrazera's even pushed through A. And so the map is cut in half. Good tap for Tanir.
But still. Big flank.
One side of the map's pretty open right now.
Yeah, but these retakes have just been rock solid as they were for Spirit on the B site for the first half. And this flank has come all the way in from the other half of the map. Techno calling now they're either cave or they're scaling middle. And it looks like he's about to clear the right position. Perfect timing to this. Techno gets one and he can just live, but of course it's a Mongols thirsting for blood as Mizinho finds a third kill in the round. Are we going to see some Spirit timeouts? This game is out of control right now. 4 rounds straight for the Mongols.
Donk has had his roll slowed massively by the wrecking ball of the Mongols. Mizinho has been an absolute menace over towards middle. And that's caused a lot of problems for Team Spirit. And so often that's the source of their openers and their route to the map control that comes with it.
In 3 of the last 4 rounds, Mizinho has killed Donk in middle. In the 4th, it was Techno. Break through. Can anyone do it? Donk will, but not for long. Right through the smoke, into the rifle. Team Spirit are down a round. And look at Magic's head in hand. This is the Mongols game now.
Timeout finally called in for Team Spirit.
It's their first call all game. Sure, CT side went great.
Yeah, you do just find yourself wondering, is it too late?
You could see the writing on the wall.
Because the thing that's been so shocking about these rounds is that they're not even close.
No. Not even getting into post plants anymore. It's 5 straight rounds off kills. All right, Mongols, can you finish what you started? 5 rounds in a row on this comeback.
Getting heavy into middle. This time some support from the heaven side. Donk chews through the mid take. The Mongols all in the mid control, as they've been doing throughout this entire game thus far. And Donk destroys them this time around.
Shout out to Nir as well. He came up heaven, full blinded, and still found that first kill up on the heaven player. Doubles up as well. Both Donk and Tanir at the forefront of these openers. Finally getting an answer on just a second timing to middle. Flash must have wrecked Mongols there. And Tanir, right place, right time. There's Donk. Look at them lined up, ready to go. Flash spam here from Spirit. Finally breaks a streak. Double AWP. Mongols won't be doing that again.
Yeah, not going back to the mid take now with 2 AWPs in play.
So Spirit still have to dig deeper, because it's not just been that that's been winning Mongols rounds. But it's back again. Speed up into this site. Cobra hits his.
Still alive. You want to keep that the case for as long as possible, but in comes Cobra Zera, denying him the room.
They can trade this.
Shiro hits his, but still has a lot to do, and with 3 players fast approaching up through the short side, Shiro have the time to make this one happen. They just hound him down the moment he fires off. Zontix can't get past Techno, and the Mongols refuse to concede this lead.
Oh, it's just who will swing mid later. That's what this comes down to so often, right? Both teams are holding late flashes. Both teams are tucking and trying to avoid the opponent's blind. But then it's Mongols who come out a second after in elbow and flash peek Magics, forcing the speed up on B. Perfect second AWP position. And Shiro, you know, maybe there's a world where he can 2v5 with Zontix, but he needs his second shot to connect a kill. Donk out elbow instantly. Gets flashed back off, recommits a second time. Mongols are still here, reflashing themselves. It is just a bloodbath in mid, and it's coming up for Donk again. 28th kill, locked in as they jump up heaven, and Donk is just running for you, rambunctious on this T side. We need overtime.
Call that Donk Javu. That's the exact same mid hit there, out of Team Spirit. And now an identical result, a multi-kill from Donk. Tanir getting his on the Heaven wrap round. And this one, it goes to overtime, much like Dust 2 could have.
What a display from Donk again.
This is mad.
9 multi-kill rounds in this game.
I'm getting a little nervous though for Spirit in the grand picture of this, the idea that they need these 9-round first halves if they want to close. They can at least try and earn their stripes here in OT.
Yeah, sure.
Money now isn't a problem. Mongols, it's a team where everyone can and likes to AWP. So you've got potential here to see a double AWP board out, but they'll decide against it. And that makes sense. It's been a very mid-focused game thus far. The Spirit go back to the Heaven split with Donk barreling out on a second timing. How do things change now that we're in overtime?
Oh, that is crazy to see Donk 3 and 4 on opening duels, but already discussed how this is going down in middle. He's going to start B. Triple mid for MongolZ. They just are so stubborn on this fight. They know they need it. It's done them well in this half. Techno? What? Looking both ways, fiddling with nades. And Donk just peeks him out of heaven. Maybe a miscomm or a misunderstanding. It's gonna just concede. Open. Yeah, it's gonna concede the round. Everybody gets their stripes. What happened here? Now don't throw the bomb in first. Worth finding out where the MongolZ are. This AWP patient pays off. 9-10, no saving today. They are everywhere. Nice try. Magic survives the leg, and that's Spirit with first round of OT.
Spawns to go for this mid-take again. Shiro Zorb gets to take the line. Yeah, also with a spawn for Heaven, gets his.
Screw it, Donk's got his trade. Cobra finishes what Blitz started with that dink, and so A push goes back to the site. Spirit's scared of the flank. Sontix has to watch his back. So Spirit don't speed up. Maybe they're even considering recommitting to A.
I mean, you just feel paranoid that with Cobra all the way through A main like that, that you would be walking into a stack or a setup over at B.
You wouldn't be wrong, but now Techno's starting to get curious, moving over to group with Cobra as well. That info goes two ways. Sontix alone in middle, 2 in A main. This is a big fight here in the 3v3. Sontix picks it up. Oh, that molly actually locks him out. He's going to chase Sontix down. Oh. What a flick shot. That's round.
Nice for Magix, I think, as well, to get to find success in one of these mid-rounds, right? No longer kind of hinging upon decisively winning those opening fights. That was really how they got any of their rounds in the T-side regulation. Usually just securing all your entries on the back of that initial mid-bash. Here, Magix gets to kind of stretch his legs a little in the 3-on-3 and come up with this solution to the problem.
And, you know, that was both teams were calling a good round there because MongolZ realized what was going on, right? As Cobra backs up, Techno replenishes. They just played double donut and Sontix hit some bangers, able to isolate those kills. But both teams had the right idea. It's Spirit who get out ahead, 2 rounds to the good, looking for a flawless T-side, which will be quite the change of tune after these 4-round halves of regulation. Oh. Toys with them. This is priority towards B.
There's so much info right now, just from all the guns you're hearing fire off, all the util you've seen expelled over towards middle, and so they go up into B. They feel like there's a gap here, and they're dead on.
That's long.
B-side can feel claustrophobic if you get shut out of both the choke points, but they've secured all these kills. Donk doesn't care about smokes, runs right through them, and completes it with a hat-trick, a flawless half from Team Spirit, and a completely different look to what we had in regulation.
It's turning into a full rush map right now for both teams. MongolZ first 6 rounds back in the first half, they were doing exactly that, weren't they? Just B-pops after B-pops, and never really stopped. Spirit, aggressive in middle, and they put a bow on it with an excellent B-hit. You're right as well, those guns, hearing those different weapons, not just A1S's all spamming in unison. Spirit realized exactly where the gap is. 1 round needed to end this series and go 2-0 so far in Astana.
Look, this is now the whole game on the line for the Mongols. Will that call for a slower pace, or will it still be brawly? Both these teams really embracing these fast pops as the game's gone on.
Okay, but they've got control now. Heaven locked down, Donk pushed out of middle. They don't know where the AWP sits, but they have mid, and that is a big pick.
It's the AWP remove, 9-10. Been the Mongols' top performer in this series. Dead first, Blitz will reclaim it at least. The AWPing Hydra of the Mongols. Once you cut off one head, 2 more grow back. They can all use this AWP, and here's Mouzino once again getting past Donk.
Fake being sold. Spirit aren't buying it. There's still 2 players on the B side right now. That bomb's holding. At what point does Mouzino call them over? Or do they just walk right into the trap? Yeah, that's enough. Bomb move. Oh, but they've lost both sides.
No, that is the worst case scenario. Now you've got no choice but to link back up with Cobra and go in to this stack. Blitz dead, that's the bomb spotted, and Spirit looking to get here flawlessly in OT. Cobra just a shot away from certain death. Tanir on the reroute into the heavens, meant to watch over this bomb, won't get there in time. But Cobra needs a lot to go right when so much could go wrong. Swing on out, nails Shiro, and we'll get this bomb planted safe from the cave side. The spam gives away Tanir's position. Cobra's got him!
Oh, they're not happy with that one. Absolute choke to close here for Spirit. 3 1v1s levied against them. And that is a disastrous way to let Cobra back in the game. He had the perfect read as well on Tanir's final position. That wallbang was so close to just clipping him through the corner. And Tanir jumping out cave, optimistic at best. Spirit aren't done yet.
That's just a round you should never give away. Spirit trying to keep the pace going. They want this one over and done with. They think it should have been last round, so they come through with a scrap. They come through with a fight, but Magix is dead, spams all his ammo, gives away the opening. If that 1v2 and a Cobra makes all the difference and allows you to drag this into another OT, what does that mean for this series? The game should have been over.
Who will save them now? They've got to be careful.
Even the way they started this round, like, it was that's a frustrating round to give away. Spirit came through looking to brawl, looking to scrap. And you know what the Mongols have done? Think about how they played there in every T side thus far. It's been these super pacey, in-your-face rounds. Well, they go, nah, sit back and enjoy that one, Spirit.
Look at the bomb right now. Blitz is just parked up in A, and Shiro has no idea, right? There's a timing in the back of his head, but Blitz is just locking down the line. Shiro might still find this fight, but Blitz has walked through Temple. Meanwhile, B getting faked hard. Lots of util thrown in. All of the Mongols util thrown in.
Blitz in this position, this should be unlosable.
It's just about bomb. 30 seconds. Can something go wrong there? Zontic's caught knife out. Blitz gets his element of surprise. Shiro mollies, ticks in it. They know. They should know. Wait a second. Donk double. Shiro's still here. Could they get a bullshit round of their own?
9-10 and Techno. Don't crumble under the pressure here, Spirit. They're going to go and regroup. No, they decide against it. Shiro comes back in towards the donut side, or parked up on this angle, but 9-10's just left it. Now Shiro can move in. 9-10 deals with Donk.
Gotta go.
Time running
no.
low. Shiro gets his. Molly for main, but throws it out to the big box, and that one just sails past by a fraction of an inch.
Mongols just refuse to go down. They are so hard to put away. A 1v3 with match point against them. They come back in and they get blitz out into the A side. That is the round winner, and by the skin of their teeth. And Donk is pissed he's still here.
I think all of Spirit are pissed. They can't believe that we're even in this position. The way these rounds are starting, it's speaking of a team that just want to end the game.
And this was 8-4 CT halves. Now we're looking at back-to-back flawless T sides in OT. Zondix. But the orb is second, and the rifle has passed. They'll peek it together, or not really. That's at least a trade, yeah. Donk is still close by. They won't commit. That's the bomb. All right.
Like the Shiro just straight away concedes. You can't have him go down out towards red.
How about Tanir?
You've got the spot, you've got the info, you know where two of them are, and you're holding both the flow-through points from this red room. Trying to trap Blitz. They will get past him. An important double for Shiro.
No way.
This is what it comes down to. Smoke walkover in cave. Magic doesn't know. Mazzinho's in behind him. That's a nasty surprise. The Mongols, 2 versus 3. Now into a 2v2 with that bomb planted. And it was this 9-10 AWP in the hands of Cobra that delivered them salvation with a 1v3. Now 9-10's got to do a clutch of his own, trading off onto the rifle. Keeps his wits about him, disappears into the long smoke. Donk didn't see that. They don't know where he's gotten to. They don't know where 9-10 is. They don't know it, but they should be looking over their shoulder right now because they're both here out in the open. There's the lineup. Another OT needed.
Another.
All the clutches come through for the Mongols.
A 1v2 to take us there, and that timing of Mazzinho coming through smoke, that is the round winner as well. Magic's missed him by a millimeter. He just looked off. And not just Mazzinho through smoke, but 9-10 does the same, puts the AWP down, and rifles his way to a double overtime. How the hell have Mongols survived this? We'll keep it coming. Donk under pressure, spam through that smoke.
Mazzinho is the anti-Donk. Like, he always able to get him. The guy 37 and 21, his nemesis, Mazzinho on the other side. Besting him in a number of these mid-fights.
The tilt is palpable for Spirit. To think this should have been done. A flawless half of OT, mattering not for Spirit. Double peek denied by Magix. Stellar in the cave. Even finds that dink. That should be enough, right? And so Shiro follows up, leaving Blitz in a clutch, but count out nothing today. Thank you very much.
Gonna have a bomb plant and a lot of time to get comfortable here. Whoa, wasn't ready for Tanir. Didn't think there'd be someone floating around. Thought he had a lot more room. And so finally, a limit test on these clutches. That one is too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a 1v1 if he had his gun out, man. I'm believing all over again.
Counter-terrorists win.
Donk calling the shots here. As that is the first CT round being locked in here in overtime. Would you believe it? committing out elbow. This one's no exception. Dom gets up heaven. It's like he started here. Just don't even know yet.
It's going to leave him in the right place with the Mongols full set for a B play.
Spirit are banking on it right now. They remember regulation. Non-stop B hits, they continue.
Oh, Tania tried to reply, but his donk only good for one out on long.
Magic's alive, they know he's here.
No surprise, finding Magic's back in the cave. And so it took these B plays a long time to whir up for the Mongols, but they're well and truly in full swing now. Very clean round to snatch one back from Team Spirit. Had flawless halves in the first of overtime. That's no longer the case. 1 for 1 in the second OT.
Reassuring at least that Spirit have one CT round to hold on to, but everything changes in overtime. Previous rounds can be forgotten. Tendency's broken. Mongols go fast towards heaven. Magix gets that smoke in, and about time. Spirit have burned a lot of util early in this round in fear of a faster hit. Shiro's up on A. Donk on donut duty. Zontix, would you really go through this? Tell me there's a flash at least. He's ready to play off of his teammate's contact in donut. That flash comes in. Mizinho tries to cross. Donk spotted. Oh my god, he is just unstoppable, this guy. Hits 2 sidestep headshots. 5v4, Mongols forced into B. But look at that bomb.
It's going away.
What?
What's the idea here for the Mongols? They have drawn a hefty rotation. One guy left over towards A, though, is the big man himself.
This is going donut. They're trying to fake this with 2.
The B play's slowed down, so that's made Donk double down on hanging out at the A side of the map. Spirit is certainly suspicious. This doesn't feel like a B hit anymore, and with the bomb dropped, Donk, you think he's done enough here. Turn onto the donut. It takes Shiro moving in to help him. And Techno with 12 seconds. There's not a hope in hell he can win this one. Team Spirit, don't fall for the antics over at B.
Yeah, massive hold for Dong there to not just stay in position, but to deliver his kills. But you can see the paranoia and the fear and maybe the lack of communication at times. He looks over his shoulder because Shiro is running behind him. That's his teammate. Spirit, they're trusting nothing right now, but they have just found 2 CT rounds. Will that be enough after flawless T-halves of overtime? Mongols move to their defense, trying desperately to stop this B-rush.
Up they go. Tania, Zontix, there's the entries. Magix and Donk follow through with a bit more. Mizinho burns alive, and a quick end to this one as Spirit come through, guns blazing.
How does Spirit...
Taste of their own medicine for the Mongols.
Yeah, how do they win that, though? There's a team kill from Spirit. There are 3 CTs watching ramp for Mongols. They started 2 close ramp and 1 on default. They're all watching the ramp rush. Spirit kill their own teammate, and they still survive with 3 up. Donk at 41 kills. And no save today, I'd like to say, and so Shiro survives it. That is match point again for Team Spirit, but it wouldn't be their first. Will it be their last?
Well, around like that certainly puts the fear in the Mongols. Saw here didn't have a lot of the usual early util lobbed in. You're going to be doing that now with the precedent that Spirit just set.
Back to middle, baby. And nobody home.
Donk at the forefront of this mid-take. Have been burned a couple of times over trying to get through these smokes. Donk delays it for a second, eventually discovers mid is empty.
Zeno smoke spamming, but Dom crouches underneath. And they're going to walk it.
9-10 all. Back here in Donut. Oh my god. There's the lineup.
He hit 3.
On plant for Spirit. A site taken, MongolZ nearby up for a retake, and Tania so far removed from this round. Could get the backstab on Techno, that would help out massively. Zinho's dealt with one in the downtime. They come barreling through this smoke out CT, and none of it works out for the MongolZ. Their luck has finally run out. Team Spirit look for the close, and they'll take it now. It takes far longer than you could have expected, but it turns out Donk's 40+ kills will not be in vain. Team Spirit now just a series away from the playoffs.
There will be someone who missed today for whatever reason. Maybe they were out with their mom or they had a job or whatever, and they'll come and they'll see the scoreline and they'll go, oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
2-0. But I don't think it tells the story of what we just saw.
I know, a quick and easy game here for Spirit. Obviously, favorite for the title. Have,
just Donk things as well.
Have Donk, the best player here at the tournament for sure. I mean, dealt with MongolZ that don't even practice. Well, they practiced hard. I think this is the obvious storyline that we had.
All right. I just looked at the numbers of the scoreline at the end of this particular game. 9 players in the server averaged 21 kills, and the kill difference for, amongst all 9 of them was 22, and 18 was the lowest. Donk had 43 to end that game. Just saying.
He is the great. I mean, I think he's one of the best players, but I don't actually think sometimes it matters because there are things that Spirit is doing, and I don't want to take away from them. They've obviously won, but let's have that serious conversation because we're still in the group stages. Like, there are some serious concerns with this team.
They should have won this a long time ago in regulation, especially considering what Donk was doing to the MongolZ, especially towards mid, man. He was just completely dominating them. Before we get into that, I would want to touch upon again for the MongolZ when they picked Ancient. It did feel very one-dimensional. The T-side especially, just going with super fast plays, and it took a very, very long time and a couple of heroics from the individuals for them to steal a few rounds. And from then on, you're like, yeah, surely Spirit have this in the bag. And the amount of mistakes being made, I'm talking about Tanir messing up at B, Magic's, the IGL himself, like a couple of rounds just throwing it away, man advantageous positions. A lot of, look, we could spend about half an hour just breaking down what went wrong in that game.
I mean, it's boring. I mean, you kind of joked when I said, like, you know, what's good, Donk? What's going to happen here? Donk going mid every round. That's literally what happened.
That's literally what happened.
Unfortunately, it just feels like the whole T side from Spirit was go mid instantly, go mid after 15 seconds, or go mid after 30 seconds.
And the classic, send Donk mid alone and we rush A.
And we rush A. And you know what's going to happen? Unfortunately, the guys on A are not going to do anything, even though there's so much resources from MongolZ's side being put in mid to stop this guy. And, you know, sometimes they stop him, sometimes they don't stop him. They trade him, they go 1 for 2 or something. And then, you know, there's 4 other guys on this team that need to kind of close out the round, and the clutch factor from Team Spirit is like completely non-existent.
Yep.
Like, what is going on? Hero, I mean...
This round in particular, it's so annoying for me to watch because firstly, Cobra played that to absolute perfection, right? He gets a first kill on the play towards Ram. Brilliant peek to land a shot onto its Shiro of being an op deal right there. Why is Tanir going for the spam battle? He just went for an assumption that it's going to be, you know, a default plan. Instead, the bomb just getting planted. You have perfect time to just sneak on out. He has no idea where you're going to be coming in from. He probably has the AWP as well. Go for the kill. Just giving away position right there against the AWP. This is like rookie mistakes being made by the individuals here.
Yeah, 9-10. That was a good clutch. That was a good timing there to sneak into the smoke. Can't really blame Shiro and Donk too much. There was like literally a millisecond difference in the result of that round, but still pushing this to multiple overtime. I just wanted to talk about Shiro. He is a guy that when he came out kind of onto the scene, he was just known for that like late round locking down situations. Yeah, he's not super aggressive, he's not doing this and that, but when you join him with Donk, you feel like you have 2 sides of you know, the early round and the late round. But where is he? Like, he's finding some frags, but the impact is just not there in the way it used to be, and it's really frustrating. And it's really keeping this team at the level where they're not contending for title.
It's also frustrating because over the past, let's say, you know, year and a half, even when there was a Chopper, you know, calling for the team as well, we saw signs of Shiro being aggressive, right? Mixing things up, and I agree with you, right? It's once more the Donk show. And look, if you look at it from just purely the macro level and the calling, sure, I can criticize Magic's a little bit, and there are some fair criticisms to be made. But the individual, so to speak, Tanir, for example, this up-and-comer, you're talking about Zontix, you're talking about even Magix himself as an individual. These are mistakes we don't want to see from a team that's looking to be contending for championships, looking to be going up head-to-head against Vitality, coming in this tournament as perhaps the favorite team as well, especially looking at their run in Rio, for example, right? So it's just puzzling at this point, Sam.
Do you think that those mistakes wouldn't happen if their coach was standing behind them?
They do have a coach right behind them, Sotvik. I know he's a replacement coach, sure, but he did do a pretty good job in the last event they played with, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think it was Tanir himself who said he's helping us out a lot. We're finding new angles of how we can be better. Right now, we didn't really see. They got a job done. But like, if Donk even had like 2 or 3, not even a map, 2 or 3 quiet rounds, we see map 3 coming up.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's about it.
We will talk more about Spirit, no doubt about that, as PGL Astana continues. But we're going to stop talking now. When you get back from the break, Richard will be here with Maui and Dust, and they'll continue talking on our behalf.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're starting off PGL Astana 2026, and I've got Heroics Crizzen with me here, and I'm gonna say this, it's been a grind for you guys. Everything, even from big events to some of the smaller ones and the LAN events, Heroic is taking part in. So how has this journey been? You did successfully qualify for the major as well. You still been able to push your way back up, but I can imagine it's been quite a tough period for you and the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has felt like a bit stressful throughout the last like 2 months or so. A lot of traveling, a lot of grinding has been done. And we're very happy, of course, that we qualified. It was the main goal, and we made it a bit harder along the way with some stupid defeats or losses. But it was really good. I was very proud with everyone actually how they managed to deal with it, because of course the pressure, but also just the time management, going from one place to another within like 3 days, all the time. So
yeah. And you have quite a young team, but you also, as a young IGL, and even just for Toby as your coach, had to deal with the uncertainty of AWPing, the player changes. I just want to ask for you as an IGL, even though I would now consider Youngster basically is an AWPer. He's officially doing it. It's not any more hobby AWPing.
Yeah.
How hard was that whole process for you of understanding what's happening next event, not knowing what's going to be the case, and like even just calling when you don't have maybe the dedicated AWPer who can have the same initiative as what other players would?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a bit tough. I think it's taken a long time since we got him like Youngster, and I can confidently say now that I feel like we're playing up to par, like with most teams now.
Nice.
I think, of course, it's tough for him having to learn and all of this. But as you mentioned, it's also tough because usually you know what you kind of get with an all player from an IGL side. So it's been a lot of like trying to make him an offer, but also at the same time remember we should also compensate for some of the stuff because of course we can't expect him to take on all the responsibility within such short time. So no, I think now I'm very happy with where we're at, and yes, there's a bit more certainty with also now the season coming to an end. So no, it's very nice.
Now looking at this, what I find interesting about the results, when I see what games you guys have played, you can put up a fight against FURIA, and this was FURIA when they were playing pretty well. You can beat a team like PARIVISION, who's right up there at the moment, but you can also lose to Astral. There's a whole big diversity of what happens in swinging around. Now I know you're playing many games, but what difference do you notice? What does it come down to between the best version of Heroic and the flaw you guys have?
I think a lot of it just is preparation. Like I think for us, it varies so much and you can feel it instantly. Like we are very young, so I think, at least for me, it's very easy to tell when we're gonna play really good or when we're gonna be a bit inconsistent. And when we have these games, and when we play a lot of games, of course these inconsistencies are gonna show a bit more than maybe a tier 1 team where you have a bit more prep time and you know when you're playing.
One game a day, stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. Like, but when you're hitting the 6th game in 2 days, and it's like you're still of course doing entry set and all of this, but it's also hard to keep evolving yourself through a tournament like this. I think sometimes you just get caught in these games, and I would say every time, and this is not to take anything away from all the people that have beat us, in these events, but it has been on our own conditions, it's our own fault that we're losing. And when you look back at it, it's like we don't even understand how we're playing sometimes, that's how bad it is.
You're just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, we're like, so no, I think it's definitely gonna be way different here. I think we have the confidence that we can go in and beat everyone. It's just about showing it, and I think we will also do so.
Nice. So lastly, I want to ask you, this is your first big event since Cluj-Napoca. So you're back at Astana a couple of months later. How much stronger is this Heroic compared to what we saw in Cluj-Napoca? With everything you've been through, man.
I would say we're 1,000 times better than we were.
Okay.
Yes.
So that builds some excitement for the Heroic fans.
Yes.
Yeah. You ready to show it?
Of course. I think we're, okay, I'm gonna throw it out there already. We're beating Aurora first game.
Ooh, okay. Hey, I'm gonna leave it with that. That's a great ending, man. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Kristen, and good luck, man.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back to PGL Astana. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're about to get into the next series super fast. It's going to be Heroic versus FURIA, and that means we need 2 highly qualified yappers to set this game up for you. Fortunately, we've got them. Fluent in Japanese. It is Maui Dusmaray. How are you doing today, guys?
PGL tried their best. They tried their best, What?
Watashi wa Yap-chan.
Perfect. Nailed that segment.
I'll use that one in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think you should. But yes, you heard there in the Heroic interview, they came in super confident, said we were going to win our opening games. It did indeed occur. It set up this tantalizing prospect of them taking on a very impressive FURIA. But let's start by talking about the things Heroic are doing well right now. You yourself believe they're one of the more active CT teams in the tournament.
I just feel like what's so great when watching Heroic is the fact that they play off of the reads that they get, and they also offer a lot of discretion. We have a round actually to show and demonstrate how they beat Aurora from yesterday on Dust 2, where it was on a 4-spy where they go through some of the standard utility procedures that you'd expect. You nade off the short side, you flash it as well, and they take a little bit of a look, but they realize that they don't need to just full send it. They even throw some more utility here towards middle in just a bit to enable Krizen, as they know that Aurora themselves are going through the mid doors. And I just like that they continuously poke and prod. They're not all inning on these kinds of plays. He gets the 1 kill, he's able to fade off there, thinks that maybe because he stopped them, they're going to go back to the short side. Sus does his job here, just hits a great Deagle headshot to slow down this B lurker. And then you can kind of see, as soon as Xantares here starts running, immediately call is made, the players on Heroic begin to start rotating over, and I'd say that the defense at this point was just as good as it gets. Krizen, he's flying in off of the call. and that they flash over the doors to set up his push through the smoke. And I just love a team that is not taking their time. They respond to every piece of info immediately, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I think Heroic's super exciting. They're just really fast in transition.
Yeah, it's nice to see this because I think Heroic was a team that I really feared for this year because, they come into the year, new IGL coming in Crizin. They obviously bring in Sus, who was meant to be Youngster's replacement. Awkward situation occurs where you can't use your Opper. Youngster has to come back to the team as an Opper. And they had some bumps in the road. They had some bad results. It has to be said. But what we've seen at some other events, like when they won that Draculan, they did pretty well at CCT before this event and obviously won against Aurora yesterday. It's like you're seeing the pieces still kind of come together. Like you kind of mentioned some of their proactive, CT plays that you saw there. That occurred the entire game. It wasn't just on anti-ecos like that one. It was also in situations where, they were moving Youngsters op around. A guy who's not even a primary opper, he was pretty dynamic in that game as far as, taking aggressive peeks into B tunnels or, being a guy that's going to, fight in middle, like the timings that they would like nade open the smoke and pop flash and get, just disruption always thrown at Aurora. It was nice to see this squad, finally kind of start to realize, hey, this is the situation that we're in. Let's make the best of it. And yeah, they're looking great.
I mean, I'll say this, the win over Aurora is the best I've seen them in a while. Obviously, when you're competing in those smaller LAN tournaments, which shout out to BRS, you've brought things like Draculan into very sharp focus, and it's been really good for the scene. But obviously, there's a caliber of team, that plays there. You've got these smaller teams, dysfunctional teams, FaZe. All of these types of teams that should be relatively easy to beat. So, I don't know which version of Heroic we're going to see for the rest of this tournament, but a great day one win over.
One thing you can look forward to is that their Opper doesn't have food poisoning. Because at the CCT Global Final, I was kind of wondering why Afro took over as hard as he did. It's because he wasn't fearful of Youngster. Youngster himself said on Twitter that he actually had food poisoning at that event. And so I like some of what I've seen from Youngster. There was actually a game at that Draculan where he bodied Device, like one-on-one, op head-to-head.
I remember you having a very spicy take about that. You said 100 Thieves should replace Device with Youngster.
That's for a different show. It's true. That's true,
Context matters
but,
here, okay?
I mean, I'm not saying that they should. I'm just saying that it would actually improve the team overall.
Yeah. Well, I think the other big thing that's helping out Heroic as we quickly make this transition is that I think Nilo has just looked so good on this team. He kind of joined. It was kind of awkward. He was benched basically the first season he was on the team.
Benched the first day he was on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He didn't even get out onto the server. But
I think he benched himself.
Yeah, it was some awkward situation, but he came back in the second season last year and throughout the course of this year as well. It's just looked really good trade fragger on T side, really good star CT player for them. X-Cloud's also done really well. But now you're up against a FURIA team who's trying to find their footing after, stumbling a few times this year.
And we saw them yesterday. They looked very, very good. I mean, I think it was they gave up like 6 rounds.
Yeah.
They played such up-tempo. K27 was playing lights out, some of his best work. And look, we will keep this narrative strand going through while you see them there in the huddle. Remember, Fallen has announced his retirement. The panel thinks a little bit prematurely. Right? We're all agreed upon that, but if it motivates them to pick up a few more trophies between now and the end, they'll feel vindicated for that announcement. Yeah. We don't know what the future of FURIA looks like. Behind the scenes, people say maybe they'll drop out of the Americas, maybe they'll keep the international lineup, or maybe they'll go back Brazilian. There's all this uncertainty, but what we know in the here and now is in 2026, they haven't been the team that ended 2025.
Yeah, they look a lot more mortal. I mean, this is a team that won 4 titles at the end of last year, including 3 in a row, and were at one point maybe considered the team that could topple Vitality in the Budapest Major. A lot of people were high on them, including myself, because they just played like really just tidy aggressive Counter-Strike. It was really well done. Yakindar had this resurgence in form. K27 was obviously doing his thing. Maladoy turned out to be, a true star opper. They had so many things going the right way for them. But if we're honest, this year it's been tougher, right? I mean, yeah, they, did well at Krakow. I thought they did pretty well at Rotterdam and Rio, but they've had some misses. Like Rivals at Fort Worth, they were losing to teams that you just would never expect them to lose to. They didn't even make it to the playoffs. In the event where 6 out of 8 teams make the playoffs, you didn't make it. Like that was really tough to see. So it was nice that yesterday we were able to, view the FURIA that we're more used to.
Yeah.
A lot of it to me comes down to mid-rounding. The T sides for FURIA have unfortunately regress. Even if you look at some of those players on FURIA, like Yuri's still a completely reasonable CT side player, but his T side numbers have fallen off a cliff. But that's because I'd say that Fallen to me, at least at part of this season, just looked a little bit more checked out, or the communication wasn't really ping-ponging between the individuals as much as you would expect, and that led to T sides that were a little bit flatter, a little bit less initiative being taken by players on extremities to find some kind of lurk kill. I think that the plans became too simplistic, and that was part of FURIA's edge last year, is that they could turn on a dime in the middle of a round if they recognize that there's any sort of stack on a bomb site, but this round they're just running into the stack.
Yeah, just to add on to that really quickly, just to kind of support that, like you're right, like Yuri last season was a really good T player. Now he has a sub-1 rating on the T side this year, and even Yekindar was a guy last year who like was one of the better entry fraggers of that second season in 2025. The guy was winning nearly half of his opening duels on T side. This year, he's down to like 38% success rate on opening duels on T side. It's definitely dropped off a fair amount. And he's up against the xFloud, who is on fire lately. You know, he has been, statistically speaking, you know, the top player of this team, in my opinion. I think Nilo's obviously up there as well, but I think the impact that xFloud can have sometimes weighs him a little bit higher.
I also feel every time he beats Aurora, he's one step closer to joining them as well. So
he already stood in for them once.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He got benched from this team for a couple of months, so he had kind of his own, you know, tussle with the Heroic organization as far as his standing on the team. But again, the Heroic has made the most of it and are starting to, you know, put some dangerous games out there.
I mean, you're bringing up Yekindar as well. You can see him on the screen there. I want to ask the question of you guys before we, you know, set the veto up and everything. I've heard, obviously, he's doing all the mid-rounding and like being that secondary voice on the team. He's helping with Fallen. He was already doing that when it was working. So is he doing it worse? Is he doing it less? Is he doing it too much? Well, like, do we have any insight into how that's affecting his game and affecting FURIA?
Well, he would definitely help coordinate things. I feel like FURIA implement the whole eyes in the sky sort of tool where dead players are going to aid with what's going on in the round so that they can micro things, that they can see the macro picture, help direct traffic a little bit more. I feel like for Yekindar, I've just seen a lot more frustration this year. I feel like he's kind of bickering with his teammates a little bit more than last year. So some of the honeymoons has definitely worn off here.
Yeah, as we're seeing the pick ban here, no real surprises. Those are the permabans for both teams, so there's really not too much to linger on. My curiosity is just where the pick's going to be. Heroic picking Mirage makes perfect sense. I was expecting Fury to pick Overpass here, but we'll see if that's the case. But
I think you got to rely on your Overpass a little bit more if you're Fury. Wow, they're not going back to it. Okay, yeah, they're just going for Inferno. I feel they've liked it a little bit more this year, but after yesterday's game against Monte, I thought you would trust it a bit more.
Yeah, I will talk about Inferno a little bit later, because I am also concerned about their Inferno, but we can talk about it when we get there. As of now, though, I mean, yeah, I'm surprised Furia abandoned Nuke, too, to be honest with you.
And, of course, I mean, Heroic don't want to face Furia on
That's
Overpass.
like a freebie. They're like, yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, I think the one thing you can say about Furia is I feel they call the best Overpass game, and it is strange to see them not pick it up in favor of other maps. I mean, yesterday it was very good for them. Say what you want about Monte, fair enough, but I think they'll give any team a game on Overpass.
And unfortunately, we're not going to see that because obviously the first battleground that we have here is Mirage. I like Heroic's Mirage. It's one of the maps where their calling, to me, just has enough misdirection. It's speedy enough. They can slow things down a little bit in the mid-round, but generally speaking, the way Krizen likes to play is just a lot of mid-utility, try to upset the balance in that part of the map, so we're obviously going to see the mid-defenders from Furia have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think that Heroic, you know, has a pretty deep playbook on this map. I think they have a lot of good variation in how they do their mid-splits, you know, how they kind of tinker with their default just a touch as far as maybe adding a little bit of extra personnel on a certain extremity, the next round kind of swapping it up. So I actually think that they mix it up pretty well. Meanwhile, for Furia, this is a team that was really hot on Mirage kind of at the beginning of the year at Cluj and Krakow, but I feel like they've really cooled off, and I feel like on some of their T sides, they've been a little bit reliant on just hitting the A bomb site. Like, I feel like they're not as diverse as what Heroic has shown and how comfortable they are kind of playing the entire map wide. Like, I feel, you know, Furia will go for some mid control, but again, a lot of it's just like A splits through con or A set pieces. Like, they just seem a little bit more limited, and so I'm curious if they're going to bring a little bit more diversity to how they call today in this game against a Heroic team that has been pretty hot on Mirage, and, you know, I like the way that they approach the map.
All right. Well, we might be on a Mirage, but your eyes do not deceive you. It is Launders and Scrawny.
Yes, indeed, Mirage to kick this one off. And, you know, Mo, I can't help but think, like, if this Heroic was looking forward to a game versus FURIA, because the FURIA that we've seen in recent times was a FURIA that I believe this Heroic could have beaten. But based on what we got yesterday, you know, if we get another performance like that at a FURIA, then they are here to win Astana. That's the attitude that they're playing Counter-Strike with.
It's like not one of the teams that is potentially going to meet them in a grand finals here, Heroic, but a team that might be a step up from yesterday that might be like, okay, if they also stomp Heroic, then we do know they are the real deal. Because the last time they played, it was Pro League, they lost a map, and that was FURIA at kind of their weakest. They were liable to lose games like that, to lose maps to teams of Heroic's caliber. I really do like the characterization of Heroic that they are full of potential, and there's some pieces on here that are really interesting. From their IGL to Nilo, to, you know, I mean, I think there's some fun things about the roster. But for me today, the story is still about FURIA. The spotlight's totally on them. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, Heroic are a scrappy underdog that are going to look to impress and put together some rounds. But if FURIA lose, it's going to be because they've suddenly crumbled. They're nothing like they were yesterday, have not gone back to their 6 months ago form, which was #1 team in the world, quite literally. And something has gone terribly wrong because right now they're too hard to beat.
I think other top dogs in the space look at that result yesterday and they're still not believing that FURIA are back. But if you can do that same thing to Heroic today of which you did to Monte yesterday, then I believe that the Spirits, the Falcons, they're looking at FURIA and realizing, oh God, there's a chance that they could truly be back to tapping into that potential. So we'll see what sort of a difference 24 hours can make for this FURIA. But if you missed their game yesterday, it was nothing short of a stomp. Of course, not to take anything away from Heroic, finding that opening victory over an Aurora that didn't seem to have their game going whatsoever. There's already kind of an upwards punch from Heroic here in Astana.
Totally.
So we'll see if they can do that as well. It's just great opening days for both these teams and a chance for Heroic to show that maybe now they are ready to swing at these calibers of teams. But with the smoke grenades down inside of the A site, it's vacancy from FURIA inside of Connector, inside of Ticket. Soon, they'll have some control for this retake. But in a 5 versus 5, you've got Fallen on the kit, and K27 has to continue this Palace walk. Just going to give more time to Heroic.
Away from this?
They turn away. They didn't see anything for all too much time. With that kill over towards jungle, it's a fast post-plant reposition. Bomb is on this side of triple, though. This could get a little awkward for the jungle player. It's not going to get awkward for the player hiding back site, but now the smoke starts to frazzle everybody. You get those Glock headshots. Okay, things get simple with those executions, and it is indeed Heroic to kick it off with a T-side pistol win.
That was pretty... At first, I was obviously worried because they walked away from CT when they had control of it. And they weren't clear that someone was going to be retaking from there. But they did it together. They moved back into the site. And one of the things we saw from FURIA yesterday that was so convincing was their retakes, actually. They really, really powerful. Low numbers. Their flash utility, their utility was so great. It's also why I feel like it's something that should scale up to better teams. But here is a great first test pass for Heroic. Pass with flying colors to get that bomb down quickly. They post-plant, they hit all their shots, they keep high numbers in the win, and they go into a very healthy second round. I feel like the most delusional FURIA fan today. I don't know, I think I saw everything that, even though it was Monte, that's not a real test, truly.
Yeah.
Individuals, like utility, team play, everything was MongolZ. Everything was perfect. In a way, I feel like, you know, just transcended their opponent. I feel like no matter how well Monte played yesterday, they couldn't have won. There was no chance. I think FURIA would have. I think they would have beat Vitality yesterday.
Delusional Launders is kind of my favorite Launders, for the record. So stay tuned, folks, because he's going to say some crazy shit. Just a matter of time.
Kazakhstan's the farthest place on Earth besides Australia.
Yeah, well, I zoomed out on the map yesterday, and I've confirmed that's true. Where am I right now? I'm watching FURIA try to take a swing at a trophy. That's where we're at, but obviously Heroic. Little speed bump to start off Mirage. Now you've got powerful pistols in position, a frag grenade that does land with immense amounts of damage there for Sus the next Cloud. A distraction from the bomb site. Yuri's got the double. Bomb is down there, but Fallen finds his one. And now it's Nilo to bring that back with a triple. That was much needed.
Ooh, he saved it entirely. Retakes coming in from Cap, but very slowly. Bomb's planted open for it, but we're talking about no kit coming in, no smoke to try to ninja this, figuring out where these two guys are. It would have to be an absolute disaster here.
You're saying impossible, Mohan?
I'm going to go for impossible.
Impossible for K27. Peek from the back market confirms the first. Where's the second? Not anywhere near enough to clutch the 1v2. Oh, that's a nice headshot on Chris, and that'll sit him down. Ends up being a quad kill for Nilo, and that is what they needed because for a moment there, FURIA were piecing together the force buy upset inside the B site. Good on Nilo to be able to get out through the window. It was Yuri catching kills from that hold, but this is what cleared it all out. Quick sequence from him, and that fourth for the departure.
He is that very Swedish rifler. He's like not super aggressive. He's super calm, basically. He can get like 4Ks in sequence and a lot of action going on. He can stay calm the entire time. But he's only gonna do it if you absolutely need him to, and that's one of those situations.
Is Sweden your favorite Scandinavian country?
I think it's probably. It's probably.
Okay. Just a quick check.
They're all pretty good, man.
I know, it's a tough one.
So many stories from even the one time we went to Helsinki.
Well, sinking in this one with the Yakindar M4. That'll catch you off guard. Tries to rotate it over to the B site. That's where Molodoy's Deagle connects. Now, again, you're under pressure in an awkward moment. Knowing this M4 is out on the battlefield, Krizen, though, in window control is going to catch them getting a little too excited. Molodoy's, however, still found a second kill. So everything but this B site's been going well for Heroic. Molodoy's got a triple. This Desert Eagle off of Yakindar's setup, now versus a MAC-10, and AK's got all the edge. Oh! Doesn't have his armor, but what Heroic don't have is a third round win.
All you had to do was hit him with a bullet. Any bullet anywhere. And his aim punch, that would have taken up the rest of the work. That is a huge error here for Heroic.
You get through the force buy, you don't convert.
Nobody should ever be able to spray 20 bullets with no armor.
But he got away with it.
Missed like every bullet with that whatever MAC-10 he was using. Whoa.
That's a solo M4 buy for Yakindar, sets it up with one kill. And you can kind of see the result of that, right? The M4 scrambles over to the B site, but so do Heroic. You know, FURIA no strangers to these buys. I feel like they're doing it more than most. Like a real chance for Yakindar to be the hero, but by scrambling Heroic into a B site, thinking that they could take it over and get away from that one gun, they misstep into Molodoy, who is showing us a hell of a performance, because this buy back in for Heroics just got pieced up. This is Molodoy with another multi-frag already, and we saw what happened when he played as well as he did yesterday. He was just off to the races, immediately out of the gate, front of the pack.
Yeah, I didn't even check. He must have got the graphic, right, yesterday.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I saw it all over the interwebs.
Yeah.
It was like back in Kazakhstan and back on top was a lot of the quotes.
Right. Did they put him in the HLTV Awards garb that he was wearing in that
graphic? I don't think so. I think he was just wearing his jersey like a mere mortal.
Boring. Let's see.
Was indeed a showstopper. Desk gave K27 credit as well because he definitely deserved it alongside Molodoy yesterday.
1.92, wow, 9% round swing, 32-9 over 2 maps, 99.3 Molodoy, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday.
What's it like to be a god, I wonder? Youngsters trying to go for the plant, and that'll get denied, so it's a quadruple. I don't know why I called it that. It's 4 players left alive for FURIA as they convert off the 1 M4 buy for a tied game early.
It's interesting, Maui said he's seen a lot of frustration from Yakinder. But I feel like he's always looking like really focused to a point where you can't really tell, you know, if he's upset or just focused or whatever. But definitely seeing the stats come down, but now back up, and I think he's kind of found himself. I feel like the whole team's kind of found themselves again. But yeah, no, I'm in the middle of my peak delusion today. So, but even in these rounds, man, even in both the rounds. The second round that Heroic won, FURIA almost won that, then just won the even harder one.
I mean, if you want to get delusional,
yeah.
I'm almost ready to say FURIA are going to win this game as much as they did yesterday versus Monte. I'm almost there.
I'm with you.
And I think that was, what, 7 rounds across the series?
Something like that.
6 or 7? And now, that was, God damn it. And now...
It's fine.
But the beauty of this one is that, like, you
They don't have that meme over here.
Okay. No, they do. I saw the fans outside of the hotel. Who was it? Prof put it in the group chat.
I heard that. I mean, I did hear someone say, shout out to Killdozer TV. He had just a clip from his stream where he said, he doesn't think that, ooh, that's a bow down. He said he doesn't think that meme will die ever because those numbers are never going anywhere ever. It's always going to come up for the rest of human history.
Yeah.
Which is insane. Because we might one day forget about Harambe. But
God, I hope not.
Those numbers, though, I mean, they just come up naturally, like just what just happened to you, unfortunately.
Well, time heals all, they say, Mo, so let's hold out hope.
You know what dinner time is?
Nope.
Between 6 and 7.
Oh. Rifles in this one for Heroic. They've had to bite their tongue and wait to buy back in. This is looking to tie the game up, but already Krizen tagged down to 75. We've got 3 players for Heroic taking attention towards top middle. And this is all to try to get the underpass player rolling forward. There's a nade for Nalo, and, well, he walks back off it.
FURIA are kind of like, show me your moves right now, because they're comfortable with the amount of map control they have. Having ladder is always nice, you know, especially for moments like this.
I swear he saw him.
He did.
Gidar still gets away with the kill, but you're not going to get away with the escape. Not any day of the week with how much presence was still there for Heroic. But the presence maybe feels bigger than it is because we have an actuality with Heroic walking 3 players towards apps.
They still have ladder.
It's a big committed position here for Molodoy.
It's actually a crazy spot to be in. But to be honest, are you going to be ready for someone boosted in the site? There's no one to draw attention just yet.
In a rifle round?
Fallen surely now is about to turn the corner.
You're going to check every other spot up until this one. Fallen offers the distraction.
Not cleared.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's going to stop the plant with the execution. Looks for a second, but it's actually now 2 kills back. Molodoy can't do it all. So it'll have to be Yuri to try to clutch out 1v2. Xfloud's hands busy. Yuri opts not to jump out through the window immediately. But this is 52 health for Nilo, and he is sitting back by bench now. Yuri's got to figure out where he's at. Oh,
he's messed it up!
Yuri!
No!
1v2 with 8 HP to make the difference. Oh, the beautiful frags we'd had from Nilo already this map, and he doesn't kill Yuri while he's got him blindsided.
No, Nilo, that's really rough. He could have taken that fight and crouch walked out a little bit more to even guarantee some more spray. And he even stopped it, went back for another swing, and Yuri read it totally. Oh, this is so rough for Nilo.
I don't want to see it from Nilo's perspective,
No.
but I kind of do.
I do too, yeah.
I don't want to, but I need to.
Oh, yeah, but I do.
I mean...
Yeah, because that was so done. Because, like, in terms of... See, what makes it worse is that he made the perfect play.
Perfect play.
So...
I mean, Yuri's throwing a pistol to the ground.
Yeah. No, that couldn't have been more free. See, I'm saying, dude, FURIA have that Vitality Aura right now.
Vitality Aura?
Yeah.
2 Grand Slams, 2 major win Aura?
Yeah.
You are delusional.
Yeah.
Ikindar on the cat hold's going to shut down the rifle. K27 there to join forces, so it's a quick and easy pinch for FURIA. I say that, but there's a lot of damage done, so that could have gone south somewhat. Well, Youngstar doesn't get a frag here. It's 5 up for FURIA. 3 players wounded. Youngstar's got all the time in the world to try to do
It's unfortunate because between Maui and Dust, they've done an excellent job of, first of all, like we come into yesterday's game and it's like, okay, there's Falcons. We're going to talk, the desk could be 100% about Falcons. But no, they came in with prep to talk about K27. Same thing here for Heroic. They're trying to make sure everyone gets a little bit of shine. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter because no matter how much you big them up right now, FURIA are that good now. So it's just going to be, you could try to convince Richard, spend that whole time trying to convince Richard, here's why we should care about both the teams. The only issue is that might have been relevant like 2 months ago. But right now, today, specifically for this event, I don't know. With FURIA,
it's feeling different.
Yeah, with FURIA, it's feeling different. With Falcons, it's looking super good already. And that's why Maui said this is why I don't watch Tier 2 Counter-Strike anymore after our last game.
And it's Dust and Maui Snake, so they come to the table with their homework done.
Yes.
And it's well-informed. They're tapped in, tuned in, ready to share.
Yeah, they're also not lying about anything.
No, but
today, what about today?
Maybe next time we only talk about FURIA. Actually, keep doing what you're doing, guys, because it'll be our job to just talk about FURIA.
Yeah.
When these rounds keep piecing together the way they have. Mind you, unlike versus Monte, you can just see the individual difference from Heroic, right? We have more faith in these players to kind of put up, and that is why some of these rounds have been close. That is why Yuri needed to clutch 1v2. That's why Nilo's 4K is what gave Heroic half of their rounds so far.
No, it's true.
You are going to have to stomach those moments. It's just that at this moment, with this FURIA, they are getting through those. And it feels like they're going to continue to get through those nail-biter situations. But nothing is a guarantee. The economy has grown here for FURIA. Yuri is sitting on $11,000. We've got Molodoy's off patiently waiting and collecting an opening kill. Not to mention Susp low. Nilo's getting flashed as he tries to approach towards Connector. Can't actually find anything to shoot at just yet. And very ready was Yuri, but he'll lose himself in that moment. Fallen going wide, wild to try to stop that bomb plant. Individual level, there it is yet again. It's a Crizzen 2K, but it's low health for 2 of the 3 remaining Heroic players. And awkward now with that wall bang. That was xFloud, who had more health than the other 2 Heroic players combined. Nilo wants to be the hero. From Connector to stairs to the jungle. Over towards the ramp. K27, 24 HP versus 2, and Nilo will be the difference maker yet again. Give him time, give him runway. He'll make up for that missed chance to close versus Yuri's clutch with now Heroic's 3rd round thanks to him as well.
Actually great. I mean, the lurk that came through from stairs, you're looking at Yuri's spot and he's crouched. And you're thinking, okay, well, like he's definitely going to be seen first. So Nilo's very careful about how he walks up into it, but totally pays it back from his previous round disaster. He's actually having a very solid map. So Heroic not dead yet. They grind out a close situation. And they do it 4v5 off of Molodoy's opening op shot. Certainly not easy.
Straight back to the full-blown exec. Heroic playing with a bit more tempo this round. Flashes are good, though. Everybody blind on the approach. Counter utility, fantastic, but the rebuttal underway. Crizzen and Nilo and kill a pop. There's that off. Molodoy, the difference maker, as Crizzen's dropped to 1 HP. And should be dead. So there's Fallen to spam through. Barring Fallen's 2K, that is everybody contributing.
Are we a fan of the call?
Of the Fallen rush?
Yeah.
Full in rush?
Full in rush, yeah. Did it feel right? Even before it happened?
I want to say yes, because they hadn't played a tempo like that. Okay. So I like the fact that it tries to catch you off, but it's like, the reality is, again, FURIA playing so well, I'm not surprised that their counter utility was literally perfection.
Also, yeah, and also that previous round, it feels like FURIA could have won on their hold as well, even versus the slower A-take with connector control. So I feel like I would have been more worried about that call stylistically, but...
A month ago, Heroic win that round.
Yeah.
But with MongolZ being 14-5, 10 rounds into the play, this is a different beast.
Another freebie opening, and they tried to cheat it by going out underpass without any top mid control. They get called out. Obviously, this is a round where Sus doesn't have an AK. It's possible that they go and get this upgrade. I don't know if that's already been taken and 2 guys came in with pistols, but this would be a bit frustrating for Heroic. Window re-smoked, and they've got one going in for top. Oh, don't make that mistake.
Bye-bye.
That's 2 very, very easy shots and openings found. Nice nade, but might not matter at this point of the round. We'll see if the B attack is successful. Fallen's got an open line.
Good first duel for him. Nice angle for Yukindar. And confirmation that xFloud's going to try to force this issue 1v4 towards site. Not allowed entry. You're not even able to cross past the arch as FURIA yet again shut down a round convincingly. Like you said, trying to cheat underpass by not even having anybody top mid. FURIA freed up to go for the play into it. And I feel like it's just FURIA as tapped into their performance as we are. You know, they feel, you know what?
Yeah.
They feel delusional.
Yeah. I think so.
But in all the good ways, because the confidence is just boiling over in some of these moments, and FURIA's team play and the tethering between the individuals, this is the kind of FURIA that I think everybody in the world can start to get back behind and believe in.
And these openers are just a little bit too free, to be honest.
And if that sounds like an exaggeration to you sitting at home, we told you we were going to get delusional.
That we're delusional, yeah.
Today is a delusional day. Today is La Dia de Furia.
But what's the Kazakh version?
I haven't worked on it.
Okay. I wouldn't want you to guess at that. Live, at least. If he wins again next Sunday, it could be MongolZ.
Okay, all right. MongolZ feels like it has to be a Monday, though.
We're never celebrating that.
Bit of window control here for Nilo, but Yuri's got eyes on it. He'll wait that smoke out.
They've been very quick to ladder, watching window as well. I mean, to be honest, just have been really strong CT setups. Here it comes.
Easy once more. Krizen's Tech 9, the only one to collect a kill. Yeah, that is rock solid stuff.
So,
I think I'm going to get a FURIA tattoo tonight. I think I'm going to do it. I think so.
You could do it in like that blue that's in the flag, you know?
Okay.
A little bit of both.
Yeah, the Kazakh baby blue.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a t-shirt that color today.
Yeah, true.
Wow. Subconsciously.
It's actually green, but you're just delusional right now.
Whoa. One of those things is true. Wide swing out for Krizen, looking for the duel on Yukindar towards ladder, but it's clean, baby. Yukindar has had some beautiful shots this game, actually.
Yeah.
The apartments taps down into the cat push. This one now towards top middle.
Great yesterday as well.
And look at him go. Freed up to try to extend confidently towards top middle. He wants that box kill, but that should have given Youngstar the frag. Should have. Oh, he dodges shots. That's going to confirm 2 players here. He's just looking.
No, he got another one!
Hey! Yukindar with the triple, baby, pushing through the smoke. Y'all are done for. Throw in that white flag. Throw in the towel. 9-3.
Yeah, towel's usually white.
CT side. FURIA.
Throw it in, white boy.
Mo. They might win the event.
It's coming. I mean, the finals at least guaranteed at this point, feels like. But I mean, maybe we have to see another map.
They're making Heroic look like Monte.
Yeah. They're like you were saying yesterday. They were a tier above. It feels exactly the same today.
They would have loved to have played like this in Rio, but if not Rio, Astana surely next up. I mean, I think there's definitely going to be moments for MongolZ that probably still haunt him. Obviously, it was a huge debut, right, to play in Astana last year, having the crowd on your side and having no experience on the big, literally no experience on a stage like that. Surely, this guy, after 12 months of experience and slowly getting more accustomed to this kind of a pressure, is so ready to take back to his stage. And he is playing the kind of Counter-Strike, and his teammates are playing the kind of Counter-Strike that's going to make you believe that when he takes to the big stage come the playoffs, which now feels like an absolute guarantee, this could be different.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe I'm just delusional. Or maybe both those things are true.
That's true too. Oh, nice shot here, Susp.
Looking for the second pistol win. CT's for Heroic collecting the easy 5v3. A simple set of headshots coming through.
Wait, there's no one in CT spawn.
Nope.
They kind of want to wait, I think, because no one's even seen Fallen.
But they are
Once
watching
he
it here.
Contact, it's kind of awkward because they're also going to be like, why is no one on A?
How far is he going to get before he gets spotted? Right about now.
Oh, if Fallen gets a kill, it gets weird, but okay, for now, they can still actually get out, which is one thing, but the bomb is behind, which is awkward.
Cheeky 2v5 attempt. If Yuri can give enough cover for the bomb plant, we'll call this one somewhat of a success, but not going to happen. 4 players up at the end of the pistol. That's Heroic 2 for 2 in the pistol rounds. But, well,
yeah, for what it's worth.
Most rounds aren't pistol rounds, and that is the harsh reality for Heroic. They converted the last one, lost to the solo M4 buy of FURIA in the first half, and then only picked up 1 round beyond that point. So we'll see what they can make of this CT side. This is their map pick versus FURIA.
And here's the confidence. They didn't even get a bomb plant, they invest.
It's confidence well earned after the first 12 rounds of play.
And yeah, and Heroic know that. They go in for 4 M4s right away. This one's not a guessing game. They just want to make sure they win. It's a correct buy for Heroic. They want to prioritize the win over the economy. I mean, everyone's fast towards A, but right now they're not really stairs jungle. They have M4, so it's got to be these cross smoke spams, but they don't have any HEs to blow these open. It's actually kind of crazy. I feel like that Sus was playing out here, unless they're ready to flash over triple for him, which maybe they are. But a weird exact, man. When do they ever do this? FURIA, they're not coming out yet. Second tier comes through, and now the counter util has to be good. Oh, make sure that's the only peek you're getting there.
X5 goes for the duel. Doesn't collect anything off of it. Now you've given the space over to FURIA. These Tech 9s get within that range of lethality. And so insta headshot for Yakindar is not bad. Gives enough cover for the bomb plant.
Come on.
We know what MongolZ's Deagle can do. A beautiful sequence already earlier this map. And as he hunts down targets, it's Fallen to pick it up. A 1v3 with this MP9, position well known to FURIA already. 2-0 in the pistols, but the force buy looking to prevail. The pressure's on. The MP9 could stall, but it won't as it runs dry, and FURIA busts down the door off the second volley of utility, and the pistols popping through once more.
They bought 4 M4s to make sure they won this round. 4 M4s. They knew FURIA were going to buy even though they didn't have a plant. They invested appropriately to guarantee they win the round no matter what. They lose all those M4s, they lose the round. They won both pistols, failed another conversion because they know that I don't think anyone believes in FURIA right now more than themselves.
Molodoy is 17-7. Quesarado 12-10. Yet again. Well, that's actually to take some credit away from Yukindar, I guess.
Yeah, Yukindar was also like...
He's right up there.
Up there yesterday as well.
Yep. I can see FURIA's win condition from a mile away. These three heavy hitters with back-to-back successful days. Flash into the underpass setup. That's a team kill out of Nilo. And on top of it, he's tagged to 16 health. So you'd think his retreat would get denied by Molodoy. They're trying to set up utility to make sure he can't escape. And he will be able to get back into connector, but it loses them their cat players. So is that really worth the trade?
I don't know. Yeah, probably not, because they also know that guy's gone into A.
Just as xFloud goes to clear that corner, Yuri swings wide to strike.
Look how comfortable they are. They don't even need the bomb yet. They saw it mid.
This is a business class flight for FURIA. That's how comfortable things look.
Lie flat seats in the pod.
Chardonnay in the glass.
14-inch.
Yes.
720p TV. Blankie.
Metal utensils.
Sommelier picked signature wines.
Warm nuts. They don't warm up the nuts in economy, Launders.
Mine always are. Under that blanket.
Only in the middle seat. Congratulations, Nilo. You've earned this MP9. You took it off your dead teammate that you shot in the back of the head. Go ahead and save it. This FURIA. 2 rounds from victory here on Heroic's map pick. They are actually doing to Heroic what they did to Monte.
They are. Let's take them to the next test. Bring out Vitality. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually pretty excited that Vitality aren't here.
I know.
Kind of a weird
nice.
thing to just... Because...
It's so nice.
Yeah.
And I enjoy casting Vitality win events. I really do.
Yeah, but it's just about the fact... Like, because now it's like they're on a 3-0 streak in finals.
Yes.
So it's just like...
We just need...
Even though the Na'Vi actually played pretty close in this 2-match, it was still 3-0.
We just need all the other contenders to have a chance to kind of sharpen their swords.
Yeah,
and that's
just
exactly what this event is going to fill.
And it's totally not true what Alexi said, that you can't, if you win an event, it doesn't count if, Vitality aren't there. I don't think that's fair at all.
Well, he's going to say that. He's playing at the events that Vitality are there.
No, because they won the one without them.
Oh, right. That's true. That's true, they did.
I don't think that's fair, because the other teams are actually super solid.
Way to discredit yourself.
Yeah, and that's probably, a lot of people are probably saying that as well. But it's just not true. FURIA are great. Na'Vi are great. Spirit, all these teams are super strong. It's just going to be fun to see 2 other teams in a best of 5 with way more parity.
Also, just, if we think about front runners for this event, we are discussing FURIA, Spirit, and Falcons sort of in a league of their own. And in that regard, those are 3 teams that could really benefit from the confidence boost of a trophy hoist.
Yeah.
We want to know who the challenger will be. Na'Vi, you've had your shots. We know Falcons can beat Vitality, but this event could do good for them in terms of just finding stability over all the other hiccups that squad tends to face. We talk through this round like it's nothing because Heroic come through with that single MP9. They will still manage a couple of kills here in the franticness of FURIA trying to move that bomb towards A site, but it is still all too easy for FURIA as they secure that 12th round and look to put the final nail in the coffin here of Heroic's map pick of Mirage.
They're running too tight of a ship. It's no offense to anyone else right now. No shame to lose a map to FURIA. It just doesn't feel like an upset's possible right now.
God damn, it's 20-8.
Yeah, he's gonna get another graphic. And then he's gonna be in the MVP race. And then he's gonna take over the world.
Yes, one small step at a time. give props to Nilo for trying to prop up Heroic. And credit to Krizen as well for catching a couple multi-kills to put his score where it is, 13 and 14. Damn near breaking even in a 12-4 loss. Hey. Commendable. Respectable? I wouldn't go that far. FURIA have played with no respect for their opposition since they've landed here in Astana. And maybe that is just because there are layers, and as we watch their opposition power up, we'll see if anybody can throw the Hail Mary at them. Sus, one and done from inside Sandwich, and in prediction of the Krizen bench challenge, K27 continues with the mowdown, and they are worried about some kind of a mid-walkout, but it's a very late one from Yakindar. He's not even at the edge of underpass just yet, so they think they've cleared out middle. They're going to want to go and try to help Youngstar as he reveals his ops position, and it's only now that Yakindar gets into the action. So you thought that it would be clear. You've got the top performer of Heroic done for, 20 seconds to the clock, and a man advantage for FURIA. xCloud's going to remain tucked into the staircase. Bombs managing to get onto the site. Yakindar just continues to absolutely tear through. 13 and 4 for FURIA. Everybody get on the hype train, because this isn't the FURIA that you've gotten accustomed. This is a beast in Astana.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking good, and I love the way that they are playing without a single care for what their opponents are doing. They're just all over them like a cheap suit. Great to see.
Bro, MongolZ bullied them that game.
Yeah,
like, it wasn't even close, bro. Like, he was just wreaking havoc with the op wherever he wanted. Peeking underpass aggressively, doing the standard stuff from ticket booth. You know, it didn't really matter. He was just all over the place, and his presence was felt the entire game, and there was no response from Heroic that could deal with it.
This FURIA is not messing around. This one is completely reading the plays that the opposing teams are making. I mean, the way that they look against Monte and Heroic, they're looking like one of the favorites of this tournament. And that's after very dire performances from this team. Like, after the Fallen retirement announcement, they did not look like they were the same. I'm glad that they've recuperated, because this one means business, this FURIA.
Definitely. And look, I mean, the good thing is we can always pick out an individual performance as well. It's like, you know, so far we've had K27 yesterday. We're getting MongolZ today. And this is why I like this FURIA team so much when they're on point. They have these star players that will, you know, they can carry a game, they can pop off. And we just hadn't really seen that for a few months.
Yeah, I mean, the identity of FURIA last year when they won those 4 titles and they had that run of 3 in a row and they were looking like the second best team behind Vitality of the world was because they played a very confident and calculated version of CS where everyone was on the same page, everyone was hitting their stride, they were getting great performances out of everyone for their role, and they just looked fearless and they just looked so decisive, and you just really saw them look a lot more shaky throughout the course of this year, like a lot more sloppy in some of the mid-round situations in particular. This one, they look more poised, and granted they had an easy time, right? But they weren't really challenged. There wasn't much resistance. But it's still nice to see MongolZ have a game like this where he only had 4 rounds without a kill. I mean, the guy was just, you know, having that Astana buff, I guess you could say. You know, back on home soil, this is where he debuted and showed that he could be a star opper. Yep. And he's returning to that same level of form here once again.
I can't really even poke any holes in what FURIA are doing here. And it's just such a welcome surprise to see them return to form in this fashion. I really didn't expect them to be a competitor at this one. I almost felt like with how bad they were trending after Fallen announced that, I thought there was really a legitimate chance you could have said that they're not going to make it to the playoffs of this kind of event. So for them to completely batter Monte and for them to just destroy Heroic on this map, I feel like we still got to see the rest of the series play out, but that is already enough proof for me.
They needed this, bro, because when we were at Fort Worth and we saw them lose to Gamer Legion, lose to FaZe, a brand new FaZe, like, it was abysmal. We were like, what is happening here? Like, yes, they had slipped on a couple of banana peels out there, I guess you could say, after the Fallen announcement with a couple of disappointing, you know, results, you know, not being able to get past the top 8 when they used to be a team that could win trophies. I mean, that's a pretty huge decline. But now, you know, they're starting to look like that eye test-wise, that confident team again. And that's huge. And yeah, Heroic didn't really provide much of a challenge, so we have to be a little bit tempered, I think, with what we're saying here. But they can only do what they're working with, and right now it's looking good.
I think Heroic is trying to, you know, I think that some of the teams would have been confused by Heroic's plays. I don't think that Heroic was running bad plays. They're throwing good utility sets. It's just that they're finding all the gaps. When FURIA can just kind of figure out what the opposing team is doing, and they had such a read on them in so many rounds. Rotations were really good. We saw players just kind of pushing through smokes at the right times. I mean, they understood what Heroic were going to do extremely well in this one. I mean, it felt like they actually had like seriously, if they had radar hacks in this one or something, just knowing where to go all the time, I'd be like, yeah, that's kind of what it looks like, just on top of them.
Let's just put a pin in that discussion for a moment.
Okay.
Talk about something even more important, which was the analyst predictions for who's going to make playoffs. The reason I want to bring this up partway through a series is you made some pretty bold assertions the other day. There's Maui at the top, looking smug and self-satisfied, as is his way. You've still got Monte going through, despite what you saw.
Blez got Heroic.
True.
Okay.
I think he might have aced it with the 9Z pick, though.
Oh, 9Z. We'll see what happens in the next series today on our A stream, but I feel like that might have been a little bit of fool's
That's a
gold.
lot of over-reliance on them dominating South America, which they did, and then they did beat Mouz at Rotterdam.
Yes.
That's the two things on that resume for an event like this.
pretty good.
Yeah, they look really good. We'll talk about them later, obviously.
Thus, you went with some really bold picks there.
Yeah, I know. I really went out on a limb.
Just all 8 highest rated teams, I think.
That's how he does it. He just gets an AI to.
Yeah, 100%. There's never been any type of horrible things happening between AI and CS talent.
Yeah, definitely not.
Okay.
So we can get into.
Don't rely on it too much, Dust. We've seen the road that takes people down.
Listen, I've seen the examples not to follow, so
Yeah,
I think I'm safe here.
That's good.
You can always talk to us, Dust. Okay.
Listen, I know I got you.
Claude doesn't know you like that. Okay. Claude's not going to be real with you. We're
your real friends. We're your real friends. Right. So let's try and set this Inferno up a little bit. We got lots of time, but we are surprised maybe a little bit to see an Inferno in the first place. FURIA, they seem to want to lean to this more than they do the Overpass.
Yeah, look, I mean, for me, I thought they would pick Overpass just because I think it's a map they have such a clear advantage on in this matchup, and it's one of their more confident maps. What I'm curious about, though, and I think maybe this might be part of the reason why they picked Inferno, is to, I think, limit test a couple of changes that they keep making, because they've never really settled on who they want to play Banana with K27. Like, it used to be Fallen initially, right? Which makes sense. A lot of in-game leaders are like that secondary B guy, so they can kind of be in the action. But then they pivoted back to Yuri, because he used to do it way in the past. And then they pivoted to Yakendar in more recent events. So it's like, I'm kind of trying to figure out, they had Fallen lurking apartments as an in-game leading rifler. Like, it didn't make any sense. Like, just the way they had the team set up, which is very, very odd. So I'm kind of curious, what are they finally going to settle on? Like, what do they feel is their best bet? Because, look, they need to expand their map pool a bit, because they've looked shaky on a lot of maps lately. And I think them tidying up some of these maps, like Inferno, for instance, a map that is very commonly played, I think that's huge for them to try to prepare for the major.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I think I saw them on Inferno, when we were obviously doing some prep work for this event, I think it was like basically Yakindar would be there with K27. They would either, whoever's further up's going to play for the entry, and then the others like looking at
Dude, they had him playing apps initially for a
bit.
Like,
right.
it was really
That's
odd.
crazy.
Like, they've really been musical chairs with their team, like more so than any other team I've seen in a while on a map. Really struggle to figure out exactly what combination that they want on their default. And Inferno is a very default heavy map, right? I mean, we all know the classic, two-prong pressure. Let's get banana control. Let's get top mid. Let's decide what we want to do from there. Throw in some pace changings, right? But you can't really establish a default if no one's comfortable. If no one feels good about taking certain areas of the map comfortably and scaling properly. And so this game will hopefully kind of give us a little bit more evidence on what they want to stick with.
Generally speaking, I'm still kind of going back to the fact that the not relying on their overpass to me is kind of where it's confusing. I feel like that's where you can really put a team like Heroic in the dirt, because Inferno can just be a little bit more coin flippy with your banana fights.
Sure.
The fact that they are not really sure of how they want to approach that side of the map with the rotating players in and out of that position with K27. So I thought that they were kind of reverting back to their old ways. Like, the big problem with me with FURIA going into this year was that they I think they just flicked the needle a little too far in the other direction, where they had this style that was working for them, then they over-assessed what happened wrong at Budapest, and now they're trying to kind of bring it back somewhere in the middle to the team that they were when they were really winning those trophies. But I don't really think that was off the back of their Inferno as much as it was their overpass. And so that's my one concern about FURIA moving forward, is are you really trying to say to the world that Inferno's your pick over the map that you are the best at.
The only thing I could really add is that if you look at their results the last, let's say, 3 months, there isn't really, like, if you look at like every map in their pool and you look at, let's say, their last 10 games that they've played on it, there's really not one map that has like looked solid across those 10 games. Like, it's been a lot of 50-50, maybe actually a little worse than 50-50. So I think they have to kind of rediscover, like, what do they truly believe in going forward? I mean, you got limited time with Fallen, obviously, rest of this year. You're about to play, you know, a major here very soon. Like, you got to get down to business in an event like this to figure out, like, what you're really looking to take forward.
In that case, and I would ask the question, is this similar to what we've seen Vitality do at tournaments, where they pick a map that maybe it's not the optimal pick, but they want to get the reps in?
I think they genuinely believe that Inferno is their best map now. That's kind of how some of their picks have looked to me lately. I mean, even yesterday, Monte banned Inferno because they sort of feared that from FURIA. It didn't go well for them. Overpass was just a complete stomp anyways. So I'm just kind of, I would love in an interview for somebody to ask that question, like, what do you guys actually think is your best map, and is Overpass just gone for you guys? Because it feels like they only go to that as a last resort.
Such a specialty map too. I mean, I guess if you're projecting for, like, you don't want to play Vitality there, obviously. So I mean, there's certain things you can think of in the other elite teams where, like, you could be a mismatch in Overpass, but you can use it against so many of the teams in the top 10 that don't really prioritize the map, right? Like, pretty much the only teams that were prioritizing it were Vitality, are really good on it. Mouse Sports for a time was very strong on it, mostly because of their CT side, if we're honest. And then, like, Astralis was like kind of an Overpass specialist early in the year, but they've really fallen off since then. So that's a map that you really could latch onto. A lot of people are banning it first rotation, and then you could make that like your Joker map. So I'm kind of with you on that one.
All right, so we're about a minute from break. Just a few words about Heroic and their chances here. I mean, a brutal opening map, but I mean, Inferno, it always feels like you've got the ability to play it close just because of how the economy can, you know, break, especially on that CT side.
I would just say that Nilo is a guy that really hasn't shown up for me in this series. I generally like his decision-making in mid-rounds on CT sides of every map, so I think he plays A on this one. So I feel like he's going to have to do a lot in terms of just understanding where the gaps are for his own defense. Does he have to help out more towards that B side, or is he going to be actually just locking it down on A?
Obviously, they put a lot on this kid's shoulders. I mean, you know, brought in, he was meant to be the star find, the new piece of talent. Benched. He said he couldn't cope with the pressure, I think is the official party line. That he came back in, I'm ready to cope with the pressure now. In many ways, he's Heroic's peeping.
He is really good, though. That's the that is the big difference, though. The big difference is he is a really, really solid player. I mean, this is a guy that plays a lot of the star CT positions for this team, does very well in those roles. He's also like a really good trade fragger. Like, if you get him in the pocket, like the third man in, let's say on an execute, he's so good at cleaning up trade frags and giving this team like good control of the side or an area of the map. So I like him a lot. I think the combination of him and Xcloud is actually really nice. Like, it's a really good complementary pairing there that can work really well together.
Yeah. Xcloud takes the initiative.
Yes.
Nilo cleans up.
Exactly.
It's a big, nice 1-2 punch.
Indeed.
All right, guys, great talking with you. We must go to a break. We're going to see if we get a Heroic performance in just a few moments.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
damn near untouchable are FURIA after that first map of play, and they'll be hoping to just carry that forward here into Inferno, which Maui Snake now believes FURIA think is their very best map. But we saw how good they were on Overpass, Mo, so what to believe, what to believe? It's a difficult decision. The only thing I believe in today, FURIA.
FURIA. I mean, I don't think, there's no place where they'd go where, oh, nuke, uh-oh. Like, who's worried about them on any map right now? Versus in just like a matchup like this, they've just proved everything. Okay, in 3 maps so far at Astana, they look perfect.
Perfect.
You can't improve them.
Well, we'll sit here and we'll bask in the glory that could be a FURIA stomp back-to-back days to go up into the 2-0 pool and be a mere match
and also,
from playoffs.
It's not disrespectful. They have been trying every round. They're throwing all the right utility. They even threw a 2-layer eco exec to convert the second round of the second half. They're putting an effort every round. Like, they really haven't been rushing ever, to be honest. Everybody's hiding from each other.
And he got caught on the door. Sus got caught on the door, but that's fine. Youngstar's got that cover offered. No, never
so
supposed to
close.
get a kill there, Sus, but he damn near almost did. This would be the first pistol victory for FURIA. They lost both back on Mirage. Yakindar just pops heads with the Glock. They don't even bother with the bomb plant. They bring it forth for the trade frags and bring it forth. Another great start here for FURIA, the best start they've had to any half, and that is after such a convincing victory, Mo. It's the first pistol win for FURIA.
They won pistols yesterday? No.
Yesterday,
Oh, they
yeah.
did.
Yeah, sorry, I meant today.
Yeah.
I meant in today's domination.
Very good kill from Youngstar to try to save the day before he got blinded running out of the sight box. It set up a chance, but when Suspot dinked in the holes, like that, the only chance for him was hitting a headshot right away to make sure that that balcony was as far as they got. But you see those 2 kills from Yakinder. That's kind of what he's about right now. He's hard to kill. He's hitting instant double headshots. He's all that and more. Oh, that's nice.
Oh.
I like that a lot.
That's a first. Nobody else does that.
It's always bugged me how when you look at like just nades on the ground, they're just looks like a bunch of rubble.
PGL exclusive.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Man, PGL's not even saving tricks for the major.
That makes sense.
The Singapore major.
You don't know that.
I want to say...
Could be so many more tricks.
God, what more can they do? They already brought Dust back from the dead. That's their greatest trick yet.
They could do resurrections.
Yes. Necromancy.
They can make Voladoy win again at home.
Doesn't feel like anyone's going to stop this round. 5-7's in the sight.
Oh, he's working on it.
Try to get to it, but it's not going to happen. Sorry, brother. I hate to break it to you. 4 players strong for FURIA. Woof. You know, sometimes FURIA get dangerously close with that clock. This was another moment where they had 4 seconds to spare. Makes you wonder if Nilo gets a second kill there, do those 4 seconds actually cost them
the
the
bomb
round?
carrier?
Yep.
Oh, then yeah.
Well, I said yep very confidently.
You said yep, like yep.
But it could have, like, you know, slowed down the bomb carrier.
No, that's true.
XYZ. Elemento P.
Who's that?
I always just think it's Sid.
Yeah, usually. So that...
He celebrates in many different languages.
Yep.
Can speak Serbian for some reason.
Never gets a let's go, though. We don't hear that.
No. Too good for that.
It's above that.
Pistol victory converted here for FURIA. You know, pistol rounds made up half of the rounds that Heroic were able to win on their own map pick. So without the pistol, without the force buy win in that most recent round, what are they going to get here on Inferno?
What are they going to get?
Kristen doesn't even have his hands on his peripherals. He's given up, Mohan.
Think so? No, he's thinking. He's IGL, he's thinking.
Trying to flood through off the flashbangs, but no, not gonna happen. That nade exposed very little, and yet Kristen still clipped within it.
Blowing up your own smoke is the greatest flex in Counter-Strike, tactically. He can smell him.
Yep.
Look at him.
Yuri already knows. Yeah. Well, he can literally see him, I suppose.
That too, I guess.
That kind of helps. Have that body exposed.
Yeah. If you could lose one sense, just make sure it's not sight, I feel like.
Yeah, that's a big one. I would lose the sense of... I would lose touch.
I'd go first. I can barely smell anything anyway.
That's... Okay. Some things you don't want to smell.
That's the thing, like, I always take out the trash because, like, I just can't even really smell anything. Like, I'll be with Maddie in an elevator, it'll be like, what smells in here? I'll be like, oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know how to break this to you, Mohan.
My
You
fault.
smell like shit. First gun round around the side of Banana, and, well, it's more of the same here. Quick double kill. Nilo gonna try to recover. Yeah, you'll... Oh, my God. He's catching him in the mid-jump. I said, yeah, like he was a dead man, and Yakindar still walks away with the kill.
Yeah, you'll get one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get one and get traded. No.
Not even stopping the jumping Galil. I felt bad for a half second because I thought I was making jokes through the first gun round, but it turns out it's just
Joke
more
was the defense.
FURIA ownage. If you're lucky, Heroic, you'll be able to save this here op.
No.
But, I think Fallen wants it.
Yeah, he wants it. Oh, Youngstar does not think about... Yeah, he doesn't think he's up here in Boiler.
He's going to hit him with the... Brah! It's coming.
Well, and Molodoy, I mean, if he gets to the end of the holes, they have his fallback. Wow, with the flash and everything.
Sweaty.
See, they're...
That's
it's
what you
full
meant.
respect.
Yes, sir.
They're practicing for, like, you know, their playoff games. They're thinking... They're not thinking about just crushing and moving on. They're making sure everything they practice is going to work in the live environment here in the official, yeah.
You know, don't start letting bad habits creep in. Especially after the recent struggles that we've gotten out of FURIA. It's like, I think you just need to even if it's a total stomp and you just win this game outright, I think you still need to convince yourself as well that you can. That's how long the struggle lasted. That I think it started to creep in to the self-doubt. You know, you have one bad event, you can just kind of scoff it off. Hey, guys, come on, we're the second best team of 2025. This struggle has been as long as it has. You know FURIA started to doubt. Would we get back? Can we get back?
You know what? I think Fallen always knew, but he had to figure out a way to make sure everyone who was younger than him also knew. No one's won more than him, and it reminds me of what Apex said, like, you never know when the drop-off is coming. Like, he's the one who's been in 2 different total generations of Counter-Strike, gone to the top and come down. But no one else on the team besides maybe Rops, who's never really come down, has been in that position before. So he has to be the one to motivate him, much like Fallen on FURIA. He has to go, listen, guys, it sucks to drop off. It sucks to work, but it sucks way more to drop off.
Gonna jump on the smoke throw. Yakindar survives it with 6 health. That nade should kill him if it lands right, but he goes beyond it, and the 5-7 will collect it instead. Ooh, big swing. Didn't expect that one now, did ya, Molodoy? But the flank is held by Yuri, and the bomb is on the site, planted at 40 seconds. We'll see if the CTs decide to try to dive this, but with another smoke on CT cross...
The most I've ever seen him flick in my life.
Yeah, it gets all the more difficult, and keep your eyes glued to the screen, because K27 does crazy things on this B site. Right now, he has separated the 2 remaining CTs.
K27.
In anticipation of the exit. He will be blindsided by Nilo. Coming over top with the 5-7, Banana player is going to draw attention, and that is where FURIA clean house. It's not a bad round for Heroic, considering that they didn't have everything to work with, and 5-7s find the majority of those kills, but it is still a 5-0 T-side start for a team with a map in their back pockets.
Yeah, it was totally productive. And while we did see a moment last map that Nilo maybe, you know, he lost a 1v1 that he should have won, he still was like definitely had the best output of any of his teammates across the map.
Yes, he did.
And xFloud, the other side of that story, total non-factor.
Non-factor.
They didn't even bring him up.
I don't think I said xFloud's name once last map.
Same.
And that's not a joke. That's an actual realization. Damn.
So, gotta be a bit more on that front.
Well, hell of a time to mention him. 0-5 at the start of this map as well.
I know these guys have a lot of fun together. I've seen them make espressos at like 10 p.m. before, you know, running some face in an event. Oh, Youngstar gets taken out, falling back. It's a huge play to compromise the side. My goodness, Molodoy, what a clear.
Yes.
Your whole round's done.
You know, the only bad thing about FURIA stomping today is that after this map, the match is over and we can't watch them anymore until tomorrow.
2 T-side op shots to open up the A side on Inferno. It's probably one of the rarest things you could possibly do.
I don't think Heroic would sign up for this, but I'd love if this match was just a best of 5.
So we get one more map?
Just one more map of FURIA in this form. Because I've been waiting to see this version of FURIA for months, Mo.
Yeah.
And it finally feels like it's back on the menu.
Yep.
Krizen's going to come out wide with the M4, hoping to be the last to save. FURIA are going to throw everything at him just to deny this M4. Domination is the only way to describe what we are witnessing by FURIA yet again today. 6-0 the start. And the only reason I want this to end in 2 maps, the only reason it should...
You just wanted it to be best of 5.
Yeah, but then I thought I would have to wait longer to watch Kerrigan's Falcons.
Oh, this might be better. More insane.
And that, but I believe. Watch this shot. Boom!
Yeah.
Get him out of there.
The only thing about next match that might be interesting is that it's 9Z, so
yeah,
it won't be as like, oh, they're just gonna destroy them like we're kind of seeing in this match so far. Oof. Susp and xFloud have no kills so far. Are there any watch parties happening right now that we're not? That we don't know about?
Does Hugo Byron in his hotel room count?
Yeah. Yeah. In his birthday suit.
Him and Harry must be watching from somewhere. But no, I don't think so, Mo. I don't think so. I have high expectations for the MongolZ turnout here, as we are in the region
of Asia.
I'm excited for that one. Obviously, we go back to Cluj-Napoca. The MongolZ fans were awesome. And that was over in Europa. So...
Oh!
Come
on! He didn't even say anything. Do you see his face? He just went, ooh. Can you replay Moldo's face? He just made the O face a little bit.
If you're not here, you're not living.
He's getting another graphic.
Pistols are going to prevail inside of the apartment somewhat. Third layer is Nilo coming up late.
Bomb is getting out.
This is winnable. This is winnable if he catches the bomb carrier with a bit of damage. Oh my God, this guy can spin. Fallen still got it. Fallen got it. He's spinning in the air like he's not a 30-year-old man, Mo.
You have to be very specific because actually, Car 30 is just like kind of. He's 34.
You see how agile he was midair?
See this? See his face?
Oh.
Oh. I impress me sometimes.
Wow.
I mean, we started out this game like round 2, like saying crazy things last map.
Us?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we said some crazy things.
And they're all coming true.
Yep.
It's kind of risky, because if Heroic just started winning, it would just it wouldn't make any sense.
It would fall apart.
Especially if you didn't watch the Monte match yesterday, but... God, sometimes the delusion pays off. Do it again. 3, 2...
Oh, you almost had that.
Oh my goodness.
Are we the arbiters of truth?
I think we're creating the... Okay, do it for Heroic then.
No.
Throw him around at least.
No. It is Dia Day Delusion. Fully blind. Xfloud at least bringing one down with him. Fire at their feet. Will they still commit? Because every member of FURIA is here. Nate could have killed Yuri.
Man.
He'll hang on with 3 HP. We got bodies coming through that smoke. FURIA playing like a unit. Glued shoulder to shoulder. And with bomb down, being able to cross back sight. You think at this point, don't you play for the retake?
No banana player.
I was thinking with the damage, although that's not confirmed. But obviously the damage, if they knew it, would have the confidence of Heroic for this retake, I think higher than what it is right now. But
so cooked without a banana retake.
It is unbeknownst to them just how close this round really was.
Oh.
So they are going to get mopped up 8-0 as FURIA. Total takeover of Inferno.
Not yet. They haven't got 13-0.
And we believed in this Heroic. I believed in them to be the challenger today. Yeah, I believed in them to push FURIA.
Oh, I didn't.
More so than the game yesterday. I expected, this would be like an uptick in difficulty. FURIA would still win, but we'd see that they're not back to absolute perfection. But no, Mohan, they are Ultra Instinct FURIA at the moment.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good luck.
You're gonna need it. But we'll find silver linings. Xfloud and Susp no longer have 0 kills. Nilo's forced the issue down through the mid play, so
that works.
You can't start being a shell of yourself. You got to get active. And Heroic do exactly that. Now, if the 3v5 comes through,
Xcloud is not thinking about this necessarily.
You got a player in banana as well. Look at this. Nikidar's in between them.
Yeah.
Xfloud, okay, there we go. He'll pick up his at least.
Oh, he could have timed that up with his teammate. I guess didn't necessarily know he was right there. Careful versus fallen opping. Okay, that's spotted.
I just want to say that neither of us said 13-0 until 8-0, and then the moment you said it, FURIA are on the brink of a round loss.
You're saying that like they've lost this round.
Just on the brink of it.
40 seconds left, every single piece of utility, fallen in K27 in a late round.
Just want to know
Balls versus one guy in pit.
That you ruined everything. Potentially. Because like
sure
you said,
thing. Whatever you say.
Got enough. If they walk out and clear pit, well, that could have been their way back in, but now Fallen missing a shot. It's going to take a nade to the head, and there it is. Heroic's first round win. Don't get 13-0. That was objective number 1 when you're facing a FURIA in this form, and that at least has been achieved.
You really threw him a bone. Gave him a round.
I work my magic. I'm a pretty whimsical guy.
3v5 start.
It's crazy that with that Yukindar setup over on the half wall, that actually could have just fully gotten unraveled. Like you said, if
he waited, yeah.
Yeah, if he had waited.
He bought a banana, so he couldn't really be approached.
I wonder if he thought that, the other CT had just fully left.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he'd shot any actual bullets, so.
Well, there's one. Can't build a house without a foundation. Brick by brick, Heroic. Best of luck. Youngstar passive on the angle, wins the op duel versus Molodoy, and xFloud denies the trade attempt. So there's a brick wall of a B-side defense.
I mean, that was beautiful. Like, they perfectly called that it would be the walk-up contact B play, which FURIA haven't actually done yet with that many players, and they had the 3-player setup, all covered each other perfectly. Still should be totally fine here. 2 players ready to come in, but Krizen still got a molly to work with. You could delay for an annoying amount of time. Rotations have a lot of time to come in. Man, they got a spam on the ball planner. Easy.
Oh, K27 from the back of B.
Oh, got 2.
Yep, guts 2. Imagine that. You give K27 a 1v4 attempt from the back of B.
He's one of 2 on those so far in the last 2 rounds I can remember.
Instead, Heroic will gun for a 4-round CT side. Which is not what they would have hoped for before this half started, but at an 8-0 start for FURIA, I think you take what you can get. What you cooking, J-Raz?
Probably plain chicken and broccoli. For the gains.
Nades will do nothing, but announce the positioning here for Heroic out of the gate. Yakindar burned down by a quarter health. And Krizen just looking to dodge these by firing back through smoke. He opened the door to take damage, but it's actually the player in the backdrop in xFloud that gets wounded of the 2.
Ooh. That's going to give us to speed a lot of space here. Let him go through Arch. Won't be able to get the spam off. Kind of crazy timing. Nilo's going to make his wraparound. Little dangerous hit for him, but I think he does feel he needs to take a risk, and he's right about it. Krizen, great trades. Both B-side players dead, but Nilo does find that bomb. That was the key move.
He's going to sit on top of it with his 19 health. Beautiful headshot on Yakindar. That was a tough ask of Nilo to get that second one after winning the first duel with such low HP. Here comes Molodoy, creepy crawling forward with the op. Weird spot for ops to battle, but he'll win the head-to-head. And Nilo's done a good job of getting back around, but Yuri sniffs it out.
You can see him?
Sus has been found. Oh, but he catches Molodoy in a second. Beautiful swing out for Sus, making sure that this moment put up by Nilo, a possibility by dropping the bomb, is not lost. Heroic have now strung 3 rounds together versus what had felt like an untouchable FURIA.
So much credit to go to the both of them. Again, in that moment, like, that's where we see Nilo could be characterized as like a passive player and just like very Swedish about his play style, never doing too much. But there understands the difference between being passive and making the wrong play, and he does take that risk of walking out library, realizes, oh, I didn't help my teammates slow them down on Arch, I have to get out there, and he turns it into a round-winning move.
Already through, though. This pace could damn well catch Heroic off guard. At least on the Arch side, it will. Nilo, the only player of the 3 here to put up a frag, so retake's going to be on round 12 of the half, forcing the hand of Heroic. And really just trying to keep them at bay before any retake motion comes forward.
Last round, they got to go for it.
Gotta. They've got all the utility they would need to make this happen, but that smoke's only at the halfway point now. And the bomb about halfway as well. That looked like a missed incent. Nope, never mind. Land back sight. All's good. Doesn't actually dislodge anybody, and they'll just replace that smoke with a fresh one. Slaughter on the A site for FURIA as they will secure a 9th round on the T side.
Instant answer back. They did certain plays fast, but never without a lot of utility. The one time they did try to contact explode B, and they had a lot of players. Heroic had an excellent setup. They won a clutch. They won a few rounds in a row. All of them were good that Heroic won. Didn't rely on a pistol to have any success here, but it just still is not that much overall. It's just such a winning spot for FURIA. Ending on a good note. Tons of great T rounds to look back at. I got no notes.
Nothing?
Not a single note for FURIA. Do you have any?
No.
No. Can't think of any, to be honest. Not right now.
Maybe a love note. You know?
Yeah.
Slip it under Fallen's hotel room door.
Don't retire, I love you.
Too real. There's still time, Fallen, to
4,
run pull
5,
one more
6,
time.
7, 8.
Well, what about it? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Explain yourself.
Heroic skills.
Oh. Wow. Hey. Whoa! Oh, nice.
Not the accidental backwards run boost.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
amazing.
it was the accidental backwards run boost.
Ouchies. Ouch.
Nade's tough. They're going to pop it open, try to come through. Flashbangs are great. Oh, man, the counter utility here was fantastic.
Yeah.
K27 with a couple flash assists. Won't be able to find a kill just yet. And, I mean, very confident to empty that magazine.
Very.
Kind of insane, actually, to fully dump that on the smoke. Very ambitious moment. Welcomes the T aggression into church.
Oh, the smoke's a problem.
And now the retake underway. Yuri's going to get killed by this push out of Susp. I can't help but feel like K27 almost just kind of handed them the keys to this round.
Looks like you've just been seen. I'm not sure.
This is now an impossibility without a kit. And MongolZ running it forwards, just going to try to fluster him off with a bomb site, but it is a pistol for Heroic. You're not winning both pistols versus this Heroic. We'll see how interesting the game can get, but yeah.
3-1 on that front, but
kind of crazy K27 moment there.
It is crazy. Now, the only risk that they took pushing through it is that someone was standing there not shooting that they could have run into. But he was... His next closest teammate wasn't even inside of ruins yet.
He thought at such a scoreline with a map up, this version of FURIA was enough to scare Heroic to not push through on him, but wrong.
Serato. Love that. But, of course, they know that FURIA will be buying. They themselves, once again, have one SMG. FURIA's B utility is immaculate. This time there won't be, obviously, so many grenades. HEs to the bottom of B, but most of their timings are so good.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Kinder responsible for a lot of it, obviously. Now he's going to be try to be as conservative with the smoke as possible, but you also don't want to get into a spot where they could walk up off of it. They're going to go through this. Careful.
Kristen will. Supported by the flashbang. Makes sense that he's confident to take it over.
They haven't even hit him.
It's a curious situation. There's still a couple of frag grenades, and they've been so good for FURIA.
I mean, your best round right now is finding a way to kill everybody on the exits, but otherwise you're just taking all this kind of solid amount of stuff into the next round and trying again.
Just let this one go. Give Heroic a 5th. Bada boom.
Terrorists win.
Round by round, let's fucking go.
Round by round.
It's the only way to do it.
Not the sexiest advice, but that is the most important thing, is to not get too ahead of yourself or too down on yourself, or whatever the score is.
Feels like round by round is all you can do when you're up versus opposition that were playing as well as they were. Still no notes for FURIA?
No, actually just a nice play by Krizen. To be honest, I thought he was walking in a bit too early, but they had already the CT smoke and a flash to make sure that if anyone peeked, they'd get blinded.
These nades, dude. The value they've gotten out of the frag grenades in the 3 rounds that FURIA have played CT side.
Yeah, very, very good utility on this map. Oh, man. They're going to make this an arch play? I don't know. Or are they going to 4-1 arch here? No one in pit. They could threaten the Rapid, not use the smokes, but they are throwing them, so it's possible they run into this head first.
Oh,
that gets
so
spotted.
many. Yep, Krizen gave a little shoulder over, showed a bit of skin, and that's all MongolZ needed to lock in. Bomb site will belong to Heroic.
No moto?
There it is.
Okay.
Better late than never.
I like the play, because, yeah, I like that they throw all their rap smoke, but don't necessarily use them all. They just sent one lurker out to see what was going on.
No kit. Oh, nice spam back by Nilo.
You're kind of really just... Oh, they're actually going in for it.
Yeah, give it a shot to buy in the next round regardless. Ooh, Fallen gets onto the bomb site, but the only player to move it forward. And so you try to keep that damage up versus Heroic to whittle away the economy. It's a 3-round game. It would call for a nasty T-side on Heroic as well. First gun round for FURIA comes out, and what we've seen out of the utility damage so far for the defense has impressed. Now you've got the rifles that can truly capitalize on the early damage this utility's been doing.
They have a magical way of figuring out whether you're defaulting logs or bell every round on banana. The nade will follow you there. You will get hit. Only the very best of the very best avoid these.
There it is again. Oh boy.
Dead to entirely utility damage this round, by the way.
Kindar gonna go take a look to see what sort of prize he has earned.
Wow, that's so good out of MongolZ. Approach from the right, totally open to that stairs peak.
Calls it out. Now it's just going to be the arch play for Heroic at this A site.
Oh, great flag.
Mid players looking to come join it, but banana push is also happening now by Yakindar, so there's a flank coming through, and they've got to cross back over. Minimal cover there for MongolZ, still gets away with a second frag this round. Currently a 1v1 locked in for Susp on A site if he takes the timing. Moto Smoke soon to fade. That's going to open the door for Fallen to try to help out. Off angle played by Yuri's going to be worth it as majority survive for FURIA, and their first gun round on the CT side earns them their 10th round win.
Looks super easy for them. Full control. A pause comes in, which definitely appreciate, because a kick off right into a rifle, run right into the utility on banana, which they know is going to be a problem. If you want to play back, give up banana and all that, you're going to play with the clock, and that can be another problem. But again, we talk about best in the world on Inferno B utility. You know what I mean? Like, you're playing high-level games here. That's not going to be easy. So you have a Valorant mouse pad? He is such a troll, man.
Let the kids be kids, Launders.
If you had a Clash of Clans mouse pad, that'd be funny.
You play any mobile games?
You play any mobile games? You got any games on your phone? Yeah. Slay the Spire.
You play any mobile games?
You just sounded so fat right there.
I know.
It's amazing. Hey, Bobby, you play any mobile games?
Mobile Alabama.
Mobile Alabama. That's where they invented phones. Dust's grandfather.
I don't know if the phones have got there yet, actually.
We got the call up to come here, man.
Careful, Heroic. It is pistols on the other side. You can't win this one. And that is FURIA on the brink of victory in this best of 3. Very critical round of Heroic, who had started to impress us with the pistol victory on the T side, the conversions of those rounds. It's got to continue here. And MongolZ, last round, ripped 2 shots downrange, hit both. Ready and waiting for his next challenger. It's a fun little move by Fallen, but he doesn't have the confidence to stick around for that, and I don't blame him. Very thin panel of wood to try to play behind.
This bracket control has only moved Kazakhstan closer to Banana. Oh, but they actually do start to move back a bit. They're coming through this. Great first kill.
Fallen on 57 health, gets away with no further damage. Util's gonna keep coming through. That smoke's gonna be tough to deal with.
That's insane to reload there.
Oh, he's gonna find him. There it is. Quad for Heroic. Blinking, you would have missed it because that lurk out from the A site also collected one. That was going very well, but that was insanity from Fallen.
I gotta ask about that from Fallen because that, like, Yakinder throws the molly down. Fallen gets the kill. Molly comes down. Fallen can fall back to anywhere. He's also watching the mouth of the smoke, so he doesn't really have to get into it. Running spam is the only reason he even has to reload in the first place. But he wasn't really under pressure to... I wonder what his thought was. And they blew that smoke open, I don't think to kill him. No. They just needed to be able to get in the site. But yeah, reloading right there. Nuts. I still don't think he should retire, though.
Terrorists win. Just one more year.
2 to 3.
It's kind of the beauty of what Fallen has pulled off here. I mean, has anybody else ever not retired but announced their retirement like that?
No.
And I mean, he is in a class of his own in many ways, so he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Like, think of it, you're just like an average pro. You would just never be able to do that because you'd be like, I'm just going to play as long as I possibly can. You have to be someone who could literally retire today to even have the ability to retire in a year, or to say it. MongolZ took a lot of damage off that.
Just enough time to change his mind. MongolZ is not changing his mind. He still wants this mid-peak.
Look at the risk he's taken. He's totally open from ult, but they're not swinging into him.
Ton of damage on xFloud from that op shot.
Looks like they got a lucky bounce on that grenade.
They're in front of it,
He's gonna hear that.
2 players.
Oh, no, he's not worried. And he should be.
Toast. And no further support at this B bomb site, so we'll see what FURIA decide to do in terms of taking a look, but it's already very far gone.
Again, this really is... Oh, that's huge. Okay. That's the bomb dropped, and now the 2 CTs can rotate over. Another nade. Nothing to see, though.
It's man advantage off of that, despite the little health Fallen still has.
They have 2 mollies. 3 mollies.
Ooh, things could still get interesting. And a smoke grenade to potentially block off Banana. Oh, they already did, so an additional smoke. They're going to start chucking out that util for the retake now. It's going to be fire in the back of the site trying to flush Heroic off of this. They will push Crizin into the duel. There's a second coming out for FURIA as Yuri snaps it over. Sus looking for the diffuser, finds the headshot. Somebody else is going to have to jump on that. It's not the K27 finds the spray down, and MongolZ on through with the defuse as 2 of the 4 players survive that. FURIA had the grenades to make that happen.
That was such excellent utility usage. Again, their retakes have been really impressive. They've made that as uncomfortable as possible. They used one of their volleys for pool, I think one for quad probably.
This looked like a lost cause.
This is all utility, man. Like, it was Kinder's utility to get the HE kill in the beginning. They blew that smoke open for another kill.
And now limitations for Heroic to have to face again. Grouping up behind the mid-smoke. Nade lands.
A little bit.
Could have been worse. Biggest limitation is this Crizin Tech 9. It's a sea of smoke, though.
Yeah, that's a thick smoke right there.
MongolZ thinking about the cubby being occupied, but if you double back to B, I mean, there's already been FURIA pushing 2 players down this.
It's kind of great use of a MP9, to be honest.
Yep. Sending the Tech 9 into its death. Easy cleanup for Yakindar, and a smoke grenade for him to play with. Further damage dealt, and that is what happens when you tiptoe your way back into a confident FURIA 2-man B setup. Not even the nade can finish off Yakindar. As he goes for the reposition, MongolZ has been able to just hang around long enough to find that solo lurk. And so, it is a 12th round secured by FURIA. It was the pistol here in the second half that extended play that made things a little more commendable for Heroic. This was always going to be a hard-fought battle with the form that FURIA have stepped forward with here in Astana. But 12 has been secured, and that is going to be 5 map and match points.
Unbelievably uncomfortable, but it is a map where you see like there just needs to be more work done to get to this level. Like that's kind of the bottom line, which is nice to say for FURIA because like for a while again, like Heroic are probably harkening back to that one map that they took versus FURIA the last time they played and wondering why they can't do it again, but it's not so much because of them. It's just they might be upset they haven't made the same progress that FURIA have made to bounce back, but you know, this is FURIA from 2025 as far as I'm concerned. So no shame in losing as long as you learn.
Nope, not today, buddy. Not with FURIA playing the way they have. So it's an improvement based on what Monte were able to do. Heroic, though, really banking on the pistol rounds to have any kind of a competition in this fight. If there's one criticism of FURIA today, the only thing is they lose majority of the pistols. And had they picked those up, this would have been nothing but another massive stomp in the favor of FURIA. This is what everybody wants, the hometown hero to have his glory. And in this kind of a form, FURIA are looking like the best team in Astana. A statement that will remain true until we get to see the Falcons match up next.
Yeah, great summary, Connor. I also like what Launders was saying, where we'd seen a nearly perfect version of FURIA. You're absolutely right. You add the pistols to that. They are a very scary prospect indeed. And out of all of the teams we've seen on our desk segments, I would say, yeah, the most impressive for me.
My perception of FURIA has drastically changed from what I expected coming into this tournament, because if you'd asked me before the event started, where do I expect them to land, I'd say playoffs, probably lose out to some favorite like Spirit, like Falcons there themselves. I mean, but now this level of gameplay is nearly airtight. I'm really impressed with what FURIA has been showing here. The CT side got a little bit, I'd say it took a while for it to come together there, but when you see them actually with a little bit of pressure, the retake they put on B was fantastic. So many of their T side hits were so polished. So a lot to like about how FURIA's looked in their first two.
Yeah, the FURIA faith meter's going back up, boys. It's going back into a good direction, because obviously it was on an all-time high last year. Then the major happened, and it kind of dipped a little bit. Then it kind of rose back up a bit. I thought they did pretty good at Krakow to kind of open the year with, and even Rio was like a 4th place finish. That was respectable considering some of the teams that they had beaten. But man, the Fates meter really took a plummet. Like the stonks were way down after, Rivals in Fort Worth, where they just looked not themselves at all, and then so close to the major that you really fear that one of your teams that you expect to be a contender was going to be on the wrong side of things. But what we're seeing just from the eye test, like I don't even care who they're playing against. I just care about how do they operate. Like, you know, how crisp do they look? And they just look a lot more tidy now. They look like the team that was, you know, fearless and decisive last year more often. And yeah, I really enjoy watching
the real test comes now. Obviously, you go 2-0. You know, you're going to be playing a much better caliber of team tomorrow. And if they're able to go 3-0, they're pretty much securing a nice run into the playoffs. And as I said yesterday, and will doubtless repeat, you have to think of FURIA as being the hometown team in a lot of ways. Yes, there's going to be love shown for Spirit, a lot of teams here. But MongolZ is the Kazakhstan star, and the crowd are going to be fully behind this team. They get into a stadium where we all know stadium things that happen. FURIA have got that edge.
He was doing some BS in this one, too.
Oh, sure.
He had some banana entries on the T side. He had a couple short side entries towards A in this one. The offensive opping really played as a great substitute because the one, I'd say, weakness in MongolZ that we've picked on throughout the last 6 months has been his rifling. But if he can just op like that, be a battle opper, get aggressive, find trade frags, then it's extremely special. But I mean,
get ready for this.
What
I
is
want to
this?
be forever young. I want to be forever young. It's unbelievable.
Really want to live forever.
A 1.74 rating with a rifle from Fallen in 2026.
You know what's actually kind of hilarious is like one of the things that shocked us whenever they had their debut at Astana was obviously the fact that MongolZ was actually a star opper out of nowhere, but it was the fact that Fallen was actually fragging pretty well with the rifle as an IGL. Like we were like, whoa, what the heck? Like that was just not something we anticipated.
I'm just loving that pose. It's like,
She's like ready to tear his jersey off, like, you know, Clark Kent style. He's gonna be super bad Fallen.
I feel like you look a little bit like Clark Kent. I really do. Like if we get a zoom in on Maui's face, I feel like you could look at that and be like, this guy could be a Clark Kent. I don't know if you could be Superman, but you could be a Clark Kent.
No, he's big.
Okay, never mind. That chest is looking pretty good. There you go. Okay, he's getting those reps in.
But Fallen, you know, like you say, we've talked about it, giving up the AWP, reinventing himself as a rifler. And look, he's not going to do that every map. But,
sure.
But the fact is that he can do that at any time.
The weird thing
against Heroic,
when he first switched over to the rifle, he did that more frequently than you would have ever expected. You know, you're not supposed to be able to teach an old dog new tricks, but Fallen has actually just looked like a really great anchor, great extremity rifler when he has played those positions before. I'm seriously surprised every time he gets a multi-kill to this day. Like, I still don't know how he has it, but he does.
Yeah, just for like a history lesson, like people, you know, this guy was obviously an op IGL for a very, very long time in CSGO and CS2, and the last time that he was a rifling IGL was actually when he was playing with Kaboom, TD, X Games Aspen. I think that was 2015, and that was when ZQKS was the operator of the team, right? And
that was a mistake.
Yeah, so, you know, when they got Cold Zero, they kind of started making that transition, he moved back into the op IGL role. So to see him go back to rifling, it's just been kind of interesting to watch, and it is cool to see him at times be able to have games like that one.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Well, so we said FURIA might have been the best team that we've seen so far, but now Falcons are swooping into the arena. We'll talk about them after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So, welcome back. I did say Falcons are swooping into the arena. That is true. They're going to be taking on 9Z, and because we haven't talked about them, and we assume we will be talking about Falcons quite a lot over the course of the tournament, I think it's only fair we start there, gentlemen, because they had a very good day at the office yesterday.
Falcons right now, I feel like that game was just a piece of cake for them. I feel like this is a team that's kind of getting a second honeymoon in a way. I think that the Kerrigan edition already looks like you're seeing the way that he touches Kyosuke, just caressing him, just the way I touch Dust off camera.
That's why we have such great chemistry as an analyst duo, is that you have chemistry elsewhere.
But we're going to find out how long that honeymoon can last, because they're taking on 9Z. 9Z have certainly shown, yesterday at least, that, you know, some of those bigger names, we're ready to play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I feel like right now we're watching a Spanish-speaking super team in a way.
Okay.
If you wanted the best Latino Hispanics you possibly could, I think you have 5 of the 8 best on this team. But the great thing about them is that they play great team Counter-Strike too. It's not just 5 guys running around taking duels wherever they want. We have a round from their ancient game yesterday against PARIVISION where I just thought that the CT side coordination was a sight to behold, because they recognize that PARIVISION are fighting for this space pretty early on, and instead of just going guns a-blazing, they set up a layered flash take to re-clear mid, where Huaso Peak throws his own flash. You had actually Max throwing a second flash on top of it, and the way they all swing together with the peaks from both middle and Luchov swinging from cave at the same time. Just kind of a way to, instead of fighting through all of the opening utility, take the fight on your own terms, make sure that it's airtight because Marin's still holding his side of the map, and then everybody's able to just converge so nicely. So I hope we see a lot more of stuff like this from 9Z today, where they're able to just all connect the dots in ways that just show they can be greater than the sum of their parts.
Yeah, and to kind of flip the script on the T side just as sharp, just the smokes come out immediately on Shelf, Donut, and T-Stairs. They also pre-nade the stairs anticipating someone would push their smoke. Then they just cover the entire mid portion of mid with Molotovs and then swing out with amazing flash layering to just get, you know, a 3-for-1 trade in middle. And that is about one of the crispest mid takes you're ever going to see on the T side of Ancient. It was really impressive to watch. And it's fun because we haven't gotten to really sing 9Z's praises in a long time. I mean, like the last time this team was like truly internationally relevant was back in 2024, when funnily enough, that was DGT's original stint on the team before he left and went to Pain, came back, all that. You know, they had that top 4 finish at IEM Dallas, and then they went to Cologne. They won the play, and they made it to the main event. And they actually had a little bit of a run going there. They also won like a small like Fire League event against Fnatic, and they were making a little bit of noise, but then they kind of cooled off, if we're honest. But this year, they've been tearing it up in South America. They've won like 3 tournaments in SA. Yeah, they haven't been playing FURIA, but they've been playing a lot of other really solid teams from that region. And then we saw them take Mouse Sports in its best of 3 at Rotterdam. Not a great finish at the event overall, but just like a little spark, like a little something that gets your interest. And so I'm really curious to see how they play the rest of the tournament, because that's a big win yesterday, beating PARIVISION 2. That's a team that's trophies
I was going to wonder whether you would say that, because I know you don't really rate PARIVISION to the same degree I
have to respect the results they put on the table. Sure. I mean, they've made multiple finals, they won a trophy. Like, I have to respect game, right? You know, and I think for 9Z to decisively beat them, I mean, it wasn't even really close, in my opinion, that 2-0. That's another big scalp that they get to collect this year, so shout out to them.
And yeah, these are the South American BRS standings. You can see where they are. I mean, Legacy, obviously, I don't want to say inflated, but they did have that period of time where they were doing a lot better than they sort of are recently.
When they won
changing
CNC last
IGL,
year.
yeah, exactly. You know, so 9Z probably realistically are above them.
I would say so. I mean, the
Yeah.
thing is that they've traded blow for blow in some grand finals in South America, but I think the fun thing about just 9Z is that they've cleared pain. Like, DGT hopped off that team, came back to this one, and now they're just better for it, and pain is so much worse for wear.
And this is the interesting part now. Taking on Falcons, who getting a lot of love here. You're going to see security ushering them through. Put it this way, guys. We're sat near the entrance. We can hear every time Falcons turn up to the stadium. There's a lot of love from the fans here in Kazakhstan. 9Z are one of the form teams in scrims, I'm told, by some of the attending teams here. And we saw the good and the bad from Falcons yesterday. We saw them have a very comfortable map, and then we saw them have a needlessly close map. So, Karrigan, a lot of work to do. It is a project, but they should be the favorites here.
Yeah, I think for us, it's, obviously this is going to be a tougher challenge than they had yesterday against K27. That is, indisputable. If it's still the real challenge that we want to see them against an elite top 5 team to, really see where they're at, no. But it's a little bit of a step up, and it's, again, more of us getting to learn how this Falcons is going to work. Can Karrigan find a way to wrangle in, Kiosuke and have him play a little bit more disciplined? Can he find a way to have Tessus getting more impact? Can he balance the idea of giving these stars individual freedom, but still finding a way to make sure everyone's on the same page for those big closing moments that they struggled with so much before he got here? So that's going to be something we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and we have the veto rolling in, of course. I feel like we've only seen a little bit of the hand of this new iteration Falcons, but obviously they're still keeping with the overpass permaban. That's just the Nico specialty. I don't think he's been on a team in 5 years that has played that map. For 9Z, we go to Nuke. This is a map they actually showed some strength on back at their other Tier 1 event this year at, Blast Rotterdam, where they took down, I think they took down Mouz on this one. And so that was a really impressive win, showed kind of the polish of the team. And Falcons going for Mirage.
Yep, spot on that one. 9Z getting that win, as you said, against Mouse Sports on Rotterdam. So nothing too crazy. I mean, again, I guess, 9Z wasn't always an Anubis banner, so I was a little bit surprised with that. I thought maybe they might ban Mirage because they have in other, games. And giving that to Falcons as something that they want to pick. So that's maybe one thing to make note of, but nothing too crazy outside of that.
I mean, going to Dust 2 at the end also, to me, just sets up this veto to be in favor of Falcons. I'm really curious to see how the CT side here of Nuke is going to look exactly for Falcons. I kind of would assume that
Read my mind.
Karrigan's just going to slot back into Kicksand's spot, even though I think with FaZe at the end, he was starting to play more kind of rotator. Wasn't he playing outside rifler at some point?
He was a yard player for a very, very long time.
So that was a little weird.
But then he also kind of moved to A-Door at a certain point as well to kind of let someone else play yard. So I am curious to see how that's going to work out, because obviously Nico is the guy that you want to be playing in the yard. That's where he's been doing it for a long time on Falcons.
The one thing we know about Karrigan when he comes into these teams is to get everyone set early, he will play the worst roles. He usually designates himself like, what do you all want? I'll take what's left.
Yeah, this is a projection, by the way. So this is
this is our first time.
We have not seen them play Nuke yet. This is where I'm guessing they're going to be. So Nico, obviously the yard player. Karrigan probably taking Kickson's role at the A-Door. Kiosuke has been a ramp player for them. Interesting. Usually you don't have your aggressive star player playing ramp, but I think it's perfect for Kiosuke because it's not a lot of, he can be directed a little bit better. He can just kind of be a turret that just makes sure that no one, makes their way into ramp room, but also can at times maybe come up secret or do some other little sneaky plays. So I'm curious to see how it plays out.
I would love if Karrigan just alphas Nico and goes to outside yard.
Yeah.
He's not going to do that.
No, don't do
He's just
that.
going to throw everything in disarray.
Bro.
I mean, that's why actually when they took that photo together, Nico was more grimacing than he was smiling because he's like, this guy took my yard.
No,
well,
it's not
listen,
happening.
two guys that will always have a good relationship. And of course, our casters, take it away, Connor and Mohan.
Oh, dangerous of you to assume. I think one day, Mo, we should just blow this thing up, you and I.
Yeah, let's just start being honest all of a sudden.
Yeah.
About the way we feel.
Do you think there's any world where Karrigan takes Nuke from Nico? Takes yard from Nico?
No.
Okay.
No, not gonna won't happen.
This is the same Karrigan that at one point did take Rain off of yard on FaZe Clan. Think about that. When a Liege replaced Rain outside. Crazy things have happened.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that conversation was between Rain and Alish. I think Rain also said he kind of wanted to make him feel comfortable.
Oh, what a nice guy.
A certain amount of that's important to make sure that the team succeeds, that everyone feels comfortable. And that was just tough. Because it's like, why would you want 2 great Yard players and one of them can't play Yard? So
God, here we are, still talking about FaZe Clan Kerrigan.
that's true. I don't know if that'll stop for... No, I think it'll be a couple more years of that, to be honest. Still getting used to him in this new jersey, but from what we saw yesterday, it's a good start. It's a very good start. But this will be a way harder team. I think this will be a bigger step up than what we saw versus, you know, with FURIA going to from Monte to Heroic. I think this is a bigger level up. A nice test here for Falcons.
Ramp duel inbound. Kyosuke popped very quickly, but you've got MongolZ off into the corner, bolstered by Kerrigan right behind him. And then Luchov, a little labored to get that one as TeSeS gets active in through the lobby. Flank and DGT's lower control is pretty much worthless. He doesn't have the bomb and he doesn't have any more teammates to work with, but a 1-minute 1v3. It's doable. But all 3 players remaining here for Falcons layered for this chase. If you step forward, DGT, you should be ripped limb from limb. Should be. Gets a couple shots off. Confirms the bodies and is very low health now at 21 points of HP.
Just the sheer amount of time it's going to take to get all the way back to trophy. I don't even know how you're going to pull that one off.
Unsilenced USP. MongolZ, if I'm not mistaken, has no extra magazines. He is on his last mag right now. 12 bullets, 0 surplus.
This is the checkmate position. I mean, how do you...
Yeah, it is.
Now, okay, test. I mean, they're not thinking about
20 seconds.
He goes vent.
They still haven't considered. There's no way.
Oh! He made the right play.
When you think. Just when you think.
Really nice try. Everything's starting off swimmingly for Finn.
I love the formation of this Falcons when you think of the wealth of experience on the extremities in Nico and TeSeS, and then the young blood in Kyosuke and MongolZ in the middle, all propped up around Kerrigan in the center. Come on.
Kerrigan sandwich.
If that it's not a recipe for success. You know, it's like a Big Mac, 3 pieces of bread.
Nico's bread.
It's a meaty roster, Mo. We have temporarily crowned FURIA the best team in Astana off of their performance so far and their back-to-back wins. We'll see whether Falcons can kind of disrupt that with the level of victory.
Yeah, they're like the grand finals lock until further notice type of thing, and now we're going to see if Falcons are the other one.
Because Falcons did let their opposition back into the first map, or the second map. Ancient got close by the end yesterday. And, you know, Spirit up against bigger opposition than maybe Heroic in the sense that they played MongolZ, but Spirit also kind of let their opponents back into games, struggled to close out, etc.
I was really loving what I was seeing from MongolZ as well yesterday. Just movements looking nice, very sharp.
Is MongolZ the best opera that Kerrigan has ever played with? He said it is. Do you believe it?
Wow. I mean, that's, yeah, there's Guardian.
The Guardian's the big one. Think about it.
Wait, device?
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Done for. See you later.
That's kind of insane, actually.
It is insane when you think about.
I mean...
That's why you can't think about it too much.
You know how I feel about MongolZ. I'm waiting for this guy to get #1 eventually. But, yeah, that is kind of a... Whenever you make a statement like that, you're throwing shade at everyone else that... And also, you know, in the perspective of, like, rankings, you know, top player rankings and accolades and stuff.
It's a bold claim.
Like, I'm down for the claim. I'm down.
Sure, 100%.
I'm just, you know, we have to recognize that means that's Device and Guardian and 2021 Brokey. 2022 Brokey.
First guns for 9Z.
I feel like even just like you were just with Brokey for like 7 years.
Yeah. It's not like Brokey's dead.
Whatever.
I had to read that.
What he really thinks. I'm down for the honesty. Nice entry. Oh, nice couple of entries.
Mayer and finding that on Kerrigan is going to send a message over to Falcons. The guns are going to make a difference this game. Beautiful pop out. Very sudden, I would say, with that move from 9Z. Flooding into the back and the front of the bomb site. Taking that duel towards main.
People always say nutso stuff when they move to new teams, though, right away.
Yes.
Like, unbelievable things too quickly. We'll get into that in a second. The CTs are not coming for this, but there could definitely be more casualties. It'll be them defending. Remember when Device went to NIP?
I do.
And he was like, yeah, we got pretty lucky with some of the map rotations that happened during the Astralis era. And everyone was like, what are you talking about right now?
Talking about, bro?
You're minimizing your own era.
What the hell are you talking about?
But it's all in service of who you're committed to now. And I mean, Kerrigan's coming to this team. Wants to start off right. He's taking a big career risk, just a reputational risk, and coming over to this lineup, and with the immediacy of the situation and how much of a slight it felt like obviously what solves it all is winning.
Straight up.
And
it's what everybody is here for.
Yeah.
End of the day.
Yeah. And he was looking out for himself, but I also respect just making the move you feel like is best for your career. I think at the end of the day, you've just got to do that. How everybody else feels about it is so tertiary.
Very thick smoke outside, and Luchov's able to cross without taking too much damage. Nico on the hunt, however, does not line up that spam. He's got 8 bullets left for one more burst. Can he nail that one? Doesn't try. Kerrigan slipping down into Decon stairs. He's going to have his hands full in the moment. As this Luchov-Mayern trade potential is looking to get bolstered. Max and Wasso Peak also trying to inch their way outdoors. We hit 50 seconds, and Kerrigan's still not given this duel. That's going to be the bomb confirmed lower. Slams that door shut. Kyosuke still remains up in heaven as Max is trying to slip the net down beneath him. Monte worried about that, but starts to run away. They have definitely gotten down beneath. Kyosuke's about to spot it. That's Wasso dead. Whoa. Second player is going to catch him off guard. And now you'd think that would turn Monte around, but Monte's able to help Kerrigan downstairs before turning back. And a bit of disjointedness here between the two 9Z pieces allows for Monte to help lower and also still hold off the flank. Rock solid rebuttal out of Falcons in round 4.
Totally. Great spots. And I mean, yeah, 9Z just didn't have the complete picture that they thought with where everyone was. Kept having to turn around and finding new CTs, supplanting the next position. So PGP will keep his gun at least, but an excellent start here for Falcons. And I'll say it again, I'm loving the Zonic clipboard.
Yeah, you think it's going to level up his game?
As opposed to the typical loose papers that most people have. A binder's just too floppy and not very becoming, but clipboard. That's dignified.
Fast moves. Gonna try to challenge that A site again. Tesses is the guy with the double. And on top of that, Wasso Peak working with 20 health. We do still get Max outside of Squeaky. Now he's tagged. And the cleanups made all the easier thanks to Kerrigan and Monte's damage assists. Hut challenge out of Mayern, the guy with the Tech 9, not the guy you'd want left in this clutch. Working with the least. We'd seen 9Z take over that A site previously for their 1-round win, so trying to tap back into that electricity. And unfortunately for them, Falcons were very ready to shut that down swiftly.
Yeah, crazy call to make it another upper pop. And the real risk of it, you lose a round like this, where it goes so well that you just don't even get kills off the back of it. CT economy grows a lot. They're not going to be worried about this for the next few rounds. Oh, now you're just dead here. 4 up for Falcons. Very successful round. And it's nice when you this early on, 2 upper pops come your way. You clean house on 1. You know the other team's saving.
Yep. Setting yourself up for a wonderful CT half.
Yeah, you set yourself a nice just crushing position, and Nico's got 8K.
Montesi's yet to die. Every other player here for Falcons has kills. 3 of them are, 4 frags deep. Kerrigan bringing up the rear. It's kind of like early win conditions put in place by Falcons. That 1-round win from 9Z put things on notice. But here's a chance to flex the advantage. Oh, 97 damage on that nade. I feel like if you're Luchov, you almost just wish that had killed you. Just get it over with. At least that way you can say, yeah, I died to it.
He had to downgrade from a Tech 9 to a Claw.
Like, do you really want to live out the rest of this round? You could have leaned back in your chair.
No, but what we can offer is that he can jump out. Jump out first. That's what he can give to his team right now.
Oh, yay. That sounds fun. Wasso peeks AK. Blasted out of the round. And Luchov in the backdrop. That's the bomb down as Nico extends into the lobby momentarily. He's going to draw the Tech 9 back at him, and Nico absolutely shredding through the squeaky door. That's his quad kill secured, making mincemeat of the very little that 9Z unfortunately had to work with this round. They were hoping that the solo AK would put a dent in Falcons, but it has not. The wells of wealth for Falcons not nearly drying up yet. Yes?
There was a good amount of hype for 9Z coming into this matchup, and we've seen Max call for this team for a long time, and he's put his style on it. Like, we know in those mid-rounds how interesting they can make it. They're very good at causing rotations and punching upwards, but they're not even getting close to those spots right now. Again, their 1 round they won was just a really fast.
Simo, there was also reasons to be excited about Heroic. There was reasons to believe in Monte.
No.
And there was reasons to believe in... But there are levels to this game of Counter-Strike.
Yep.
Falcons and FURIA looking to separate themselves from the pack. Playing a dangerous game, Wasso. Dead to the first shot of Montesi, who is still without a death so far here on map 1. Seeing that presence on Silo has them believing that these smokes are not a fake, that there are bodies beyond it, and so we get that early move from Kerrigan down in vents again, and he is correct, but instead of playing passively this time, he gets a little more forward. He wants a piece of the action. Yeah?
Got 1 on half HP.
Right here for the taking. Gonna blindside you with the forward position. It's a nice change up from Kerrigan. Not clean enough to double down on it. But Max has dropped to 42 HP, Luchov 48 HP. This is not ideal for the players lower. They're hoping maybe DGT can do something before they have to make a commitment. And they've got the time to take their time for now.
Looks like Tessus might be in the golden spot if he goes back to opposite vent. Hasn't really left the site. Even though there's 4 up, they haven't made a real big risk here. They're watching outside, so depending on how much time gets bought, Nico gets up into heaven. There will be no molly to him. Oh, wait, actually, Max has one, but he's in the vent. That's not happening. But the longer this goes, the more suspicious they're going to be at upper, I feel like. Oh, I made him twice. Oh!
Still wins it.
That's huge.
Round is suddenly alive. Trying to get ahead of this. Oh, Kyosuke. Yeah, it'll be caught by it. I thought maybe with a knife out, but even then, DGT extends just that little bit further, and that is going to be Falcons setting up Nico with this flash instead, but fired his feet. He's going to burn a little bit, goes wide, player down beneath his spine, and it's a clean transition here for Nico, who does have a kit to defuse this. Montesi now up in the heavens, has this covered. DGT called forth, but he's missed his chance to finish off Montesi. Nico with all 3 kills in the retake, the defuse to boot, and Falcons to the 6-1 lead.
Crazy how good Nico looks as well today. Had a couple of good rounds yesterday, but it wasn't like star form necessarily between him and Montesi. I don't know if they're letting anything go by now. This is a nice kill from DGT. An even better second one, but I think it kind of screwed him up that volley landed. It's kind of well timed. You wouldn't expect someone to stand in it. And I think Nico would have fallen out of it if the flash wasn't already on its way.
Another fast clash set up by 9Z, but
still yet to die.
An opening death. And those deaths, never Monacy's. Kerrigan will be popped by DGT. They are thinking about this pocket, but it's not cleared thoroughly. And so Nico, with a chance to find a second one, will be denied his multi-frag this time. Monacy remains on the hunt, and he's got the cover of Tesses up here on Mustang to clear out DGT and take man advantage right back. So every moment that 9Z feel like they've got their hands back on this round, it is Falcons to extend that man advantage back over top of them.
Just too many good players roaming around. Now, maybe this is the first round that Monacy dies, maybe. And he's coming in, he's going to be a little bit aggressive. But this just seems like the winning move at this point. Bomb's outside, so surely going to jump or try to get together for Mini. But everybody's enclosing on the A site. Tessus has HUD control. Ooh. This might be weird for them, because now they'll tell Kyosuke that potentially Secret was a problem, that was open. They might be walking it towards ramp after this. I'm not sure. They know they have a gap, but... Oh yeah, they will see the bomb, actually. Oh. And Monacy still not dying. 9-0.
9-0, 2-0 in opening duels after this round, as he secured the first kill. Oh, and he's going to find the last frag of this round as well.
Nice fucking ice in the fucking skies.
Looking like the best opper Kerrigan has ever played with. His words.
I almost feel crazy even joking about it, but...
Not mine. If he's going to make that claim, I'm very excited to see what kind of value Kerrigan can get out of a guy like Monacy, who is holding up his end of the bargain and then some right now.
Kerrigan's played with Simple, too. Kerrigan's played with Simple.
Yeah, Kerrigan said, did I stutter?
Kerrigan's played with Simple, Device, Guardian, Brokey, and... Pimp?
Poor guy. Flashbangs for Kyosuke to have to stomach. The Tech-9 gets through him without him finding a kill in that. Now you've got Waso Peak on a rifle, on top of the one DGT bought at the start of the round. Kerrigan swings the door, gets dinked instantly. Dangerous now for him suddenly. He'll be blinded, still brings one down with him, and the multi-frag from Max. A sudden pop out of 9Z as Kyosuke doesn't hold up his end of the bargain with any kind of a ramp hold. And so the retake's on.
Why is Monacy even still here? Is he really going to find a way to get a kill?
Come on, him and Nico are currently 23-2. Make it 23-3. Monacy's first death as the Hail Mary B-site retake is still being pieced together. He's got the utility to try to flush somebody out, but there's nobody down in the back of that site. It is behind the silo on the shelf that DGT will strike. And that is kind of what 9Z needed. A bit of a lifeline, a Hail Mary moment as they just gunned down Kyosuke in the ramp to secure a second T-side win.
I think Falcons are kind of only willing to even go for this because they've got so much money to work with. And this is the half-buy win because, again, yeah, like you said, they take out Kyosuke, no trades in sight. And just want to bring them as low as possible. So let me 3 kills for Falcons right there. They'll take the SOP over to Mayern. Buy comes right back from Falcons. Again, healthy economy for them.
Nico trying to extract more value out of these red positions. Ops now trying to hunt him down as he's on the retreat. Monacy's only death in a 2v4 retake attempt, so it doesn't really count. Right?
Yeah, it's like half. Yeah,
it's not his fault that he was in an unwinnable position.
They're getting lurky, but it looks like Luchov is going to make it to Secret. Oh, maybe not at all, actually. Yeah, sorry. I didn't. Thought there was a pretty good chance there.
A little bit of caster witchcraft for you. You did say looks like.
Yeah.
And it did look like that was true. Oh. Monte will collect that kill versus Max. And the bomb gets absolutely stuffed with the Kyosuke activation. It is yet again a one-off round win for the side of 9Z. Kerrigan just wants to hit somebody.
I wonder if Monte is the best op that Zonix ever played with. Because then you have to throw in Zywoo too, and
it's a great question.
The list only grows. These guys have played with a lot of good players, man.
Nico 14-3, Monte 12-1. The rest of Falcons barely called on, but have held up their bargain for the most part. Again,
yes, Kerrigan's ever played with Fallen.
Yet. Never know. That's the plot twist. His quote-unquote retirement is just Fallen joining Falcons.
Kerrigan, Apex, Fallen, Crims, Olaf.
FaZe Clan 2027. Sorry, Wasso, I didn't even see how you died, brother.
Yeah.
It happens all so fast when Monte's got the op in hand.
He's feeling it like this.
Wowza.
This is the Monte that can get #1.
I wish I could be Monte for just one day.
I'd take 10 minutes, man. Just clip farm for 10 minutes.
Smoke for Squeaky. That'll interrupt your plans here, 9Z, as clearly they were looking to get something going. Into the A site again. They've had one successful A rush, one successful Tech 9 ramp rush. That is the backbone of this T side so far. By the time that smoke fades, Monte's op is now on the line.
He's got a free shoulder.
This shot, he is dead. He has missed the shot and died. And TessS is low, but still able to deliver a second frag.
Oh, that bomb, they got it. Oh, they missed the volley.
That opens the door for Kyosuke. He's looking to jump on them in a moment. And, missing the timing. Kerrigan back down the vent. A little IRL duck to keep himself alive. Luchov low, but DGT is still trying to keep this one up. And Nico in the rafters gets blasted out of the round. A whiff shot by Monte opens the threat of losing that A site, and DGT and Co do not waste the chance.
It was a really bad miss for sure, and it's, I think, his only one, at least on a totally open shot. They can still afford it, but it's also nice for 9Z. They pick up their third T-side round. Not been an incredibly fun nuke for them so far, but they might be able to get through it if they can end this half on a good note. They played together for like 8 days or something.
Who?
Kerrigan and Monte.
Oh, right.
Just leaves a good first impression.
You've been on the receiving end of that op for long enough.
True.
If you can't beat them, join them.
Become their leader.
Yeah, they kind of opened him with welcomed him with open arms. You can't say no to this opportunity if you are Kerrigan. No-brainer decision to join a roster like the Falcons. Nico has taken a step back from playing red this round. A little more free space for 9Z, but we'll see if they read it. Yeah, nice. Luchov slides that AK underneath Nico's nose. Man, advantage in the final round of the half.
Oh, he was quick to do that, man. Monte's not going to be aware of this move. Trade is great.
Let's max out and Luchov.
away. He clears that.
Blindsides Monte, who, as we anticipated, would not have expected it. So a 2v4 demanded of the Falcons. And 9Z have put that bomb down on the A site. Luchov coming through with another insta-kill. And a Kyosuke retake queued up, but with 40 HP, a smoke in front of him, that's going to buy critical time for 9Z to just lock this in. And at the end of this T side, we're looking at a now commendable scoreline, because this is 9Z, sure, with only 4 rounds of a T side, but 4 rounds versus what has been a lights-out performance from Monte and Nico. And on top of that, economic problems with only now being able to string 2 rounds together. For the first time in this half, 9Z win 2 rounds back-to-back, and it is what secures them a 4-round T side.
They got through it. It's a good note. This round's the best of the bunch, I think, because they get Luchov to really shine, and he has been a workhorse for 9Z, absolutely. The game we casted last with him, I think he was really impressing us. And that's who they were relying on to be able to take an upset victory over Falcons. And I want to underscore how much of an upset that would be at this point, because we are seeing Falcons soar. They look incredibly strong. Everyone looks as comfortable as they do motivated. Individual form looks brilliant.
Any notes for Falcons? You didn't have any for Furia.
I don't have any notes for Falcons. The only things that happened was like Kyosuke didn't get a kill on a ramp hold and Monte missed a really easy shot. MongolZ didn't miss any shots like that, and they didn't really have any anchors sort of fail at all. But like, you don't give notes for that. Just like, you know, that's okay. That happens, I guess.
Yeah, they know.
But in terms of the way they're moving and the way that they're calling, it's all perfect. You saw how good the rotations were, especially to lower.
Mayern getting active into the HUD off the flash. Oh, Beretta's trying to chase down Nico. Smooth moves from Mr. Kovac.
Yeah, really.
Able to get away from that one alive. I would say, shockingly, he is still alive.
Insane to navigate that blind and almost no damage.
Well placed Molotov will dislodge Luchov. Max seeing a back and gets dinked in the process. Glock activates outside, spotting 2, and Kerrigan's going to go down with nothing. So this is barely held on to, this 5 versus 3. The health of 3 members of 9Z, dangerously low. But if you could separate this next duel versus Kyosuke before there's any trade potential.
Plants coming down, Astralis. They have it ready to double swing the door as soon as anyone shoots. Maybe they triple it early.
It is a 5v3, but man, this health is dangerously low. It's not even headshots needed for the majority of the 9Z players left, but whiffing a chance there is Kyosuke. Now what would be a 2v5, 2v3. Monte's clutch offered up from Dark, whips around, and he just can't get it over Waso Peak. They will jump on top of that bomb with ample time for the defuse, and that is 9Z picking up a CT pistol win. A real chance now to make this game competitive.
Totally. Everything was cosmetic up until this point, but now that they've got their 4 rounds in the first half, they start off CT side with a pistol. We don't know if they're going to have any problems converting. We'll find out about that, obviously, right now. But this is now going to be a true test for the T side for Kerrigan. I think it will be most interesting to watch. Another great round for Luchov. Expecting his scoreline to bounce back.
4 of the last 5 rounds now, all coming up to the 9Z weight. Falcons will just buy themselves some time here. Smoke, Deagle, that is it. Hadn't realized how tough of a game Mayern was having until this graph kind of throws him under the bus. Sub 20 ADR, 13 rounds into the game. Think he hits this?
Yeah, today. But I feel like the peak needed to come out a little sooner when the focus went 100%. Oh, still gets that one in secret. It's insane stuff, and he's still ready for the first guy he wanted to fight. This is why we said conversions are not guaranteed. He's about to swing out of there.
9Z know damn well he's up here.
What's key for Falcons is keeping the round moving. Dangerous, dude. I don't even know if it's worth just dueling him, you know? All the way back here, 45 seconds remaining.
Smoke to threaten Squeaky.
Get snug in the vents could be a great idea.
Not gonna happen though. Wasso Peak trying to add himself to the site hold now, and Nico's got the kill through the smoke. That's wild. Mayer give it a chance to pad the stats. Nico looking for number 3 in this round. He's already gotten great damage out with the Desert Eagle, but they'll keep that pressure on him, and majority survive here for 9Z as they inch their way ever closer to a tied game. But that was just one Deagle and still 2 kills for the Falcons camp.
One thing we love about 9Z is you can always see the self-belief, and you know, they come into almost every match that we've ever casted as the underdog. You know, because they're always the team that get to an international stage. Not the best of the crop playing local competition.
No op to counter that Amonisi. Who's already got angles held outside, but DGT kills Kyosuke. Thinking he was able to cross to the red box, instead denied, and a 5v4 in the Falcons' first gun round for the CT favor. Nico right back up to the same sorts of duel. Remember, no op on the field for 9Z, so it's not like he's going to get picked off of this. Monte actually very much has that advantage this round. No counterpart to counterpick him.
This is where I want to see how Kerrigan can keep the round moving along while they have a productive default.
Nico's priming the flashbang. Gets Monte that much wider. Utility pressure on credit card, but still nobody flushed into this Monte duel. They really want to give him a chance to strike. TSS being clipped slightly by that push off of the ramp room. Unable to stop the retreat either. 9Z piecing together the picture as DGT steps into the duel, still effectively dodging the Monte op all the while. And that's TSS. Attack from both sides. 9Z keeping the pressure on. And with a 5 versus 2 in front of them now.
No chance. They don't have time. They've got to literally run downstairs. They're not even. They don't have inroads. Like, they don't have any kills down here, so they're just going to look for a place to save, and they really did fail to sort of keep the round moving forward. 9Z were there, ready in all of these different spots outside, expecting a peak to come through. They didn't really have to get more aggressive than they did, so they played that excellently, and now there's real pressure on Falcons.
A lot of that setup was just about trying to get Monte a duel. We saw Nico trying to flush somebody into the scope, using all that util, but Monte never even got a chance to shoot anybody.
And you can't wait until he finds a chance. You still have to have ideas to keep it going.
All while 9Z remained active, right? Pinching into lobby, pressuring the trophy side, keeping TSS distracted as that solo T-lurk.
It's as if they just kept pretending they were about to swing for so long that there was no longer a round left to play.
Really just kind of dangled it in front of Monte and like a moth to the flame, stared at it until his demise. But didn't die, so Op's still out here on the field with $0 in his bank account. We'll see what Monte may look like if he's kind of unleashed. Instead of passively waiting for a peek, what if he just goes for a pick? We'll see how they try to weaponize him here, but he will be the one gun for Falcons in this round.
I do think they want a half play to win this, but they also kind of want to, you know, they want to make sure he can stay alive just because of the state of their economy. It's a terrible position.
So far, more of the same. Just looking for somebody to overstep outside. Didn't happen last round the entire time. Why would this round be any different?
Oh, is scope? What is this, spotted? Oh, Nico covers that with a deagle.
That's fantastic.
It's unreal.
The difference this time is last round, Nico tried to use a lot of utility to flush somebody into the op. This time it's a dry peek versus Luchov that did land, right? That's why he's low.
Oh.
You've got a bomb down in B.
Wait, how the heck did they do this? No one was even up on the ramp?
There was 2 players between hell and heaven, and I guess that opened a door towards ramp room that Falcons just weaponized. We're so distracted with the hunt outside. Kyosuke is able to collect one. This is still a 3-player retake. But there's so much distance between everybody, they're just going to stick this defuse. Kyosuke's got to go for this. It's a 10-second stick, and the coverage is good enough. Monte's got to go wide, but it's not in time. And so he'll whip his chance to find another frag. Yeesh, and lose the op after time.
No, the bomb was down.
Oh, right. Sorry. That
felt like everything went wrong. Yeah. But yeah, he loses the op. I think what we were thinking about there was the fact that he had $0. So wanted to save that up no matter what happened this round.
How'd they get that bomb down B?
That was something cool because they actually found a way to make that up, like the distraction outside. Pulling guard on the ramp, I think 9Z knew they didn't have a full buy. And Falcons still found a way to use it against them, but went and tried to get a little bit too aggressive in the post plan, I suppose. Yeah, but not saving that off means Monte's now in a Galil. And Kyosuke's not taking over like he did yesterday, so it's not like they don't have enough other players that can, but now it's mostly between Nico and Monte.
7-1 Falcons lead to a tied game. Raptors player blasted out of the round. Kerrigan's Mac 10 tries to swing around the silos. And it's going to be TessS late with only 1.
Smoked.
Everybody else slain. And Nico, a little late to the party, has been playing lights out. But a 1v3 clutch in front of him. DGT going wide in the rafters. That's a fair first tool for him, but DGT's going to pick it up. And we've got 9Z with a lead, folks. A CT side advantage. Not a single terrorist round win so far for the Falcons.
Yeah, we will be able to criticize them for this. Absolutely. 9Z really showing up, and Falcons struggling a ton. Now, ideas are one thing, but execution's not necessarily there, and a couple of these rounds, they are spinning their wheels a little bit, playing with the clock a little too long. This could also be because of the way that 9Z are playing the map, where, again, it feels like they're active, but they're almost never taking any wrong peek. And so, in the default, Falcons are having trouble getting an early 5v4, just, I think, to give them the right to feel like they can go for the exec. But they can't get stun locked if that's going to continue for 9Z. Oh my goodness. And of all of that, it's the one tap just on that red cross that does it.
Kyosuke has been neutralized this game.
Yeah, totally.
It's a quiet approach through main, but while that smoke stays up, DGT is about to be worried about it. You'll find the backs turned awkward as Nico and TessS collect a kill apiece. It's a 2 versus 5. massive ask of what's left of the Falcons with 25 seconds, but a lot of damage done here. This ends up being winnable for TSS, but they all peek in at the same time. Team play for 9Z remains fantastic, and they make sure to not make mistakes. Still, without a T-round win, are the Falcons.
The Fnatic mousepad. You just gotta love this team. You have just got to love this team, man. Always punching up. Playing off each other extremely well. They're getting multi-kills. Triple peeping perfectly here in the 3v1 just to guarantee it. Yeah, there was a chance for TSS, but not with the chemistry that they've got to show. Money all screwed up for Falcons. They come into this with a half buy. Still a threat at all times, and in fact, their most impressive T round so far was a round similar to this. Just don't have enough. Wow, perfect spot.
Dodges the flashes, controls the A4.
Absolutely fantastic.
And Mayern on the scene to just give that extra set of helping hands. Not even needed. No damage output whatsoever that round for Falcons. 9Z are simply sprinting to the finish line here on Nuke. A 7-1 Falcons lead blown out of the water. Whoa.
That's awesome. It could have been a 2-round T side. They ended up getting 4. They win just at the end of the first half, just enough to keep this game competitive, and now they have a huge gap. They haven't lost since round 10. Monte's stalled out here as soon as we got the T side. Started out the last half of the 100 ADR. Thought that'd be the hard part.
Big utility exchange towards Squeaky. A dumping of the grenades as well from 9Z's ramp play. And Nico quick to perch himself above main door. Pretty aggressive as well. Already going for the hut peek like that?
Yeah, they don't see anyone lurking out here. They know it's going to be pretty heavy outside.
Kyosuke going to try to crack the whip into hell in a moment.
Oh my goodness, Max.
Deletes him.
Kyosuke has been beat up every single round in this game.
So go slide by.
Wow, that's so big out of Luchov.
TSS shows the bottom of his feet, and Monte will catch him on the fallback into the site, but he doesn't know about that secondary hut player. And what's funny is neither does TSS. So a position maintained. Another duel found, but Monte's going to lose that one to Waso Peak. And all the while, Nico and Kerrigan have just sat passively in anticipation of a secret push. Never going to come your way. 35 seconds to try to keep 9Z off 12. Drop off main confirms the direction of this Falcons approach. Stomping in all the while, Waso Peak's gonna activate. The bomb has been spotted on the fallback down to the B site.
Oh, man.
And it's already held here by Max. Kerrigan gets blindsided, and this is the brink of a flawless CT side from 9Z.
This is absolutely fantastic. I mean, what a CT side we've seen so far. The way they're covering all their positions, all their gaps, they're being just the right amount of aggressive, but not irresponsible. Trade game's been excellent.
Just the
and there are notes. There are lots of notes for Falcons T side. You know, first half was awesome. Rotations were super good, but you know, T side was always going to be the hardest thing, especially when onboarding a new IGL. But expected a bit better of an attempt than this. Played with the clock a little bit too much. Ideas aren't really always coming through on the full rifle rounds. Obviously, kills are a problem as well. Kyosuke's not had a good game.
It's going to be a burst out through the hut with 3 players strong. Majority pistols. In a half where Falcons have found nothing, you'd think this round too much of an ask. Desert Eagle damage escapes him. DGT kills Kyosuke. Mayern's 5-7 slips down into the back of the site. And if not for a Monacy 1v3, this is Falcons with a non-existent T-side. 20 health to try to make magic happen for just a chance to force overtime in what would have to now be 4 rounds strung together. 9Z have played the CT side with a certain electricity, the pushes in through that hut, the pressure that they put on Falcons from the get-go once they swap sides makes Falcons look like a shell of themselves in comparison to that first half. And so this map will be a tale of 2 sides. A stark contrast to the impressive 7-1 start we had. Monacy will take a sprint down to the B site, try to punch in the digits, hoping that they don't just come barreling towards him, but they will give him no respite. And so 9Z pull off the unthinkable after that 7-1 start. What a turnaround as 9Z take their map pick.
So as you can see, Carrigan was brought in for his T-sides and going well.
Man, I'm thinking one thing right now if I'm Zonic. I gotta kick Tessus. Obviously not the problem whatsoever in this game. No, the T-side's just a systemic issue there. There's so many things to say.
It's crazy, though. I mean, like, you go from, you know, like, okay, there was a couple of rough rounds, but I mean, it capitulated. You could see in the second half they were getting progressively worse in their protocols, elementary mistakes.
What protocols?
Yeah, exactly. What protocols?
What do you mean? Right. I didn't see any. You know, it's wild because here's the thing. Like, obviously, you know, we'll praise 9Z in a second, but we're talking about Falcons having such a good CT side. We got our question answered. Nico was indeed the R player. Kerrigan took over the A door. That's kind of what we were, you know, figuring. So everything went well there. But when you switch to the offense, it's like you'd see like little inklings of, okay, they're getting a foothold. Whether it was Nico getting deagle kills in the yard, or whether it was, you know, there was a round where they, you know, pot flash Kyosuke into an upper take and he gets the opening kill. Some of those like initial things were good, but the follow-up was just so bad. Like, they were just so disjointed when it came to actually completing the task of building off of that opener. And then by the time you get to the last few rounds of the half, it was like totally no coordination whatsoever, people running out one by one. It was despicable.
The way they played some of those late round situations with advantages, they hurt me. Because I thought Kerrigan was going to have a say in those sort of moments to try to iron the man advantage situations out so that you don't throw those kinds of advantages. But we didn't see that. And I also think that in the T side there, Kyosuke, that dude was just eating lead for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Every single round, he was just trying to look for a fight outside, and I don't know how many bullets he took to the face.
Yeah, it's actually, this has been the thing that we highlighted on day one. We said the big work you're going to have to do to fix this Falcons team and get it functional is all around Kyosuke, and I just don't get it, man. I just don't understand how somebody that looked so good, going all the way to Spirit Academy, started out really well, you know, like when it came into Falcons, it really feels like that is the player that's regressed.
He peaked twice at least before smokes bloomed outside, and then he just took a duel with the riflers that have just been frying him the entire half. I feel like that's just letting the plan operate a little bit, you know, not starting in a 4v5 deficit, because that just so frequently, it was almost like every time Falcons had an advantage in that second half, it was when they were on Eco, when Nico got a kill with the Deagle, but then on the gun rounds, they were losing so many man advantages or just losing that opening pick because Kyosuke just didn't wait for utility.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely a lot of mistakes we found there at Falcons. I do want to give 9Z a little bit of praise, right?
Yeah,
because we talked about how they had that upset win over Mouse Sports at Rotterdam. Then, you know, you go to an event like this one, you beat PARIVISION in your opening match. You know, you're seeing things really build. And, you know, yesterday, Lukov was insane. Like, he dropped one of the craziest ratings I've ever seen on a CT side of Counter-Strike whenever he had like a 3-point-something rating. It was incredible.
He got 2 aces in one half there.
Yeah, he was absolutely bonkers that game. He had 30 kills in a game that lasted 19 rounds. It was absurd. And so you're seeing in this game some of the same things. Like, Luchov and DGT are legit for their roles, man. Like, you got Luchov, the more aggressive end of the spectrum, DGT, more of a passive rifle on T side, but plays a lot of really good CT positions. And yeah, we're going to kind of show you the highlight reel of what Luchov is capable of. And this is a guy to keep an eye on, in my opinion, bro, because DGT's been around the scene for a while. So is Mayer. even though now he's in a new role as an opper. Max has been around for, several years as well. But I feel like Luchov, he was kind of in smaller teams in South America before this squad. He was on, Bestia for a bit before that. I think he was on Asturis. And so this is him finally getting a chance to play like some bigger events. And the dude is crisp. And we saw a lot of that on Nuke, just playing very well defensively. DGT, their yard player defensively, played very well. I also think that 9Z on that Nuke game, if I'm going to give him some credit, if we're going to harp on Falcons, I think it's only fair to do the opposite for them. They played disruptive CT sides. Like, they were getting aggressive in Hut. They were, changing things up. They were definitely giving, Falcons a lot of different looks. And so I thought they played a very good dynamic defense after getting shut down in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the talent of Luchov there as well. It's like, I think you're saying keep an eye on him. I think people are already there. I think he's had so many, high level of performances where the question has been, okay, can he now do that against the very best of the best? And, this game, whatever.
Their T side was kind of a non-starter for so much of it.
So the CT side impact he had was definitely there.
Yeah, exactly. It's more about the impact. And look, I feel overall as a player, as a prospect, I think he's really emerged this year, and I think we'll still be talking about him come the end of the year.
I mean, he's part of the 1-2 punch that 9Z have for themselves, that Luchov's been opening rounds for them pretty well. DGT's been a great closer. It's nice that they have them both in their ranks now. And even kind of going back to the T side, that kind of opened things up for them. We kind of saw, I'd say, the composure, like some of the similar kind of round constructions where when they beat Mouz back at Rotterdam, a lot of it was not really like a super long, drawn-out play, but just having really good fundamentals, good spacing, understanding where there's a point of weakness on a bomb site, and they caught people like Testis off guard on that A site. I was joking earlier about cutting him or anything like that, but they caused just enough disruption on the map, and then they kind of know what to do with that sort of pressure on the other side of the map to put a whole picture together. So we saw more of that, even though they were down 7-1 in the hole. So great resilience from them, and just kind of, I'd say the way they finished that T side sparked that whole comeback completely.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're spot on with that. It's the composure to be down 7-1 on T side of Nuke, a map that we know that is getting increasingly a little bit more acceptable to get bigger rounds on the T side and be able to wash away what happened. And yeah, you saw Luchov was able to get some big kills towards the tail end of the T side to get them some rounds on the board to give them something to work with, right? Because if they don't win those rounds and they wind up coughing up the pistol in the second half, the game's over. Like, all these mistakes that Falcons made, we probably don't get to talk about them. We don't get to actually see a full side played. And so, yeah, big resilience from them, something that, Falcons totally lacked to close the game. And then, yeah, they did everything correctly on the CT side. So, again, this 9Z team continues to impress me.
Yeah, well, they've got another tall order ahead of them.
Sure.
Their nuke obviously looks legit. We can say that now. Now we're going to talk about Mirage. And obviously, this is the run and gun map extraordinaire until Cash comes back in. And obviously, Falcons, even on the worst day, even with the worst T side, you've got to believe that Falcons can just aim their way through this one.
I'm not super convinced here that 9Z is going to be able to close this out in 2. And I would say I'd put a lot of that pressure on Marin, because Marin, he's a serviceable opper, but I would say that he's not quite as disruptive as a lot of the best oppers today, where we see people like at this tournament, what do we just watch? Moldoy, for example, he's always breaking the smokes, able to get kills, basically disrupting mid-control especially. Correct. I just haven't seen that as much from Marin. Maybe they've game planned here, maybe they've anti-stratted better, but I just don't always feel like he's getting all of the resources or he's being set up with nades so that they can stop those kinds of mid-controls, which I'm sure Falcons are going to try to implement.
Yeah, I think 2 things for me for 9Z is, one, you're just going to have to see a lot of action from DGT and Luchov on those rotator positions. Like, they're going to be the key, I think, to 9Z putting a stop to Falcons on this T side. So definitely be on the lookout for those 2 players to have impact. I think when they go on the attack, it's just going to be, stick with what you're good at. When we watched them play in South America, they're just very good at like well-coordinated executes that really have that nice utility layering we were kind of showing in the pregame on Ancient. They're able to do that on Mirage as well. And then for me, for Falcons, it's just about, do I actually see a worthwhile tease after what I just witnessed on Nuke? I mean, that's going to be their first Mirage game with, Kerrigan at the helm. And here's the other thing I want to wonder, and I think the answer is going to be pretty obvious, but we'll find out. It's like, are they going to keep Testis as a big anchor when you got Kerrigan on the team now? they probably shouldn't.
No, sure.
So surely they should move Testis away from B to the A anchor position.
Yeah.
Kerrigan was playing B anchor for FaZe anyway. Hopefully that's a way that you get Testis more involved in the game, a spot where you can have more impact. So I'll be curious to watch that, when the second half happens.
Yeah, I mean, obviously something we have to make clear. Obviously, we're uncertain on all of these maps where Kerrigan is going to play and who's going to get moved, and how it's all going to work. We are seeing this all for the first time, and it just makes you wonder. Maybe 9Z could take advantage of this. They're the one that's well drilled. We're not the new team. We're not the one trying to implement new ideas. Our ideas got us here in the first place.
Yeah, they got a lot of reps together. I know it's all regional stuff for the most part, outside of Rotterdam, but that's a lot of reps still. That's a lot of meaningful stuff on land to at least get people, comfortable in that, studio land environment, as well as just, getting DGT back implemented into the team and, getting everyone on the same page. They have a high level of coordination. So I think they could definitely do some damage on this map. It's just more about, are they going to be able, does this keep happening for Falcons? They just have so much firepower, you feel like something should eventually click, but we'll have to see what happens.
I just want to see them construct a full round play without any player getting too loose. I feel like that's my initial gut reaction to it. If I'm Kerrigan, is thinking, why am I down 4v5 in so many gun rounds before we even have all of our utility out, before we're even getting in position to crunch a bomb site there? I'd probably just say, guys, relax, let the round take shape so we can actually play CS as a team.
All right, guys. So, Falcons blown up on Nuke. We will see if they can rebuild on Mirage after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
9Z is one of the most exciting South American teams in Counter-Strike right now. And Max, 6 years on 9Z, continues to grind through many different players, different teams, up and downs that you guys have had as players have left, players have come in. Some points we've seen you at big events doing very well. I want to ask you, for personal, how have you stayed so motivated throughout all of this? Because I can imagine it hasn't sometimes been easy.
Yes, for me it's easy because for me 9Z it's my family. I'm very close to the CEO, Frank Aster, and all the people who works behind us in 9Z. So I'm very happy to be here and I hope to be here for a long time more. Yeah.
You obviously had very good performances recently with this team. Does this feel like this could be the best version of 9Z ever?
Yes, I think in 2023 we had a really good form. We won a lot of tournaments in Brazil and qualified for Tier 1 tournaments. But this year it's special because we are friends out of the server. Plus, we won in the server, it's perfect. And we qualify for the major as well. So I actually say, maybe it's the best year in 9Z.
And you've now been working with Bit as your coach for over a year. So you've had a lot of time to grow this team and go through changes and stuff together. Is it you and him that sit down before, like when you were building this version of the team, to understand which players you wanted, how this would work? Like, is that part of the success?
Yeah, he joined to the team the last year on June, I think, the half year.
Yep.
And we struggled a little bit in the last year, but for this year we do a change for the team. He helps me in everything, out and in the server, and we talk a lot of what we need to change for this year. And we do a little change, not just the players on the team, and yeah, it works. Yeah,
it's definitely working. Yeah. And would you say you understand each other's vision of the game, like how you want to play?
Yes, we agree. Not always, but
you can't. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's normal.
Yeah. The 90% of the times, yes.
Now, looking at Rotterdam, that was an event where you put up some great results, but you also took down Mouz, which was at the time like a huge upset win, not what people expected. What did that do for your confidence, the team's confidence, being able to take down such a notable team?
Yes, for us, that tournament, it was very good in that term, in confidence. But against Vitality and against Spirit, we can't show the best version of ourselves, because it was our first tournament, tier 1 for the team as well. We are really looking forward for this tournament, and I hope we can do it better.
You play a lot of domestic South American tournaments, not so much against European opposition. You didn't boot camp before here or come to Europe. Are you ready to just switch and play up against this level of opponents again?
Yes, we are all ready, and we dream about this, like to be in tier 1 tournaments all the year, all the time. So yeah, we are looking forward for that, and we are very happy to be here again.
Okay, so lastly, what are your expectations here in Astana?
A real expectation for now, it's making to the playoff. We really believe we can do it, and then maybe dream more as well.
Nice. Start with one dream, complete that, go on to the next.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do, because it's been very exciting to see how good you guys have been playing within the South American region. So let's see what you can do in Astana, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
MongolZ turning heads in Astana by snapping necks versus Falcons. A total turnaround back on their map pick of Nuke. But Mohan, now the map pool for the rest of the series gets simplified. And maybe that simplification can help with the struggling T-sides of Team Falcons.
Yeah, because they get Mirage, and when we played yesterday, they played Dust to Mirage, and I think they were pretty happy about the fact that K27 wanted to take them there.
K23, hot.
And it worked out well, but we didn't really get to see, a T side exposed like we just did on Nuke. Now, we did also see a fantastic comeback and a couple of T rounds, but mostly see T side at a 9Z. It was just a great Nuke overall. Very inspiring to totally see them causing the same issues. And again, they're a team where you go and look at their recent history, and it's like they're playing against Legacy and other teams of the region, and you're not going to get that much information out of it. The play styles are totally different over there, but 9Z are always great at porting it over when they come across, I was going to say to Europe, but we're even farther than that. So
that's true.
Yeah, but to play against some Europeans. So, Falcons are on notice right now. That was not a great look from them, and they'll definitely be clowned a bit, I think, for not winning a T round. But they could change that all right here on Mirage. Make up for it.
Little sudden pack movement here from Falcons. Trying to get ahead of timing, throwing that second layer into the Palace. Freed up Nico to go to join Tesses. Those will be the two players trying to barrel out through Palace in a second. But Max locked it on the screen, confirms the bombs at the bottom of the ramp, so he knows this is a real commitment, and he's got teammates to bank off of. They'll deliver 2 kills already. Monte starts to make this answer back. TSS tries to close the gap as Nico awaits a duel here. They've at least evened it out, but it's the Berettas to peek from CT. Nico gets a gush back in on Luchov, but then loses his own head. And Monte trying to whip around. He's got low players in front of him, but it will be a pistol for 9Z, and their winning ways won't stop here.
I won't lie also, we look back on the last map, and I mean this with all due respect, but they basically won without an opper. Like, Mayern, I don't think hit a single op shot that game. Like, maybe one easy one. For the most part, he missed almost everything. And the op difference was Monte with 14 and 10 and 0 scoreline to start things out. Didn't even have it didn't have any impact really in the second half, most of his teammates, to be honest. But sometimes I look at Mayern, just talk about this team from a different perspective outside of this matchup, and I'm like, maybe he should just be rifling. Because he really does have that great aim, but I'm not really sold on the whole op thing. TGT did not see anything there, but also no one's really approaching right now. Falcons in search of their first T round today.
God, that's a bleak way to put it. Looking for the bomb plant off this pop. Nice tracking here by Wasso. Monte's Deagle collects one, and it's trying its damnedest to get through with the triple spam. Very late mid lurk coming up through connector in a moment. That's going to be Luchov caught off by it, but Monte actually catches the head first, and then, oh, whoa. TSS gets a dink in. Mayern's down low to 20 health. That got a little sketchy. As all of a sudden there was...
I'm good.
You're good. Our cough buttons are very far away in here.
And the sneezes are very fast.
Yes, Mohan's the kind of guy when he sneezes once, he sneezes 6 times.
Yeah.
As you just heard. Still without a terrorist round win, Mohan. I don't like
I want to say
that,
it will come with
truth.
patience, but I'm not totally convinced. I certainly didn't feel like they were getting suffocated by the CT side last game. I feel like there was a bit of, they didn't really have a strong plan, weren't really doing enough. Their best called round was on that half buy where Monte had an op. Yosuke struggling today.
There we go.
The one.
Max is going to catch Kerrigan completely off guard.
Let's go, Max.
Sick sequence out of him for the double kill. Cues up Mayern with the easy close on that third piece of the B play with the bomb down in front of him and Kyosuke on 16 health. It's looking like a 3-0 start, and the first gun round from Falcons also comes up empty. Around the world, around the desk was singing earlier.
Oh, yeah, they were.
Spotted.
Oh!
Damn near lined up. That'll be 2 surviving for 9Z, and nice shutdown by Max inside of the B site.
Gotta love it. Max, just talking about his dream is literally just to play in tier 1 tournaments around the world. Like, how awesome is that?
To be fair, pretty cool dream.
He's living his dream.
Living his dream, aren't we all?
Nope, because that's also my dream.
Oh.
Not just kidding. I could never be Max.
Quick move here from Falcons, feeling like Palace is a weak point. 3 players in there, bomb included. Well-placed grenade for Kerrigan to have to deal with. See if these upgraded pistols can break down the door. We already had promise out of Monte's Deagle, but this round, unfortunately, he's the guy on the Glock. So somebody else going to have to step it up a notch. Wasso down to 50 health. Will be sidelined by the quick moves of TSS's Tech 9. And right now, what's left of Falcons is very much disjointed. Nico's Deagle doesn't even get a chance to fire back, and it'll be Kerrigan to tiptoe his way through middle late to the party and wounded thanks to that early grenade dunked on him top mid. Your time is limited, Finn.
Right now, 9Z are not playing necessarily above their level. This is what we're used to seeing from them in terms of the way the map looks and how their trades go, and how connected they always look, even when they're floating around. I think that's what makes 9Z special. That's what always makes them competitive. That's what makes them hard to, I think, find opponents to get you warmed up to play against them. And they also bring the confidence of they know they can win in each of these games with none of the pressure. You know, Falcons are going to win a T round today.
Are they?
I know that for sure. They're playing Mirage.
Really? Do they have a game after this one?
It's a guarantee they will pull out a Mirage T round win. It's a matter of when.
Oh, that'll help. Opening op kill, Monte's way. Eating the flash and sticking on the angle for a second.
Oh my God.
Max looking to get aggressive. They're not ready.
Oh, a dink as well on Nico, and they've got one up on Cat. They can't rush this. Nico's going to throw some utility, but he's still got full vision on the second window.
Mayern's going to have to land an op shot.
I mean, they're really not seeing anything towards B at all now. Probably wondering if a lurk got set up, so they're watching everything. Maybe a timing's open. So it comes down to Kerrigan to get everybody organized correctly. I don't know if he's taking that flash or if he's actually going to full commit to this A play, but as it comes down, they've got to decide whether or not they're literally just going to save. They're hoping that it's a fake. Well, they're totally wrong about it.
There's that terrorist round win you were talking about.
The guarantee.
5 rounds into the T side of map 2, Falcons find their first terrorist round win. Nuke was a different beast.
Bomb has been planted.
This one was simplified by Monte finding the early mid-window pickoff.
Which is big because, again, I think he got maybe 1 kill or 2 in that second half of Nuke.
Yeah, it was bleak. Let's go check, in fact.
I swear it was 14-4 at the end of the first half. Does that sound right?
Monte on the CT side of Nuke was 13-3. On the T side of Nuke, he went 3-8.
Yeah.
Ouch. Could have been worse, though. Kerrigan was 0-8.
So he hasn't got a kill since that first half started on Nuke.
Wow.
That's not why they picked him up, though. They picked him up for the great T sides.
That's what it is. Brain of the operation. And by God, he's done it. Falcons put a round on the board. 5 deep into map 2. Still, we've got to see them string it together. There's no way that 9Z don't feel confident right now. Phenomenal Nuke play to wrap up map 1 swiftly. Pistol victory, 3-0 start. Max right here drops a body on the approach to the B play. Very quick kill on Tesses, but Nico's answers fast. Mayern, you've got a duel coming your way. You've got to hit this, but he whiffs it, and that's going to allow them ever closer with numbers and headshots coming out from Kyosuke. Back-to-back inside of the B site, and Falcons now just firmly plant their feet to find consecutive terrorist round wins.
Unfortunately, Mayern's op is like one of the least scary things about the team. But again, sometimes I'm like, man, if he just had a rifle, I'm sure he could have actually done a bit more. So misses another first chance at a shot. We saw that happen a lot back on Nuke. And it's that double swing out of the smoke. And even though Max got the first kill real quickly, that trade was instant out of Nico. Who was the guy that was the streamer that was opping for them before? Remember who I'm talking about?
Yes.
The guy with the tattoos.
Lucan?
Yeah.
Was it Lucan?
Yes, it
That's
was.
the timeout after 2 T-Rock.
Yes, it was. felt like he was pretty solid, to be honest. Like, I don't really remember him ever having bad periods or anything like that even.
Now plays on Gaming Gladiators. This organization's had a lot of players play underneath it. NQZ once upon a time.
Try once upon a time.
Adam S, Davideus, Lucan, Buddha, Martinez, Bit.
Not to be confused with
Bit.
maybe kicker too. Another one of those same shots, but just the legs here for Mayern. I think Blue Chop wisely backs up through that Mole. I mean, it takes a lot of damage, but
making moves and tethered off of the top mid plays Kyosuke. With all that damage already racked up versus 9Z, you know they're going to be a bit hesitant.
Gonna take this peek.
Trying to punish it. Nico keeps the pressure on, but met by a smoke, he'll have to hold off. Bomb carrier behind him. And support further back. Falcons pause.
Man, really weak towards this B side. It's wide open. They've got no one in ladder. Every single player from 9Z is on A. Max really believing in this one smoke, but nothing's coming of that.
Now that utility starts to bear... Oh, damn. Okay, Kyosuke.
This is kind of wild. I mean, they've just left it open entirely. Easiest plant ever. Kerrigan's genius shines once again.
Looking to save big here with DGT and Mayern as low as they are. Max is kind of stuck in and could honestly look for an upgrade. There's value in him hunting this down. But Kerrigan starts to peel away, and that's going to make the frag all the harder. But it's a fake. It's a fake departure. Gets it. That'll be an AK upgrade for Max, I believe.
Yep. Where'd it go?
Oh, go back. He didn't get it. MP9 saved by Max, not able to grab that upgrade. Didn't even get the one inside connector either. Catch by our cinematic observers, finding both of the potentially saved guns, but neither of which wind up in the hands of 9Z. They do still keep majority alive, and they do still maintain a one-round lead, but clearly there is a turning of the tides here as Falcons have collected 3 rounds consecutive.
Oh, the flash hit Kerrigan too.
Oh, wow, exposes everybody.
Kind of good to get that one kill at least, honestly.
Unbelievable Kerrigan still gets one. There's 3 players looking at him. Frontrunner's both blind. Regains vision just quick enough. There's the TESS pickup. And he's just going to start dropping utility, drawing all of the attention of 9Z as the bomb and 2 escorts will work its way towards the B side. So this is a hook, line, and sinker situation yet again. 9Z trying to chase down any TESS play towards the A side, but the bomb is not coming this direction. And so TESS does a great job on his lonesome. Luchov wins the duel without taking damage. Will they take a sniff at this retake, though, Mo?
So many times they've just had an open site to plant in. There's been no retake attempts, and funnily enough, of all the times that they would have tried, I feel like this isn't the one. Monacy's got a great line. He'd have to miss.
She does.
Okay.
Opens the door for the cross. Mayern just whiffed his shot back, though, and then Monacy collects the kill as Mayern doesn't get a chance to take a second shot.
I mean, Mayern's op stats this game, this series, in terms of chances and shots taken. It's not a great ratio.
We'll get away from this one. Looking like 2 players survive per team, and Falcons tie this game up at 4 rounds each. It seems.
Terrorists win.
Kyosuke barely hangs on, but all's good.
But the Falcons are taking advantage of their risky, stacky gameplay. And it could obviously be the case that they make the mistake of running into the full stack, but we haven't seen that. Collins called them
once.
Kerrigan's called them into the right direction every time. This is really making up for the lack of T rounds back on Nuke. All I'm really seeing is that a little presence gets shown, and then they respond to it and then leave the site because they don't think that Falcons are going to re-aggress, and then they do each time.
Which is maybe a lesson they'll learn from as this game goes on. 2/3 of the way through Falcons' T side. They string 4 in a row. Bad molly.
Yeah, where was that even going?
I don't know.
It must have been for stairs. But it's only a first-tier exec.
Bomb's not currently in the Falcons' possession. More utility trickling towards this half of the map, and you've got a lot of movement here for the 9Z defense. There's that second wave of utility, but it's Wasso pulled off the site. And Luchov waiting for somebody to emerge from that ramp, but they pause for a second. Flashbangs come over, 1, 2, 3, 4. And Luchov still just keeping his head tucked in, tries to strike them by surprise. He will be the second to drop for the defense. Clean kills coming out of the Falcons on the approach, but the smokes fizzle out. Nade is perfectly placed for Kerrigan to just peek down from the bottom of connector. Clean shot. And with that, you've got the bomb plant guaranteed. So Falcons' winning ways on the attack show no signs of slowing down.
This one really wreaked the growing pains to me of just, it was a touch messy timings where the bomb was, a couple of nades getting missed as they were walking out, flashing themselves and stuff like that. But they still get through just because, you know, look at the team. They've got a lot of really sharp riflers. Monte got the opening, so it was fine. And that's also part of the reason I think you start on the shallower end of your map pool as you're kicking off and you play maps like Mirage. You've got a foundation no matter what. I mean, I feel like no matter who the IGL is coming over and what team you have to work with, you're going to be able to pull. It's just not that deep sometimes. I think this one will be more of a frustrating one for 9Z, who in all these other situations have just evacuated their own site on their own volition and made a bad read, but this time they are in a correct spot to try to hold, but straight up get out dueled. 5 in a row for Falcons to take the lead.
Confident swing out through the top mid smoke. Kerrigan at the tip of the spear already takes possession of bench. They hear stomping inside of that window. Monte finds Mayer and over towards the ladder door, so battle the Oppers and Monte wins it. Feels like an easy bet as this game has gone on. TSS in anticipation of the max push this time around will not be caught off guard, unprepared for such a peak. 5v3 as Falcons just continue to tear it up.
Interesting spot here for Luchov. He's going to go and try to spot, but he just preempts the smoke, actually. It's not a great smoke. He doesn't see anything, and Falcons are fully peeling away. But they have this Palace push, which actually makes them worried more about the other side of the map. With the amount of time left over, they could easily walk into this. Wasso's Peak's going to be in a great spot to get this kill. okay. Yeah, timing out a little bit early. They're not out of the ramp, but...
Can he get back into sight?
Wait, what's happening here?
Yeah, they paused,
walked into
so
B.
now he's into the cover.
Yeah, this is, again, meant to be a fake. Wasso peek on default.
9Z freed up to come and join him on this bomb site. Quiet approach as the climb up happens. Tessas loses that duel. Awkward one for him. Kyosuke catching him over through default. Monte's chance to clutch out 1v2.
Does he know?
He's going to peek in front of this. Oh!
Nasty shot.
CS! 5-1-3, almost screenshot. No chance. Let's go.
Almost screenshot. I'm
Hit
dying.
fucking PARIVISION now, boys. I don't care that.
Almost screenshot, dude. The self-awareness is crazy.
What a rapid fire just
There's
sequence
a lot of lines
of
in
catchphrases in there. I don't think so. Almost 5v3. No radar shot. Woo woo. Gets
What do you
one.
say about PARIVISION?
I think it was actually like a strat call for the next one.
Nice! What exciting CS! 5-1-3, almost screenshot. No chance. Let's go.
My brain.
Man, this
when the-
young generation in TikTok,
Yeah,
I
right?
swear, they've got that.
This is my brain when the third coffee hits. Kerrigan on a roll as Falcons try to keep this momentum overwhelming 9Z, but we get a clash inside of the A site that leads us to the 3v3 health advantage over for 9Z at the moment. Nico could fall victim to the spam. Monte tries to hold back. Crosses over. Second player here for Falcons on the ticket. And still Nico just keeps his head down. With that op rattles off a shot, so they're going to know damn well about Monte's position. Concerned that still somebody would be over towards the ramp. It's not the case. Heavy emphasis here in the post plant towards ticket. Instead, at some point, 9Z is just going to have to write off that ramp threat. Full focus over towards where they're at. Oh, all three from Nico. Should have killed him with the wall bang when you had the chance.
Yeah, and now it's a real streak going on. Surviving it all, winning confidently, great trades. Mayron does hit a solid shot this time as they come through, as he's coming out of the jungle smoke half blind. But outside of that, not much of a hold. And we can see with the amount of utility that was left over when the retake began. I mean, all the spots for Falcons were too strong with CT control.
Lands
Another
that.
tag bad. Oh, he tagged that too.
Monte is a pretty good opper, huh?
Yeah. Best opper Kerrigan's ever played with, actually.
Some have said this. And who am I to deny Kerrigan's experience? His truth. Luchov barrel stuffs Kyosuke in connector. Man advantage held onto with Wasso Peak's well-timed push into the palace. And final round of the T side here as Falcons want to keep this round streak rolling, but Thomas is going to get the stoppage in. Mayern with a double kill for the road as they will swap over with 5 CT round wins to their name. The 4-0 start, the 12th round added to the tally, but that was a hell of a streak put forward by Falcons after a non-existent T side on Nuke, feeling much better about their map pick of Mirage, no doubt.
It was an energizing half. I think, you know, when it started out 4-0, I was seeing, man, is this going to be a 2-0? Are Falcons only going to get a couple of T rounds? But no, they turned the ship around entirely, and what was most interesting for me was how many fakes there were involved. And also Kerrigan, as the guy who was running them solo on the other side of the map, that was something a little bit different, interesting, and actually worked quite well. Never really seen a team try to do that too much versus 9Z.
I think the amount of fakes, though, that you're alluding to also coupled very nicely, not for 9Z, with the amount of gambles they went for, right? That gamble strat just
he was in their heads for sure.
Kind of blew up in their faces as the half went on.
Because we know 9Z like to do those stacks all the time, but we've never seen them sort of just totally get avoided every single round. So, no, that was class from Falcons. Well done.
Yeah, it's like, do we give Kerrigan credit, or is that the nature of gambling, Launders?
It's not gambling if you win.
Oh. Ah. Sold.
He's just a professional, that's all.
Okay.
Don't try this at home.
Play responsibly. play Counter-Strike every day. Little jump spot here with the incendiary in hand. Frag grenade as well. Ooh, that's a tough one to stomach. That's got Wasso Pete going mid-air 180.
I love that. Nope.
Stops the timing, opens the door for TeSS to barrel through the market window. He's also got a smoke if he wants to throw it.
They really do have to pause for a little longer. No.
Dodging
still
USB
here.
shots, but Kyosuke recovers. Oof. And then
He's so good from here.
You got DGT on the ground, but Kyosuke collects his 3rd kill in the pistol. A little tough to get that first one, but Mayern looking to get the ball rolling in a 1 versus 4. Everybody's here to stop you, brother. He's got the bomb on his belt. His Glock with 9 bullets in the magazine. And dead to Nico. So Falcons will pick up the pistol. Kerrigan enjoying himself here as this game's gone on.
What I'm talking about. Yeah, Kyosuke, from Get Right, he is...
Dare I say it, one of the best?
It feels like it, man.
At least right
He
now.
is so good on these angles. Like, he is slick. So good at catching players in the window, multi-killing from there. That's definitely one of his best spots. If not his best spot.
Quick utility setup coming forward for 9Z here in round 14. It's a smoke grenade in their faces, but still they're just going to charge right through. And TeSS trying to recover from the flashbang as Monacy's Berettas find 1 and 2. Still just now sliding down that ladder as the M4s come roaring through the bench smoke. Good parting gift by Mayern to find that wallbang headshot on Monacy, but all he loses was Berettas, so be it. That's 3 survivors for the Falcons squad. 9-5 score.
Yeah, so if you had any questions, we're probably going to be on T side for Falcons. We know their CT sides are going to be just insane right out the gate, especially here on Mirage. This game gets very hard now for 9Z.
DGT's solo rifle has 2 pistols in front of it here on Underpass. But all that early utility for Falcons in middle's got them still staved off.
Oh, okay. He's got both coming out.
Well,
half of both.
Oh, it's a mid-wall.
That is innovative. And they don't see the boost.
Yeah, it's a nice off-position boost into the window.
And they are watching the push.
Come on now.
Oh, he can just kind of see it a little bit, but he wants to deal with the problem. Either way, he turns it into a window play. And Monacy picks off a kill. Oh, DGT.
Really?
Wow, they let it happen. Did that get calmed by kills?
It was pretty swift.
It was. It was.
You know, from what felt like just a cat challenge into the deep jungle push as well.
No, this is getting creative, man. They were just pushing out of jungle. Kerrigan spots this.
Dinked low. AK cleanup's easy. Kyosuke, rock solid B defenders. Gonna have his hands full in a second. Teammates still pretty far off, but it's pissed. Oh, the lineup.
Okay.
See ya. Mayer has his head popped. DGT would have had to have aced this round, but 3 kills all he's able to get. Ooh. Only 3 kills with the hero AK. Beautiful attempt, but it is Team Falcons to double digits as 9Z trail at a measly 5 round wins.
Love the creativity on that round for what they had to work with. I mean, that is squeezing water from stone to figure out how to both threaten A and B at the same time with only 1 gun. But in the end, it doesn't really matter if you can show all the math and make impressive moves like that. They've got their eyes focused on one thing. That's the round itself. At least now they've got more tools for the job. So what's the crafty call here, Max? How you going to pull one over the wool of the eyes of the new superstar IGL? The call for Falcons.
trade top middle. A defense banks on Monte, but yeah, DGT just gave him a little warning of the commitment to that peak. So Monte's job made easy.
He's doing great on both sides now. They're gonna boost up.
They're just gonna try to dry slide into this. Yeah, this is interesting now because Monte's lost a player bottom middle. They are both on bench as far as the A commitment, and he's smoked off from the play.
And it's a re-aggro into underpass, which is extremely weird, but actually might be great. It's like this is a round-winning move. Like, he could go back and play the numbers, but this move, if it works, is going to be incredibly frustrating. But Kyosuke was here early enough. I guess he saw that Max must have exited. Great timing for him.
Early Molotov towards Ticket. Wasso steps right into the Opper, and now Mayern. Oh, good headshot. Tries to play head tuck default. We've got a kid on Monte. He tries to close the distance. Oh, and it's Kyosuke from the top of stairs to give the cover needed. Monte to defuse this with ample time, and another round wins for the Falcons. This is now turning into the second flawless CT side of this series. The first time for 9Z back on Nuke, and now Falcons on their map pick.
And again, you know, competitive or not, with the ideas being good or not, it doesn't matter. They're just not getting those wins on the board. Kyosuke's having a better map. Obviously, that's a huge factor.
Monte's looking good on both halves of the game.
Yeah.
AKs for all of 9Z, and 3 players to approach Kyosuke. Insta-kill for Luchov, and a good trade out of DGT. Oof, but then Nico finds the angle out through window, wants to keep that pressure thick. Very tense moment for DGT as he gets cleaned up. Just had no sanctuary, no respite within that cat play, and that's the bomb possession as well. He knows he had to stay alive, and it's just too much pressure from all directions. Max taken to 13 HP versus 3 from here on out, and Falcons on the brink of a 12th round win within Mirage.
Looking like a curtain call here for 9Z. As Max might look for like the prolonged save if they'll even let him have it. Basically job finished here for Falcons. An excellent response to losing Nuke. Yakinder brings the monitor to him, but Max goes to the monitor.
Jabby-esque.
He's going for speed. Max never stopping.
Given a save this time around. And Falcons respectfully let him have it.
Wow, that's the name I haven't seen in a long time.
Kshander?
Mobile?
Did you notice what the other sticker?
What was
autograph it was? King V.
Who's that?
KNG.
Prove it. He didn't get the joke. He's actually...
Oh, I'm actually Googling. I'm like, I can't believe you doubt me for sticker knowledge. Prove it.
Or...
else. Think 9Z are going to win a single T-round, Mo? Or are we going back-to-back maps with impenetrable CT sides? Teams that pick it.
I could see this happening.
Right here, right now?
I'm not totally disappointed in 9Z's T side so far. More so just like them getting out called in the first half, but I could totally see Falcons, like I expected Falcons to have an unbelievably good CT side on this map already. We've already seen it once. Honestly, it's just so many opening kills this game. I mean,
Back-to-back rock-solid halves. And 9Z trying their damnedest to topple the defense, but a nade to the bottom of middle that does get dodged. Max finding safety within connector temporarily. And the bomb deciding to double back around through T-spawn. Kerrigan died to Luchov. That was a deep cap peek as they stall in middle and allow for that bomb to rotate back around to join DGT, who is now met by yet another CT smoke.
They have good options. I think they just have to figure out a way to make their ladder room guy useful. They can make it to B if they wanted to, but the bomb's already here on the ramp. And the CTs are starting to get suspicious about stuff. So here's a moment where Luchov, full HP, on sort of a lurk, wants to have some kind of impact, and is selling the fake. Very nice.
Really dropping that util at the perfect moment, but if he oversteps it, we'll see if the counter-terrorists catch him.
He's actually going to be right over top. That's actually nice from him. And there's the site opened up. That's a great play out of Luchov, man. It's the rest of the team here is very low.
TSS found the AK upgrade in the meantime. Molly for the bomb planter will flush him back into the corner. But no teammates here on the scene just yet. Nico's going to get set up by the Kyosuke flashbang. There's an eventual incendiary to maybe flush out Firebox once this retake really gets going. But now that you've lost TSS over towards Connector, that frees up one side of the bomb site. And it will indeed be this round, number 18, that 9Z do put on the board. So at least one terrorist round win for 9Z on Mirage. Yeah, rock solid. Yep, the Luchov moment over towards Catwalk really opened the door for 9Z to walk away with this.
That's for me how I want to see most like fakes in the modern day, where you don't actually risk a player, but it is convincing enough at the point in the round and the type of utility there that you want to respond to it. Like if that had, someone's ladder room, they're threatening that we're shutting off B for the B exec. They know that we don't have a cap player, and so the one guy who's up there watching B apps, he is in question. They could be coming out late, even though there was no one there. I'm not surprised Falcons have to respond to it. And then you see Luchov also turning himself into a useful player to kill the guys who are looking for him, too. That was also very wise, so that was awesome. I was very curious how he was going to come into play, and I think he did everything right there. So it won't be a total shutout here in the second half, but they're going to have to work just as hard on each of these rounds, if not harder, to bring this back.
Baits it out. But Nico's rifle ready to capitalize on that one, and the connector hold from TSS is good. But in that meantime, with TSS towards connector, you've got a chance at the walkout. Of course, 9Z do capitalize on it. Finding that
bomb
empty room.
Oh, back in spawn. They'll have to go grab it. They have to babysit this site.
It's a bit awkward because it just opens the door for Falcons to come take a sniff at it.
Yeah. They don't have any vision on B. I think this bomb really wants to just come in extremely slowly, but it's running the whole way. Because they have to go back and check now. This is actually great for 9Z. Now, they don't have any control. So they're going to plan for CT, but they have to cover CT as well. Oh, damn.
There goes Mayern, trying to take a look over top of...
I don't even know.
Yeah, right. Peeks Tetris and dies for it.
They all want to.
There you go. DGT is going to die the exact same way.
What'd you see over there?
And now you've got Luchov 30 health versus 3. First frag's good. Now Monacy's off to try to tiptoe its way in.
Oh, that was sweet.
Oh,
Luchov!
Quad kill from Luchov, 1v3 to boot, and that's going to keep 9Z in the second map.
The last 2 rounds, Luchov has been the difference. This one, from the perspective of mechanics and isolating these fights, absolutely extraordinary. Last round, it was all his brains and the way that he worked his way out of Cat and sold a fake. But either way, Luchov has been the difference. He's really made it for of all the they play with so many players on this team, but he has really been standing out.
And now his team get to reap the rewards that Luchov has set up here. Pistols for Falcons. Singular Deagle here in Monte's hands. And a chance to put Falcons to the fire. Overtime looms.
You know how hard it is to bait Monte into shooting a shoulder
Multiple times in that retake attempt. He also deals with the riflers with instant headshots, and he was low HP. He was like, what, sub 40? Damn, missed Molotov again.
Yep, but
it's fine.
That's a crummy fake, but to be honest, doesn't even need to be that much.
It's the round to make that mistake. Because again, Falcons have nothing to play with. And they gamble on the wrong stack.
How many does he get? 3?
2.
Ha.
Damn it.
I believed in you, DGT. How many does he get?
Both.
Okay.
Damn it. I just want to be right for once.
Well, I mean,
I'm going to let this one go, and 9Z will...
He's going to stay alive, right?
Yeah. He'll cut that gap down to 4 rounds. Don't you dare peek it, Nico. 0 for 3.
And Connor goes 0 for 3. Oh. That was sweet.
There's that sneaky top fence angle.
And that's an AK out of the round. He'll come back in half armor. Got one kid on Kerrigan.
Bottom mid taken over just as the window smoke pops. Cat nade finds Max pretty substantially. And Luchov's got an opening kill, but there's a lot of players here ready to pinch, and the Cat players come out wide. Trades back and forth, maintains man advantage, but only barely. A third of Max left with the bomb, and DGT, the one piece that hasn't revealed itself.
He has a molly for this. Ah, that's
they
got
know.
the information. That's real beautiful out of him.
That's 2 mollies thrown out by 9Z. Monte's gonna know they're both over here, but with the smoke still in connector, it's the perfect chance to push that bomb to the opposite side of triple. I'm not saying this is an impossible round for Monte to win. Oof, as they give him another chance, he is just gonna go very swiftly into this retake attempt, trying to bait them in with 8 shots in the mag. DGT's got him sidelined. What a flurry of kills, both directions out towards middle. 9Z come out on top of the trade train, and we have a 3-round gap to overtime.
Before everything distilled, it sort of actually felt like Falcons were coming out ahead on trades. A double kill on Cat, but it was Max who answered back, I think, with 2 right at the very end. To keep this game fully alive. 4 straight T rounds, another eco in store for 9Z. And now they go from, they've, not just got swept by a great CT side, but have really put up a dignified attack versus staunch competition. And the game is still not over. The fact that on the way to this comeback has to be a Luchov 1v3 as well. The team that keeps on believing.
It really is 9Z's fighting spirit. Always ready to be the underdogs. This DGT walkout on ramp. Going hunting.
You do have to be careful with these, but great use of the shadow and not too aggro. Clearing up some more spots.
It's a valuable kill on Monte, whose pistol's been connecting, but this M4 still looms not far behind Kyosuke. Good Deagle headshot. If they jump the gun here and try to chase down the pistol, then Nico's got a chance! A triple from inside jungle!
One-on-one!
Low HP for both. DGT goes wide, and Nico's forced to reload. Opens the door for this wide swing as the gun swap happens. DGT whittling him even lower. Oh, but now he reloads himself, and Nico's quad kill finishes off the map. It needed to be the Heroics. Backs turned to Nico. They thought it was all pistols, and the M4 is their maker.
We call that squeaky bum time in the UK. I mean, they were so far out ahead. 9Z looked lost on that CT side to start it out, started coming back into that game. And that's the type of play Falcons are having to drop to beat this team.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where it started off kind of scary. Like, 9Z really got off to a fiery start there in the first half, and you're kind of wondering, are we going to see something, you know, happen like we saw on Nuke, where it was just a meltdown from Falcons on the T side? But they got through. Actually, they had an 8-round run in a row that was able to get them way out on top. I'll say it wasn't anything special. I mean, I'm not sure what Valley thinks, but it felt like they were kind of just doing simple plays and just using brute force CS, which is a luxury you can do when you have this type of firepower on the squad.
They did run a lot of set pieces towards bomb sites to fix their T side. There was at least one mid-control take where they actually just kind of dispatched of all the 9Z defenders. 9Z were getting a little bit frisky on that side, so they just kind of killed them throughout the default as they're taking map control. CT side, though, I think you just can kind of talk about some of the individual prowess here from Falcons. Oftentimes the story, they did have a couple nice aggressive setups. They did swap people's spots around a little bit here and there on that CT side too, so they were pretty fluid with the action, which is kind of what you expect from a group of really experienced players. And I also just... This is why you get excited about Falcons, though, that even in a round like that where they don't have much to work with, the star player antics just kind of bail them out.
Kerrigan's like, holy shit, I got a star opper again. Man, that really makes things a lot easier. I mean, Monte had a hell of a game is kind of what I'm getting at there. And he just does it time and time again. He even had a couple of moments with the rifle where he looked kind of crisp. I mean, it's just a level of player that Kerrigan hasn't gotten to work with in a while, and he certainly popped off. And shout out to Kyosuke. We kind of criticized him last game. We've definitely had our reservations about him in general, but he obviously really performed well in kind of that B rotator role that he's been known for on the CT side of Mirage. He had a couple big openings as well. So, you know, really good performances. Obviously, a beautiful Nico clutch there at the end. The kind of, you know, add an exclamation mark to the end of this.
I still think 9Z did their damnedest to lose this. Like, honestly, I mean, there was so much on the CT side where it felt they were like giving up the first kill with like pushes and info plays, and then on the T side as well, like some really ill-disciplined peaks, like taking fights you just don't need to take in post-plant situations.
Two things I would outline here for 9Z to probably look back on. One is when they take their mid-fights versus Falcons, for it to actually be more team-oriented. Like, one time you would see Luchov breaking the smoke for himself and Window, and Monte's holding him with the AWP. You need to set that up with a flash, probably, or at least have some kind of guy that's also swinging bottom con, too. Also, I think Mayern was just kind of, like, dry peeking short a couple times with the AWP, and Monte just hard cleared him, too. That's a fight he probably should just win. So I'm not really too down about that one. But yeah, the retakes or the post plants that is for 9Z2. I feel like they don't know who's going to be first contact in some of those situations, and so they just have guys swinging when they probably should just say, we need to outline what our power position is here and who we need to fight off of.
Yeah, I mean, that you saw that clutch at the end of the highlight reel where it was Luchov getting that 1v3.
Yeah,
he's in that situation because there's like, I think, two crazy peaks prior to that, you know. DGT especially is like, oh, just look over what's happening in jungle. Oh, my head's gone.
Yeah,
it's Monte, dude. Like, what are you thinking?
I'd say the first guy, I think it was Mayern who peeked over. That's in a 3-on-3 with the bomb being planted. That one, I feel like, there were numerous cases of that with 9Z's late round decision making and that's kind of what you unfortunately expect from like a tier 1.5 team where they haven't outlined how to play airtight CS in the late round situations off of each other at all moments.
The bottom line is they get away with that kind of stuff when they're playing in these South American lands, probably.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they might be occasionally playing like a Made in Brazil or a Legacy who are pretty solid, but they're also playing against teams that are less lesser known. And while they look very impressive in those games, it's like you're going to get away with those. You're not going to get away with those when you're peaking against Monte or a Nico or a Kyosuke, who just have sick mechanics. They're going to punish you time and time again when you do that. Yeah, Luchov had like a cool highlight clutch. You know, we'll give him his props there. Nice to see him kind of come alive. But yeah, definitely some sloppiness throughout.
And so Dust 2. And I'll repeat what you said, Maui. You said, unfortunately, 9Z are doomed now because you just feel Falcons clear on Dust 2, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I feel like this is, even though 9Z aren't the worst in the world at this kind of map, I just feel like this is where you're playing into Falcons' strengths. You saw how on Mirage, any individual could just kind of pop off for Falcons, be a difference maker. You get a lot more of that already from what we've seen from them. I mean, I don't think yesterday's game is really Falcons against the stiffest of competition, but I feel like in almost any person per position, maybe with the exception of Kerrigan, I can expect multi-frags even if you throw the whole kitchen sink at him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where 9Z's done really well regionally on this map, and they even had a close loss to Mouse Sports at Rotterdam where they actually showed they could play to a high level against a team that has, you know, some higher caliber players, but you definitely are just going to have to see a little bit more come out of these guys. Like, we're going to have to see Luchov really do a lot of lifting on this game. I mean, again, just such a really good aggressive rifler. He's going to be their star player on both sides. We need to see him have impact, and look, I mean, a map like Dust 2 with Mayer, I mean, you got to come alive a little bit more with the op. I mean, he didn't have a terrible game, you know, on that one, but you didn't really feel his impact as much as Monte, who obviously you're never going to, you know, believe that he should stack up to him, but you got to at least give your team some chances. So it's going to be a tough one, though, for sure. You know, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously, as you said, Mayan, you know, you want Europa to have pop-off games on Dust 2, but it's like, he's best will in the world. He's not going to get up to the standard of a Monte in a game like this. And so I think it's going to be tough for them. But then again, I've seen enough from Luchov to make me feel that he could, like, pull these guys through a map like this. What do we think is going to be the main changes here then? Because remember, it's first time with Kerrigan, so same narrative. What do you think he's going to switch around pieces-wise?
I mean, we already kind of saw a little bit the last time they played Dust 2 yesterday that they actually did have, like, Tessus now the B anchor on the CT side, Kerrigan taking over the anchor role, so that was a pivot. They also even at times had Kyosuke anchoring B and letting Tessus be a little bit more involved. So I feel like it's a little bit spawn-based or maybe a little bit, hey, we have a kind of play we have in mind. Like Kyosuke, we know you can just hold this on your own. Like, let's get Tessus involved in some type of aggressive maneuver. So we already kind of have seen some pivots, but I'm just kind of curious to see how they kind of clean up the T-sides, obviously, right? I mean, the Nuke T-side was kind of grim. This one better, but nothing crazy impressive. It's just about, I think, biggest ones for me is just reining in Kyosuke. And a lot of the games that I've seen this team struggle on the T-sides because Kyosuke gets way too far ahead of everyone and he can get caught out. And so just reining him in a little bit, I think, is a big thing I want to watch out for.
I'm also just curious if 9Z did their homework and they recognize the positions that Falcons are going to be settling into. Because if I recognize what Kerrigan is doing at long, I'm either going to try to sell mid to B fakes so that he goes for pushes, which he got punished for against K27 yesterday, or just do late long takes where you can just single him out as that lone long A defender. That's what I feel like is the weak spot, because I'm not trying to go up short when it's Nico and Monte as frequently as I can.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, then, guys, we'll see how it pans out. We must take a quick break. When, of course, we come back, we're going to get into the action, and it'll be Dust 2.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A valiant effort out of 9Z when it comes to trying to turn Mirage on its head, but not able to stop the Falcons and not able to stop Monte, who here in Map 2, unlike on Nuke, had back-to-back impressive halves.
Good the entire way through, and I mean, for Falcons, Kerrigan had called a hell of a first half, weaving around the game plan of 9Z, picking all the empty sites when they stacked. And they took a lot of risks, which it felt like was going to end the game for them. But when we switched over to the second half, 9Z still remained brilliant. They actually had that comeback. I really loved the 2 rounds we got out of Luchov with the cat play and then the 1v3. And now we come on to Dust 2, and 9Z still stand dignified. They actually had a solid amount of a performance in both halves of that map. They have a map win under their belt. And on Dust 2, we have seen them play some of their best CS in history.
It's the complexity of the T side on Nuke that's really the only place that got away from Falcons. But between Mirage and Dust 2, you'd hope for their sakes that things get all the easier. But for the time being, it's 9Z to swiftly cut their way up this cap play. No contest on the journey upwards. Although then, once getting here with no resistance, they decide to pause. This is a minute 20 fallback with every option open.
They don't see any resistance. I think that's telling them that there's a 3-long setup. So readying the mid B and not trying to dress this up.
Smoke into the CT cross. That's easy crossovers for 9Z. Smoke in the doorway, though, is the Falcons' answer back. Flash comes through it. Tess has busted up. And Kyosuke double tap. But then as he gets cleared out of the site, we also get this cleanup towards middle out of Max. So it's going to be Nico and Kerrigan to the quick 2 versus 3.
Quick long flank, but not fast enough. We've already got Max getting back to the site. And no one's peeking Nico just yet.
Smoke dries up, and Nico has an open line. There was the duel that could have been a missed Beretta headshot. Just trying to get Kerrigan into the play now, but it's the window push out of DGT that's going to execute Nico. Kerrigan, little too late to the party, and 9Z will strike again in a critical pistol to try and take over the early form of Map 3.
I like how they didn't rely on too much information, just one clue, and then didn't give Falcons any time to really make it complicated. They saw nothing on Cat, went into their mid B, and it became a 5v2. The rotations, even though there was a long flank, even though they were quick to make it back through CT, it wasn't fast enough. And that's something that Falcons are always going to be good at, especially in these rifles. That mid-B rotation out of Nico is, I think he's just the best person to watch in this role. And if 9Z can put a lot of time pressure on him, then that's going to be a key to victory because he's good at covering Cat. He's good at rotating in through the smoke. Monte's also very good at supporting the B players. But 9Z, what they do best is playing with timings. Now, depending on how close this map gets, it just kind of feel interesting because it doesn't feel like 9Z, oh man, it's kind of crazy that they can beat Falcons and it's totally embarrassing for Falcons. No, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like 9Z are playing really, really well. Yes, it does feel like they're punching upwards at times, but they've kept up. They've won a map. All 4 halves they've offered something, and honestly, if they picked up Dust 2 at this point, I'm not sure if I would be extremely surprised. I think I'd be very impressed, but we've really seen them play some strong CS on Dust 2 historically.
Oh, it feels like you kind of built the story early, Mo, that 9Z could truly do this. And that utter shutdown of the Falcons T side back on Nuke was a real testament to 9Z's ability within their own map pick. There was a world where Mirage gets even closer, so I'm still waiting for Falcons to kind of prove to us that they are meant to be taken that much more seriously than we have been as of late. New leader at the helm, of course, is a very big change. But still, you'd think you could bank on the individual players of Falcons. Keep yourself afloat versus 9Z's challenge. Shouldn't be the case in this one, as we've got a very light buy for Falcons. Single MP9 dead already. Desert Eagles across the board.
Desert Eagle go burr.
No Berettas. And we've seen deadly ability out of Monte's Deke this series, but not this round. He is fed to the wolves.
If you think about it, this should just be a really great map. We've already seen Falcons play it.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, like they're just both going to be so comfortable here, which just means the Angels and potential clutches that could come out could be huge.
I mean, this game has remained interesting the whole time just because the two teams have locked horns nicely, but it also has been very, very streaky. You know, we haven't gotten those real back and forth, like both economies on the brink of being broken. We haven't gotten a nail biter of a game yet in the series.
And we haven't got a death for 9Z on this second round, even though there was an investment for Falcons. So that's quite good from the attacking side. Plant comes down. I mean, Nico and Kerrigan can look for some long-range deagle shots if they can find them, but outside of that, there's no real reason to see any action now. About as good as of a start you could ask for.
Chev, could I please get a look at Max's Mac 10? Is that not the most 9Z looking skin you've ever seen?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, he put it away the moment we came over here, but
no, I got it. I got it.
It just looks like their jerseys.
Yeah, like the sticker, it's just perfect.
That's
9ZS. Really cool though. The way is that just like an optical illusion? What he did with the back of it?
Optical illusion. No, that's just the skin. He didn't do that. Can't give him credit, Mo.
Who? The skin maker?
The skin maker did that.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, wait, sorry. I thought you were trying to give him credit like it was a sticker craft.
Oh, no, no, no.
Ball stuck!
Instructions unclear. Ball stuck.
It's crazy to see Max type on his keyboard with both hands when his keyboard is like
sideways,
3 feet to his left.
Yeah. And he always types at the end of rounds.
Real talkative guy. Still no buy for Falcons. Stuck on pistols. They'll get away with the lower tunnel control for the time being, but 9Z walking it out through the long doors will find no resistance.
Yeah, they're not even thinking about using utility. I don't see anything here, so a real easy walk-up attack. There's no scouts in play. There's no A-site players, period.
Aucune existence. Free for the taking. You'd think, but somehow, someway, Nico still finds impact with that deagle top middle.
Smokes get messy already. They throw one into deep CT. Now you just want to get this bomb planted.
Now it's a Nico AK. In the middle of these pistol players to be set up. There's also Kevlar on the field here for 3 players on Falcons. But that Mac 10 out of Max, the 9Z official Mac 10, will quickly shred through the front two. And now Nico probably thinking about maybe saving this AK. A little free money for your efforts this round, where you really have no chance of winning. 9Z know it, Falcons know it. It's just a matter of accepting their losses again and allowing 9Z to go up to the 3-0 start. And again, in a game that has been as streaky as it has been, this bodes well for 9Z to build up the bank they have. Keep 4 players alive here in their 3-0 streak. So be it that Nico robs an AK out of your hands. You've got yourself an excellent start to Dust 2.
Yeah, really fantastic. I mean, it's 3 kills in 3 rounds right now. So they've missed their quota in terms of trying to at least do pushback damage, get 2 or 3 players down in each of these rounds. Sonic's going for the clipboard. We haven't seen too many pauses out of Falcons, I want to say. Haven't burned through them.
Well, there's that quote where Zonic has said, like, I really just want to kind of give the keys over to
I feel like, with Kerrigan, it's like, it doesn't even matter who your coach is. I think for the most part, he's going to be doing, it's going to be a pause so he can just get more out, I'm sure.
Give him all the keys. Keys to the team, keys to your car.
Mercedes, yeah.
Keys to your garden shed.
Okay.
Whatever Kerrigan needs or wants. Maybe even the keys to your heart. Smoke at the end of tunnels to prompt the walkout, but Kyosuke's got vision over this. Trading a couple guns back and forth.
Yeah, drop that on the ground.
CT smoke comes out.
They're out.
Barrel through that. Kyosuke gave up that upper angle. Still a kill apiece from the B defenders. Mac 10 at bat responds as the M4 is burned out of position.
That's actually a miracle they got both those kills at that point. Max, if he didn't get that kill through the smoke, this plant doesn't happen. And well, with his HP, no spam on the cross, he'll finally get it planted. And this actually is kind of a difficult situation now for Falcons, despite the health advantage.
In through tunnels, 2 outside doors, 3v5 coming together right now for 9Z. And a CT smoke that just got caught and blops inside of the doorway. That is a MongolZ miss smoke, folks. And that might be enough to just force you into the save.
Yeah, you can't smoke yourself out of the door like that.
He just did.
Was it an issue of physics, or?
I don't know. I didn't quite see the throw. I just saw the... I saw the plume and the disgruntled walk away. Nico's going to try to rack up a price tag here.
One clean one.
See if anybody tries to risk their life to grab that op. Nope, they let it go. That is 2 M4 saved by 9Z as they go up 4-0 here on the deciding map.
Could have been just like a bounce off both doors kind of situation.
That's what it was. Yeah. Bounced off both doors. Both doors.
Dub done. And here's a pause. Yep. Zonic getting into the mix.
Touch me.
Paper, rock.
I was trying to hype up the Monte play just because the only bad half was that T side of Nuke. Here he is, 0-3. Quietest start to any map in the series.
Insane to just bring that up unprompted.
We'll be looking to bring that op online right now before things get scary for Team Falcons. Right now they're worrying, but they're not scary.
Again, they want to go with no tells. They don't want to search too much and just start having Falcons rotate too much. I think if they're confident Falcons are starting in this 2-3 situation, they just want to capitalize on it right away. Now with that nade coming down, though.
There it is.
Flash. Oh, this is a big mistake. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they've screwed that up entirely, and now it's just TeSS.
Only TeSS with tunnels and mid to hold off on his own. But 90 damage to have to stomach is massive, and he's not able to finish off that second kill. The way that Luchov tears through 2 there, I think now things get scary.
Yeah, they just blown that. The flash, missing the first target on the peak, and then everything was too slow after that damage came through.
Oh, boy.
Luchov, great awareness for the double, but like, even if we're talking about moments here, okay, that aren't entirely damning in the sense that, all right, maybe that doesn't happen the second time they try it. The issue is it's 5-0.
Yep.
8 rounds away from winning this match versus Falcons.
8 rounds away.
It's also the correct, it's the attack they were looking for. They didn't run into a 2-1-2.
Nope.
Terrorists win.
They aren't afraid of you, Falcons.
Would have been a hell of a round to test the B side early, but 9Z not privy.
You can see how comfortable they are. I mean, they're not participating in any of these long bouts. They've done it once on the walkout of the anti-eco. And here again, they're going low pro, just waiting out the utility. Kerrigan, the new long anchor for the Falcons.
Yeah, he's going to have his hands full, isn't he? 3 players being set up by this Max Flash. Kerrigan takes a pop-up over, takes a look.
Oh, my goodness.
It's not his hands full.
Oh, that smoke isn't good either, actually. Look at the vision that Wasso peak has.
Already 2 players beyond this.
They're going to come back into this slowly. Nico might actually take a peek here.
He's going to try to take a pop-out, gets the dink in, but that's tested.
Oh!
Massive mow down. Lucha with the triple, and him and Wasso combined for all 5 on the mid-play. Flawless round from 9Z. Flawless 3rd map so far.
That is the round of your dreams if you're going for a long take. Look at this first peek.
And the mow down middle.
I've never... that might be the best long take I've ever seen.
It is one thing to catch the CT cross player off guard like Nico, but the fact that you get both of the additional mid players also blindsided.
Because that one smoke went a little too far and they had every right to walk up. You could call it a mistake. That wouldn't happen again in another match, but it happened already. That mid B re-clear, it happened already.
Whoa. Falcons are getting dismantled here on map 3. 9Z's flawless T streak continues. Kyosuke off the flash will be executed as he turns his back to DGT, but at least the pistol prevails. Kerrigan's Deagle wants to get out of dodge. We've already got Luchov working his way up long. Kerrigan's Deeg supported by the M4 of Nico up above, and well, that's going to be Luchov back into the cover. He brings a friend into the duel. And poor Nico, who thinks he's chasing one player back around the corner, just ends up walking into a 1v2 duel.
Just perfect.
Perfectly tethered, played to perfection.
He genuinely
looks his scout with nothing.
He genuinely looks scared. He's like, oh, Kerrigan's like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna go out for this one kill. He's actually running away. They're gonna reset. No, he was just joining up with his team, ready to re-swing, just not willing to do it alone. And that's been the tale of the tape. Kerrigan on 580R, Monte on 9.6.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Kerrigan on 580R, Monte on 9.6.
9.6 ADR for Monte. We are 7 rounds into this game, folks.
This map is CT-sided, by the way.
We're no longer just 6 rounds away from the win. We're 6 rounds away from the 13-0. Looking to stack up behind this smoke. Sudden pop on Tesses. It's a one and done.
It's the only guy on the site.
And as Kyosuke tries to get into the window, he fumbles the jump up. Oh! Pop by DGT. The rifle play from 9Z has been unstoppable. And not a single piece of Falcons is able to walk away with a multi-kill in this one.
He got another.
Pressure on Luchov via utility, but Nico's going to have to sign up for this smoke walk through the doorway. Him and Luchov cross paths. It's a kill apiece from the players that do push through. But the 4 HP of Nico's not long for this world, and 9Z's winning ways show no signs of slowing down.
I mean, how are they going to win the major like this?
Mo, I don't think they are.
I don't think they are. Maybe not. My goodness. Wow, DGT, what did he eat today? And also, Max's kills, Luchov. He's been a superstar.
9Z dialed in from top to bottom.
Totally dialed in. They're sitting up straight.
Well, Falcons will limp into this one with a double MP9 buy. This map is going to be done in a matter of 20 minutes at this rate.
This is actually a T side where, I mean, some of the stuff is obviously like brilliant calling and everything, but literally everything that could have gone well has. There have been 2 rounds that one small thing that happened for Falcons has cost them the entire situation, but that's just compounded. Love to steal it back on an eco. Luchov just comes out for another peek after surviving that, and he's got more one-taps for you as well.
Brother.
He is dead serious about winning this game.
Taps his way through Falcons like they're chumps. Those Desert Eagles not able to find enough. 1 frag on Max, that's it. Bottom mid noise offers Kyosuke a chance to swing out, and it's just a trap for Mayern to hold off on that lower push. DGT remains locked in on the doorways. 4 survivors again.
Dude, too. Like, what are we talking about? Luchov has 16K.
Wow. Watch this. Oh, wait for it. And...
16K.
Bossman didn't even crack a smile.
No.
This is all business for 9Z. Not until that 13th round is added to the board. You know the ability of the team that sits across from you. You know their potential. But it is realizing that potential today that is currently eluding Falcons in this head-to-head.
Don't tell me that works.
Right to it. Mayron's op shot collects his 6th kill of the map as it is Monte bested in the op duel.
And that's got to be a turning point. He still sits on 6 ADR. That might be the first time Mayron has straight up out-opt him. And on Dust 2, of all things.
In a head-to-head long duel.
Yeah, and they've been very careful about that. They haven't just exploded out long with 3 or fought in a messy, scrappy battle for map control. And Nico, he's kind of playing this risky, man. Kerrigan's going to walk up on this, but you don't really do this if you think someone's this close in the corner.
Yeah, you could see Kerrigan, or rather Nico, trying to kind of half clear it.
Oh, and Nico get the fall back. He's going for the repeat, and Max takes him out.
Of course he does. Luchov on the exit of the B side as well. That's the bomb still towards T-spawn. All options open, and not a single defender has walked away with a kill. We're not talking about pistols in this one. This was Team Falcons, full guns. And finally, Kyosuke posts a single frag for Falcons in the 10th round of play. 1 kill's all they get. This is a masterclass domination of Falcons out of 9Z.
Absolutely from everyone. It is a pure masterpiece. We've seen 9Z play some of their best maps historically on Dust 2, some of their biggest wins. Max has always been calling. This might be their best. From the variety in the gameplay, the attacks that they've had, the tempo, every time they've mid-beat, every time they've full-on, their lurks, the one time they've gone for a pick with the op, everything's been perfect. They're somehow making this look like it's totally impossible for Falcons. This really should not even be that difficult. Of all of the sides and maps that Falcons could play as a new team, and they've already shown us a CT side Dust 2, they should be incredibly comfortable here. There basically has just been no chance for them. The headline is turning into Falcons get embarrassed, but you've got to give 9Z so much credit for what they've shown today. This is insane. I would argue Falcons have made small mistakes that have resulted in them getting to a 10-0 scoreline. It could have been like 2-8.
Three players to collect from inside CT spawn. They are forced to try this. Falcons feeling like a shell themselves. Deagle's finally collecting kills, just trying to keep this possible. But DGT is going to bail them out. Gets active from long, Tech9 taps away. Nico finds his. But that bomb sits at 15 seconds, and DGT is going to collect another one off of long. They are looking for another flawless half within this match versus the Falcons.
This is absolutely mental.
And we knew the struggles of Falcons were going to be on the T side, back on Nuke. That was kind of like the rumblings of things as we come into the series, and it comes to fruition again. And we can talk about how it's going to take time for Kerrigan to kind of really properly captain this ship. Mirage has our expectations upended as we tap back into the reality that is Monte's off potential, his dominance across that map, and the individual level Falcons had. Just felt like they were going to keep things simple. Dust 2 out of nowhere here for 9Z.
I mean, I even want to, this is a moment where it's so emotional with how well they're doing, but just, speaking more granularly about this map, the two things they took out were the full-on out-of-spawn long takes and cat full execs. They've taken that out entirely, and that's made this look so much more reliable. I feel like a lot of teams are trying to go for those two things, and it feels like they're throwing caution to the wind. Well, okay, here's Nico pushing off of Cat to call out their default. Bomb gets dropped in the middle of mid. And he's just staying up here. They're not going to assume, surely, that he sticks around. Very risky by him.
Yeah, MongolZ's over his shoulder with that lower kill. And Wasso and Luchov have nothing to lose in this 2 versus 5 attempt. You've got yourself a damn near perfect half. So try to set up this final blow. 12th round of a T-side on the table for the taking. As Luchov approaches, loses the card duel versus Kyosuke, however, and that's going to force Wasso Peak to walk this out with no bomb possession. So a singular round for Falcons CT side. That is what they're going to try to walk away with, and it's based off of Nico. If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah.
And the high spirits is something that Kerrigan has tried to bring to the camp, but I mean, this one's out of nowhere, Mo.
It's amazing. I mean, again, there's halves where you get totally embarrassed. I really feel like this is just like 9Z or life gaming here on Dust 2. Falcons have made a couple of small errors, but they really can't keep up on any of the trades. The tempo, the calling's been better for 9Z. Like, they'll get a chance to respond here, but now it's just totally RNG if they make this comeback. Like, they've got to guarantee a pistol. They got to do this on the harder side, honestly.
MongolZ just ended that half with 18.8 ADR.
Insane. You know, maybe it's going to be if there's going to be a comeback, it's MongolZ can take over T-side opping. That'll be one thing, but and like how he was playing versus Mayer in the rest of the series, sure, maybe there's a chance, but to be honest, even Marin's shooting a little bit hotter right now.
Can't say I saw this one coming. Insta B execute here. Luchov busy with the hold. That's one, and now the door player, oh, he's collecting. It's a missed smoke thrown by Falcons. It landed outside of the bomb site. They whiffed their utility in a much-needed pistol, and that opens the door for the support.
The flank's in so fast. Actually, Kerrigan's got to be careful. He can get spotted.
Missed chance here from DGT. Mayern will collect the frag. They've got it. 12th round secured. You've got a much-needed pistol in front of you, and you whiff the smoke to try to give yourself a chance at actually making this comeback happen. Now we can pinpoint a fault here by Falcons.
And they're laughing. Okay. It's funny, I guess.
Just like that, the remaining 2 players. Starting to feel guaranteed as far as 9Z are concerned. Never wants to celebrate early, but at a 12-1, when it truly has felt like they could do no wrong.
Mayern's got an op already.
Coupled with the absence of all of the Falcons here on the Decider map.
Are these guys nuts? Do they not have a kit?
They do not have a kit. They've got an op.
They got an op.
And they've got the opening kill. Nico never sees that one coming.
Oh, no chance. You'd be ready for that.
Kyosuke 30 health scout. MongolZ on the walkout middle. Kyosuke's going to get swept away by Luchov, and as MongolZ tries to chase it outwards, DGT looks to get into the play. But don't jump on it just yet. He will get bested by DGT. That's Tesses with the bomb out middle. And a cap play coming through from Kerrigan off of Desert Eagle, held still by Mayer. And Wasso Peak flanks, and 9Z will smother Falcons, securing themselves 3 matches to try and secure the playoffs. It is Mouz, Spirit, FURIA, and 9Z in the 2-0 pool tomorrow.
Well, like Twister said, I can't make you a celebrity overnight, and Kerrigan is not going to fix Falcons overnight. I mean, we have
what would fix Falcons overnight?
What?
One more superstar.
One more superstar. It's time.
Keep it going.
Oh, man.
All right, look. Listen, I mean, it's one of those games where I don't even know what you learned because nothing went correct. I mean, you kind of have to just laugh this one off almost, even though in Falcons...
Well, they are. I mean...
Yeah, you kind of have to. It's one of those, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. Like
Nico, not so much, of course.
No. I'm surprised that table's still intact, but that just goes to show you the integrity of our sponsors there because, man, that was... I mean, dude, Luchov almost had as many kills as Falcons had combined by himself in that first half. It was actually unreal. They could do anything they wanted to. Like, take long, oh, yeah, I'll have that. Mid beat, yep, I'll have that. Just no resistance. It was crazy.
And they said they were doomed, Maui.
Oh, how wrong we were.
Well, like,
how wrong we
doomed.
were. No, that was impressive stuff from 9Z. I feel like the variety of plays that they went for there, like you said, I mean, we had Mayern getting long picks.
Yeah.
They just rushed B one time outright. Late long takes also. They did focus on long a little bit, like I said, or like I wanted them to. So glad to see that. I felt like they had a really sweet game plan. But man, Luchov, like, you gotta remember this guy's name because he looks like he's totally next up, if not already up, for Latin America.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, just what he did on this map is crazy. I mean, he was the highlight reel, pretty much.
Dude, the DGT Luchov combo just goes so hard. Like, they are just such a great complementary rifle pairing for this team. We've been seeing it now. And you got to think about the trajectory of 9Z right now. Like, tearing it up in South America, okay, you've dominated your local scene, fine. Let's see what you can do in Tier 1. They took a win over Mouse Sports at Rotterdam. They beat PARIVISION yesterday. They just beat Falcons today. And yeah, Falcons are going through changes. Obviously, Mouse Sports is going through changes as well. But still, the quality of players are really high. And so to see 9Z win in this fashion, you can't help but be impressed by what you're seeing on the server.
No, I mean, definitely not. And look, I think you heard Connor say they're in this 2-0 pool now. So it's going to be tough whoever they get. But, I mean, they've already beat two, like, legit opponents.
Yeah. They already beat two teams you thought should be in playoffs.
Yeah.
And they're going to potentially get there before them. So, I mean, they've already really lived up to the billing. You know, really, really well done. Everyone came alive on that game. I mean, this great frag distribution across the entire team.
Even the way that the maps that they won, I mean, Nuke and Dust 2 just really extremely convincing. I mean, the comeback on Nuke that they were able to pull off too. This 9Z team, I didn't expect them to be this sweet.
I have heard that they're really good in scrims. I've heard that like story a million times, and it never translates to a tournament.
It did today.
It is right now, and obviously if they do go on to like go through 3-0, what a story.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because when you came into this event, kind of the big story that you were kind of thinking to yourself is like, this is kind of the best of the rest tournament, right? No Vitality here, no Navi here. Who's going to step up next and look like the real candidate to maybe try to tackle Vitality, to try to challenge for that top spot? And all of a sudden, here early in the group stages, you got a team like 9Z impressing with 2 big wins. I mean, that's really cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we've had the debate as well about Falcons, how much does a good performance here really matter in the grand scheme of things when clearly the project was bring Karrigan in for the major? I'm inclined, I think they have to do well here. I think they have to, or the internal nerves and how the pressure that they feel, I don't think it gets abated. I don't think it's alleviated ahead of Cologne.
No, you were looking to jumpstart this team immediately.
Yeah.
It is risky for Falcons now in 2 majors to change up their rosters. I think it was 2 of the last 3 they had really like recent moves going into a major, and I feel like that might rear its ugly head again. I mean, Karrigan himself said that they're aiming for Singapore. I think that's kind of cope. I don't think you're actually thinking 9 months in advance. Like, with a team of this billing, you're trying to win immediately, and this kind of performance shows that they're very distant from winning.
I'll do you one better than Cope. It's actually stupid. It's a stupid, counterproductive thing to say for a IGL of his experience. Like, Cologne has to be the target.
Yeah.
It's got to be. You've already got the pieces. Like, the only thing changing is you.
Yes.
And you're Mr. Fix-It. That's what you've been billed as.
He's an IGL that can just jumpstart teams by recognizing the structure that they were using. Yeah, and then he can usually just be able to recognize how do you move the pieces around, how do you fix things. And so this is this one hurts a lot for the Falcons. If they recover by getting through the group stage 3-1, getting to the grand finals, maybe winning it all, losing a spirit, I think that they'll treat this as a learning experience, but they got to learn quickly because this was terrible.
You're right. I mean, if they walk away from in this tournament, 3-1 in the groups, they make a deep run in the playoffs, no one's going to care about this game. But for right now, it looks tough because, again, you don't expect them to have necessarily their A game yet, right? You know, Kerrigan's only been there for a short amount of time, limited amount of practice, I'm sure. But even on your C game, you should be getting more than that amount of rounds that you just got on Dust 2. Like, there's just no excuse for that. Exactly. So, I mean, that is a tough thing. I think for me personally, like, coming to this event, I think Falcons is playoff or bust for sure at this event. But I think it depends on who they get matched up against. Depends on, like, how disappointed I would be if they didn't make it further. Obviously, Cologne is a huge goal for them. But, yeah, you can't be doing this. You can't be losing in this fashion to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy. I'm in genuine shock.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Maybe I shouldn't be, but whatever. Let's take a look at the other results over the course of the day. This is, of course, the tail of the tape over in the Swiss bracket. And, you know, we've seen some other interesting results, some other narratives kind of percolating away. We saw Team Spirit battling against MongolZ earlier today. They were able to overcome 2-0. They themselves essentially a rebuild, looking to prove the Magic's era of Team Spirit can raise a trophy. They would love to do it here. They're going to be one of the teams that get so much love. Lord knows the fans are going crazy for Donk out here, as is the case. I have to also say as well, after what I'd seen of Mouz yesterday, dropping that map against Gentlemates, I was very pleasantly surprised with what Desertion era Mouz is doing against G2.
They're kind of like the dark horses now of the tournament, just because we know they have the core that could win an event that doesn't include a team like Vitality. But with the switches that they made, you would expect it to have the growing pains that we're seeing from Falcons. I thought if I'm pairing the two against each other, pitting the two against each other, Mouz and Falcons, I thought Falcons would have hit the ground running much quicker and much faster than this Mouz team that actually looks like they can put together a solid series. Maybe they're not as airtight as you'd want them to be, but to take down a G2 team that's been powering up is a huge feather in their cap.
Also good to see just FURIA recovering, you know, after kind of some tough ones out in Fort Worth. To see them be in the 2-0 pool is nice, and to see them winning convincingly is nice. Yeah, they haven't played the biggest competition yet, but still the eye test looks very good. And yeah, for Spirit, it's about continuing the momentum that you had in Rio. You made the grand final there after having kind of a tough start to the year with this new iteration of the roster with Matches at the helm and without their coach Holly and kind of all these other things that they're dealing with. So to see them look convincing in these games is also a nice look because, yeah, we want to see a good battle of those, you know, all those top 10 teams that we have here. We have plenty of them, and we want to see them at their best. And while Falcons didn't give it to us, some of the others really did.
The Falcons really did give it to us. Why don't we take a look at the schedule we're going to have tomorrow? Remember, it's a PGL event, so you get 2 streams. You can pick what game you want to watch. This is the B stream. Working our way back, we've got the Huns versus Fisher College. That is going to be this event's El Asico. we can say that one.
The Huns have to be heavy favorites.
Like, they got it. I mean,
I don't care if they're 0-2. They're going to go 1-3.
I just want to say this as well. Fisher College, you might not win a series out here. It has been so good to see you make it here. And you also have the most majestic looking player in Corn. His hair is, I'm growing mine out right now. I can't wait to meet you there. But yeah, that's going to be a real tough one. And Fisher College pick up a win, I'll be so happy for them. It would be a really cool story. K27 as well versus Magic. And then I didn't see the rest. It's not there. But you saw it at home. That's all that matters.
If Fisher College are able to even win a map, I'd be happy for them. I'm already happy for the fact that we have a college team making it here. So good for them to even make it all the way to Astana.
Yeah, and the other one there worth talking about, probably MongolZ versus G2. Again,
yeah, that's a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you know, we're getting to a stage now where, you know, you can talk about G2 and how they also have had recent peace changes and what have you. But that's a team now that's been a sleeping giant for a long, long time. Definitely need to get some wins up and running. Meanwhile, over on the A stream, closing out with an absolute banger, FURIA versus Team Spirit. That's...
I mean, I got a sleeper game.
Go on.
Falcons, Monte. Falcons, Monte. You got Gizmy, the guy that probably should have been the Kerrigan replacement on FaZe, versus Kerrigan himself.
This narrative, you're working way too hard to push this one.
Yeah, I think Gizmy's next up. I think Gizmy's totally next up. So I'm really excited for that one.
Yeah,
Too bad we don't cover
reminder you said that about Shuhei too. And
Shuhei proved it.
He cursed him, dude. But yeah, like that, I mean, that is an interesting one because obviously we don't really know where Falcons are. We really don't. That Monte game will really give us the sample size we need to make some determinations because FURIA blew them out the water. Like
Totally.
it was day and night. If Falcons aren't able to do something similar, then we can really start putting this hierarchy together.
It's crazy to see because that Mouse 9Z game, like 9Z could go 3-0, right? Because like that's not a shot to Mouse. It's just they're going through growing pains of this new roster. Obviously, they've dropped a couple of matches. They look good. They've won their games. Like it's great stuff. But they could reasonably see 9Z 3-0.
They beat them in Rotterdam
Exactly.
with their actual 5-man roster.
That's what I'm saying.
From earlier this season.
That could be a really fun match if it winds up going that direction. Yeah, Fury versus Spear. That's just always a good time.
I mean,
Always.
obviously one of those going 3-0
Yep.
as well. Big for the program. So,
Exactly.
Any final thoughts?
That Kerrigan's got some work to do.
Yeah.
And I want to see him get it done because I want Falcons to be a competitive team at the end of the day. I don't want to see more of what we saw today. I know we got some hate watchers out there. I know they're having fun today.
Eating good.
But
Real good.
Doesn't anybody want to challenge Vitality? You know? Are we all just going to keep shooting ourselves in our own foots as Vitality just lifts more and more trophies?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's going to take a while.
I guess.
You're just going to have to ride this one out. I've been in these eras before.
Yeah,
Not one like this.
No, definitely
Yeah,
not.
they're the goats.
I think they're
Yeah.
the goats for me now, too.
Yes, they
I
are,
think they
100%.
surpassed the Astralis.
Well, the Astralis era was stopped by the coronavirus. We might have...
Yes. Oh, God, you're doing the virus
No,
back in the end. Oh, my
stop,
God.
No, please.
History repeating. Yeah, I know.
Why
Right,
have you
that's
done
it.
that?
Maui's off broadcast. No more
Yeah.
final thoughts from you guys. No, but anyway, I agree. I'm hoping one of these teams can really step up. So far for me, it's been FURIA. I think they've looked the best team I've seen here by some distance, especially with Falcons disappointing today. So, gentlemen, outrageous banter notwithstanding, it's been great to hang out. And I will say to all of you there at home, thanks for joining us over the course of the day. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast and indeed the Counter-Strike. Falcons hate watchers, stay on top. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow.